Chapter 1. Knight Timos hiss. What is happening? A wave of excruciating pain surged through Zhou Mingyue's mind, gradually pulling him from the depths of unconsciousness. Hadn't I just gone to the bar for a couple of drinks after work? And then, crossed the road? That's right, I was struck by a car. In that fleeting moment, I remember only the agonizing pain in my chest, warm liquid surging from my lungs and gushing up my throat. And then everything faded to black. I was left in the dark. Zhou Mingyue forced himself to calm his frantic thoughts, striving to discern his surroundings. Through blurred vision, he saw that he was lying in a dilapidated straw hut. What on earth is happening? Have I crossed over? This thought instinctively crossed Zhou Mingyue's mind. Are you feeling better? The rickety wooden door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged white man in tattered linen garments, who entered with a worn wooden bowl. Upon seeing Zhou Mingyue awake, a smile blossomed on his sunken face, reminiscent of a parched field. The bowl contained an unknown green liquid, and before Zhou Mingyue could decline, the man poured it into his mouth. It had a somewhat grassy taste, heavily laced with medicinal bitterness. Fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber once more. The spring sun shone brightly in a clear blue sky. This was a quintessential medieval village. Apart from the stone house belonging to the village chief at its center, the rest were ramshackle straw huts. The streets had turned muddy from the recent spring rains. Wooden rakes leaned against the huts, and a few old hens wandered clucking with their chicks. The farmers had all gone out to tend to their fields, and Zhou Mingyue sat on a stone stool outside the mill, basking in the sun, feeling utterly dazed. As if in a stupor, he never imagined that after a couple of drinks, he would be hit by a car and subsequently find himself in a place reminiscent of the medieval era. This was certainly not Earth's medieval period. When has there ever been a red moon in the first half of the night and a blue moon in the latter? When has there been one large sun in one month and two smaller suns in the next? He had arrived in another world. During his days spent in the village, he gathered a wealth of information from that middle-aged man, Timos. For instance, the village was called Iron Fortress Village, with a population of around 300. Governed by Knight Timos. The village chief was named John. Timos was a distant relative of the esteemed Knight Timos, and so forth. Beyond that, there was little more to learn, as Timos was merely a villager who, in his 30-some years of life, had ventured no further than accompanying Chief John to the knight's estate to pay taxes. Could one expect him to know more? However, what truly astonished Zhou Mingyue was not merely the fact that he had crossed over, but rather that he had acquired a remarkable artifact, or more accurately, a treasure. It was a small antique piece he had unearthed at a flea market, shaped like a small cylindrical pillar adorned with intricate, mystical patterns. Its antiquated and enigmatic appearance led Zhou Mingyue to wear it as a pendant around his neck, a habit he maintained for several years. Upon awakening, he inadvertently touched it, and a luminous screen materialized in his mind. Artifact name: Workshop of War. Classification level: Workshop Level 9. Origin: originally a remnant of Divine Authority from the Tool Series 0, Fallen Flame Forge, it merged with the soul of Zhou Mingyue from another realm. Undergoing a transformation into the new artifact, Workshop Level 9, Workshop of War. Capabilities: produces peasant soldiers, crafts wooden weaponry. A brief introduction left Zhou Mingyue utterly astounded. What is this? He refrained from acting impulsively, needing to ponder this further. After all, this was a place akin to the medieval era, with knights, viscounts, and even a church. Their mindset was undoubtedly archaic. Zhou Mingyue had no desire to conjure any bizarre occurrences in plain sight, lest they perceive him as some demonic entity and burn him at the stake. Zhou, it's time for dinner. Timos's booming voice echoed. Uncle Zhou, it's time to eat, chimed in Timos's son. Little Timos. Must admit, Timos was indeed a good man in this medieval-like setting. Both the farming methods and tools were exceedingly primitive, lacking fertilizers, composting concepts, and iron farming implements. In fact, there was not a single ox in the entire village to assist with plowing. Only the knight's estate possessed such beasts. In Iron Fortress Village, everyone could only rely on wooden hoes for cultivation, resulting in alarmingly low efficiency, yielding merely 70 to 80 pounds per acre. Such paltry yields made it exceedingly difficult to sustain the village's population. In light of this, Timos's willingness to support Zhou Mingyue with food without any expectation of return was not just kindness. As the other villagers would say, it was sheer folly. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Zhou Mingyue lazily rose and ambled toward Timos. Though hungry, The local fare was rather unpalatable to his taste buds. The hard black bread, made from a large quantity of bran and a scant amount of flour that had barely risen, was so tough it could chip a tooth if one was careless. Thankfully, a bowl of wild vegetable soup made it somewhat bearable. Yet even this was something Tyrese had salvaged from his own meager rations. Still, Zhou Mingyue found little appetite, even though he had contributed nothing to Tyrese's farming efforts. Everyone pay attention. Knight Timos is here for an inspection. Lock up your chickens and ducks. Keep the little ones inside. And tidy up. Before Zhou Mingyue could finish the wretched black bread, the voice of Chief John rang out from afar. Instantly, the village bustled with activity. It was evident that Knight Timos held considerable authority here. As the villagers hurriedly cleaned in front of their homes, seemingly anxious to avoid presenting an unkempt appearance to the knight, in no time, under the chief's urging, the villagers gathered at the village entrance. Awaiting the arrival of their knight, Zhou Mingyue did not lag behind, donning his tattered linen garment, squatting among the villagers. If one overlooked the color of his eyes and hair, it would be difficult to discern that he was not from this place. Clop, clop, clop. A troop of soldiers clad in leather armor escorted a knight who approached from a distance. This knight, clad in chainmail and riding a chestnut horse, bore a single-handed sword at his side and appeared somewhat aged. "Get up, you lazy lot." The village chief sprang into action, shoving and kicking the villagers to get them on their feet, then darting ahead to the knight, wearing a face full of obsequiousness. "Esteemed knight, your subjects are thrilled to hear of your arrival." Chapter 2. The Harsh Reality. Enough, John. Has there been any movement from the Black Wolf bandits near Iron Fortress Village? The esteemed knight Timos seemed uninterested in the chief's flattery and abruptly interjected. "Black Wolf bandits? No, no. I haven't heard of their presence," the chief hastily denied, though his demeanor grew increasingly tense. This was not due to any collusion with the notorious bandits, known for their ruthless nature and having once laid waste to a small town, leaving behind a gruesome massacre. Zhou Mingyue was unaware of this, merely having gleaned it from Tyrese's discreet whispers. "By the way, due to the king's decree, Viscount Hanks has raised the taxes for the knight's domain this year, meaning your tax in Iron Fortress Village must increase by 1/10. The knight suddenly shifted the conversation, delivering news that caused the chief's face to pale. "Ah, Lord Timos, our village has suffered from drought for a considerable time this year. Our income is likely to be quite poor." The chief hastily explained, seemingly hoping to persuade the knight to reconsider his decision. Yet, the knight paid him no mind, simply waving a hand before departing with his soldiers. Clearly, to the knight, the chief's words held no weight. A 10% tax increase. What are we to do? Chief, think of something. Perhaps we should flee? Flee? Where to? As soon as Knight Timos left, the villagers erupted into a frenzy, their faces marked with panic as they engaged in frantic discussions. The prospect of a 10% tax increase loomed as an enormous burden, for throughout the year, they had scrimped and saved, toiling in their fields to gather just enough grain to fill their bellies. With this new increase, their very survival was at stake. For Tyrese, it was an unbearable weight, his complexion drained, lips trembling, at a loss for words. After a long moment, he sighed heavily, took his son by the hand, and departed, even lacking the desire to converse with Zhou Mingyue. Cursed king, cursed nobility, Zhou Mingyue observed as a mere bystander, feeling a pang of sympathy as he witnessed the scene unfold, though he had never quite felt at home in this place. This moment stirred something within him. One could only imagine that with the rising taxes, the villagers would soon face famine, should they defy the orders and flee, or comply and starve. Such uncertainties loomed ahead. Yet Zhou Mingyue felt compelled to take action, lest he too become one of the starving souls. Watching the villagers return home, laden with despair, Zhou Mingyue headed toward a grove of trees outside the village. "Zhou, where are you going?" A villager named Nais called out, pursuing him from behind. Nais appears to be the sole villager, aside from Terrace, willing to converse with Zhou Mingyue. To be more precise, he embodies the quintessential idler in the eyes of the villagers, 20-something. Reluctant to toil in the fields, preferring to engage in petty thievery and even venture into the woods for poaching. Indeed, in this realm, the fields belong to the nobility, the lakes are the domain of the aristocrats. And even gathering firewood from the forest incurs a tax. It is merely a matter of circumstance that the noble lords seldom discover such transgressions. "I'm not up to much. Just planning to gather a bit of firewood from the forest," Zhou Mingyue mused, eye in his eyes. Nice. This lazy fellow was nothing short of a waste of provisions, trailing behind him like a mangy dog. Of course, he conveniently overlooked the fact that in the eyes of the villagers, his own reputation was far more dismal, a veritable parasite. Have you come to your senses? I've always said, what's the use of farming? One might as well aim for something grand, but I've heard there are bears in that forest ahead. If we hunt one. Zhou Mingyue regretted engaging with Nice, for this ignited a tirade of boasts about his grand ambitions. According to him, slaying a bear and selling its pelt would lead to fortune. Zhou Mingyue scoffed inwardly, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Hunt a bear? Surely, he did not wish to be the prey of one. Moreover, where would he sell such a pelt? Did he not possess a modicum of common sense? Only the nobility could afford bear skins. Was he not courting disaster? Nevertheless, even in silence, Nice continued his exuberant chatter. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou Mingyue's true purpose for venturing into the woods was not merely to gather firewood, but rather to experiment with the war workshop. Wow, blueberries! So many blueberries! Nice! Convinced that Zhou Mingyue was no ordinary person, frequently adopted his catchphrase in moments of excitement, which amusingly rendered Zhou Mingyue speechless when he attempted to exclaim in kind, clutching a handful of blueberries. Nice rushed to showcase his find to Zhou Mingyue. Having previously eaten tasteless black bread, Zhou Mingyue plucked a few berries and popped them into his mouth. They were delightful, slightly sweet, but then he halted. Identifying usable resources, blueberries. Blueberry bushes, cypress trees. A somewhat mechanical voice resonated within his mind, while the attributes panel of the war workshop illuminated in his consciousness, akin to a hungry puppy eagerly wagging its tail, awaiting its master's command. Grasping the pendant around his neck, more detailed information flooded his mind. So it was, for the war workshop to function, it required the input of materials, and those trees and fruits fell within the category of usable resources. The only complication lay in the fact that Nice was persistently at his side, making it somewhat inconvenient. Several times, Zhou Mingyue contemplated instructing Nice to return, but reconsidered. The tenacity of this fellow made the prospect of dismissing him quite daunting. Yet, as time wore on, the sky began to darken, and who knew what beasts lurked in the woods? Zhou Mingyue resolved to send Nice away, no matter the cost. Zhou, run! At that moment, Nice, having dashed through the underbrush, seized Zhou Mingyue's hand and fled. Zhou Mingyue had no choice but to follow, for three burly men wielding short swords were in hot pursuit. One glance at the Black Wolf insignia emblazoned on their tunics revealed their nefarious intent. Black Wolf bandits. Truly, this was the very bandits that the notorious Timos knight had warned about. What misfortune! Zhou Mingyue lamented his luck, yet his feet did not falter. He even found himself outpacing Nice by a hair. Just as they neared the edge of the forest, a misstep sent them tumbling to the ground, and before they could recover, two of the bandits lunged at them from either side, stuffing a foul-smelling cloth into their mouths and binding them securely. Chapter 3. Clearly, this was no mere misfortune. Their adversaries had laid an ambush. Upon the arrival of the remaining three bandits, they hoisted Zhou Mingyue and Nice deeper into the woods. Zhou Mingyue had considered summoning the war workshop, but uncertainty loomed. Would it even prove effective? Furthermore, its operation and production would surely take time. By the time any so-called farm soldiers were ready, he might well find himself riddled with wounds from these bandits' blades. With a grunt, they unceremoniously tossed the pair onto a clearing in the woods, where the bandits began dividing their tasks. Some set about cooking, while others chopped wood. A wiry bandit, one eye obscured by a black cloth, removed the putrid cloth from Zhou Mingyue and Nice's mouths, brandishing his short sword menacingly before them. Nice was so frightened he nearly wet himself, whispering, "Don't kill me, don't kill me," his voice barely above a murmur. Zhou Mingyue, however, remained notably composed. After all, he had witnessed countless similar scenarios in the films of his previous life. If these bandits intended to kill, it would not be now, at least not before they had extracted their revenge. Nevertheless, to avoid inciting their wrath, Zhou Mingyue feigned fear. "Speak, where are you from?" The one-eyed bandit seemed pleased with his intimidation tactics, bellowing with menace. This grove was quite distant from the village, even if they set it ablaze. It was unlikely anyone would notice. "I hail from Iron Fortress Village," Zhou Mingyue promptly responded, eager to avoid drawing the bandit's ire. "How many people reside in Iron Fortress Village?" As expected, Zhou Mingyue's instinct was correct. The one-eyed bandit swiftly thrust his sword into Nice's thigh. Nice's eyes bulged in pain, yet he dared only to whimper softly, for even he understood the rules of survival. Over 300, Zhou Mingyue answered hastily, chills racing down his spine at the sight of Nice's suffering. He silently apologized to his companion. My apologies, brother. It hurts. Bear it for now, and I shall avenge you. After a few more interrogative inquiries, the one-eyed bandit withdrew the blade from Nice's thigh, and blood gushed forth. The burly man, returning with several rabbits, frowned upon witnessing the scene, not out of sympathy for Nice, but rather concerned that the scent of blood might attract carnivorous beasts. He tossed a scrap of cloth to the one-eyed bandit, instructing him to release the bindings and relocate the two to a corner, allowing Zhou Mingyue to attend to Nice's wound. As for the possibility of the two escaping, there was no cause for concern. They were deep within the woods, where even the bandits relied on bonfires to ward off predators. 2 ordinary villagers, one injured. Would they dare venture forth and feed the beasts? Zhou Mingyue used the ragged cloth to bind Nice's wound, but it seemed ineffective. Blood continued to flow. He pondered briefly, then gathered some herbs nearby, chewed them into a paste, applied it to the wound, and secured it tightly. He was no herbalist, merely desperate in his attempt to save Nice, and whether he would survive now lay in the hands of fate. As the bonfire blazed, several bandits roasted rabbits and engaged in idle chatter, speculating on the plunder they would reap from Iron Fortress Village once their leader and the main force arrived. Zhou Mingyue, however, watched as Nice's breaths became shallower, gritting his teeth, though he had only been in this place for less than a week and felt no sense of belonging. Nice could be considered a friend, someone he had grown familiar with. Witnessing a familiar face gradually succumb to death was a harrowing experience. He had no choice but to take a risk. While contemplating the cruel fate that awaited him at the hands of the bandits, and reflecting on the sorrow that would engulf Nice's family should he perish, Zhou Mingyue stealthily maneuvered around 2 large trees. Inching his way toward escape, he needed to create distance between himself and the bandits. After all, as previously mentioned, he had no inkling of what the war workshop entailed or how it would function. He required ample time to ensure his safety. After silently traversing over 100 meters, he heard the bandits at the bonfire erupting in exclamations of anger. Clearly, they had discovered his absence. Zhou Mingyue realized he had an opportunity to flee, especially under the cover of night, as it would be challenging for the bandits to locate him in the woods. Yet, he gritted his teeth, grasped the pendant around his neck, and silently intoned, "War Workshop." Instantly, a faint red light emanated from the pendant, growing increasingly bright until it transformed into a crimson streak, landing a short distance away and erupting with a thunderous sound into what appeared to be a somewhat dilapidated iron structure. Indeed, a workshop. The commotion was significant, and Zhou Mingyue could already hear the bandits' startled cries in the distance. Collect resources. He dared not waste time, and promptly issued commands to the war workshop. As the orders were given, the workshop's 2 windows illuminated, and the doors swung open, revealing 2 burly men wielding axes who emerged without acknowledging Zhou Mingyue, heading straight for a nearby tree to commence chopping. The sounds of the bandits crashing through the underbrush grew ever closer. Zhou Mingyue surveyed his surroundings, chose a large tree, and, after a brief run-up, leapt upward, scrambling with all his might. Fortunately, the tree-climbing skills of his youth had not abandoned him. He clumsily ascended, eventually perching on a branch, wrapping his arms tightly around the trunk, and camouflaging himself amidst the dense foliage. A crashing sound reverberated as the large tree toppled, and one of the burly men dragged it toward the war workshop, while another continued his labor of felling trees. The first to pursue was the one-eyed bandit, who gazed in astonishment at the war workshop and the burly lumberjack. The lumberjack dragging the tree had already entered through the gate, and a cacophony of sounds emanated from within the war workshop. What is happening? Who am I? What has become of me? What am I to do? Observing the bewilderment etched on the one-eyed bandit's face, Zhou Mingyue surmised that he was grappling with 3 existential questions. However, soon 2 more bandits arrived, equally astonished by the war workshop. They could not fathom how such a structure had suddenly appeared in this forest. Nor could they comprehend the calm demeanor of the lumberjack. They stood in a daze. The lumberjack emerged, assisting another lumberjack in vigorously felling a large tree, which was then dragged into the war workshop. The bandits found themselves in a quandary. They had come to pursue fleeing villagers, Yet this building and its inhabitants were peculiar. It was highly probable that the villagers were hiding within. But they speculated that there were at least a few more individuals inside, apart from the two lumberjacks. Chapter 4. A desperate gambit. In such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the three of them could prevail. Regardless of their hesitation, the lumberjack paid them no mind, continuing to chop and drag trees with fervor. Zhou Wanqing observed a column resembling a mercury thermometer above the war workshop steadily rising. Clearly, once the column reached its peak, the resources would be sufficient. Let us go. The three bandits finally made their decision, gripping their short swords and splitting into three directions, charging toward the lumberjack. Their timing was clever, just as one lumberjack was dragging a tree into the war workshop. There was only one worker outside. Zhou Mingyue watched the lone worker with concern. After all, this was his property. If the worker were to perish, how would the resource collection speed of the war workshop be affected? However, to his astonishment, as the three bandits drew near, the worker raised his axe, his gaze cold and indifferent, and struck down upon the one-eyed bandit. The swing of the axe was swift, and despite the one-eyed bandit's attempt to leap back in evasion, he could not entirely escape the blow. A gash appeared from his forehead, down across his nose, chin, chest, and abdomen. As he steadied himself, blood erupted from his wounds like water gushing from a punctured balloon. In a panic, the one-eyed bandit tried to clutch the wound, but its length was too great. His frantic movements only exacerbated the injury, causing his intestines to spill out. Witnessing this scene, the one-eyed bandit lost all strength. His body crumpling to the ground, it was evident that a person who was vicious and brutal towards others might not possess a stronger will when faced with their own demise. The sight of the one-eyed bandit's fate left the other two bandits aghast, and they quickly distanced themselves from the lumberjack. Observing this, Zhou Mingyue felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. The lumberjack provided unexpectedly effective assistance, a fact he had not anticipated. Regardless, with the lumberjack dealing with these bandits, once the farmers were produced, they would have a spectacle to behold. Yet, the lumberjack seemed rather rigid after dispatching the one-eyed bandit. He returned his focus to chopping down trees, completely disregarding the corpse on the ground. Another lumberjack emerged, equally oblivious to the fallen body, and joined in the lumbering efforts. The two remaining bandits were undoubtedly in a state of discomfort. They wanted to confront the lumberjack, wary of being outmatched, yet they also sought to capture Zhou Mingyue. Before long, the last two bandits approached, and upon seeing the one-eyed bandit's corpse, they were taken aback. They quickly huddled together. Although Zhou Mingyue could not hear their conversation, he could surmise they were discussing the fate of their fallen comrade. Some bandits clearly wished to flee, while others sought vengeance for the one-eyed bandit, leading to a heated argument among them. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zhou Mingyue's mind. Ding! Farmers have been produced. Instantly, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his mind growing somewhat hazy. The doors of the war workshop swung open, and a dozen farmers, armed with wooden spears and clad in coarse linen, emerged. They formed a neat 3x4 formation in the open area before the war workshop, presenting a semblance of authority at first glance. However, if one were to inspect them closely, apart from the spears slung over their shoulders, they bore little distinction from the farmers of Iron Fortress Village, their faces etched with the lines of premature aging and their backs slightly hunched. Their wooden spears were indeed mere wooden sticks, sharpened at the tips, giving them a somewhat menacing appearance. Upon witnessing this troop of farmers emerge from the war workshop, the four bandits were momentarily dumbfounded. But they quickly regained their composure and turned to flee. Those who became bandits were not fools. The foolish had perished long ago. Zhou Mingyue, seeing the bandits attempt to escape, could not allow it. He shouted from the tree, "Pursue them! Eliminate them!" Immediately, the farmers brandished their wooden spears and charged after the fleeing bandits. Only then did he climb down from the tree and hurriedly make his way toward the campfire. Upon arrival, he found the fire still smoldering, and Nais lay on the ground, unconscious. Zhou Mingyue rushed over to inspect him. He was still alive, though blood continued to pool around him despite Zhou Mingyue's bandaging efforts. What to do? Zhou Mingyue surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the campfire. Brother, there's no choice. We must treat this dying horse as if it were alive. With a jest, he used a stick to extract a piece of glowing charcoal from the fire and pressed it against Nice's wound. Sizzle! The contact of blood with the heated charcoal emitted the acrid stench of burning flesh. Nice let out a piercing scream before awakening from his stupor. staring blankly at Zhou Mingyue. This must have been excruciating. Zhou Mingyue sighed, discarding the now-cool charcoal, and examined Nice's wound. Fortunately, the injury had been cauterized, and the bleeding had ceased. As for the possibility of infection and whether Nice would survive this ordeal, he could not say. "I'll carry you." Zhou Mingyue hoisted the semi-conscious Nice onto his back, opting not to exit the forest. With the farmers still in pursuit of the bandits, he feared encountering them and jeopardizing everything. Thus, he carried Nice to the side of the war workshop. Remarkably, the war workshop was efficient. In a short span, it produced another squad of 12 farmers. These farmers stood in a 3x4 formation, utterly motionless. Nice, now somewhat lucid, beheld the war workshop and the neatly arranged farmers, and he thought he was dreaming. Rubbing his eyes, he softly urged Zhou Mingyue to flee. Clearly, he mistook the farmers for the bandits or perhaps the subordinates of a lord. In any case, he believed that remaining there was unwise. Zhou Mingyue shook his head, placing Nice against a tree and instructing him to lie still. There was no possibility of escape at this juncture. The war workshop could not simply be set aside and then resumed at will. Once deployed, it required a minimum of 12 hours to retract, and resources had to be fully stocked before it could be retracted. However, as the third squad of farmers was produced, Zhou Mingyue felt an unsettling sensation. His head grew heavier, akin to having slept only 5 or 6 hours in a night, and a wave of drowsiness swept over him. Although he typically required over 10 hours of sleep, he hadn't even had the chance to rest. Yet here he was, feeling so fatigued. Chapter 5. A counteroffensive. Upon reflection, this fatigue likely correlated with the war workshop. After all, it was a remarkable artifact. Merely feeding it some would yield it soldiers, which seemed exceedingly cheap. Perhaps producing soldiers consumed one's mental energy. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Zhou Mingyue refrained from commanding the war workshop to halt its operations. The reason was simple. He had grown weary of the precariousness of his existence. Tired of surviving solely on stale bread, which barely sufficed. Now that he possessed such a miraculous artifact, it was time to transform his life. By the time the fourth squad of farmers was produced, the moon hung high in the sky, and the injured Nice was fast asleep, occasionally twitching in his slumber. Admittedly, he appeared to have developed a fever, but Zhou Mingyue had no means to help him, even if he returned to Iron Fortress Village. There was no doctor to attend to Nice's wounds. Yet Zhou Mingyue, already weary to the point of nodding off, pressed on. Before long, the squad of farmers that had pursued the bandits returned. 2 farmers bore minor injuries. Mere scrapes that were not severe, though their wooden spears were stained with blood. Clearly, in their desperate plight, the few bandits had summoned their strength, but the overwhelming number of farmers left them with little room for resistance. Zhou Mingyue attempted to communicate with the farmers. Their intelligence was concerning, likely equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and they could not stray too far from Zhou Mingyue. Otherwise, they would simply return. Nonetheless, despite this limitation, he gleaned a situation. Only 1 bandit had escaped, while the remaining 3 had been dispatched by the farmers. This revelation brought Zhou Mingyue immense relief. With only 1 bandit left, he would likely be too terrified to contemplate a counterattack. He ordered 1 squad of farmers to stand guard around the perimeter, while the remaining farmers remained on standby, and the 5th squad of farmers emerged from the war workshop. However, at that moment, Zhou Mingyue could no longer endure the strain. He collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. With Zhou Mingyue's descent into sleep, the light and sounds within the war workshop abruptly faded away, and the 2 lumberjacks, expressionless, shouldered their axes and returned to the workshop. As the doors closed, silence enveloped the area, broken only by the incessant chirping of oblivious insects. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the entire forest as if it were ablaze with light. The verdant foliage, adorned by the rays, glistened with dewdrops that refracted a spectrum of colors, evoking an overwhelming sense of warmth. "Zhou, wake up! Zhou, wake up!" Zhou Mingyue sensed someone calling out to him, but the voice grew fainter. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to see it was Nice. That he found it rather amusing that Nice was being cornered by several peasant soldiers wielding wooden spears. His mouth agape in astonishment. 1 could argue that he was quite fortunate. After a night of burning the midnight oil, he had awakened, though his frail appearance suggested he would require some time to recuperate. Zhou Mingyue gestured for the peasant soldiers to step back and release Nice. Observing the 5 full squads of 60 peasant soldiers standing before him, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, he possessed a modicum of self-defense. A rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting Zhou Mingyue to glance at Nais. Embarrassed, Nais covered his belly and chuckled sheepishly. I haven't eaten all night. Shall we return to the village? Zhou Mingyue shook his head and issued hunting orders to the 2 squads of peasant soldiers. Returning to the village for a meal, the mere thought of black bread made Zhou Mingyue's stomach churn. It was not only unpalatable, but also difficult to digest. It was said that medieval peasants often suffered from stomach ulcers, a condition brought about by such fare. The 2 squads of peasant soldiers promptly scattered into the woods. As it turned out, Zhou Mingyue's decision proved wise. The hunting skills of the soldiers were dismal. They merely knew to strike the underbrush with their wooden spears, and upon spotting a rabbit, they would rush in without regard for one another. Of course, strength in numbers meant that the frightened rabbit darted about in a frenzy, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Eventually, just as Zhou Mingyue felt he might faint from hunger, the peasant soldiers returned, triumphantly bearing 2 rabbits that had been crushed to death. After cleaning the rabbits with a bandit's short sword, Zhou Mingyue proceeded to the bandits' makeshift camp. Fortunately, the campfire had not completely extinguished. Beneath the ashes, some charcoal still glimmered with embers. With careful breaths, Zhou Mingyue coaxed the charcoal back to life, adding firewood to stoke the flames, and soon had the 2 rabbits skewered on a branch, roasting over the fire. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, forcing Zhou Mingyue to suppress his saliva until the rabbit was fully cooked. This meal transported him back to the days before his time travel, when he would linger outside a barbecue stall. It wasn't that the meat smelled particularly enticing. Rather, it was merely undercooked. This was to be expected. Properly roasting a rabbit required skill, a skill that Zhou Mingyue, as a modern individual, had yet to master. In contrast to Zhou Mingyue's dissatisfaction, Nais was thoroughly pleased. Although the rabbit meat was tough and devoid of oil or salt, he relished every bite. After all, in this world reminiscent of the Middle Ages, it was exceedingly difficult for common villagers to obtain meat. In reality, even village chief John would likely only enjoy a few meals of meat throughout the year. For other villagers, merely having enough to eat was a source of contentment, while any chickens or ducks raised were kept for sale to purchase salt, never considered for slaughter. 1 rabbit could hardly satiate Zhou Mingyue's hunger. Yet considering the abysmal hunting skills of the peasant soldiers, he had no desire to wait for them to hunt again. Discarding the bones, Zhou Mingyue rose and hesitated when gazing at the war workshop. Once stored, it would require 12 hours to cool before it could be accessed again. Although he could remotely command its operations, it would shut down automatically if he strayed beyond 500 meters. And the forest lay at least 2 kilometers from the village. Never mind. With 60 peasant soldiers, he had sufficient strength for the time being, concerned that someone might stumble upon the workshop and vandalize it in his absence. Zhou Mingyue concentrated, and with a gesture of his right hand, the workshop transformed into a streak of red light, ultimately becoming a pendant that hung around his neck. Let us return home, Zhou Mingyue declared, brimming with enthusiasm as he strode ahead, followed by 2 peasant soldiers who fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry Nais, trailed by a long line of 58 soldiers. Chapter 6. The counterattack of the Black Wolf bandits upon their return to Iron Fortress Village. The villagers working the fields mistook them for bandits, scattering in fear and abandoning their tools. Had it not been for Zhou Mingyue's shouts to announce his identity, it was likely that half of the villagers would have fled by the time he entered the village. Upon hearing Zhou Mingyue claim the peasant soldiers as his subordinates, the villagers, who had come rushing to witness the commotion, looked at Zhou Mingyue with newfound awe. The villagers held a simple perspective. The village chief had managed to procure 2 elderly slaves from the spoils of a knight, thanks to his connection with the noble. This alone had stirred envy among the villagers. In contrast, the knight's estate only boasted a mere 10 or so regular infantry and over 30 slaves. Yet here was Zhou Mingyue, commanding 60 peasant soldiers as his followers. This led the villagers to misinterpret his status entirely. TSK. 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 I told you Zhou was no ordinary person. See, everyone can see it now. Who was it that said Zhou was just a good-for-nothing? What do you think Zhou really is? He must be the son of a wealthy merchant, asserted a middle-aged villager who had once run errands for a small trader. What wealthy merchant's son possesses this many soldiers? He must be a young lord from a viscount's family, countered an elderly villager who had fought alongside knights. stroking his grizzled beard and dismissing the previous claim. Amidst the villagers' chattering, Tears found himself in a state of bewilderment. Unable to articulate his feelings, he had inadvertently saved the son of a wealthy merchant. A young lord? Listening to the villagers' discussions, Tears' conclusions shifted repeatedly. He wasn't thinking about any reward from Zhou Mingyue. He was merely astounded by the peculiarities of fate and wondered if his previous dealings with the nobles had been too brazen, considering they were accustomed to find white bread for every meal. Well, Zhou Mingyue himself had not even filled his own stomach, let alone consider rewarding Tears. The only consolation was that the peasant soldiers would forage for their own food. Gathering items like trees and grasses, consuming very little, they were perhaps the most cost-effective soldiers in the world. Otherwise, Zhou Mingyue's peasant soldiers might have starved, despite the throng of peasant soldiers Zhou Mingyue had brought back. The village's gossip soon subsided. After all, when it came to farming and filling their bellies, the presence of an additional group of people mattered little. They were not overly concerned about Zhou Mingyue's identity. They held no expectations of him providing any benefits, at least not at that moment, as they perceived a significant disparity in their social standings. Would they dare to demand favors from the knight? Certainly not. Thus, they felt no courage to approach Zhou Mingyue for any favors either. Zhou Mingyue stationed the soldiers at the village's entrance and dispatched a squad to patrol the surrounding area. Unfortunately, the village lacked spare housing, and he could not act like a tyrant and commandeer the villagers' homes in any case. The soldiers displayed no complaints about resting outdoors. Seated at Tears' dining table, Zhou Mingyue felt a headache coming on. How could he possess 60 peasant soldiers yet fail to conceive a means of generating income? As the saying goes, money is the courage of heroes, clothing is the hair of saints. Regardless of the location, without money, one could not hold their head high. Goodness, what a disgrace for a time traveler like him. Robbery was out of the question. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Looking at the villagers, each one so poor that they barely had a spare pair of trousers to share among themselves. He couldn't bear to exploit them. Hunting? He could only chuckle. Attacking the estate of that pompous knight, Timos? That could be on the agenda, as he held little fondness for that arrogant nobleman. He was nothing more than an exploiter. A single tax increase could drive the villagers of Iron Fortress to ruin. Aside from that, he truly couldn't think of any other good ideas. Fine. He felt hungry and decided to set his thoughts aside. Zhou Mingyue shamelessly lingered at Tears' home for both lunch and dinner. However, he never anticipated that while he was racking his brain for a way to earn money during the day, that evening, the very people bearing gifts would arrive. He was initially negotiating with Tears over the sleeping arrangements. Tears' house only had one bed, which he shared with his son. While Zhou Mingyue typically slept on a pile of straw in the corner, Tears' wife had passed away a few years prior. In those days, it was commonplace for ordinary folks to die suddenly, whether from illness or the ravages of war. However, upon realizing Zhou Mingyue's esteemed status, Tears insisted that he share the bed with his son while he took the straw pile for himself. Zhou Mingyue felt embarrassed. How could he accept the hospitality of sleeping in their bed while sending the host to sleep on a pile of straw? That simply wouldn't do. Just as the two were in the midst of their polite refusals, a peasant soldier rushed in with news that a group of bandits had arrived outside the village and was clashing with the peasant soldiers. Zhou Mingyue hurriedly dashed outside. In his estimation, those peasant soldiers possessed such low intelligence that without proper leadership, they would undoubtedly face total annihilation. However, upon reaching the village's edge, he was taken aback to witness those very peasant soldiers engaging in fierce combat against the bandits, holding their ground remarkably well. Admittedly, the bandits were outnumbered, with only a little over 30 members, yet among them were a few who could momentarily cloak themselves in the shadows, launching sudden ambushes. It was these extraordinary abilities that enabled the 30-odd bandits to withstand the onslaught of the peasant soldiers. Moreover, in terms of weaponry, the bandits wielded short swords and curved daggers, metal weapons, in contrast to the peasant soldiers' wooden poles. In this regard, the peasant soldiers were at a significant disadvantage. How could they possibly contend with such armaments? Had the bandits not had a numerical disadvantage, they would likely have already faced defeat. Nevertheless, if this continued, the peasant soldiers would gradually accumulate minor losses, ultimately leading to their downfall. Zhou Mingyue felt a surge of urgency. The absence of woods meant a lack of resources for the war workshop to harvest, hindering the production of additional peasant soldiers. However, this was not the moment for such concerns, as the war workshop was fully stocked. capable of producing a new squad of peasant soldiers. With this thought, Zhou Mingyue grasped the pendant and summoned the War Workshop. It must be noted that each emergence of the War Workshop came with its own dazzling visual and auditory effects, startling the distant bandits and allowing the peasant soldiers to capitalize on the moment. Toppling two of the bandits. Chapter 7. Finally, wealth awaits. The War Workshop shimmered with brilliance as it began to produce soldiers, while Zhou Mingyue searched around, hoping to locate resources for the workshop. Identified usable resources: straw, thatch, and foxtail grass. Well, aside from the heaps of straw, the thatched huts, and the lush foxtail grass by the roadside, there were no other resources to be found at this juncture. Zhou Mingyue did not contemplate whether dismantling the thatched huts by the workers would provoke the villagers. He simply issued the command, "Gather resources." Shortly after, the doors of the War Workshop swung open, and two workers emerged. Unlike before in the woods, these workers now wielded rakes instead of axes. They promptly began to gather foxtail grass from the roadside. And before long, they returned with two large bundles of foxtail grass to the workshop. Zhou Mingyue glanced at the resource percentage displayed by the War Workshop. It had increased slightly, barely reaching 2%. Clearly, foxtail grass was insufficient compared to would adequately supply the workshop with foxtail grass. The two workers would need to labor over 50 times, a considerable duration. However, there was no cause for alarm after the workers returned with more foxtail grass. A fresh squad of peasant soldiers emerged in perfect formation, brandishing wooden spears. "Join the battle! Attack the bandits!" Zhou Mingyue immediately directed his orders at the bandits. The newly minted peasant soldiers, holding their wooden spears, charged into the fray, significantly restoring their side's advantage as their numbers swelled. The combat prowess of the peasant soldiers surged, resulting in a rapid increase in bandit casualties. This once again widened the gap in numbers between the two factions. Thus, before the War Workshop could produce additional peasant soldiers, only a handful of bandits with slight extraordinary abilities remained in the skirmish. However, even with their capacity to merge into shadows, they were no match for the wooden spears wielded by the peasant soldiers. After observing the battle for a while, Zhou Mingyue realized that while the bandits could blend into the shadows, they were not immune to harm. Wooden spears would still wound and bleed them, albeit their attacks were more covert. Although Zhou Mingyue longed to capture a few bandits alive to investigate the source of their abilities, their fierce fighting spirit made it unexpectedly difficult. Attempting to capture them alive only resulted in further injuries and deaths among the peasant soldiers. Thus, Zhou Mingyue had no choice but to order the peasant soldiers to kill without mercy, ensuring the complete elimination of the remaining bandits. Previously troubled by the lack of profitable means, Zhou Mingyue found himself smiling after the peasant soldiers finished scouring the battlefield. Many of the fallen bandits were adorned with wealth, totaling 32 florin gold coins, over 300 florin silver coins, and a handful of copper coins. The florin gold and silver coins were the local currency, with florin being the name of the kingdom. In terms of current market value, 1 florin gold coin could be exchanged for 20 florin silver coins, 500 florin copper coins, or 1,000 florin copper cis, a smaller denomination than florin copper coins. Generally speaking, a fat rooster weighing 4 to 5 pounds could be sold for a florin copper cis. From this exchange rate, it was evident that florin gold coins held significant value, with 32 gold coins and over 300 silver coins. One could nearly purchase 30 head of oxen or 6 war horses. In summary, this sum was considerable. "Nice. I'll take all the chickens in the village," Zhou Mingyue declared, tossing a handful of florin silver coins to Nais, his demeanor lofty and commanding. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Terrace to oversee Nais' efforts. "Remember, make sure he stews the chickens until they're tender. Don't skimp on the salt." Of course, he did not forget the care Terrace had shown him during this time. He discreetly slipped 5 florin gold coins into Terrace's pocket, whispering, "Don't refuse. It would look bad if anyone saw. Consider it funding for little Terrace's future education." During their time in Iron Fortress Village, Zhou Mingyue had often heard Terrace outline plans for raising little Terrace, intending to send him to the city for schooling at the age of 9, securing a position in accounting or management thereafter, thereby avoiding a life of mediocrity in Iron Fortress Village. The heart of every parent aches for their child's future. Each time he heard this, Zhou Mingyue would be reminded of his own parents, a bittersweet longing for home filling his heart. Naturally, sending a child to school was no small expense. In this quasi-medieval setting, The value of knowledge was beyond the comprehension of Zhou Mingwei's peers and colleagues. In truth, most knowledge was held by the church and the nobility. Thus, even the most menial government positions were typically occupied by the offspring of noble families. After all, the scholars in the city were often noble descendants without inheritance rights, and their tuition fees were far beyond what ordinary villagers could afford. It was unlikely that Taras could ever send little Taras to the city for schooling through a lifetime of farming. Apprenticeship would be a more practical route. Though that would entail hardship for little Taras, Zhou Mingwei felt compelled to assist as much as he could, never hesitating to part with his hard-earned wealth. While Taras did not refuse, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced around nervously. Mumbling a thank you before chasing after knives, the villagers, awakened in the dead of night, were rattled by the bloody spectacle. At this moment, Nais and Taras arrived with silver coins, enthusiastically buying up the village's chickens, eliciting excitement among the villagers. After all, compared to selling in town, where prices were lower and taxes were imposed, Nais's prices were nearly half again as much. Even those who intended to keep chickens for eggs could hardly resist. Zhou Mingwei left the matter to Nais and Taras, awaiting the return of the chickens to end this battle. The peasant soldiers suffered substantial losses, with 30 soldiers perishing. This left Zhou Mingwei feeling a pang of sorrow. From 72 peasant soldiers, only 42 remained, and more than 20 were wounded. Fortunately, their recovery abilities were significantly superior to those of ordinary humans. With just some grass and wood to eat and a bit of time, they could return to full strength. Meanwhile, in the village, Nais had already gathered a considerable number of chickens, and Taras, following Zhou Mingwei's instructions, began to slaughter them. He was not in a hurry. The chickens needed time to be properly cooked. So he lay on a large stone at the village's edge to rest, his heart rate having surged above 200 during the bandit invasion. Chapter 8. Advanced resources. As the peasant soldiers gathered the bodies and weapons of the bandits, the war workshop indicated the discovery of advanced resources, inquiring if they should be absorbed. Advanced resources? Surely, these must differ from ordinary resources. Zhou Mingwei hesitated for a moment, but seeing the villagers had long since fled, he felt no further trepidation and consented to the workshop's request for absorption. Upon his approval, the two workers, previously bent over raking grass, immediately turned and rushed towards the bandit corpses, each hoisting several bodies and their weapons into the war workshop. Clearly, in terms of strength, the workers were far more formidable than the peasant soldiers produced by the workshop. However, there were only two workers, and they would not stray far, aside from actively defending themselves against enemy attacks or in special circumstances. They exhibited no curiosity towards anything else as the corpses and weapons were transported inside. A blue bar appeared above the workshop, indicating the percentage of its advancement. After depositing 2 bandit corpses along with their weapons, the blue bar increased slightly, though barely noticeable. Zhou Mingwei estimated that even if all the bandit corpses and weapons were delivered, the bar would only rise by a maximum of 2%. This was astonishing. By such calculations, it would require at least 1,500 corpses to elevate the war workshop to the next level. Nonetheless, upon reflection, after all the bandit corpses and weapons were delivered to the war workshop, the blue bar surged by nearly 4. What could this possibly mean? Zhou Mingwei felt a twinge of confusion, but after pondering for a moment, he slapped his thigh in realization. Perhaps it was those bandits who could meld into the shadows. Given their extraordinary abilities, the value of their corpses should indeed be higher. Once the workers finished transporting the bodies, they resumed raking the dogtail grass. It had been previously noted that the value of dogtail grass was so low that the nearby patches were stripped bare, leaving the war workshop unable to accumulate sufficient resources. Consequently, the workers swiftly redirected their efforts towards the straw pile at the village's edge. Zhou Mingwei did not intervene. While it technically belonged to the villagers, it held little monetary worth. He intended to pay the straw's owner a few copper coins to settle the matter. The straw was indeed of greater value than the dogtail grass. By the time the fragrant aroma wafted through the village, and Nais hurried over to summon Zhou Mingwei for a meal, the workers had already cleared the straw pile, resulting in the war workshop producing 3 squads of 36 peasant soldiers. Feeling a bit fatigued, Zhou Mingwei returned to Taras's home. Young Taras was perched at the wooden table, his eyes fixated on the cooked chicken, drool trickling down his chin and onto his garments. Taras was scolding his son to go to bed. This left Zhou Mingwei both amused and exasperated. Who could possibly sleep with such tantalizing aromas wafting about? Adopting an air of importance, Zhou Mingyue strolled over with a swagger, took a seat at the dining table, and began to lecture the bashful terrorist standing by. What's wrong with a child having a bit of chicken? You shouldn't be so strict. Come, come, everyone gather around and eat together, Zhou Mingyue commanded, his hand already grasping a chicken leg as he eagerly sank his teeth into it. It was evident he had no regard for table manners. Utensils like knives and forks were luxuries reserved for noble families and wealthy merchants. In households like terraces, cooking was done in a large earthen pot passed down through generations, and one could hardly expect any other dining implements. Upon witnessing Zhou Mingyue's hearty consumption, Nais could no longer contain his excitement. Grinning as he pulled young Terrace over to join him, seizing a piece of chicken for the boy, while he himself nabbed a chicken wing. Terrace hesitated for a moment, but seeing everyone enjoying the meal so heartily, he mustered the courage to sit at the wooden table. That's the spirit. Why fuss over food? You treated me before, and now that I'm wealthier, it's my turn to treat you. If we start quibbling over status, it becomes rather pointless. As Zhou Mingyue continued to devour the chicken, he managed to produce amusing sounds despite his mouth being full, which left young Terrace in awe, coupled with the succulent taste of the chicken. Zhou Mingyue appeared to him as a towering figure, almost glowing with a radiant aura. The next day at noon, Zhou Mingyue promptly dismantled the war workshop and relocated it to the woods. His sense of security was always lacking, and dismantling Iron Fort Village to produce peasant soldiers was out of the question. Thus, if he wished to amass troops, the workshop must remain hidden in the woods. Fortunately, Iron Fort Village was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the forest, allowing Zhou Mingyue to maintain control over the workshop within that range. Each time a squad of peasant soldiers was produced, he would assign them to garrison near Iron Fort Village. The only aspect troubling him was that after producing 5 squads daily, he would succumb to a deep slumber, leaving him unable to do anything. In contrast to Zhou Mingyue's blissful troubles, Knight Timos found himself ensnared in genuine distress. As a knight serving under Baron Hanks, he had been bestowed with a fief, a manor, and 2 villages, yet he was also obligated to muster troops whenever the Baron required. 3 days prior, a messenger from Baron Hanks arrived at his manor, delivering a command that Knight Timos must lead an army to assemble at Hanks' castle in a month's time. The Baron intended to take them to the outskirts of the barony to cleanse the area of marauding tribes. According to tradition, Knight Timos was not only required to bring his own mount, armor, and weaponry, but also to supply 30 regular soldiers and 100 peasant soldiers. The knight was responsible for equipping these soldiers as well. Knight Timos had over 20 regular soldiers under his command, and while their leather armor and weapons were adequate, it would not be too challenging to select a few sturdy young men and provide them with some training to meet the requirement of 30. The real difficulty lay in gathering the 100 peasant soldiers. Essentially, peasant soldiers were merely farmers summoned temporarily, armed with rudimentary weapons and sent to the battlefield, serving as nothing more than cannon fodder when compared to regularly trained professional soldiers. Due to years of warfare, the population in Knight Timos's domain had dwindled to less than 900, with only a little over 200 able-bodied young men aged 15 to 40 remaining. As the harvest approached, the prospect of drafting young men was particularly dire, as it would severely impact agricultural production. A lack of manpower could mean that timely harvests would be missed, and a sudden downpour could obliterate months of hard work. However, refusing to muster troops was not an option. In the hierarchy of nobility, knights were merely a subset of lower nobility. Baron, Viscount, Count, and other noble titles denote lands granted directly by the king, with nobles acting as the king's vassals. They exist in a hierarchy with varying degrees of authority, yet they do not maintain direct managerial relationships. Chapter 9. A strong ally, even a duke, cannot easily dictate terms on a count's fiefdom. However, knights are different. They are vassals to various levels of nobility. A knight can serve the king, duke, marquis, count, or even baron, provided that noble is willing to allocate a portion of their fief to serve as the knight's domain. As a knight, one holds governing rights and tax-collecting powers over their domain, but one may also face the risk of losing it if they err. For instance, failing to fulfill the baron's military obligations could result in the knight losing their fief. Approaching 50 years of age, Knight Timos did not wish to see his domain confiscated. He had 2 sons. His eldest had served as a squire in Baron Hanks's castle for 10 years. Upon his passing, the eldest would inherit his estate and be knighted by the baron. The younger son had no claim to inheritance, so Knight Timos had sent him to the royal city to study, where he had become an intern at the royal court. In short, as long as he did not falter, Both of his sons had promising futures ahead of them. Thus, the choice became clear. After regaining his composure, a cold smile spread across Knight Timos's face. "Messenger, relay my orders. Ironfort Village shall dispatch 50 soldiers, and Blackwater Village shall do likewise. They are to gather at the Knight's Manor in half a month. And those who refuse shall face a doubling of their taxes for 3 years." The messenger mounted a shabby horse and galloped away from the manor, racing along the cracked dirt road towards Ironfort and Blackwater villages. Zhou Mingwei had been enjoying a comfortable few days, indulging in sumptuous feasts and inadvertently gaining weight compared to when he first arrived. Each day, he manufactured a full 5 squads of peasant soldiers. And once completed, he would retire for sleep. The villagers felt quite fortunate as well. Zhou Mingwei had employed some of them for fishing and hunting, generously compensating them with copper and silver coins, allowing the villagers to earn a little extra on top of their farming. Even a traveling merchant, having heard of Zhou Mingwei's newfound wealth, eagerly tried to peddle his wares. Zhou Mingwei, however, had no interest in the merchant's cosmetics, but eagerly bought out all the malt, sugar, and salt he offered. The children of Ironfort Village were indeed fortunate, as long as they lavished Zhou Mingwei with a few flattering words, such as, "Uncle Zhou, why do you look so handsome today?" He would generously toss them some candy. However, their mothers would swiftly chase after them, confiscating a portion of their sweets while lecturing them about the dangers of tooth decay from excessive candy consumption. Zhou Mingwei also distributed some salt to the villagers, allowing them to experience a bit of happiness. Yet, this bliss came to an abrupt end when the knight's messenger arrived. The messenger, upon witnessing the throngs of peasant soldiers stationed outside Ironfort Village, nearly lost his composure, fearing that the village had fallen to some hostile force. However, seeing that the soldiers did not impede the villagers' movements piqued his curiosity. It wasn't until the village chief and his family emerged to tend to the fields that the messenger found an opportunity to approach. Delivering the knight's orders and inquiring about the soldiers' origins, upon learning that these soldiers were under the command of a wealthy merchant or noble's son, the messenger exhaled in relief, while a new thought began to form in his mind. He approached the village chief, who was a distant relative of the knight, and since the messenger was also a trusted confidant of the knight, the village chief was inclined to listen soon. The village chief approached Zhou Mingwei, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, and awkwardly conveyed the situation. In essence, the messenger's intent was to borrow soldiers on behalf of the knight, thus addressing the labor shortage caused by the drafting of farmers while enabling Knight Timos to fulfill the baron's orders. Zhou Mingwei was not opposed to lending soldiers, realizing that this was an excellent opportunity to integrate himself into the local aristocracy. The war workshop required enemy corpses and weaponry to advance, and remaining in Ironfort Village would provide scant opportunities while easily attracting the attention of local nobles. Of course, the messenger had no authority to negotiate terms or benefits, so Zhou Mingwei could only accompany him to the knight's manor. Before leaving Ironfort Village, Zhou Mingwei feigned farewells to Taris and others, reclaiming the war workshop, as it could not operate beyond a 3-kilometer radius from him. He retained only 5 gold coins, leaving the remainder for Taris, both as compensation and to secure a fallback plan for himself. Nais expressed his willingness to follow Zhou Mingwei as a loyal aide. After enduring so much, Nais had firmly concluded that Zhou Mingwei was a substantial support. At this juncture, it would be unwise not to cling tightly to him. Once Zhou Mingwei pondered this, he acquiesced to Nais's request. After all, he was leaving Iron Fortress Village with an air of prominence, and those simple farmers lacked the finesse for intricate operations. With Nais by his side, many matters would no longer require his direct attention. "Very well, consider yourself my steward," Zhou Mingwei declared, handing Nais 5 gold coins, which would cover his future needs for sustenance and accommodation. The messenger returned to the manor to report, leaving only village chief John to guide the way. The 258 farmers assembled in formation, 3 by 3, resembling a lengthy serpent as they made their way toward the knight's estate. The knight's estate was not far from Iron Fortress Village. After all, it was a fief, and the viscount could hardly bestow lands that were worlds apart upon a knight, for that would not be a gesture of goodwill but rather a punishment. Upon the messenger's breathless report, Sir Timos was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly be so fortunate? It was as if he had stumbled upon a pillow when all he wanted was to sleep. Yet soon after, he began to fret over the matter of remuneration. The knight's domain was quite impoverished. The taxes from just 2 villages and 1 manor, after the portion owed to the viscount was deducted, barely allowed Sir Timos to sustain himself and 30 regular soldiers, not to mention providing for his 2 sons. Over the years, his savings had dwindled. Indeed, despite being a knight. Many found themselves on the brink of bankruptcy due to a single misstep. Should he fall in battle or if his sons proved unworthy, his status as a knight would become hollow, leading to the sale of his war horse, armor, and weapons, ultimately resulting in his expulsion from the ranks of nobility, leaving him a commoner. Unbeknownst to Zhou Mingyue, he was inadvertently creating further complications for the knight. As he reclined on a cool pole lifted by two farmers, the weather was splendid, sunny, and cloudless. The rays bathing him in warmth, causing his eyes to half close in drowsiness. Village Chief John looked on with envy. It was a stark contrast to his own state, drenched in sweat and caked in dust from their arduous journey. Chapter 10. The Power of the Barbarian Bloodline. The 258 farmers arrived at the knight's estate in grand fashion, startling the few regular soldiers on the wall who mistakenly thought a battle was imminent. They hastily rang the alarm bell. Fortunately, Village Chief John wiped the sweat from his brow and approached to clarify their identity, averting a potential conflict. Before long, Sir Timos emerged in his armor and, upon seeing the farmers behind Zhou Mingyue, was utterly astonished. The messenger had not even counted the number of farmers. Sir Timos had expected perhaps 70 or 80 at most, yet here stood over 200. This revelation filled him with unease rather than joy that he could not afford to hire them. Initially, Zhou Mingyue did not notice the frown that creased the knight's brow as he entered the estate. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he quickly deduced that Sir Timos was likely struggling financially. The manor's walls, long neglected, showed signs of decay. The main buildings were somewhat dilapidated, and the regular soldiers wore heavily worn leather armor, with weapons that appeared to have seen better days. All of this indicated that Sir Timos was not well off. After all, the weaponry and armor of soldiers are vital guarantees for a knight's success in battle. If he could not afford to replace these essentials, it was a clear sign of poverty. Nonetheless, Zhou Mingyue cared little for the meager remuneration offered by Sir Timos. Instead, he was more interested in the opportunities hidden within. Thus, after dinner, when both parties convened by the fireplace to discuss terms, Sir Timos was taken aback by Zhou Mingyue's condition of foregoing cash in favor of a share of the spoils. He nearly dropped his wine cup onto the carpet in shock. With such a foundation laid, the ultimate agreement left both parties feeling satisfied. Sir Timos was pleased that he would not have to pay any remuneration but merely needed to introduce Zhou Mingyue to the Viscount at an appropriate time. Zhou Mingyue, in turn, was gratified to acquire information from Sir Timos that would have been unattainable in Iron Fortress Village. In essence, this land was known as the Kingdom of Flora, and the reigning king was Flora III. Viscount Hanks was one of the king's distant cousins. This sort of relationship was commonplace in an enduring kingdom, where noble families often intermarried to strengthen ties. Zhou Mingyue's self-introduction as a descendant of a prominent merchant from the East was an astute choice. He understood that feudal dynasties maintained strict criteria regarding noble lineage and surnames, particularly in a medieval-like setting. Upon entering the manor, he noticed a large emblem above the entrance, a lance and a horseshoe. Sir Timos had explained that this was his family crest, indicating that his family had been ennobled for military merit, with the horseshoe signifying that his ancestors were knighted at the highest rank. It was a rather simple family emblem, suggesting a lack of deep-rooted heritage, with ancestors who had not accomplished any heroic deeds. Zhou Mingyue was astonished by Sir Timos's extensive knowledge of the nobility within the Kingdom of Flora. He knew not only their family crests, but also the reasons for their ennoblement and their familial connections. Both close and distant, he was a living encyclopedia of the Flora nobility. Zhou Mingyue expressed his admiration, to which Sir Timos humbly replied that during his studies at the Royal Academy, he had only ranked around 10th in his class. While the top students could recite the noble systems of every nation on the continent. In summary, as Sir Timos explained, such knowledge was essential for the nobility. Failing to grasp it could lead to significant troubles when inheriting a family title, as the noble council could create substantial obstacles. One might offend others without even realizing it. Zhou Mingyue found himself somewhat unnerved by this revelation. Indeed, success in any endeavor is rarely attained through mere idleness. As he lay in the guest room, he hesitated, wondering if his choice had been wise. However, upon waking the next morning, he cast aside his doubts, unless he was willing to compromise his principles. Forging connections with the local nobility was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. 3 days later, Sir Timos set out with Zhou Mingyue and his troops, although Viscount Hanks had granted his vassals a month to prepare. Arriving earlier would undoubtedly create a more favorable impression on the Viscount. Both Sir Timos and Zhou Mingyue recognized the importance of this. 3 days later, Sir Timos appeared outside Hank's castle, leading an impressive force of nearly 300 men, which brought a smile to the Viscount's face. Sir Timos was the first vassal to arrive. It was worth noting that following the king's summons 6 months prior, this order from the Viscount to venture to the borders had elicited dissatisfaction among many vassals. It was known that at least 2 knights had delayed their deployment under various pretexts. Thus, Sir Timos's early arrival and substantial troop count genuinely pleased the Viscount as other vassals began to arrive in succession. Sir Timos seized the opportunity to introduce Zhou Mingwei to the Viscount. At this moment, Zhou Mingwei's identity shifted from that of a merchant's son from the east to that of Sir Timos's distant nephew. While this new identity may not have commanded much respect from the Viscount, it was certainly noted. As Sir Timos remarked, should Zhou Mingwei achieve military merit in the future, the possibility of being ennobled as a knight was certainly within reach. While merchants may be wealthy, their status is generally regarded as inferior in the eyes of the nobility. Of course, Sir Timos harbored some suspicions about Zhou Mingwei's somewhat peculiar background. However, in the face of ample benefits, such doubts became trivial. As time passed, the number of troops stationed in the open grounds outside Hank's castle continued to swell. Even the most sluggish knights managed to arrive before the deadline. After all, the Viscount held their titles in his hands. Throughout this period, Zhou Mingwei took advantage of his connection with Sir Timos to engage in conversation with other knights, gathering a wealth of information during their idle chatter. For instance, what exactly were the barbarian tribes that Viscount Hanks was preparing to confront? The answer: these so-called barbarians were viewed by the nobility as uncivilized savages, worshipping what they termed the barbarian god, rather than the orthodox deities of humanity. They were generally more robust than ordinary humans, with an average height exceeding 2 meters. Due to the barbaric bloodline power coursing through their veins, any adult barbarian could withstand the onslaught of a knight. The notion of a barbaric bloodline power intrigued Zhou Mingwei, as he felt he was beginning to glimpse an alternate facet of this world. Chapter 11. Are Knights Inhuman? It was during a subsequent nightly sparring match that he discovered just how different this world could be. The duelists were Knights Nullandi and Thompson. As Sir Timos had explained, these 2 knights had long harbored animosity stemming from disputes over military accolades, resulting in a palpable tension whenever they crossed paths. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Viscount's summons, Knight Thompson issued a provocation to Knight Nullandi. Had it not been for the intervention of Viscount Hanks, the two would have nearly descended into a deadly duel. Of course, even the Viscount could not entirely suppress the situation, so the duel was transformed into a sparring match. While the loser would not lose their life, they would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow to their pride. Other knights eagerly anticipated the spectacle of the duel, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Thus, outside the castle, a large circle was swiftly drawn, encircled by numerous knights and soldiers, their voices rising in a cacophony of fervent discussion. Some even initiated betting, allowing the soldiers to wager freely. Sir Timos placed 5 silver coins on the bet, which left Zhou Mingwei somewhat astonished. "My lord, do you favor Sir Nullandi?" No, it's merely because Sir Thompson's fief is closer to me," Sir Timos replied with a shrug, a rare smile flickering across his typically icy countenance. This revelation deepened Zhou Mingwei's understanding of the subtle machinations among the nobility. From Zhou Mingwei's perspective, it was impossible to discern which of the 2 knights was more formidable. However, judging by their physical stature, he found himself leaning towards Sir Thompson. After all, Sir Thompson possessed a robust physique, especially when clad in his black armor, evoking the image of a dark knight from a cinematic epic. Conversely, Sir Nullandi appeared somewhat more slender, adorned in red armor that, while seemingly more aggressive, also conveyed an impression of fragility. The officiating noble was the Viscount, whose status and identity made him a fitting choice for such a role. The soldiers under the 2 knights crowded around the perimeter of the circle, vocally rallying support for their respective lords. Meanwhile, the 2 knights entered the arena, taking their positions at opposite corners. Once their squires brought forth their steeds and helped them mount, the Viscount rose to speak. His opening remarks conveyed that the 2 valiant knights were to resolve their dispute fairly, with the victor earning honor, while no pursuit of the vanquished was permitted. Upon concluding his speech, the Viscount tossed a florin coin into the air. As the coin struck the ground, both knights lifted the lances from their saddles and urged their horses into a gallop. The circle spanned over 500 meters, ample space for the steeds to reach their utmost speed. Zhou Mingwei watched, excitement bubbling within him as the horses surged faster. In all honesty, Witnessing such a spectacle in reality was an entirely different experience than seeing it on film. Yet, his expression quickly morphed into one of astonishment. Sir Nulandi had ignited in flames. A faint red blaze enveloped him, trailing behind as he galloped, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. What in the world was this? Zhou Mingwei was not the only one taken aback. Many of the younger soldiers shared his incredulity. Those of more advanced age, including knights, appeared somewhat excited yet seemed to recognize this phenomenon. Indeed, it was not solely Sir Nulandi who manifested such effects. Sir Thompson also bore a faint white flame, though it appeared less intense than that of Sir Nulandi. Sir Timos was aware of this. Zhou Mingwei cast a bewildered glance at him, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Could Sir Timos possess such an effect as well, or was it a common trait among all knights? At that moment, the two knights collided, their lances striking each other with tremendous force. The rear portion of the lances, crafted from cork, shattered instantly under the immense impact. Both knights were violently thrown from their steeds, eliciting a thunderous uproar from the spectators. Splendid! Sir Nulandi has won. Sir Timos's resolute voice jolted Zhou Mingwei from his reverie. Indeed, both knights were cast aside, but while Sir Nulandi managed to roll to his feet after several tumbles, Sir Thompson struggled to rise, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Goodness, had it been Zhou Mingwei in that position, he would likely have perished from such an impact. These knights were astonishingly formidable. This was certainly beyond the realm of normal medieval capabilities. The Viscount stood to declare Sir Nulandi the victor, concluding the contest. The squires hastily approached to assist the knights in departing. Later that afternoon, Zhou Mingwei observed Sir Nulandi, lively as ever, engaging in an arm-wrestling match with another knight, while Sir Thompson sat nearby, gulping down wine, seemingly to regain his lost pride. This scene left Zhou Mingwei profoundly shaken. He had initially believed that with his war workshop, capable of producing an abundance of peasant soldiers, he would be secure. However, witnessing the knights, he realized they were entirely outside the realm of normalcy. A blatant violation of expectations. After much contemplation, Zhou Mingwei steeled himself to purchase 2 bottles of red wine produced by the Viscount's estate and sought out Sir Timos. After all, sharing a drink is a universal means of fostering camaraderie, and discussing matters that might typically feel awkward could flow more naturally after a few sips. In response to Zhou Mingwei's queries, Sir Timos appeared puzzled. Are there no knights in your land? There are. Yet they primarily rely on their physical gifts. Their strength surpasses that of ordinary men. Zhou Mingwei concocted an elaborate tale, weaving in elements of spiritual beliefs, which left Sir Timos in awe of the wonders of the East. You have yet to become a squire. Once you do, you'll understand that not everyone can ascend to knighthood, Sir Timos remarked, nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. It became clear that the kings here often referred to themselves as descendants of the divine, which was not mere boastfulness. Each founding monarch of a nation ultimately ascended to divinity, as offspring of the gods. Royal family members were inherently formidable, their lineage endowed with traces of divine blood, rendering most of them exceptionally powerful. The majority of nobility were descendants of these royal lineages, diluted across generations. To illustrate, a king may father over a dozen sons, yet not every son can become king. Those who do not ascend to the throne are typically granted titles such as duke, marquis, or earl. The sons of these dukes, marquises, or earls either inherit their father's title or serve under other nobles as knights. Thus, this marks the inception of the first generation of knights. As time elapsed, the divine bloodline further disseminated, leading to uncertainty regarding the noble lineage of any given farmer. In essence, after the rise and fall of numerous nations, most commoners now bore traces of divine blood within them. Following rigorous training in various skills and techniques, some lucky squires would activate their dormant bloodlines and earn knighthood through their accomplishments. Naturally, as time progressed, techniques for activating bloodlines and training methods evolved, becoming part of the noble heritage known as knight training methods. Essentially, for nearly a millennium, no new divine beings had emerged. Consequently, the royal family members of today possess less potent bloodlines, relying on knight training methods to activate and enhance their blood strength. Sir Timos himself activated his bloodline through a knight training method passed down from his ancestors, enabling him to inherit his father's legacy. As for the stories behind these legacies, Sir Timos would not divulge them, for knight training methods are fundamental to a family's existence. Titles may be lost, but as long as the knight training method endures, there will come a day when a descendant activates their bloodline and becomes a knight once more. Intrigued, Zhou Mingwei posed a question. Are there nobles who have not activated their bloodlines? After all, Some of those princes, Zhou Mingyue's words trailed off, uncertain if he had crossed an unspoken boundary. However, Sir Timos, seemingly unfazed by the royal lineage, chuckled lightly at Zhou Mingyue's inquiry. Certainly, there are such cases. Not every prince can become king. After absorbing Sir Timos's explanation, Zhou Mingyue grasped the situation more clearly. In essence, nobility could be categorized into two types. The first, like Sir Timos and Viscount Hanks, who had activated their bloodlines, wielding formidable strength and leading troops into battle, known as the warrior nobility. The second, those who had failed to activate their bloodlines yet inherited their father's titles and lands, referred to as the genteel nobility. In reality, the distinction between warrior nobility and genteel nobility was not particularly pronounced. The latter could also lead troops into battle as long as they had knights under their command. However, their standing was somewhat lower than that of their warrior counterparts of equal rank. Furthermore, the noble inheritance laws governing the entire continent explicitly outlined these distinctions. Warrior nobility maintained their titles through hereditary succession, while genteel nobility faced a degradation of status. This meant that the sons of warrior nobles inherited their father's titles and lands without reduction, while the sons of genteel nobles would see their titles diminished and their lands proportionately reduced until a bloodline activation occurred in a successor. However, once a title was reduced, it could not be restored. It would require the future heir to strive for military merit to elevate their status. In practice, this regulation, coupled with the principle of firstborn inheritance, served to maintain a reasonable number of nobles within a kingdom, preventing an overwhelming surge in their ranks that could destabilize the realm. After all, the activation of bloodlines is largely a matter of fortune. Families blessed with good luck might consistently produce heirs who activate their bloodlines, while unfortunate lineages could find themselves without such heirs for generations, dwindling to commoner status. Ultimately, the most critical aspect of this system was the assurance of national strength. In the tumultuous battlegrounds of the medieval era, no number of genteel nobles could rival a single warrior noble. The knight Timos indulged in drink and retired for the night, while Zhou Mingyue lay in bed, entirely devoid of sleep. Clearly, as previously stated, he had underestimated this world. He had initially presumed it to be akin to the Western medieval period of Earth, yet he was utterly unprepared for the myriad of supernatural phenomena that existed here. In light of this, the 200 or so peasant soldiers he relied upon seemed insignificant in the presence of those knights. A single charge could easily shatter their formation and threaten his very life. However, this realization only solidified his resolve to accompany Count Hanks into the wilderness. The peasant soldiers produced by the war workshop were hardly formidable, but what of their potential after advancement? 2 days later, under Count Hanks' leadership, a formidable force of over 3,000 knights gathered, marching resolutely towards the border. Within this grand army, the Count deployed 1,000 men, taking the field personally alongside 5 unland knights, serving as the mainstay of their might. Count Hanks' domain was adjacent to the border, with Hanks' castle situated a mere 3 days' journey away. Zhou Mingyue refrained from being carried by the peasant soldiers on a makeshift litter, for it would attract too much attention. Instead, he procured a modeled pack horse from merchants accompanying the army, which, though not as grand as a war steed, distinguished him from the common soldiers. After all, should calamity strike, he could escape on horseback, could he not? To speak of defeat before victory is the hallmark of a true commander. Perched upon his modeled pack horse by the roadside, Zhou Mingyue watched as soldiers streamed forward, prompting him to muse poetically, the splendor of the northern lands. Yet, he faltered after a mere phrase. The season was ill-suited, autumn had only just arrived, and the harvest was yet to be gathered. Meanwhile, a few farmers in the marching ranks initiated a song that quickly spread among the troops, a cheerful ditty about harvesting grain, going to war, seizing treasures, returning home to marry a fair maiden, and raising a brood of children. The simplicity of the song resonated deeply, and Zhou Mingyue sighed wistfully. 3 days later, they reached the border. The frontier of the Kingdom of Flora did not directly adjoin other nations, but rather lay amidst a vast, lawless wilderness. Numerous barbarian tribes inhabited this untamed expanse, each governed by their own tribal customs, incessantly engaged in bloodshed amongst themselves, occasionally raiding neighboring lands for resources. The Kingdom of Flora was but one of the many victims of these incursions. Consequently, the kingdom supported its noble vassals in launching military campaigns against the barbarians. Count Hanks had previously engaged the barbarians and thus possessed experience. Upon the army's arrival, scouts returned with vital intelligence. Chapter 13. The barbarian tribes armed with this knowledge, Count Hanks commanded his 3,000 troops to surge across the border, heading towards a barbarian settlement. The barbarians were no mere pushovers, being familiar with their homeland's terrain. They had deployed warriors to lie in ambush alongside the advancing army, occasionally throwing axes from a distance, claiming 1 or 2 lives and instilling fear among the soldiers. Had it not been for the Count's orders to maintain pressure, panic might have ensued. After all, the majority of the 3,000 soldiers had only recently emerged from the fields, and after this battle, they would need to return to harvest the crops. Under such circumstances, they preferred to evade confrontation or, if cornered, to cower on the ground. In the face of this situation, Zhou Mingwei remained silent, recognizing his lack of authority with the Count and numerous knights present. Besides, should trouble arise, his 200 peasant soldiers could mount a robust defense, retreating to a densely wooded area, abandoning the war workshop, and managing to withstand for a fortnight, at the very least. Stealthy assaults were merely a secondary tactic. As the knights advanced, launching javelins that felled several barbarians, the path ahead became less treacherous, and the barbarians ceased their reckless sacrifices. However, when the regular soldiers dragged back the bodies of the slain barbarians and extracted crude gold and silver ornaments from them, the Count seized the opportunity to proclaim that the barbarian tribe was rich beyond measure. Although anyone with a modicum of sense would realize the implausibility of such a claim, the soldiers' morale soared. After all, everyone harbors dreams. What if there truly lay a treasure trove within the barbarian settlement? There had long been rumors of gold and silver veins hidden in these wild lands. Moreover, were not the crude ornaments found on the barbarian corpses evidence enough? Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Zhou Mingwei approached and examined the ornaments, astonished to discover that not only were the barbarian corpses regarded as high-tier resources, but even their crude trinkets were classified as relatively advanced collection resources by the war workshop. This implied that if sufficient barbarian corpses and these crude ornaments could be procured, both the advancement and production speed at the war workshop would experience a significant boost. As night fell, Count Hanks halted near a hilly area, less than half a day's journey from the barbarian settlement, directing the regular soldiers to assist the farmers in setting up camp. Of course, given the prevailing standards of warfare in this world, they were far from the ancient military practices of China, which included counting numbers, erecting tents, and constructing fortifications, such as earthen enclosures. There was no time for that, at the very least. A row of palisades would need to be constructed, alongside ditches and barriers of deer antlers and thorns, none of which were present here. The entire encampment process involved Count Hanks erecting a single tent as the central command, while various knights gathered around it with their men, lighting bonfires, and assigning a few sentries to keep watch. What if it rains? But it has rained yet. Observing the indigenous forces' lackluster encampment methods, Zhou Mingwei ultimately opted to withdraw for the time being, ostensibly to scout the true nature of the barbarian tribe. After leaving a message for the knight Timos, Zhou Mingwei led his 200 peasant soldiers straight towards a small grove he had previously scouted. The terrain of the wildlands was characterized by expansive hills and valleys, dotted with trees atop the hills and patches of grassland interspersed with bushes and thickets between them. Occasionally, deep ravines or caves would emerge between the hills. This was one of the reasons why the Kingdom of Flora had never succeeded in conquering these lands. Upon entering the grove, Zhou Mingwei disregarded the potential for being followed, instructing his peasant soldiers to form a tight perimeter and then deployed the war workshop. He now understood that since his peasant soldiers could not withstand a knight's charge, it merely indicated a lack of numbers. Thus, he resolved to bolster his forces, as the saying goes. Even the mightiest Stormblade Saint could be submerged by a sea of skeletons. 2 workers diligently chopped down trees and dragged them into the war workshop. Zhou Mingwei stepped inside the entrance of the war workshop to test its functionality. What? He could indeed enter. However, it was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Upon entering, he did not encounter advanced technological machinery or magical creations, but rather a stark white room devoid of any furnishings. This did not disappoint him, for at the very least, he now had a relatively safe temporary shelter. He tossed in prepared blankets, pillows, and other items, creating a cozy little nook. After producing 5 squads of peasant soldiers in a day, Zhou Mingwei, utterly fatigued, succumbed to slumber. The next day, upon awakening, he set forth with around 300 peasant soldiers towards the barbarian tribe. Upon reaching the outskirts of the settlement, he could see that Count Hank's army had just arrived, with regular soldiers urging the farmers to form square formations while the knights clustered around the Count, intently discussing the terrain before them. The barbarian tribe resided within a valley, the entrance of which was fortified by a wall. due to the steep terrain on either side. Any attempt by humans to mount an elevated assault into the valley was thwarted. Numerous barbarian warriors clad in animal skins, wielding stone spears, axes, and bone clubs, stood atop the stone wall, solemnly observing the gathering humans. Zhou Mingyue chose not to join the throng surrounding Count Hanks, for even a fool would recognize the wisdom in watching the unfolding conflict from a distance. Before long, the knights appeared to have reached a consensus. Under the command of one knight, over 100 farmers armed with rudimentary wooden spears surged towards the stone wall, driven on by the regular soldiers. The wall was not particularly high, barely reaching 3 meters. However, as the barbarian warriors witnessed the humans charging forward, they eagerly leapt down from the wall, brandishing their bone clubs, stone axes, and spears to engage the attackers. The number of charging barbarian warriors was not substantial, comprising only a handful, yet their ferocity was overwhelming as they crashed into the tightly packed farmers. Instantly, several barbarian warriors were pierced by numerous spears. Blood sprang forth, yet their weapons swept through the throng, sending several farmers flying, who fell to the ground, their innards shattered and lifeless. As previously mentioned, adult barbarian warriors possessed strength that often surpassed that of knights. And there was no way these farmers could withstand their brutal onslaught. The regular soldiers remained sheltered behind the formations, frantically urging the farmers to push forward, having never encountered such brutal foes. The farmers quaked in fear, their legs trembling, were it not for the knight's earlier directive that anyone fleeing would face execution of their entire family, coupled with the regular soldiers wielding long blades to keep them in line. They would have likely scattered in terror. Chapter 14. The Barbarian Charge. However, it must be noted that the knights allowed the barbarian warriors to slaughter the farmers at will, standing back and observing. Seemingly waiting for something, Zhou Mingyue observed with a tinge of sorrow. While it could be said that these farmers appeared lowly, they were, in fact, the backbone of each household. Their demise would inevitably spell the disintegration of a family. Of course, he could only remain a bystander. However, he found himself intrigued by the actions of the knights. After all, these farmers were capable of generating wealth for the knights, and to squander their lives in such a manner seemed rather unwise. Yet, Zhou Mingyue had long discerned that those who could ascend to knighthood were, in both intellect and diligence, far superior to the majority of the common populace. Thus, why would they behave so foolishly? He found it difficult to believe. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield bore witness to the disarray of over 100 farmers, leaving only 60 or 70, who fled in desperation, wailing for their parents, heedless of the iron spears thrusting towards them from the standing soldiers behind. Nevertheless, the knights remained unmoved, continuing to drive forward the two formations, one to the left and the other to the right, encircling the pursuing barbarian warriors. As for the panicked farmers, they were naturally rounded up by the standing soldiers and taken aside for settlement. These terrified farmers were unlikely to return to the battlefield anytime soon. As the two formations closed in, the more than a dozen barbarian warriors, while still formidable and raining down blows upon the farmers, found themselves mired in a quagmire of spears, each thrust piercing their bodies from every direction. Although the barbarians were significantly stronger than humans, excessive blood loss would render them weak. Thus, it was not long before the first barbarian warrior fell victim to a farmer's spear, like a row of dominoes. Once one fell, a second and a third would surely follow, and the more barbarians that fell, the greater the pressure on the remaining warriors, despite the prior loss of 50 or 60 farmers. The capture of these dozen or so barbarian warriors would undoubtedly be a boon for the human side. Naturally, the barbarian tribe could not stand idly by and watch this unfold. After all, compared to the prolific humans, the barbarian race, despite their formidable base combat strength, had a significantly lower reproductive capacity. Consequently, the barbarian warriors, who had been observing from behind the stone wall, could no longer contain themselves, leaping down from the wall like dumplings, howling as they rushed towards the fray. This surge brought forth at least 100 barbarian warriors, which, according to Zhou Mingyue's understanding, constituted nearly the entirety of the barbarian tribe's fighting force. After all, due to their primitive civilization, a large tribe could sustain a population of only 500 or 600, and this particular tribe likely numbered around 300 souls, subtracting the elderly, women, and children. How many warriors could possibly remain? At that moment, the knights, who had been standing still, finally sprang into action. Following closely behind Viscount Hanks, they urged their steeds forward, brandishing their long spears with cork handles, accelerating to form a charging column. With a collective roar, they emanated a soft glow of various colors, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Among the knights, Viscount Hanks stood out even more. Not only did he radiate a fiery red aura, but even his cavalry spear shimmered with a layer of crimson light. Upon witnessing the mobilization of the human knights, the barbarian warriors showed no signs of fear. Rather, they seemed invigorated. The foremost barbarian warrior, adorned with an erect plume of wild chicken feathers and painted in red and black, wielded a hefty beast bone in his right hand, which gleamed white as jade, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. Both sides surged forward, and within mere moments, their breaths were audible. The leading barbarian warrior leapt high, swinging his large bone club down towards Viscount Hanks. Should it connect, even clad in chainmail, Viscount Hanks would likely be crushed. Unfazed by the barbarian's aerial assault, Viscount Hanks calmly raised his spear, angling it slightly. The barbarian warrior had no time to react before being pierced by the spear, although the spear shattered under the immense impact. The barbarian was sent hurtling backward, soaring more than 20 meters before crashing to the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, blood oozing forth, gasping for breath, and on the verge of death. With this initial kill, Viscount Hanks set the tone. The remaining knights followed suit, their spears striking true as they clashed with the barbarian warriors, sending them flying. Some knights even managed to take down multiple foes in quick succession. As the knights began to rotate their formation, the number of slain barbarian warriors reached 20 in the blink of an eye. The attacking force of barbarian warriors had dwindled by 1/5, coupled with the nearly decimated forces trapped among the farmers. The barbarian tribes suffered losses of over 30 warriors. There was no doubt that this dealt a significant blow to the morale of the barbarians. Thus, as the two sides crossed paths, many barbarian warriors, witnessing their fallen kin, came to a standstill, their eyes reflecting confusion. What should they do now? Clearly, the first barbarian warrior felled by Viscount Hanks was likely a leader, and with their commander lost, the remaining warriors were left without direction. However, Viscount Hanks had no intention of relenting. After the knights regrouped, they charged once more towards the barbarian warriors, this time drawing their two-handed great swords from their saddles. Meanwhile, the standing soldiers urged the remaining farmers into the fray. Encircling the demoralized barbarian warriors, some barbarian warriors, in a panic, attempted to flee towards the stone wall, while others, gritting their teeth, turned to confront the oncoming knights. The two sides soon re-engaged, the knights still glowing with radiance. With their great swords swinging left and right, they dismounted to engage the barbarian warriors in brutal combat. As the throngs of farmers surged forth, the barbarian warriors found themselves engulfed in a sea of bodies, their every movement resulting in farmers being sent flying with anguished cries. Yet still over 60 barbarian warriors persisted in their resistance. The knights faced a formidable challenge in attempting to eliminate them swiftly. Moreover, the farmers, filled with fear, who wouldn't wish to return alive, were cautious in their approach. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a temporary stalemate. Chapter 15. The fundamental essence of life. Meanwhile, numerous barbarian heads peeked over the stone wall. A mix of the elderly, women, and children among them. They appeared somewhat timid, wielding rudimentary weapons such as small knives and stone axes. If this trend continued, should these barbarians muster the courage to charge forth, Viscount Hanks' side would face dire consequences. Yet Zhou Mingwei remained confident in humanity's inevitable victory. The reason was simple. He was present. Charge, commanded Zhou Mingwei, and 318 farmers, their expressions steely, lifted their wooden spears and surged towards the battlefield. As these over 300 farmers joined the fray, the previously panicked farmers found renewed courage, raising their spears under the guidance of the standing soldiers as they thrust at the barbarian warriors with all their might. However, Zhou Mingwei did not lead the farmers directly into combat with the barbarian soldiers. Instead, they circumvented the melee, heading straight for the stone wall. Coincidentally, just as the elderly and children of the barbarian tribe began to muster their courage to emerge from behind the wall, they were met by the disciplined advance of the farmers. The two groups collided, and a fierce battle ensued. While the elderly and children of the barbarians were naturally weaker than the warriors, they still fought valiantly against the farmers. Nevertheless, the sheer number of farmers led by Zhou Mingwei quickly overwhelmed the 100 or so barbarian noncombatants. Revealing their advantage, the 300 farmers formed 3 ranks, leveling their wooden spears, advancing in succession, and toppling barbarian figures to the ground. Soon, the morale of the barbarian elderly and children faltered, and they scattered in disarray towards the wall. Zhou Mingyue, seizing the opportunity, urged his farmers to pursue, while those barbarian warriors still engaged in fierce combat were thrown into confusion. No matter how valiant they were, concerns for their families weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet escaping the encirclement proved challenging, as layers of farmers closed in, while knights wielding greatswords clashed with the barbarian warriors, and standing soldiers flanked the sides, occasionally striking from the shadows. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and the speed at which barbarian warriors fell increased exponentially. Zhou Mingyue paid little heed to the tumult outside. He pressed forward with the farmers into the valley. Not far behind the stone wall lay the village of the barbarian tribe, which appeared exceedingly primitive compared to human settlements. Leaning against the mountainside, crude stone structures were hastily assembled, covered with animal hides, serving as shelters. The ground was littered with remnants of meals and traces of waste. A foul stench assaulting Zhou Mingyue's senses, nearly suffocating him. Most of the elderly and children of the barbarian tribe fled towards the back of the valley, while those slower to escape fell victim to the pursuing farmers, who dispatched them with a few swift thrusts, leaving a dozen corpses behind before vanishing into the valley's depths. Zhou Mingyue understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe, so he refrained from sending the farmers after them. Instead, he remained vigilant, surveying the barbarian village. The dilapidated stone huts hardly caught his interest, but a towering totem pole at the village's center drew his attention. Standing over 20 meters tall and with a diameter of more than 3 meters, it was adorned with carvings depicting fierce battles between barbarian warriors and colossal beasts, exuding an aura of grandeur and terror. In this age of exceedingly low productivity, the fact that a group of nearly primitive barbarians could construct such a monumental structure bordered on miraculous. Ding! A vast accumulation of divine power has been detected. Shall we directly deploy the war workshop? As Zhou Mingyue approached the totem pillar, a voice echoed in his mind. Does this thing truly possess divine power? Curiously, Zhou Mingyue reached out to touch the totem pillar, but found no discernible symptoms. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Divine power is inherently ethereal and intangible. If it could be physically grasped, it would indeed be rather absurd. Contemplating this, Zhou Mingyue refrained from immediately deploying the war workshop, instead directing the farmers to leave the barbarian tribe and rush to the battlefield to assist Viscount Hanks. Viscount Hanks's side had already gained considerable advantage. Yet the barbarian warriors had become utterly frenzied, completely disregarding the weapons thrusting towards them, charging at the knights with a mindset of mutual destruction. If this trend continued, even if the barbarian warriors were entirely eradicated, the losses on Viscount Hanks's side would likely be severe. Not to mention, a significant number of farmers could perish, and hundreds of regular soldiers might fall, with perhaps a few knights also meeting their end. Fortunately, Zhou Mingyue's farmers arrived just in time. With the addition of this fresh force, the last desperate struggles of the barbarian warriors were decisively cut down. As the battle concluded, Viscount Hanks sat on a stone, panting heavily. Even he, at this moment, was utterly exhausted, especially after sustaining a blow to his thigh from a barbarian warrior. Although his physique would prevent any broken bones, it still constituted a serious injury. Zhou Mingyue approached, his face slightly pale. Despite having developed a certain immunity to corpses, the battlefield was now reminiscent of a river of blood. 300 to 400 corpses lay sprawled across the grass, their blood pooling in low-lying areas, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent that left him feeling quite uneasy. Zhou, well done. I shall select a splendid manor as a gift for you. Viscount Hanks struggled to rise, but could only manage a wry smile in Zhou Mingyue's direction. A title of nobility? Absolutely not. Until Zhou Mingyue activated his bloodline, Viscount Hanks could never bestow knighthood upon him. This was an ironclad rule. In this land, no noble would dare to contravene it. However, what he did not know was that Zhou Mingyue had already shifted his focus, for the time being. He did not require a territory within Viscount Hanks's domain, for he had discovered a place more suited to his ambitions. A manor is unnecessary. If possible, I would prefer to claim a piece of land here, Zhou Mingyue replied with a dry smile. It was unavoidable. Every time he stood before Viscount Hanks, he felt as if he were about to be preyed upon by a fierce beast, if one were to judge solely by appearance. Viscount Hanks resembled a somewhat prematurely graying, middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of early aging. Such individuals were plentiful. Zhou Mingyue could easily find 7 or 8 in Iron Fort Village alone. Yet, Inexplicably, he sensed an underlying danger from the man, perhaps a reflection of the fundamental disparity of life itself. This is not the kingdom of Floor, and I cannot establish a stronghold here. Do you understand? Viscount Hanks frowned, reminding Zhou Mingyue, for he held high hopes for this young man and wished to see him thrive. No worries. Simply provide me with a development permit, Zhou Mingyue replied. After the battle concluded, Zhou Mingyue sought out Knight Timos to gather some information. For instance, the development permit was one such topic. Due to the Kingdom of Floor's desire for land, it issues development permits to subjects willing to settle in the wilderness. With a development permit, one can traverse borders without restriction and, with the Lord's permission, summon settlers, among other rights. In simpler terms, possessing this document is akin to being sanctioned to cultivate new land, much like the privateering licenses of the age of exploration on Earth. It ensures one is not viewed with hostility by the Kingdom of Floor. Very well. Viscount Hanks's gaze fell upon Zhou Mingyue's face, as if he wished to scrutinize this Eastern man closely. After a long pause, he nodded in agreement. After Zhou Mingyue establishes a new territory, it would naturally become part of the Kingdom of Floor, as he is not a noble. However, there are benefits for the developer. At least 1/3 of the new territory will belong to them. Which kingdom would not desire to acquire land without expending a single coin? The critical point is that the wilderness is rife with dangers, and very few are willing to venture into it. Those like Viscount Hanks, who occasionally mobilize armies across borders to strike at barbarian tribes, are but a minority. To be frank, had Viscount Hanks's territory been located deeper within the Kingdom of Floor, he would be foolish to engage in such endeavors. After all, as the barbarian tribes grow stronger, they will inevitably eye the neighboring territory of Viscount Hanks for plunder. Having accomplished his objective, Viscount Hanks did not linger. As the autumn harvest was approaching, and the farmers were eager to return home, numerous farmers and regular soldiers surged into the barbarian tribe, competing to pillage the gold and silver ornaments, as well as the precious ores within the stone houses. The entire barbarian tribe descended into further chaos. That evening, the farmers ignited more than 10 bonfires, roasting their spoils and celebrating their bountiful harvest with songs and dances, though many lives were lost in the battle. The allure of wealth rendered such losses inconsequential. The following morning, Viscount Hanks's entourage began their return journey, and Knight Timos specifically invited Zhou Mingyue to accompany them. However, Zhou Mingyue politely declined. He stated that since he intended to develop the wilderness, he would instead ask Knight Timos to inquire with the Tari's father and son about their willingness to join him in this endeavor. Knight Timos fell silent for a moment, patting Zhou Mingyue on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, before spurring his warhorse to rejoin the returning party. Regardless of their slight acquaintance, it was still a brief encounter, since Zhou Mingyue did not wish to leave with them. Any subsequent issues would be solely his own concern. As soon as Viscount Hanks's grand army departed, Zhou Mingyue promptly instructed the farmers to gather the bodies of the barbarian warriors, as well as the young and old, and stack them outside the stone wall. Although some had been partially devoured by nocturnal creatures, it should not significantly affect their utility. Zhou Mingyue then deployed the war workshop and commanded the collection of resources as the workshop's doors opened. 2 workers emerged, this time without any tools, instead carrying the barbarian corpses into the workshop with their bare hands. The blue progress bar above the workshop began to move, initially at 4.4 each barbarian warrior's body carried in. It increased by 1, while regular barbarian corpses raised it by 0.5. Observing that the workers would be occupied for a while longer, Zhou Mingyue dispatched several teams of farmers to patrol and keep watch, positioning 4 teams at the rear of the valley. This way, even if the fleeing barbarians attempted to return for a surprise attack, they would struggle to breach the farmers' defenses. When the blue progress bar reached 100, the war workshop suddenly shrank dramatically, a red light bursting forth that rendered Zhou Mingyue unable to look directly at it. Yet, in an instant, the red light faded, and the workshop expanded once more, transforming into a yellow ironclad structure, with its doors becoming heavy iron gates adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. 2 long chimneys rose from the roof, making it appear significantly larger than before. Only then did Zhou Mingyue inspect the attributes of the newly revealed artifact in his mind. Artifact name: War Workshop, Advancement 0, Sequence Level, Workshop Sequence 8 Origin. Initially, it was a fragment of divine authority from the tool Sequence 0, the Fallen Flame Furnace, which later fused with Zhou Mingyue's soul from another world, resulting in a transformation into the new artifact. Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop, and upgraded to Workshop Sequence 8, War Workshop. Capabilities: manufacture infantry, gunmen, cavalry, archers, monks, flying cavalry, and create iron weapons and armored. Indeed, after its advancement, the War Workshop underwent a significant transformation, not only in appearance but also in its attributes. Not to mention, the production capabilities alone left Zhou Mingyue utterly envious. Naturally, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to produce new soldiers but instructed the workers to continue transporting corpses, feeding the War Workshop. After all, there were still 50 or 60 barbarian bodies piled outside the stone wall. The workers emerging from the War Workshop had increased to 4, appearing stronger than before, standing 2 meters tall, their muscles bulging, radiating a fierce aura akin to that of the barbarian warriors. Merely standing there exuded an intimidating presence. As if they were eyeing a particular part of Zhou Mingyue's being, the transformed workers, now embodying a somewhat rugged masculinity, remained silent as they continued to carry the barbarian corpses into War Workshop. However, after the advancement, the value of these barbarian corpses to War Workshop had diminished significantly. A single barbarian warrior's body would only increase the advancement by a maximum of 0.3, while a regular barbarian's body would merely contribute 0.1. Thus, after all the barbarian corpses were delivered to War Workshop, the blue progress bar reflected an increase of only 11. Yet, the workers did not cease their efforts. Instead, they retrieved a large iron hammer from War Workshop and turned towards the totem pillar erected within the barbarian tribe. Surrounding the totem pillar, the 4 workers raised the hammer and brought it crashing down. Zhou Mingyue harbored no thoughts of interference. Rather, he was intrigued to witness the transformations wrought by the actions of the workers. Beneath the relentless strikes of the great hammer, the totem pole exhibited no peculiarities before it collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering into a heap of rubble. The 4 workers then returned to the War Workshop, each pushing a small cart filled to the brim with the fragments of the totem pole, transporting them into the War Workshop. Chapter 17. Activation of the Bloodline. As the carts laden with the totem pole's debris were delivered to the War Workshop, Zhou Mingyue immediately sensed a spark igniting within him. This spark surged in intensity as the workers continued their back and forth, delivering cart after cart of rubble into the War Workshop, until ultimately, flames began to blaze within him. Manifesting as a faint red glow that burst forth from his skin, this scene felt oddly familiar. Was it not akin to the display of knights activating their bloodlines? Of course, at that moment, he could not afford to ponder further. The flames within him soared, presenting Zhou Mingyue, who was encountering this sensation for the first time, with an almost unbearable agony. It felt as if he were being consumed by a furnace, as molten lava surged through him, leaving him with the impression that he might soon perish. After a considerable duration, Zhou Mingyue, drenched in sweat, managed to rise from the ground. Instinctively, he lightly pushed off with his toes, and his entire body ascended into the air, landing delicately against the stone wall. Indeed, he was now transformed. In the past, not only would he have struggled to leap onto the stone wall with a mere push of his toes, but even climbing would have required considerable effort. A thought crossed his mind, and the fire within him ignited once more. This time, the flames did not inflict the same torment as before. Rather, he felt his strength surging within, as if his muscles were on the verge of explosion. Subsequently, Zhou Mingyue clenched his right fist and struck the stone wall beneath him. Bang! With a tremendous sound, a small section of the stone wall caved in from the impact. Indeed, this was the activation of the Bloodline. He had successfully activated his Bloodline. To be honest, this outcome was entirely unexpected for Zhou Mingyue. Since his arrival in this world, a persistent sense of insecurity had lingered in his heart, fearing that he might inadvertently meet his demise. Even after the emergence of the War Workshop. It was understandable. No matter how formidable the soldiers produced by the War Workshop were, they could not augment his own abilities. Yet now, it was different. After absorbing the fragments of the totem pole, the War Workshop had actually activated his bloodline, that he could vaguely sense that his current physical condition was comparable to that of Viscount Hanks. It is worth noting that in the initial stages of bloodline activation, Viscount Hanks was nearly at his peak. Progressing further would lead to the so-called Great Knight, who, in addition to being able to envelop their weapons and bodies in light, could also emit light from their weapons to vanquish foes. In short, within a mere 10 minutes, Zhou Mingyue had attained the pinnacle of knighthood, comfort, bliss. What knightly training methods? They were entirely unnecessary. The War Workshop alone sufficed. With the assurance of this newfound strength, Zhou Mingwei became considerably bolder in his endeavors. The patrolling peasant soldiers discovered a deep pool of flowing water in the depths of the valley, which proved to be quite useful. Zhou Mingwei indulged in a refreshing bath in the pool's waters, which, under the blazing sun of the wilderness, were not particularly cool. Lying by the pool's edge and observing the water flowing into a cave, he grasped why the barbarian tribe had chosen this location for settlement. Undoubtedly, such water resources were valuable in the wilderness. The physical structure of the barbarians bore a resemblance to that of humans, requiring them to consume substantial amounts of water daily, unlike animals that could derive moisture from their food. Not to mention, simply redirecting this pool's waters could yield a sizable tract of arable land nearby. Contemplating future developments, Zhou Mingwei decided against lingering in the pool any longer. The losses suffered by the peasant soldiers in the previous battle were not insignificant. After all, the barbarian elders and children were still barbarians, inherently stronger than humans. The peasant soldiers had lost a third of their number. This was only due to the fact that the remaining barbarian elders and children had not mounted a vigorous resistance. With most having fled, one could only imagine the grim fate that awaited him had those barbarian elders and children returned to attack. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Mingwei felt an inexplicable chill. Shivering involuntarily and hastened back to the war workshop. He first set the war workshop to produce infantry, then instructed the workers to gather wood, stone, and shrubs from the vicinity of the valley, while he began to explore, by touch, both inside and outside the valley. Following its level up, the war workshop gained a more nuanced approach to resource exploration. Touching the trees, his mind registered. Ding! Basic resources discovered, available for absorption by the war workshop. The same message appeared when he touched stones, shrubs, and so forth. However, when he touched the prey brought back by the peasant soldiers, several rabbits, the information displayed was slightly different. Ding! Initial resources discovered, available for absorption by the war workshop. Undoubtedly, in the resource list of the war workshop, meat ranked higher than wood and stone. Yet, even with these resources, the production speed of the war workshop was exceedingly slow, from the rise of the red moon to the ascent of the blue moon. Zhou Mingwei found himself growing increasingly weary and eventually entered the war workshop, where he fell into a deep slumber. But it was unclear how much time had elapsed when he was startled awake by the familiar rumble of the war workshop. Who am I? What am I doing? Where am I? After a moment of dazed contemplation, he finally recalled what he needed to do. Exiting the war workshop, he noted that dawn was breaking and the blue moon was nearing its descent. In the clearing before the war workshop stood a squad of 16 robust men, far more formidable than the peasant soldiers, clad in tawny leather armor, with a small round shield in their left hand and a long sword in their right. Topped with leather caps, they were the epitome of standard infantry attire. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, Zhou Mingwei approached and playfully thumped one infantryman's well-defined chest. Solid, impactful. Indeed, they were significantly stronger than the peasant soldiers. Naturally, their equipment was also vastly superior. It was evident that a wooden spear could not compare to an iron longsword. In Zhou Mingwei's view, the infantry produced by the war workshop surpassed even the regular soldiers under Knight Timos' command by a considerable margin. However, while the infantry was commendable, the requirement for basic resources was excessively high, and the time needed to gather them was far too lengthy. Collecting wood, stone, shrubs, and other basic resources to fill the war workshop would take as long as 9 hours. Meanwhile, attempting to produce infantry using meat as the initial resource was impractical in the short term, as the hunting speed of the peasant soldiers was far too slow and a more effective resource needed to be discovered. Zhou Mingwei directed the workers to continue gathering trees and stones while he explored the valley. He harbored grave suspicions that there might be gold or silver mines in the vicinity. Otherwise, how could the barbarian trinkets and the golden sands within the stone houses have come to be? Do not tell me they were acquired through trade, for the merchants of the Floor Kingdom. The least desirable trading partners would likely be the barbarians. Chapter 18. Cavalry of Flying Horses. When merchant caravans encountered the barbarians, the outcome was typically one of two scenarios: being killed on the spot and having all their goods seized, or being captured as slaves, with all their possessions taken. This was also why the weapons wielded by the barbarians were exceedingly rudimentary, lacking the technology for smelting and forging, and unable to trade with humans. They were left to rely on bone clubs and stone weapons. After wandering the valley without discovering any gold mines, Zhou Mingwei considered this to be somewhat normal. The previous farmers and regular soldiers had already scoured the valley, and these naturally talented looters had thoroughly pillaged the barbarian tribe, leaving not a grain of gold dust behind. If a gold mine existed in the valley, it would have likely been uncovered by them long ago. Thus, the gold mine must lie within. Zhou Mingyue's gaze followed the flowing water towards the cave. Given the barbarian tribe's level of civilization, gold dust could only be found in places with water. Soon, Zhou Mingyue summoned over 100 peasant soldiers to serve as scouts, lighting torches to explore the cave, while the 16 infantrymen formed a protective circle around him at the cave's entrance. After all, the barbarian elders and children had fled into the cave. Who knew where they were now? What if they were lurking within, preparing to ambush? The enmity between Zhou Mingyue and them was one of extermination. It was entirely possible they were plotting curses against him. Before long, a peasant soldier returned with news of a discovery. Zhou Mingyue followed him inside, and within less than 100 meters, he beheld a shimmering spectacle of gold in the stream illuminated by the torchlight. What is this? Zhou Mingyue glanced at the peasant soldier, sensing that the latter's intelligence had likely improved after the war workshop's level up. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed gold dust. Moreover, there was not only gold dust, but also silver dust. Dog gold and dog silver. Zhou Mingyue reached down into the sandy bottom, grasping handfuls of the glittering material, his mind echoing with the notifications. Ding! Intermediate resources discovered. Intermediate resources discovered. Please commence rapid extraction. Although the dog gold and dog silver pieces were relatively small, ranging from walnut size to peanut size, this was already astonishing. After all, Zhou Mingyue had merely scooped up a few handfuls. The area of the stream containing gold dust extended about 200 meters. It would be somewhat far to send the workers to collect resources. However, he had peasant soldiers. Dig for me. If they lacked tools, they would use their hands and clothing to gather the gold and silver dust. Aside from the 10 or so peasant soldiers he retained as sentinels, he mobilized the remaining soldiers to serve as miners. The tattered pelts from the barbarian tribe, which the farmers had disregarded, were repurposed to contain the gold and silver dust. This is indeed a matter of helplessness. Until just now, Zhou Mingyue discovered that whether they were farmers or infantry, the garments and leather armor adorning their bodies could not be removed. Even the weapons in their hands would vanish if they strayed more than 3 meters away, only to reappear in their grasp within the subsequent 10 minutes. Of course, this did not impede their mining efforts, but it effectively extinguished Zhou Mingyue's desire to procure weapons from them, under the diligent toil of the farmers. Heaps of gold and silver sand accumulated beside the war workshop, subsequently transported into it by the workers. Undoubtedly, the value of gold and silver sand far surpassed that of the more common timber and stone. Before long, the resource capacity within the war workshop was filled to the brim. Zhou Mingyue did not hasten to manufacture any infantry, cavalry, or archers. He could surmise their characteristics without needing to observe them. However, he was filled with curiosity regarding the so-called monks and Pegasus cavalry. Therefore, he issued the command to produce Pegasus cavalry, regardless of the troop type, once the war workshop was stocked with resources. Production proceeded swiftly. In less than half a minute, the gates swung open, and a soldier clad in leather armor emerged, holding a spear in his left hand and a shortbow slung across his back, while his right hand led a white warhorse adorned with a pair of broad wings at the junction of its neck and ribcage. My goodness, this looked rather impressive, were it not for the fact that it was a product of the war workshop, which Zhou Mingyue could not utilize. He would have wanted to mount that Pegasus and give it a try. Nevertheless, the Pegasus cavalry proved to be incredibly practical. Once the soldier mounted the Pegasus, it flapped its wings and soared effortlessly into the sky, reaching heights of several hundred meters. From such an altitude, it could easily scout a radius of 100 miles, effectively providing Zhou Mingyue with an exceptionally capable scout. The only point of dissatisfaction for Zhou Mingyue was the fact that the combat prowess of the Pegasus cavalry was not particularly formidable, and the resources required to produce one Pegasus cavalry unit were equivalent to those needed for 16 infantry units, making it rather expensive. In the time that followed, Zhou Mingyue instructed the war workshop to produce all remaining troop types in succession. A squad of 14 spear-wielding infantry, donned in leather armor and wielding iron-tipped wooden spears. A squad of 10 archers, similarly clad in leather armor and armed with short bows. A cavalry unit of 4, each mounted on a horse, dressed in leather armor and wielding spears and curved sabers. Lastly, a duo of monks, garbed in black robes and wielding maces. It must be said that after activating his bloodline, Zhou Mingyue not only grew stronger physically, but also experienced notable enhancements in his mental faculties. Upon the completion of producing these troop types, he felt a hint of drowsiness, though he could still endure. The newly produced soldiers stood in a large formation in the open space. One could argue that the combat effectiveness of spear-wielding infantry was comparable to that of regular infantry, albeit with a longer attack range, making them particularly formidable against charging cavalry. The archers, as a long-range class, were relatively expensive within the Kingdom of Floral, given the extensive training required to produce a competent archer compared to an infantryman. From Zhou Mingyue's observations, even the likes of Viscount Hanks, a minor noble, possessed few archers. There were only a handful at Hanks' castle, yet during the recent expedition against the barbarian tribes, the Viscount had refrained from deploying them. The cavalry, while somewhat resembling knights, offered inferior defense, and most critically, had not activated their bloodline. Utilizing their horsepower, these cavalrymen could achieve a level of lethality not too dissimilar from that of knights, albeit only against ordinary soldiers. Against knights, they would certainly fall short. The monks, meanwhile, represented the only mysterious auxiliary troop type, although the two monks lacked formidable combat prowess and could only manage a stalemate against infantry even with their maces. They possessed the remarkable ability to heal. A cascade of white light descended as they chanted, hastening the recovery of the farmers injured in battle. While they could not regenerate severed limbs, they could quickly heal wounds. Chapter 19. Time is money. In this respect, they were undoubtedly more effective than a field hospital. However, akin to the Pegasus cavalry, their utility was overshadowed by their steep cost. Thus, in the subsequent period, the War Workshop primarily focused on producing infantry, spear-wielding troops, and archers. Production of cavalry was halted after the creation of 4 squads, while another squad of Pegasus cavalry was produced, totaling 1. In any case, 1 Pegasus cavalry unit was insufficient to maintain constant vigilance over the surrounding situation. 2 Pegasus cavalry units were essential. A week later, the War Workshop transitioned from rapid production to a slower accumulation of resources. Unfortunately, the gold and silver sand in the cavern stream had been entirely extracted by the farmers. This was merely a partially exposed micro-vein at AS for whether there were other veins within the cave. Zhou Mingyue could only instruct the farmers to scatter throughout the cavern, excavating and sampling, sending the extracted stones and gravel back to him for evaluation. After all, exploring the cavern himself would be far too slow. Naturally, as the gold vein was depleted, it was replaced by a robust military force. The total of 20 squads each of infantry, spear-wielders, and archers were produced. To date, the total military strength comprised 320 infantry, 280 spear-wielders, 200 archers, 20 cavalry, 2 monks, 2 Pegasus cavalry, and an additional 207 farmers. This combined force, without considering knights, could easily overpower a viscount's territory. However, Zhou Mingyue did not rush to expand outward. Instead, he dispatched the Pegasus cavalry to scout the locations of other barbarian tribes. This was not merely a display of caution. Given their presence in the wild, such prudence was entirely justified. Despite having subdued this barbarian tribe with the mobilization of an entire viscount's forces, they had nearly faltered in victory. According to Viscount Hanks, this barbarian tribe could only be classified as a minor tribe within the wilderness, while even stronger tribes frequently invaded the human territories bordering the wildlands. The Kingdom of Floral had faced several incursions from barbarian tribes, the most severe of which saw the tribes breach the royal city, where a charge led by over a dozen knights was decisively repelled by the barbarian chieftain Malmon. Were it not for the combined efforts of 2 knights sworn to protect the Floral royal family, who repelled the barbarian leader Hyxius, the Kingdom of Floral would likely have faced ruin. The Pegasus cavalry proved to be invaluable, identifying all nearby barbarian tribes within a mere 3 days. In total, there were 2 barbarian tribes. The first tribe lay to the east, approximately 160 miles away, with a population of around 900, qualifying it as a relatively large tribe. The second tribe resided in the opposite direction, about 90 miles away, boasting a population of approximately 600, making it significantly stronger than the recently destroyed tribe. Zhou Mingyue, at present, was not bold enough to launch an assault against them. The individual strength of the barbarians surpassed that of humans, and as their numbers swelled, the emergence of even mightier individuals became inevitable. In such circumstances, a hasty offensive could lead to severe repercussions. Just as Zhou Mingyue pondered the possibility of discovering another gold mine, the Pegasus cavalry returned with news that a group of humans was crossing the border, making their way towards the Barbarian tribe. Humans? Zhou Mingyue immediately recalled the message he had sent through Knight Timos to Iron Fortress Village, but to be honest, he did not harbor much hope for this message's efficacy. Firstly, Iron Fortress Village was under Knight Timos' domain, and any knight would be reluctant to see their subjects depart, as it would diminish the potential of their territory. Secondly, he felt that neither Terrys nor Nyes would be the type to venture beyond their comfort zones as adventurers. However, apart from the inhabitants of Iron Fortress Village, he could not immediately conceive of who else it could be. Even Viscount Hanks would not likely arrive at this juncture. Bring them over, Zhou Mingyue decided. Dispatching 2 squads of infantry along with a squad of spear wielders. After all, in the wild, humans were natural allies against the barbarians, and it was only reasonable to send troops for protection. The outcome, however, was not entirely surprising to Zhou Mingyue. It was indeed Terrys and Nyes, accompanied by several dozen villagers from Iron Fortress Village, with over 10 able-bodied men, all with families and to be honest. This was somewhat unexpected. Did the villagers of Iron Fortress Village truly possess such adventurous spirits? Hey, Zhou, are we each getting 50 acres here? And only 3/10 of the grain tax for the first 3 years? Nyes asked with a mischievous grin upon seeing Zhou Mingyue. Ah. Yes. Zhou Mingyue quickly comprehended the situation. It turned out that Nyes had deceived them into coming over with promises. It made sense, for land was likely the most crucial concern for the villagers of Iron Fortress Village. They were not self-sufficient farmers. Even the village chief could only be considered a tenant, as all the land belonged to Knight Timos, and they could only assist in the farming, to put it bluntly. After toiling for an entire year, they had to surrender at least 70% of their harvest. This was also why they had always struggled to make ends meet. Knight Timos generally appeared to be a decent man. But he was a knight, a noble after all, and his standing soldiers needed to be supported, all funded by the farmers' taxes. Nevertheless, it must be said that Nyes had quite a bold spirit. Zhou Mingyue had never mentioned any such promises. Yet he had managed to entice them over. If these farmers were to discover the truth, they might very well beat him to death. Of course, Zhou Mingyue had no objections to the commitments Nyes had made on behalf of the farmers. Although the vicinity of the barbarian tribes is adorned with vast expanses of grasslands and woodlands, it is entirely feasible to divert the waters of the pools within the valley for irrigation, transforming the land into fertile fields with relative ease. The farmer soldiers assist the displaced farmers in temporarily settling in the valley. Zhou Mingyue shifts his attention to another group of visitors, a human merchant caravan that has arrived alongside the farmers from Iron Fort Village. The caravan is modest in size, comprising a dozen attendants, fully armed with swords and daggers, and laden with goods on more than 20 pack camels. The leader of this caravan, a middle-aged man, appears genial but conceals a sharp wit. It stands to reason, anyone bold enough to trade in such untamed territories cannot be a mere simpleton. Esteemed lord, I bring daily necessities and exquisite cutlery. After introducing himself as Arnell, the merchant from a trading house in the city of Florer, he promptly begins to present his wares. Clearly, even in this world, the adage that time is money and money is efficiency holds true. Chapter 20. The mine. It must be said that the timing of this merchant caravan is impeccable. With 50 to 60 individuals from Iron Fort Village, though they have nearly carried all their possessions, establishing a stable residence here poses a significant challenge. Zhou Mingyue procures various agricultural tools, cookware, salt, grains, and seeds, along with several pack camels to serve as labor for the plowing. Unfortunately, he lacks currency. The precious metals from his mines have been depleted to recruit soldiers. However, the pelts hunted by the farmer soldiers during this period have fetched a handsome price from Arnell. For in the kingdom of Florer, furs from the wild territories are quite rare. The pelts of low-tier magical beasts such as gale wolves and fire rabbits possess a faint magical quality, making them highly sought after by the nobility for crafting leather garments and collars. Naturally, the quantity of furs is limited, and Arnell, being a savvy businessman, offers only a quarter of the goods value in exchange. He displays emotional intelligence, suggesting that the remaining 3/4 of the payment could be settled in future transactions, alleviating Zhou Mingyue's financial embarrassment. Once the merchant caravan departs, Zhou Mingyue's operations begin to gain momentum. The villagers from Iron Fort Village, accompanied by the farmer soldiers, commenced the excavation of irrigation ditches to channel the pool waters out of the valley, preparing the land for cultivation. Indeed, with the right tools, Farmer soldiers are capable of tilling the earth. A month passes, and over 300 acres of arable land are cultivated outside the valley. With the assistance of pack camels, the process becomes remarkably efficient. Furthermore, after delving 1,000 meters into the caves, Zhou Mingwei discovers several bodies of the barbarian tribes, elderly and young. Some perished from starvation, while others succumbed to severe injuries and infections or fell victim to some creature's attack. These remains are transported to the war workshop, contributing a modest 4% increase to the progress bar, a rather resourceful utilization. To Zhou Mingwei's astonishment, he uncovers a gold, silver, and copper co-occurring mine near the bodies. Undoubtedly, the previous gold mine is not an isolated phenomenon, but rather interconnected with this vein. However, the gold and silver content in this mine is relatively low, with copper being the primary component. Yet, after feeding the war workshop with these resources, Zhou Mingwei realizes that at this stage, copper possesses a resource value not significantly inferior to that of gold and silver. This realization causes him some regret for previously redirecting gold and silver sands into the workshop. After all, in the kingdom of Flora, copper holds considerably less value than gold and silver. Therefore, he decides to retain the gold and silver ores during the farmer soldiers' mining efforts. Such materials are highly valuable in Flora. He intends to use them to settle debts with the next merchant caravan, allowing him to procure additional goods. 1200, that at this moment, Zhou Mingwei hardly pays any heed to Nice's frivolity. This is likely the first great battle of his life, a far cry from the strategic games he once played. In those games, failure merely required reloading a save. Here, failure could come at the cost of lives. Under such circumstances, his tension mounts significantly. 560 spearmen form 3 ranks at the forefront, slightly arranged in a semicircle. Behind them are 640 infantrymen, also lined in 3 ranks. 2 monks stand behind the infantry, their hands glowing faintly, ready to unleash healing spells at any moment. Meanwhile, 200 archers position themselves behind the stone wall, and the curious villagers are pushed further back. 20 cavalrymen patrol the outskirts of the formation, their numbers too sparse to play a decisive role at this stage. Remaining on standby instead, the 2 flying horse cavalrymen continually report on the advancing barbarian forces, granting Zhou Mingwei a strategic advantage in battlefield intelligence. In reality, the advancing barbarian army appears rather lethargic, neglecting to send out scouts even as they march en masse toward the valley. If they were a bit further away, Zhou Mingwei could have ambushed them along their path. However, with time running short, he can only position his forces outside the valley and await their approach. The speed at which the barbarians advance is not particularly slow. 3 hours later, the first dozen barbarian warriors become visible to the naked eye. Zhou Mingwei has always perceived barbarian warriors as reckless, charging headlong into battle without thought. Yet, upon seeing the line of human soldiers arrayed outside the valley, the barbarians slow their pace and send a few back to the main force to report. Standing atop the stone wall, Zhou Mingwei scans the gathering barbarian camp outside the valley and recognizes a few vaguely familiar figures. Reflecting on his memories, he recalls the elderly and young barbarians who had fled the valley. It seems that these barbarians did not arrive unbidden. They must have been informed by those who escaped. Perhaps there is a passage within the caves leading to the outside. He should instruct his soldiers to conduct a thorough search, as he does not wish for a group of barbarians to emerge from the caves unexpectedly. Aozo. The gathered barbarians raise their weapons and unleash a cacophony of roars toward the humans. This battle cry serves as their traditional intimidation tactic against enemies. Based on their experience, they expect that the average human soldier will be shaken and terrified, with some ill-prepared farmers fleeing in panic. Yet, the human soldiers before them seem utterly unaffected by the war cries, their cold gazes fixed resolutely upon the barbarian ranks, causing unease to creep into the hearts of some barbarian warriors. What is this? How can these timid humans behave so boldly? Perhaps the display of cowardice instills a sense of shame in the barbarian warriors, prompting over 20 to charge toward the human formation before their formidable chief has even issued a command. With this lead, the rest of the barbarian warriors have no choice but to follow suit and begin their charge. In stark contrast to the barbarians' headlong rush, Zhou Mingwei remains poised. Only when the barbarian warriors close to within 100 meters does he instruct the archers, who stand behind the stone wall, to draw their bows. In an instant, A volley of arrows arcs through the air, raining down upon the charging barbarians. The lead barbarians are struck by arrows, resembling porcupines, and let out piercing cries of agony as several of them fall in an instant. This is perhaps a frustrating reality. If these foes were human, such a barrage could easily claim 30 or 40 lives. However, in the face of the barbarian warriors, the onslaught of arrows seems insufficient. Many barbarians bear arrows embedded in their flesh, blood streaming forth, yet they show no sign of slowing, continuing their relentless charge. This illustrates the physical disparities between two races. However, after a brief interlude, another barrage of arrows fell, resulting in a sudden increase in the number of fallen barbarian warriors, and no matter how robust the barbarian warriors might be. Once their vital areas were pierced by arrows, death was inevitable. Yet, with the speed at which the barbarian warriors charged, following the third volley of arrows, the distance between the two sides dwindled to less than 20 meters. At this moment, the pikemen raised their long spears, advancing slowly and poised to thrust at the incoming barbarian warriors. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed. Those barbarian warriors who had managed to withstand the rain of arrows were now struck by several long spears. Unable to hold on any longer, and fell one by one, merely the first row of pikemen managed to fell over 20 barbarian warriors, while the second row quickly jogged a few paces forward, surpassing the first row to thrust their spears once more. After 3 rows of pikemen took turns to attack, over 80 barbarian warriors lay slain on the ground. Losing 25 of their forces in such a short span of time incited a fierce wrath in the barbarian chief. Brandishing a large black bone club, he leaped high into the air, and in an instant, the club radiated a black glow before crashing down into the ranks of pikemen with a thunderous roar. Akin to a mountain collapsing, sending shards of stone and earth flying in all directions like bullets, the pikemen found themselves utterly defenseless as debris and soil pierced their bodies, creating numerous wounds. In just this single strike, over 30 pikemen fell into pools of blood. My goodness, how formidable! To be honest, at the outset, Zhou Mingwei had not paid much attention to the barbarian chief. He had assumed that the chief's strength was at most comparable to that of a knight. But this display of power was utterly beyond his expectations. It seemed that even Viscount Hanks would have little resistance against him. As the chief breached the pikemen's defenses, the barbarian warriors following him surged forward, wielding an array of weapons, bone clubs, stone axes, and knives, toward the pikemen. Those pikemen, armed with 3-meter-long spears, were undeniably vulnerable to such close-quarter assaults, and in an instant, many fell to the onslaught of the barbarian warriors. Zhou Mingwei, not one to stand idly by, promptly commanded 300 infantry to flank the pikemen's line, while the 200 archers continued their relentless barrage, raining arrows upon the advancing barbarians. While it was challenging to slay the barbarians with a single shot, it was sufficient to weaken their forces. The pikemen who had been overwhelmed began to disperse to the sides, regrouping and coordinating with the advancing infantry to encircle the barbarian chief. Meanwhile, the remaining 300 infantry took a detour to cut off the barbarians' retreat, coming from behind to engage them. This time, Zhou Mingwei had no intention of letting a single barbarian escape. If the other tribe of over 900 barbarians were to attack while he was unprepared, he would find himself in a dire predicament. It must be said, the barbarian warriors were indeed ferocious, especially the chief, who, after enduring the rain of arrows and the relentless thrust of the long spears, still retained around 270 to 80 warriors by his side, many of whom bore wounds. Yet, despite this, the chief continued to lead them in a relentless charge, seeking to break through the enemy lines and carve a path to safety. Were it the farmers under Viscount Hanks, such a fierce onslaught would likely have caused their morale to collapse. However, Zhou Mingwei's troops, forged in the crucible of war, though somewhat simple-minded, possessed a fighting spirit that far surpassed that of the farmers. They pressed forward one after another against the barbarian chief and his warriors, clutching at enemies with injured hands, biting down when they could not hold on, tripping them with their legs, and grappling with all their might. In such circumstances, even the most formidable barbarian chief and his warriors found their limbs growing weary from the relentless assault. In less than 20 minutes, Zhou Mingwei's pikemen sustained losses of over 300, with the infantry losing more than 200, while the barbarian forces dwindled to fewer than 100. At this juncture, the barbarian chief likely began to regret his rashness, pivoting to the side as he pressed forward, attempting to carve a bloody path for his kin to escape. Undoubtedly, the idiom, "a cornered dog will jump over the wall," captures the essence of the situation. when enemies seek to flee for their lives. They unleash a formidable strength. Truth be told, witnessing the continuous fall of his pikemen and infantry, Zhou Mingwei contemplated the repercussions of letting them escape, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, they had taken so many of his men, they would not be permitted to flee. Chapter 22. The choice between the War Factory and the War Mage Workshop. In light of his intent to annihilate the enemy, Zhou Mingwei even deployed the 200 or so farmers previously deemed surplus. This further accelerated the rate at which the barbarian warriors fell. Yet, the barbarian chief was undeniably tenacious. As he fought to the bitter end, a black glow enveloped him like smoke, forming a pillar that obscured all in his path. No pikeman or infantryman could withstand his blows. At times, a single swing of his club would send multiple soldiers flying. Despite the fierce efforts of the pikemen and infantry, the barbarian chief managed to break through the encirclement. However, even as he escaped, the remnants of his band, a scant dozen or so warriors, were left behind by a relentless rain of arrows, which cared not for collateral damage. Furthermore, even as the chief broke free, the black glow surrounding him rapidly dimmed, indicating that his strength had waned after such a furious battle. At this moment, Zhou Mingwei decisively dispatched the 20 cavalrymen he had previously held back, including 2 mounted knights, to pursue the barbarian chief. The barbarian chief dashed away, disappearing from Zhou Mingwei's sight, with the cavalry and knights hot on his heels. Zhou Mingwei was uncertain whether the chief could escape the pursuit, but he promptly ordered a thorough cleanup of the battlefield, insisting that all corpses, whether of his own men or the barbarians, be gathered outside the war factory. The rationale was simple: the corpses of his soldiers could be reclaimed for resources, while the barbarian bodies would contribute to his advancement. Following this direct confrontation with the barbarians, Zhou Mingwei felt that the soldiers produced by the Sequence 8 war factory were still somewhat lacking. He was eager to upgrade the factory once more to produce stronger soldiers. Otherwise, the next time he encountered a powerful barbarian tribe, he might find himself obliterated. In such large-scale battles, his peak knight strength was utterly insufficient. As the war factory resumed operations under Zhou Mingwei's command, the 4 workers began to transport the amassed barbarian corpses into the factory, causing the blue progress bar above the factory to rise slowly. It had been previously noted that after one upgrade, the efficacy of barbarian corpses in facilitating further advancements diminished. However, this battle had yielded a staggering 400 barbarian corpses. This quantity was more than adequate for another upgrade of the war factory. While Zhou Mingwei focused intently on the progress bar, the villagers cowering in the valley began to express their joy. Their desires were simple: to have enough food and security. Zhou Mingwei had provided both. The cleared fields outside the valley had exceeded 600 acres, and if the barbarian tribe ceased their disruptions with the assistance of the farmers, they could cultivate up to 1,500 acres before winter arrived. Calculating, each person could expect to receive around 30 acres, and with the fertile land and the initial cultivation, achieving a good harvest the following year would be quite feasible. What thrilled them most was Zhou Mingwei's remarkably low tax rate, one so minimal that they could scarcely believe it. In summary, this promising future was tenfold, 100-fold better than what they had experienced in Iron Fortress Village. Consequently, upon realizing that the barbarians would not return, they knelt before Zhou Mingwei to express their loyalty, then took up their farming tools and left the stone walls to continue their cultivation. In their view, cultivating more land was akin to creating wealth, laying a foundation for a brighter future. Zhou Mingwei paid little heed to the villagers' excitement and joy. Unlike the knights and nobles, his satisfaction lay in ensuring that the food he collected was sufficient for his needs. The soldiers produced by the war factory required no sustenance, being content to nibble on dirt, grass, or wood. His primary focus remained on upgrading the war factory. After depositing over 430 barbarian corpses, the doors of the war factory closed. Unlike before, this time, as the factory radiated light, Zhou Mingwei found himself confronted with a choice in his mind: decide the future development branch of the war factory. 1. War Mage Workshop. 2. War Factory. Fortunately, this choice came with further elaboration. In essence, the War Mage Workshop route produced soldiers that were more in tune with the world's power rules, better suited for combat in this realm. The War Factory, on the other hand, aligned more with technological world rules, capable of producing firearms, yet faced certain limitations in this world. Upon grasping the distinctions between the two branches, Zhou Mingwei could not help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling a twinge of frustration. He despised making choices. As an adult, couldn't he select both? Clearly, if given the option, Zhou Mingyue would prefer to choose the War Factory. How impressive would that be? After advancing to Sequence 7, he could manufacture flintlock soldiers and 8-pound bronze field guns. A regiment of flintlock infantry was arrayed in 3 lines across the desolate expanse. Accompanied by bronze cannons, they advanced steadily to the stirring strains of a martial march. They drew closer to the charging barbarian horde. Upon their approach, the handsome yet cold-hearted commander, Zhou Mingyue, gave the order to halt. With a resounding command, the bronze cannons fired in succession, unleashing a barrage of shells that carved bloody paths through the advancing savages. Yet, this onslaught proved insufficient to deter their relentless assault. The flintlock infantrymen lowered their weapons from their shoulders. The first row crouched, fired, stood, retreated, and reloaded, while the second row advanced 3 steps, fired, stood, retreated, and reloaded, followed by the third row. This cycle continued, ultimately leaving the barbarians in disarray, shedding their armor and fleeing in desperation. Such an epic scene of warfare was indelibly etched in the heart of one like Zhou Mingyue, who was accustomed to the execution of orders. Were it not for the admonitions he imposed upon himself, merely envisioning this spectacle would have tempted him to choose the path of warfare factories. Indeed, from a certain perspective, warfare factories were formidable. Historically, modern armies equipped with firearms had frequently decimated ancient feudal forces wielding cold weapons. Although not explicitly stated, one could easily surmise that should the warfare factory advance further, contemporary armaments like cannons, rocket launchers, and tanks would inevitably emerge. However, there was a caveat. The warfare factory faced constraints in this world. What precisely did these limitations entail? Were the explosive charges less potent, the output diminished, or the range curtailed? Zhou Mingyue could not ascertain. The ambiguity of the situation signified risk. Chapter 23. The Ascension of the War Workshop. Under these circumstances, the scales of choice easily tipped in another direction. Ultimately, with a furrowed brow, Zhou Mingyue reluctantly opted for the War Workshop. He made his selection. The yellow light radiated like a nascent sun, its brilliance exceeding that of before by 100-fold. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Mingyue feared he had gone blind, perceiving nothing at all. Fortunately, as the yellow glow subsided, his vision returned, allowing him to survey his surroundings. The formerly modest workshop had transformed into a grand castle. This castle, entirely enveloped in a yellow hue, exuded a somewhat whimsical charm, encircled by robust walls, with a towering spire rising approximately 20 meters high. While the city gate remained black, the superficial alterations provided little information. Zhou Mingyue redirected his attention inward. Artifact name: War Workshop, Ascension 0, Sequence level, Workshop Sequence 7 origin, initially a remnant of divine authority from the tool Sequence 0, Fallen Flame Forge. It subsequently merged with Zhou Mingyue's soul from another realm, undergoing a transformation into the new artifact, Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop. After several advancements, it evolved into Workshop Sequence 7, War Workshop. Capabilities: manufacturing heavy infantry, heavy gunmen, cavalry, longbowmen, clerics, griffin cavalry, as well as crafting fine iron weaponry and armored. After reviewing the artifact's attributes, Zhou Mingyue's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. His choice seemed undeniably sound. However, merely examining the artifact's properties was insufficient to glean the specifics of the units. They must first be produced. Thus, let the War Workshop commence. Zhou Mingyue reactivated the War Workshop. The castle gates opened, revealing 8 workers. No, not mere workers, but 8 magical automatons towering over 2 meters. Don't ask how Zhou Mingyue identified them as magical automatons. As the master of the War Workshop, he simply gazed, and the attributes of the magical constructs naturally materialized before him. It was evident that following the latest advancement, the artifact's power had intensified significantly. Previously, such user-friendly introductions akin to a game had not been present. The 8 magical automatons extended their hands toward the heaps of bodies, causing them to levitate and fly into the War Workshop's entrance. Clearly, the magical automatons were formidable, yet, regardless of their might, they could not engage in combat on Zhou Mingyue's behalf, prompting only a moment of admiration from him, as his focus shifted to the newly minted heavy infantry. Before long, a soldier clad entirely in black iron armor emerged from the workshop, bearing a half-body shield in his left hand and a 2-handed sword in his right. His steps heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 18 heavy infantry as they marched in unison. The ground trembled beneath them. Their presence imposing. It was undeniable that the disparity between these heavy infantry and standard soldiers was vast. Zhou Mingwei even suspected that a single heavy infantryman could stand toe-to-toe with a barbarian warrior. He arranged a mock battle between the heavy infantry and standard soldiers, although it did not culminate in death. It yielded valuable data that a heavy infantryman could effortlessly dispatch 7 or 8 standard soldiers without sustaining injury. The collective strength of such individuals on the battlefield was terrifically formidable. One could imagine that even knights would be overwhelmed with despair when confronted by a formation of these heavy infantry. Subsequently, Zhou Mingwei manufactured all the unit types available from the war workshop. The heavy gunmen and heavy cavalry bore similarities to the heavy infantry. Donning thick black iron armor, the heavy gunmen wielded fine iron long spears. Exuding a similarly awe-inspiring aura, the heavy cavalry also donned black iron armor, but their steeds were even more majestic. If placed in ancient earth, they would surely be deemed exceptional horses. The lances strapped to their saddles were crafted from fine iron, no longer mere wooden poles. Meanwhile, the longbowmen still wore leather armor, their bows towering a head taller than a man, with an arsenal of razor-sharp arrows at their belts. As for the upgraded version of the cleric, the priest, his mace had been replaced with a whisk, eliciting a mixture of amusement and exasperation from Zhou Mingwei. Nevertheless, the priest was undeniably potent. Not only could he cast expansive healing spells, but he could also bestow defensive enchantments upon allies within a certain radius, rendering him a strategic asset in Zhou Mingwei's arsenal. Lastly, the Griffin cavalry, clad in leather armor and wielding powerful crossbows and lances, surpassed the flying cavalry primarily due to their mounts, while the flying horses were of similar size to ordinary steeds. The Griffins were a different story, with their lion bodies and eagle heads, boasting wingspans exceeding 3 meters. They appeared extraordinarily formidable, and when they swooped down from the skies to strike, even knights would likely find themselves powerless to resist. Indeed, standing before a griffin left Zhou Mingwei feeling a chill down his spine. While the units produced by the war workshop were indeed fierce, the resources they consumed were alarmingly high. In the previous battle, Zhou Mingwei had suffered the loss of over 600 soldiers. The resources recovered from these fallen soldiers, if utilized to produce standard infantry or gunmen, could have yielded between 400 to 500 new soldiers. Yet now, after merely 2 rounds of production, he had generated only 36 heavy infantry, 32 heavy gunmen, 24 longbowmen, 10 heavy cavalry, 6 priests, and 4 griffin cavalry, depleting all resources within the war workshop. However, there was a silver lining. Shortly thereafter, the cavalry and flying cavalry who pursued the barbarian chieftain returned, bearing the chieftain's corpse. This barbarian chieftain was indeed formidable, managing to slay 5 cavalrymen even in his final moments. Had Zhou Mingwei not dispatched all the cavalry and flying cavalry, the chieftain might have truly escaped. Following this battle, the number of troops stationed within and around the valley dwindled significantly. Although the 36 heavy infantry, 32 heavy gunmen, and other units produced by the war workshop could easily contend with over 300 soldiers on the battlefield, Zhou Mingwei's overall strength had undeniably diminished. Thus, he refrained from immediately setting forth to confront the barbarian tribe 90 miles away. Instead, he chose to remain in the valley, nurturing his strength. Every mineral extracted, apart from currency equivalent gold and silver, was poured into the war workshop to produce units and convert them into power. Considering the cost-effectiveness of the units, Zhou Mingwei predominantly manufactured heavy infantry. Not only did they boast the highest production rate, but in terms of flexibility, they surpassed heavy gunmen, particularly against the barbarians, enhancing their combat effectiveness. In the ensuing 2 months, aside from a few agricultural soldiers assisting the villagers in cultivating fields, the rest of the agricultural soldiers, as well as infantry and gunmen, were summoned by Zhou Mingwei to the caverns to engage in mining. Chapter 24. The A2 tribe. During these 2 months, the barbarian tribe, situated 90 miles away, dispatched several waves of scouts to probe the situation. For a tribe with a mere 600 inhabitants could scarcely afford to lose 400 individuals without consequence. It signified potential annihilation. However, these scouts were swiftly obliterated by Zhou Mingwei's patrols stationed around the perimeter. After several such encounters, the barbarian tribe grew more subdued, refraining from reckless actions. They likely surmised that their elite had perished. And in such circumstances, they dared not initiate a retaliatory strike against Zhou Mingwei, instead praying that their ancestors would spare them from the enemy's gaze. In contrast, the larger barbarian tribe, numbering over 900, appeared more lively. Within a month following the Valley battle, it seemed they had engaged in combat with an even more distant barbarian tribe, emerging victorious. Reports from flying cavalry scouts indicated that the tribe had celebrated their triumph with song and dance for several days. Having captured numerous defeated barbarians to serve as slaves, these captives would gradually integrate into the tribe over the years, bolstering its strength. In truth, it is a common practice among the barbarian tribes in the wilderness to engage in mutual attacks, plundering populations to bolster their own strength. Upon reaching a certain level of growth, they gather other barbarian tribes and launch assaults on nearby human kingdoms, seeking to seize the wealth and populace that these realms possess. Naturally, such endeavors are fraught with difficulty. After all, those human kingdoms are not easily subdued. As previously mentioned, their royal families are primarily descendants of divine bloodlines, while the nobility is but a diminished remnant of the royalty. Thus, although the barbarians may initially gain significant advantages, as the strength of the human kingdoms consolidates, numerous nobles rise up from their territories to rally in defense of their king. Ultimately, the fate of these barbarian tribes is to be driven back to the wilds. However, it must be acknowledged that even so, the incursions of barbarian tribes inflict considerable damage upon human kingdoms, not to mention the disruption of an otherwise stable social order, leading to unrest, where countless common folk are compelled to abandon their homes in flight. The mere population stolen by the barbarian invasions can render a human kingdom weak for an extended period. Should the king of such a realm be incompetent and his ministers corrupt, while the nobility, in a bid to recover their losses, impose even higher taxes, it is likely that the kingdom will soon succumb to chaos and ruin. Indeed, many of the ancestors of those nobles have met such a fate, falling from their once prestigious royal status to ruin, and if fortunate, they might be courted by a new king to become nobles themselves. If unfortunate, they would fade into obscurity, living as commoners, only to, after several generations, regain nobility through the strength of their bloodline when the new king ceases to pursue the remnants of the old royal family. What most worries Zhou Mingwei is that, following their recent victory, the barbarian tribe, now numbering over 900, has significantly expanded its power and begun to extend its territory, Tio put it plainly, within a month's time. Their hunting grounds may encroach upon the valley, thus discovering Zhou Mingwei's domain. The thought of clashing with a barbarian tribe that has swelled to over 1,000 souls fills Zhou Mingwei with trepidation, especially with the copper mines within the caverns nearing depletion. This is hardly surprising. Geological structures like caverns belong to the limestone layer and are not conducive to significant metal deposits. The gold, silver, and copper mines Zhou Mingwei discovered were purely fortuitous. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate the already weakened barbarian tribe and unearth more mineral resources to build strength. Of utmost importance are the totem poles within the barbarian tribes. Such artifacts can enhance one's power, and in this unfamiliar world, nothing grants Zhou Mingwei a greater sense of security than augmenting his own strength. Although the War Magic Workshop can produce a multitude of soldiers, they lack the essence of one's own physical might. In the face of a fierce opponent, it is indeed difficult to ascertain that they would not breach the formation and strike directly at him, potentially leading to his demise. Take, for instance, the previous barbarian chief. If the adversary had been intent on breaching the stone walls, could they have succeeded? Undoubtedly. Yet, whether they could vanquish Zhou Mingwei is an entirely different matter. 3 days later, the gold, silver, and copper ores were completely exhausted, and no further mineral deposits were discovered within the caverns. However, another exit was uncovered by the peasant soldiers, located near a small river 15 miles away, where the water flowed through the entire cavern and into the river. Relying on that vein, Zhou Mingwei managed to assemble a meager force of 108 heavy infantry, 64 heavy gunmen, 36 longbowmen, 10 heavy cavalry, 6 priests, and 4 griffin riders. For this expedition, he took with him the heavy infantry, heavy gunmen, and longbowmen, while leaving the archers, heavy cavalry, priests, and griffin riders in the valley as a defensive force. Regardless, at present, although he had temporarily removed the War Magic Workshop, the valley remains his foundation. The dangers of the wilderness are not solely those posed by the barbarian tribes, but also by the ferocious beasts that lurk therein. During his time in the wilderness, Zhou Mingwei has encountered striped tigers, green wolves, and rabbit bears, ferocious creatures reminiscent of Earth's fauna. Among these, the rabbit bear is particularly distinctive. Its upper body resembles that of a rabbit, complete with long ears and a three-part mouth. Yet its teeth are razor-sharp, making it evident that it is not a herbivore. Zhou Mingwei set forth with his assembled force, totaling over 400 men in contrast to the barbarian tribes that charge recklessly. His approach can be described as one of complete battlefield intelligence. Control Point 2 Griffin riders advanced ahead to monitor the barbarian tribe, relaying information back at all times. No movement from Tribe A2. Excellent. Zhou Mingwei was not walking. Rather, two cavalrymen were pulling along a rudimentary cart, essentially a flatbed, upon which he reclined. Despite the jostling and bumps, it was far more comfortable than walking. That he had assigned numbers to the discovered barbarian tribes. His own valley tribe was designated A1. The battered tribe was labeled A2, and the most formidable tribe was referred to as A3. Simple, clear, and easy to remember, but it was only when they approached approximately 3 miles from Tribe A2 that the cavalrymen at the forefront encountered the barbarians. A dozen or so older barbarian warriors, all over 30, were hunting a four-horned beast. Due to the limitations imposed by their level of civilization, barbarians rapidly age beyond 25, without a significant enhancement in strength. Most will perish by the age of 40 for various reasons. In Iron Fortress Village, for instance, individuals over the age of 45 are quite rare, as the harshness of life drastically shortens biological lifespans. Chapter 25. The Totem Pole. This mirrors the medieval period on Earth, where individuals who could have lived to 70 or 80 might only reach 40 due to the tribulations of life. Upon spotting the approaching human cavalry, these elder warriors did not react with violence. Instead, they hastily dragged the recently downed four-horned beast toward their tribe in a desperate bid to escape. The four-horned beast is a herbivore of the wilderness, comparable in size to an elephant, with 4 horns atop its head. This indicates that Tribe A2 has indeed declined since the last battle. In earlier times, these elder warriors would have been tasked with training the younger barbarians rather than venturing out to hunt. After all, the frailty that accompanies age diminishes their hunting efficacy, often rendering them unable to capture prey for days on end. Zhou Mingwei, of course, did not order his cavalry to pursue the fleeing barbarians. Though aged and weakened, their desperate counterattack could inflict significant losses on the cavalry, even with the war workshop having advanced to the war magic workshop. Cavalry units remain exceedingly valuable, particularly for tasks such as pulling flatbed carts. Zhou Mingwei's army gradually approached Tribe A2. This tribe was situated in a grassy expanse, surrounded by stone and wooden fences to guard against beasts and attacks from their own kind. At that moment, over 200 barbarians, both young and old, armed with various weapons, glared with hatred at the approaching human army through the wooden barriers. Clearly, they recognized the identity of their assailants, the very enemy that had decimated their kin. Thus, rather than fleeing in the face of invasion, the tribe gathered, intent on delivering a fierce retaliation. Zhou Mingwei felt no guilt regarding the barbarians' enmity. Rather, he took solace in their refusal to flee. It was simple. He was acting in self-defense. Now was the time to eradicate future threats. If these barbarians were allowed to escape, they might frequently launch surprise attacks on the valley or seek revenge by enlisting the aid of stronger barbarian tribes, which would pose a significant headache for him. Attack. Zhou Mingwei had no intention of stalemating with the barbarians and wasting time. He was counting on the totem pole within their tribe to enhance his own power. Ultimately, his safety took precedence. Zhou Mingwei stood upon the flatbed cart. He raised his right hand forcefully, signaling the 200 heavy gunmen and heavy infantry to advance slowly toward the barbarian tribe, while the longbowmen, archers, and priests followed suit. Only the cavalry and heavy cavalry remained close by to protect Zhou Mingwei. Once they approached within 300 meters of the barbarian tribe, the longbowmen launched their attack first. 36 heavy arrows were released from the towering longbows, soaring over 300 meters to rain down upon the barbarian tribe, resulting in a shower of blood and cries of anguish, compared to the light arrows of the archers. The heavy arrows of the longbowmen not only had greater range, but also delivered far more lethal force, effectively achieving the capacity to strike vital points with fatal precision. Thus, before the longbowmen The barbarians could no longer endure the same fate as their forebears, who, despite being riddled with arrows, continued to fight. The formation steadily advanced, with waves of heavy arrows being unleashed, leaving the trapped barbarians within the tribe feeling utterly stifled. Who could bear to witness their kin fall one by one, unable to retaliate? A profound tragedy indeed. Before long, the gates of the tribal stronghold swung open, and the barbarians surged forth, charging at the human formation. In the face of the barbarian onslaught, Zhou Mingyue felt neither fear nor concern. Instead, a smile graced his face. The advantage of technological disparity was evident. If they remained still, he could strike them. If they moved, they were merely offering themselves as prey. As the barbarians closed in to within 100 meters, the 200 archers, who had been holding steady, promptly drew their bows and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Although the arrows of the archers were considerably less lethal than those of the longbowmen, the sheer volume of arrows raining down had a significant impact on the barbarians. The barbarian warriors were soon riddled with arrows, blood oozing from their wounds as they staggered towards the phalanx, only to be met with a row of long spears thrust forth by the heavily armored pikemen, sending them crashing to the ground. Following this, the agile heavy infantry advanced to harvest the fallen foes. After several such encounters, the number of charging barbarians dwindled to fewer than 50. At this point, their earlier fury and ferocity had dissipated, replaced by sheer panic as they turned to flee. The entire formation then morphed into a relentless pursuit, while the cavalry, including heavy cavalry surrounding Zhou Mingyue, sprang into action. They urged their steeds to chase down the retreating barbarians at high speed, their lances piercing through and tossing the fleeing foes aside. These barbarian warriors were by no means chieftains, and under the onslaught of the cavalry, they quickly faced total annihilation. When Zhou Mingyue disembarked from the cart and stepped into the barbarian tribe, he found that only a handful of barbarian children had fled in advance. That he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bring himself to eradicate every last one. After all, he considered himself a good person, a thought that comforted him. The A2 barbarian tribe sprawled over an area more than twice that of the valley, filled with dilapidated wooden huts draped in animal hides to stave off the wind. There was even a large fire pit designated for roasting meat, indicating that in terms of civilization, the A2 tribe surpassed the A1 significantly. In the central clearing of the tribe stood a towering totem pole reaching 20 meters, adorned with an array of intricate patterns and topped with a serpent's head ornament. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Mingyue unleashed the war magic workshop. The 8 magical puppets emerged. They swiftly dismantled the tall totem pole into fragments, feeding it into the workshop. The war magic workshop whirred to life, and Zhou Mingyue immediately felt a warm current rise within him, circulating throughout his being. The bloodline that had once lain dormant was now activated, radiating light and forming a faint glow around Zhou Mingyue. As time passed, the activation of his bloodline grew increasingly vibrant, layers of light accumulating until Zhou Mingyue was enveloped in brilliance. After a considerable duration, the workshop ceased its operations, and Zhou Mingyue finally emerged from the throes of pain, his power further enhanced. He grasped a hefty bone club abandoned by the barbarians. The activation of his bloodline flickered, casting light outward to envelop the club. Instinctively, he swung the bone club, and in an instant, the radiance extended violently, striking a wooden hut. With a thunderous crash, the hut was cleaved in two by the brilliant light. The power unleashed after the activation of his bloodline was astonishingly formidable. Zhou Mingyue, brimming with pride, reigned in the power of his bloodline and gave the club a shake. From that moment forth, even the esteemed Viscount Hanks paled in comparison to him. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a true knight. Zhou Mingyue discarded the bone club and turned his gaze towards the war magic workshop. After absorbing the totem pole, the workshop not only further activated his bloodline, but also endowed the magical puppets with the ability to autonomously scout for resources within a certain range. In a mere short while, the 8 magical puppets had discovered 3 mineral veins near the A2 barbarian tribe, 1 copper vein, 1 gold vein, and finally, 1 coal vein. However, prior to this, the magical puppets had already collected all the corpses of the fallen barbarians into the war magic workshop. The only regret Zhou Mingyue felt was that after the workshop's advancement, the percentage of progression that could be gained from those barbarian corpses had diminished to achieve further advancement for the workshop. At least 5,000 barbarian corpses, or those of higher-tier creatures, would be required. In summary, from this moment on, the difficulty of advancing the war magic workshop had significantly escalated. Dig up the mineral veins with all your might. This was the command Zhou Mingyue issued. The A2 barbarian tribe was situated on a plain, characterized by its flat terrain, making it easy to attack, but difficult to defend. It was impractical for Zhou Mingyue to leave troops stationed here. Thus, the optimal strategy was to exhaust the resources and depart. All combat units, except for the clergy and various cavalry, were engaged in mining operations, although the absence of mining tools resulted in lower efficiency. The proximity of surface-level mineral veins greatly reduced the difficulty of extraction. As for the output of the war magic workshop, it primarily consisted of heavy infantry, complemented by a small number of other troop types. After arranging all of this, Zhou Mingyue returned with the cavalry. After all, he need not worry excessively about the war magic workshop. Even from a distance, he could summon it back with a mere thought. Upon returning to the valley, Zhou Mingyue had scarcely disembarked from the cart when he received word from the Pegasus cavalry that a human merchant caravan was approaching the valley. This news filled him with joy. Aside from the merchant Enyel, he could scarcely think of any other caravan daring to come at such a time. Of course, the only merchant caravan he had encountered thus far was this one, that after enjoying a refreshing bath in the pond to wash away the dust and fatigue of his journey. The human caravan arrived at the valley's outskirts. Indeed, it was the caravan led by unparalleled. As Zhou Mingyue stepped out of the valley, he found them already unloading their goods: grain, various iron farming tools, pots and pans, salt, livestock, and more. Upon seeing Zhou Mingyue, Enyel approached with gleaming eyes, bowing slightly. "Esteemed lord, I have brought the goods you requested." Zhou Mingyue inspected the items and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. I have complete faith in your abilities." He then called for Nais, saying, "Go, settle the accounts with Enyel." After establishing himself in the valley, Zhou Mingyue naturally entrusted significant responsibilities to his old acquaintance. The honest Terrans, represented by Tyrus, were appointed as the agricultural officer of the territory, primarily responsible for agricultural management, as he was originally a farmer and found such tasks manageable. The more astute Nais was appointed as the financial officer, primarily overseeing the territory's finances and storage. While it may have been challenging for Nais to manage finances in a town, the simplicity of the valley's situation minimized the difficulties. Upon receiving Zhou Mingyue's instructions, Nais promptly led Enyel aside, and the two began a cordial yet vigorous discussion regarding the prices, quantities, and quality of the goods. With the gold and silver sands available in the valley, along with the gold sands Zhou Mingyue had brought back from the A2 barbarian tribe, settling the debts and purchasing the goods should pose no problem. Over this period, the environment of the valley had undergone a significant transformation. The rudimentary stone huts had been replaced by more insulated wooden structures, and the bones and refuse scattered throughout the valley had been cleared away, resulting in a much more pleasant appearance. After negotiating all matters, Nais promptly settled the debts and payments, leaving Enyel beaming with joy. However, as Enyel's caravan prepared to depart, Zhou Mingyue specifically instructed him to recruit some farmers for future transactions. After clearing out 2 barbarian tribes, the vicinity of the valley had become considerably safer. Although Zhou Mingyue had not fully integrated into this world, he still hoped for an increase in the population of his territory, and a larger populace meant more possibilities for undertaking various endeavors. He envisioned planting grapes and raising cattle nearby, dreaming of savoring red wine and steak in the future. Frankly speaking, the current dietary conditions in the valley were deplorable. As the so-called lord, Zhou Mingyue subsisted mainly on rye bread and roasted meat. The rye bread here was of a lower quality than white bread, but superior to black bread, made from flour mixed with a small amount of chaff. As for the roasted meat, there were no skilled cooks here, nor any of the diverse spices found on earth. For the villagers, merely adding a pinch of salt was a culinary delight. Given the choice, Zhou Mingyue would have undoubtedly preferred not to have traversed into this world with such a backward culinary culture. In any case, he required a considerable population to realize his plans. As time passed, the temperature began to drop sharply. The climate in this wild region was relatively mild. In the northern areas, snow had already begun to fall. However, in the valley, Zhou Mingyue could still enjoy daily baths in the pond. This could be attributed to his strengthened physique, but it also indicated that the climate here was still quite warm. Yet, Regardless of how warm it was, when Inyul's caravan arrived for the third time, snow finally blanketed the wild expanse. The once green shrubs and grasslands were now concealed beneath a layer of white. The entire landscape shrouded in a cascade of snowflakes. Standing atop the stone wall, Zhou Mingwei occasionally spotted a couple of sizable hares darting across the snow, occasionally burrowing to forage for the tender roots hidden beneath the surface. The now larger caravan led by Inyul left a trail of dark gray marks in the snow as it made its way toward the valley. The entire transaction was once again handled by Nice. Compared to the last time, Inyul not only brought the various necessities that Zhou Mingwei required, but also a staggering 500 slaves. I specifically requested farmers, those capable of tilling the land, not slaves, Zhou Mingwei said, suppressing his anger as he addressed Inyul after being summoned by Nice. That it was no wonder he was so furious. Slaves and farmers were fundamentally different concepts in the kingdom of Flora. Most slaves were war captives, former soldiers who had become slaves after defeat, possessing minimal agricultural skills. Indeed, they are slaves, but they are captives from the kingdom of Inyul following their defeat. In this frigid weather, cold sweat trickled down the back of Anil's forehead as he nervously explained. Anil Kingdom. Well, although Zhou Mingwei had already grasped much about this world, he was quite unfamiliar with this so-called Anil Kingdom. Noticing Zhou Mingwei's utter ignorance regarding Anil Kingdom, Anil promptly began his exposition. The Floor Kingdom lies to the north of the wilderness, while Anil Kingdom is situated further south. It is referred to as the land of eternal warmth, where the climate remains temperate year-round and resources abound. Zhou Mingwei could comprehend that. The location of Anil Kingdom roughly equates to the tropics on Earth. The royal family of Anil Kingdom is said to be descendants of the elven deity Nestor, and most of its citizens possess what is referred to as elven blood. Naturally, akin to the Floor Kingdom, this elven lineage is quite diluted. Only the royal family, nobility, and a fortunate few commoners can awaken their elven blood and ascend to become extraordinary beings. The relationship between the Floor Kingdom and Anil Kingdom is intricate, marked by both friction and several generations of intermarriage. Thus, their rapport oscillates between years of peace and years of conflict. Recently, as the Floor Kingdom's power waned, Anil Kingdom naturally harbored some ambitions. There is a saying in Zhou Mingwei's homeland: how can one allow others to slumber soundly in their domain? Consequently, when a merchant convoy from Anil Kingdom encountered bandits within the Floor Kingdom's territory, their cargo was completely pillaged, and the captain and crew were all slaughtered, igniting the flames of war. Of course, the scale of this conflict is not particularly vast. It merely involves a few prominent nobles along the border, with neither royal family yet intervening. After all, as long as neither side exhibits signs of weakness, the royal families will refrain from taking action. However, this leads to the emergence of war slaves, primarily farmers from border territories who were captured by invading enemy forces, along with a portion of artisans and even officials from towns. Some, in Anil's boasting, these Anil slaves were on the verge of becoming masters of agriculture. Indeed, Anil's exaggeration is not entirely unfounded. After all, in the legends of the Floor Kingdom, elves are ancient beings inherently attuned to nature, possessing the magical ability to manipulate plants. Thus, it is entirely plausible that farmers in Anil Kingdom excel in agricultural pursuits. Moreover, among the slaves that Anil brought this time, there was even a nature priest. The so-called nature priest is a cleric of the nature sect, which can essentially be regarded as the state religion of Anil Kingdom, boasting a wide base of belief within its borders. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwei found himself intrigued by the nature priest. Soon, Anil summoned the nature priest, gesturing for her to perform before the Lord. Clad in a patterned green robe, the nature priest silently extended her right hand toward the snow-covered ground. Instantly, a circle of green radiance spread across the snow, dissipating 100 meters away, followed by green sprouts pushing through the snow, emerging into being. Hiss, this is rather impressive. Zhou Mingwei inhaled sharply. This completely defied the laws of nature. Not only did it enable plants to grow contrary to winter's dormancy, but it also accelerated their growth rate manifold. Whether this is an illusion or a miraculous display of magic, Zhou Mingwei could scarcely discern. Look up, he commanded, now more curious about the nature priest. However, the nature priest paid no heed to Zhou Mingwei's command, lowering her head and gazing at the ground, lost in thought. Anil, ever astute, pulled the nature priest aside, whether out of intimidation or some other motive, and upon returning, she obediently lifted her head. Zhou Mingyue was taken aback. Lo and behold, she was a strikingly beautiful young woman that if one were to draw a comparison, she would certainly rank among the top campus beauties on earth. Yet, the green priestly robe she wore and the vivid oak pattern on her forehead reminded Zhou Mingyue that she was not just a student, but a nature priest captured in war. Undoubtedly, having such a being capable of manipulating plants, well, with her presence, many matters would become remarkably convenient. Without any dissent, Zhou Mingyue promptly agreed to Annel's proposed price. It is worth noting that these over 500 slaves far surpassed the number of villagers originally residing in the valley, inevitably leading to substantial management challenges. After all, not everyone is willing to be a slave. And among these slaves, aside from farmers and the nature priest, a small minority were soldiers. Further complicating the management of the slaves, it is well known that soldier slaves in the Floor Kingdom are typically sent to the mines to toil until their demise. If it weren't for Zhou Mingyue's considerable demand and Annel's inability to find enough farmers, coincidentally transporting this batch of war slaves from the border, this deal likely wouldn't have materialized. Zhou Mingyue was no longer as financially constrained as before. The nearby mineral veins close to the barbarian tribes not only bolstered the ranks of his army, but also significantly increased his reserves of gold and silver. Of course, if given a choice, Annel would have preferred refined copper or powder. After all, after refining and purifying copper ore, it can be alloyed with gold and silver to produce floor gold coins, silver coins, and various silver and gold ornaments, yielding profits beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Furthermore, Zhou Mingyue lacked any specialty products. With so many pack animals and assistants, transporting gold, silver, and pelts was quite wasteful. However, Zhou Mingyue had long since consumed all the copper ore in the War Magic Workshop, rendering it impossible to trade as for coal. The valley's warehouse was already piled high, but this commodity holds little value. It burns poorly and can be lethal due to carbon monoxide, making it undesirable for purchase by common folk, while the nobility prefer high-quality charcoal. Chapter 28. The Benevolent Slave Master. Ultimately, Annel accepted gold and silver dust, along with pelts, as payment. To be fair, Annel's willingness to engage in long-term dealings with Zhou Mingyue stemmed from his potential. Each time he visited, Annel could observe the unmistakable growth of Zhou Mingyue's military force. For merchants, the most favorable dealings are with powerful nobles. Zhou Mingyue was undoubtedly viewed by Annel as an emerging noble of great stature. After all, within the Floor Kingdom, a noble capable of ruling over a 100-mile expanse is at least a viscount. Some earldoms possess territories not much larger than that. Moreover, this is the wilderness. According to Annel, many nobles have aspired to establish a foothold in this untamed area over the past century, yet all have ultimately failed. The barbarian tribes and various ferocious beasts in the wilderness are exceedingly hostile toward encroaching humanity. Naturally, Zhou Mingyue remained blissfully unaware of Annel's lofty appraisal of him. After Annel's merchant convoy departed, Zhou Mingyue soon found himself with a headache. Accommodating over 500 slaves would be a cumbersome endeavor. He needed to provide them with shelter and sustenance, ensuring they would neither starve nor freeze. Housing was manageable. There were still ample places within the valley to construct wooden cabins. Zhou Mingyue's workforce consisted not only of farmers, but also soldiers. Under the guidance of the farmers, whether they were militiamen, infantry, or heavy infantry, they could construct wooden cabins. After all, as long as someone assigns tasks, such physically demanding work does not require much intelligence. Of course, Zhou Mingyue had no intention of engaging in any benevolent acts of liberating slaves. The conditions here were not conducive to such endeavors. There was already enmity between the Floor and Annel kingdoms. At least the war slaves glared at Zhou Mingyue with barely concealed resentment. Should Zhou Mingyue dare to untie their bonds, a significant portion would undoubtedly flee by nightfall. Yet, with heavy guard both within and outside the valley, who knows how many could actually escape? Moreover, the most critical issue was the language barrier. Both parties spoke a so-called common tongue. Yet Annel Kingdom incorporated a greater number of so-called elven lexicons. Even if Zhou Mingyue wished to share tales of hardship and resilience, the slaves would likely struggle to comprehend. Furthermore, in the eyes of the slaves, Zhou Mingyue was merely a cruel noble, and all his actions were driven by his sinister motives. In summary, upon realizing this, he ceased any further attempts, confining all the slaves to wooden cabins, 10 per cabin, to ensure a bit of warmth during winter. However, The nature priest was afforded her own individual wooden cabin. Nays thought Zhou Mingyue had taken a liking to the nature priest and was diligently attending to her. For by the standards of both this world and earth, the nature priest was indeed a beauty. Yet, Zhou Mingyue held an entirely different perspective. He thought more pragmatically, since the nature priest could manipulate plants. Eliminating him would be an effortless task. His elementary school teacher had once said that the power of plants is immense. Just a tiny seed can push aside a stone. Zhou Mingyue genuinely worried that he might inadvertently fall victim to the nature priest's schemes. Although he considered himself a formidable knight now, who could predict a misstep? If he were to let his desires cloud his judgment and act upon the nature priest, it could very well lead to his demise. After all, a lustful man is prone to error in the presence of a woman. Isn't that why tales of Daji, seducing King Zhou, and the flames of war among feudal lords exist? As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Zhou Mingyue enveloped himself in thick furs, only to realize he had been deceived. Those slaves feared the cold, intensely feared it. On a morning following a heavy snowfall, Zhou Mingyue, initially cozily nestled in his warm bedding, was roused by the frantic shouts of Nais and Terrace. What is going on? What is the commotion? I have told you time and again, during critical moments, one must maintain composure. Just look at your appearances. It is simply, before Zhou Mingyue could express his irritation, fueled by his morning grumpiness, the thought of lying comfortably in his warm cocoon was abruptly shattered by the chaos outside. How could he not be annoyed? However, upon hearing Nai's and Terrace's reports, he quickly abandoned the warmth of his bed, hurriedly donned his heavy fur coat, and stepped out of his official residence, a rather spacious wooden cabin, like a bear emerging from hibernation. Alas, dire events had unfolded in the valley. Over 100 of the 500 slaves had perished from the cold. This revelation left Zhou Mingyue in disbelief. These slaves were his invaluable assets. And to prevent any accidental casualties, he had even ensured that the wooden cabin was insulated with 2 layers of bark, effectively barring the intrusion of the cold. Yet, over 100 had still succumbed to the freezing temperatures. After repeated inquiries and inspections, Zhou Mingyue arrived at a conclusion. He had been duped, deceived by Annal. Despite Annal's grandiose portrayal of these Annal people as if they were druids descended from the heavens, they were, in truth, tropical beings. During their time in the Annal Kingdom, they had never encountered snow. To put it plainly, the daytime temperature in the Annal Kingdom never dropped below 20 degrees. To transport them to the even colder wilderness of the Bilfur Kingdom was akin to sending tropical creatures to the polar regions. Given such conditions, heavy snowfall would inevitably lead to their demise. Well, this was not entirely Annal's fault. After all, no one had previously ventured into the wilderness to establish territory, nor had anyone thought to bring Annal people here. Annal simply lacked this awareness, while Zhou Mingyue had overlooked the issue. Fortunately, it was not too late to remedy the situation. Zhou Mingyue wasted no time, instructing numerous soldiers to immediately set out to hunt various wild beasts, strip their hides, and craft warm clothing for the slaves. He even racked his brain to fashion a chimney from wood and a stove from clay, utilizing coal for warmth. With the successful construction of the stove, the wooden cabins transformed into veritable havens of spring, restoring some color to the pale, cold faces of the slaves. Zhou Mingyue could not help but feel a sense of pride in this world. Which other slave owner would consider their slaves' welfare so meticulously? The corpses of the deceased slaves were not wasted. They were sent to the A2 Barbarian tribe to be used as resources for the war magic workshop. This also revealed to him that the bodies of Annal people could serve as advanced resources, with a higher enhancement percentage compared to those of the barbarians. Chapter 29, The Gods. If it required 5,000 barbarian corpses to advance in the war magic workshop, then only 1,000 Annal corpses were needed. What could be the reason for this disparity? Zhou Mingyue squatted by the stove, occasionally turning the sweet potatoes roasting within, inhaling their fragrant aroma, while his mind whirled with possibilities. Perhaps it was due to their bloodline? Zhou Mingyue pondered, tempted to select a floor farmer at random to send to the war magic workshop for experimentation. However, he ultimately abandoned this idea. He was not that cruel. Yet, his speculation might hold some truth. Was it not said that, in legends, elves were intelligent beings capable of manipulating magical energy? From this perspective, their bloodline held greater value than that of the barbarians. One possessed intelligence, while the other boasted physical strength. The difference between the two was evident. The heavy snow blanketed the ground in white satin, and the arrival of winter rendered the entire wilderness as if it were a frozen tableau. After 2 months of huddling in the valley, Zhou Mingwei felt he was on the brink of madness. Although he had devised entertainment tools such as mahjong and playing cards, the inhabitants of this world were genuinely inept at amusement. Even Nais, whom Zhou Mingwei deemed the most intelligent, after 2 months of playing mahjong, still did not comprehend how to win. Imagine sitting at a wooden table, manipulating wooden tiles, contentedly forming a winning hand, only for your partner to sincerely inquire, my lord, could you check if I have one?" You would have to rise, assist in the examination, and gasp in horror upon discovering they indeed had lost. Then, faced with a dilemma, you must choose to help them win or deceive them into thinking they had misjudged. Of course, even if you wielded the rules to your advantage, playing against 3 seemingly dim-witted partners rendered the effort of winning 13 hands meaningless. It would be akin to playing all 4 hands alone at the table. At most, it merely spared you the exhaustion of drawing tiles for 3 opponents. This world was utterly dull. Stepping away from the table to let the 4 fools play at random, Zhou Mingwei perched on a stone wall at the valley's edge. Gazing at the expanse of white snow, suddenly feeling a pang of homesickness. Though he had no achievements at work, often criticized by his boss, and faced the incessant nagging of a long-distance girlfriend, as well as the anxiety of enduring relatives bragging about their own children during family gatherings. He longed to return home. No matter how bleak it may have been, it was still better than his current predicament. To savor hot, steaming hot pot, indulge in a buffet of steaks that could be devoured lying down, and witness the comical performances of fellow readers, alongside the various live streamers who, despite their distorted appearances, believed themselves to be stunning beauties. Those days seemed blissfully comfortable in retrospect. No, he truly had to return. Zhou Mingwei felt he was on the verge of being driven mad by this thought. Yet, he had no idea how to return. Just as he was unsure how he had arrived, would advancing the war magic workshop to its final tier allow him to return? If not, what of the deities of this world? Zhou Mingwei instinctively lifted his gaze to the small sun in the sky. According to the legends of the Bilfur Kingdom, the small sun that now appeared was the embodiment of Stuart, the god of winter and storm. He presided over winter and tempests, and his arrival blanketed the earth in snow, rendering the air unbearably cold. The other sun was Vern, the god of heat and drought, also known as the Great Sun. When he appeared, the land became sweltering as for the gods of spring and autumn. They did not exist. This world possessed only 2 suns, taking turns to illuminate the sky. Zhou Mingwei felt that the sun above was indeed smaller than the one he once knew. Besides these 2 suns, there were also 2 moons, a red moon and a blue moon. As previously mentioned, the red moon belonged to Pansini, the god of the new night and darkness, while the blue moon was associated with Alec, the god of silence and sleep. 2 suns and 2 moons, alongside the elven god Anist and other deities yet unknown to Zhou Mingwei, formed the highest echelon of this world. However, to Zhou Mingwei, the gods remained distant and unattainable. The most pressing matter for him was how to elevate the war magic workshop to sequence 6. In the biting cold, Zhou Mingwei endured for 2.5 months before witnessing the thick layer of snow covering the wilderness begin to melt. Fortunately, aside from the initial hundreds of slaves who had perished from the cold, no further deaths had occurred due to the effective measures implemented. The animal trading caravan rushed to the valley as the snow began to thaw, delivering much-needed supplies. Despite having cultivated over 1,000 acres of land, the valley had yet to yield any harvest, relying solely on the grain brought by the caravan for sustenance. Days winter passed. Had Zhou Mingwei not periodically dispatched hunters, the valley would have succumbed to starvation long ago. With over 400 slaves and nearly 100 villagers, the daily food consumption was no trivial matter. The arrival of the animal caravan undoubtedly alleviated Zhou Mingwei's immediate crisis. Just then, the Pegasus cavalry returned to the valley, bearing urgent news. The A3 barbarian tribe had mobilized and was sweeping toward the A1 tribe, which was the valley itself. The number of barbarian warriors deployed exceeded 700, accompanied by 3 massive barbarian bulls. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Mingwei could not help but gasp in shock. Undoubtedly, the more formidable the forces of the barbarian race, the greater the cumulative strength they would wield, and their chieftain could potentially possess power surpassing that of a grand knight. Zhou Mingwei had learned this from Anil. Unlike humans, who needed to activate their bloodlines to ascend to the extraordinary, the barbarians had a simpler path. Their individuals, upon reaching adulthood, naturally possessed a physique far superior to that of humans, with their extraordinary abilities stemming from totem pillars. To put it plainly, totem pillars served as their symbols of ancestral worship. According to barbarian beliefs, when a barbarian warrior fell in battle, their soul would return to the totem pillar, merging as one to become an ancestral spirit, while the barbarians worshipped the totem pillar. The ancestral spirits would impart strength back to the tribe. Chapter 30. The terrifying chieftain. Thus, as the population of the barbaric tribe swelled, their totem poles grew taller, and with each increase in height, the power they emanated became ever more formidable. When the population of the barbarian tribe surpassed 1,000, the ancestral spirit's response would significantly bolster the strength of the chieftain and even some of the mightiest warriors, potentially elevating them beyond the prowess of the great knights. War was imminent. The farmers, and even the slaves, who had originally departed the valley to sow their seeds before the heavy snow had completely melted, were hastily herded back into the valley. As Anil departed, he observed troops of soldiers converging from the distance, merging into the formations outside the valley. The army of Lord Zhou was growing increasingly powerful. Anil racked his brain, unable to fathom how Lord Zhou's forces continued to multiply. Were they conscripting from nearby nobility? That seemed implausible. The nearest was the territory of Viscount Hanks, yet it could hardly boast such elite soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyue stood outside the valley, meticulously counting his troops. After nearly 3 months of hiding within the valley, the minds of the A2 barbarian tribe were nearly depleted. 3 entire veins had enabled him to amass a formidable force of 1,700. Naturally, he relegated the basic farmer soldiers to guard the valley's periphery. The remaining troops he led forth to confront the invading barbarian army. As previously stated, the incoming barbarian forces numbered over 700. Accompanied by 3 colossal beasts known as barbarian bulls, this time, Zhou Mingyue eschewed his flatbed cart, opting instead to ride behind the griffin cavalry, eager to witness the state of the barbarian forces firsthand. After all, the reports brought back by the Pegasi were somewhat different from direct observation. Once the griffin soared above the barbarian army, Zhou Mingyue found himself increasingly apprehensive about the impending clash. More than 700 barbarians marched across the snow-covered earth, their presence seemingly lacking grandeur. Yet, the 3 massive beasts amidst their ranks captured Zhou Mingyue's keen attention. These colossal creatures, akin to ancient mammoths, were cloaked in dark, scaly hide, with long horns jutting forth like immense hooks and red-hot eyes that as they advanced, the steam from their flaring nostrils crystallized in the frigid air, spreading like a train on the move. This was undoubtedly what they termed barbarian bulls. Judging by the ferocity of these creatures, a full charge would likely obliterate even a formation of hundreds. Fortunately, he had come to survey the situation in advance. Otherwise, when the battle commenced, the charge of these 3 barbarian bulls could have shattered his ranks in an instant, rendering even double the number of troops insufficient for victory. The griffin lingered in the skies above the barbarian army for an extended period, seemingly attracting the attention of a barbarian seated upon one of the bulls. This individual was presumably the chieftain of the A3 tribe, adorned with a feathered headdress reminiscent of a flamboyant rooster. His face painted in alternating black and yellow stripes, he was undoubtedly several times more imposing than the other barbarians. Zhou Mingyue observed as the chieftain grasped a bone spear and immediately reacted, instructing the griffin cavalry to swiftly retreat. After all, without a formal declaration of war, he was uncertain of the true strength possessed by the chieftain. Should the barbarian launch his bone spear and strike down the griffin, his fate would be sealed. At this altitude of 200 to 300 meters, without wings, he would almost certainly plummet to his demise. Zhou Mingyue's caution proved wise. The moment the barbarian chieftain seized the bone spear, his right arm swelled alarmingly, inflating as though filled with air, resembling a grotesquely distorted ham, and a faint golden glow radiated from the spear. Roar! Who? In an instant, the barbarian chieftain hurled the bone spear skyward. The spear soared through the air, leaving a long trail of flame as it hurtled towards the griffin above. The griffin, startled, veered away at great speed, while Zhou Mingyue heard a resounding crash as the fierce wind rushed past him. The fiery trail of the spear slicing through the air, exploding the griffin's massive head in a violent burst, showering him in blood. With the griffin slain, its carcass, along with its rider, plummeted toward the ground. Goodness! He had truly been struck. In that moment, Zhou Mingyue's mind went blank. Fear did not surge within him, only a sense of ill fortune for having come to scout only to be eliminated. His next thought was that, Indeed, the chieftain's prowess had greatly increased with the tribe's population exceeding 1,000. The power of that bone spear surpassed all his expectations. Was this the strength of a knight commander beyond the great knights? Goodness, I'm going to fall to my death. Fortunately, he was not the only Griffin cavalryman present. As Zhou Mingwei descended, a fellow rider maneuvered deftly to catch him before he fell 30 meters. Flee! What was there to discuss? Upon witnessing the chieftain reaching for another bone spear from the back of the barbarian bull, all sense of caution returned to Zhou Mingwei that he dared not linger in place any longer and promptly ordered the griffins to make a hasty retreat. To further disrupt the chieftain's aim, he commanded several accompanying pegasi to dive towards the barbarian leader. Under such circumstances, the chieftain was compelled to redirect his aim toward one of the pegasi. The fiery spear streaked through the air, instantly penetrating the steed and rider, the resulting explosion showering the battlefield with gore, akin to a beautiful firework display. After fleeing several thousand meters, Zhou Mingwei finally allowed his heart, which had been suspended in terror, to settle. The chieftain's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Even upon returning to his marching troops, his heart continued to race. They were formidable. This was an absolute transformation. During the escape, 2 pegasi had already been struck down by bone spears. Those had been Zhou Mingwei's last 2 pegasi. Consequently, his own forces were incapable of engaging the barbarians head-on and achieving victory. Realizing this, Zhou Mingwei wasted no time instructing the Griffin cavalry to ascend and seek advantageous terrain. Soon, they discovered a river meandering through the paths of both armies. Most fortuitously, a bend in the river encircled a small hill. This terrain was utterly perfect for Zhou Mingwei's strategy. After more than an hour of rapid marching, Zhou Mingwei and his army arrived at the small hill. He then directed his soldiers to dig a trench at the foot of the hill, one that would greatly hinder the barbarian bulls' charge. Chapter 31. The Barbarian Bulls. Of course, this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing hours, Zhou Mingwei, centering his efforts around the small hill, excavated over 10 additional trenches moving away from the river. The hill was surrounded on 3 sides by water. At this point, the river was not particularly deep but quite wide, making it difficult for the barbarians to mount an assault from across the river without ranged weaponry. Furthermore, Zhou Mingwei commanded his soldiers to deepen the riverbed near the hill's base on the landward side of the hill. The numerous trenches would undoubtedly diminish the impact of the barbarian bulls. However, his plan did not end there. The foremost 3 trenches were lined with sharpened wooden stakes, while heavy infantry, regular soldiers, and archers were strategically arranged in the subsequent trenches. All longbowmen, monks, and clerics were stationed atop the hill. Cavalry and heavy cavalry were dispatched to harass the advancing barbarian forces, buying time for the defensive setup. Naturally, those cavalry sent to disrupt the barbarian army would incur some losses, but this was a worthwhile sacrifice. By the time the barbarian army arrived, Zhou Mingwei's defensive line was fully established. Crouching behind the hill, Zhou Mingwei peered out at the encroaching barbarian forces, feeling a tinge of melancholy. If only he had a few hundred barrels of gasoline to pour into the trenches when the barbarians charged. A tossed match could spell disaster for them. Alas, he possessed not even vegetable oil, let alone gasoline. This world likely lacked the latter. The barbarians, unfazed by the human army's prepared defenses, charged headlong into battle. As the over 700 barbarian warriors arrived, the chieftain, seated on the back of a bull, let out a fierce roar, prompting his warriors to recklessly engage in a frontal assault. Zhou Mingwei need not issue commands. The longbowmen stationed atop the hill immediately drew their bows, unleashing a volley of heavy arrows. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh reverberated across the battlefield, followed by the anguished cries of the barbarians. Over 20 barbarian warriors fell in the path of the charge. Were this a confrontation on open plains, it would have been impossible for Zhou Mingwei's longbowmen to achieve such results from the outset. Only in this scenario, where the barbarians could only advance from one side, could such outcomes be realized. Zhou Mingwei let out a slight sigh of relief. While the chieftain of the A3 tribe was indeed formidable, his ordinary barbarian warriors remained within the bounds of mortality. Otherwise, he would have immediately considered fleeing with the Griffin cavalry. After 3 volleys from the longbowmen, resulting in the demise of over 70 warriors, the barbarian forces found themselves 30 meters from the first trench, precisely within the effective range of the archers. Thus, a series of bowstrings thrummed in unison, and a torrential downpour of arrows arced gracefully through the air, descending upon the charging horde of barbarians. Certainly, the archers possess a shooting range of 100 meters. Employing light arrows, which indeed pales in comparison to the devastating power of heavy arrows wielded by longbowmen, The barbarian warriors struck by arrows remained silent, their resolve unwavering as they charged forward. Their thoughts fixated on the notion that despite your current bravado, once I close the distance, I shall rend you to shreds. As for the fallen barbarian warriors, not a single one was left behind. It was only when they approached the first trench that a sparse rain of arrows from the longbowmen descended, toppling over a dozen unfortunate barbarian fighters to the ground. What in the world is happening? The expressions of the barbarian warriors as they reached the trench were likely akin to those described above. They beheld the trench's breadth, realizing it was far beyond their capability to leap across. And they also saw the multitude of sharpened stakes littering the trench's bottom. Even a fool could discern that jumping in would lead to certain death. However, the warriors at the forefront had no choice but to continue their advance. For halting would result in their comrades behind them colliding into them, propelling them into the trench, whereupon they would hear the dull thud of stakes piercing flesh in an instant. Over 50 barbarian warriors were jostled and shoved into the first trench. And fortunately, those behind heard the cries from the front and managed to halt their charge in time. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even greater. Although not all who fell into the trench were impaled by the stakes. Only a scant few emerged alive, each bearing grievous injuries, unable to move as they once did, their previous vigor now extinguished. What to do? The barbarian warriors found themselves densely packed before the trench. Rendered speechless, they were dumbfounded, while the longbowmen stationed atop the small hill and by the trench were anything but, following their predetermined rhythm. They continuously drew their bows, unleashing wave after wave of arrows upon the heads of the barbarian warriors. The once calm and collected chieftain, riding upon the back of a mighty bull and observing his armies charge, with hopes of witnessing the humans fall in disarray and meet their demise, was equally struck dumb. Due to the vast disparity in civilization, the barbarians had never encountered such a tactic. Even the kingdom of Floor, in all likelihood, had few who would conceive of digging trenches to thwart a barbarian advance. After all, even within the kingdom of Floor, their combat strategies merely involved infantry formations, cavalry charges, and the use of peasants as cannon fodder, with scarcely any archers to speak of, let alone employing trench warfare. What use are trenches to obstruct the enemy when they also impede one's own cavalry's charge? Nonetheless, the barbarian chieftain was not merely a muscle-bound brute. He possessed a modicum of intellect. He promptly commanded the sounding of horns, instructing the crowded barbarian warriors before the trench to retreat and clear a path, and then he urged the mighty bulls forward to initiate the charge. As the three bulls surged forward, their momentum was awe-inspiring. The ground trembled beneath them, causing nearby barbarian warriors to sway uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the bulls let out thunderous bellows, akin to the resounding beat of numerous war drums. It could be said that these three bulls were the three tribes trump card. In previous encounters with enemy tribes, whenever these bulls charged, even the most formidable barbarian warriors would be struck with terror, fleeing in disarray, thus sealing their victory. However, this time, as the bulls charged, the opposing side exhibited not an ounce of fear, with not a single warrior retreating, but it was not until the three bulls thunderously leapt into the trench, emitting cries of distress, that a dense rain of arrows descended upon them. Chapter 32. The barbarian with double innards. Although the bulls boasted thick, scaly hides that could withstand heavy arrows without suffering critical damage. Upon leaping into the trench, their soft hooves were unprotected, brutally impaled by the stakes, causing them immense agony. Undoubtedly, the bulls plied incited the chieftain's fury. He brandished a bone spear and leaped down into the trench alongside two other bull riders. These two riders were also formidable warriors of the barbarian tribe, and they deftly avoided the stakes, suffering no harm. However, as they ascended the ground and charged toward the second trench, arrows again fell upon them. And even the mightiest chieftain could not evade a few shafts. Of course, the arrow rain was of little consequence to the chieftain, but the barbarian warriors within range suffered grievously. By this point, the number of barbarian warriors fallen on the charge and within the trench had exceeded 150. This meant that over 20% of the barbarian warriors who had set out for battle had perished. Such losses would be catastrophic for any army. In the case of a human army, a loss of 20% would suffice to incite a rout. Fortunately, the barbarian warriors were more tenacious. This loss only stoked their ire. Witnessing their chieftain charge toward the second trench, those who had initially been retreating with obedience were now filled with rage and leapt back into the trench. However, this time, the losses incurred from jumping into the trench were not as severe. Firstly, the three bulls, in their pain, thrashed about within the trench, clearing away most of the stakes. Secondly, the bodies of those barbarians previously impaled by stakes now obstructed the harm from the remaining stakes. Emerging from the first trench, the barbarian warriors followed their chieftain into another charge. Some even managed to drag a bull out of the trench, integrating it back into the charge, regardless of whether the barbarians were advancing or retreating. As long as they remained within range, the longbowmen continued their relentless barrage. The only pause occurred after every 15 arrows, during which they required double the time to rest, lest they risk overexertion that could lead to the incapacitation of their arms. Thus far, they had only released 11 or 12 arrows. Zhou Mingwei remained hidden behind the small hill, refraining from revealing himself. The previous violent throw by the chieftain had indeed left him feeling somewhat weak in the knees. The distance from the hill to the chieftain was now merely around 200 meters, and the chieftain's bone spear could effortlessly claim his life. What puzzled Zhou Mingwei, however, was that despite the substantial losses endured by the barbarians, the chieftain did not direct his bone spear toward the longbowman atop the hill, who posed a significant threat. Even an untrained chieftain could perceive the devastation wrought upon his warriors and recognize the potency of ranged weaponry. Yet, he refrained from launching his bone spear. Zhou Mingwei scrutinized the chieftain's ARM.IT appeared thinner than during the moment of throwing the spear. Could it be that the astonishing power of the bone spear throw carried significant side effects? It seemed plausible. Were it not the case, the chieftain would surely not stand idly by while the archers unleashed their deadly volleys upon his kin. Upon grasping this insight, Zhou Mingwei remained cautious. After all, the battlefield's advantages were gradually tilting in his favor, and one could never predict when the chieftain's spear-throwing ability would be restored. That it was wiser to exercise prudence than to risk a careless mistake that could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon reaching the second trench, the barbarian chieftain was the first to leap into it, his steps unceasing as he wielded his bone spear to sweep aside the wooden stakes, clearing a safe path for the following barbarian warriors. He then vaulted to the ground and charged toward the third trench. Just as he leaped out of the third trench, over 10 heavily armored pikemen emerged on the ground beyond the trench, extending their long spears toward the chieftain who was about to exit. The chieftain had scarcely cleared the trench when he was forced back by the relentless thrust of the heavily armored warriors. However, from this moment onward, Zhou Mingwei's archers required a period of respite. With the arrow rain ceasing, the barbarian warriors, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, surged forth from the second trench, racing toward the third trench in a bid to support their chieftain. In contrast, the bulls that had just emerged from the first trench, now trapped by the second trench, were neglected by the barbarians. This was entirely reasonable, as although the barbarians bore a resemblance to humans, they were, in fact, an entirely different species. Zhou Mingwei had confirmed this. Though the dissection of corpses was somewhat distasteful, the organs within the barbarians, be it the heart, kidneys, or any others, were distinctly duplicated, unlike anything found in humans. Zhou Mingwei speculated that the barbarians' DNA might be a double copy, though without proper instruments, he could not ascertain this. Perhaps this anomaly contributed to their exceedingly violent and impulsive nature. In battle, they easily cast aside rational thought, charging headlong into chaos. Indeed, Zhou Mingwei himself harbored a desire to charge forth. How simple it would be to do so, to act without the burden of thought. Yet, with the forces at his disposal, a head-on confrontation would likely result in his own retreat. Fortunately, the barbarians were even more reckless as time progressed. An ever-increasing number of barbarian warriors flooded into the third trench, surging toward the ground. Given such circumstances, relying solely on a handful of heavily armored pikemen to drive the chieftain back proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, Zhou Mingwei commanded a retreat for the pikemen, utilizing the trenches behind them to fight and fall back, biding their time. Upon reaching the fifth trench, the archers and longbowmen recovered, drawing their bows once more and unleashing another wave of arrows upon the heads of the barbarian warriors. Simultaneously, all infantry and pikemen took the place of the retreating heavily armored warriors, forming a steadfast front against the advancing barbarian horde. At this juncture, the barbarian warriors had sustained losses exceeding 250, and Zhou Mingwei knew he must further deplete their ranks to secure a final victory. The infantry and archers found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the savage onslaught of the barbarian warriors. As the barbarian warriors swung their weapons with ferocity, the infantry and archers were driven back, some even spitting blood from the brutal impact. Fortunately, Zhou Mingwei had brought all the monks and priests along. Whether monks or priests, As they chanted incantations and wielded their weapons, a flurry of ethereal white light feathers materialized from thin air, descending upon the infantry and archers, swiftly healing their wounds. Thus, even though the barbarian warriors became exceedingly frenzied, pushing Zhou Mingyue's forces into retreat, it was challenging to eradicate them entirely, at least not in the short term. The infantry and archers were able to inflict considerable wounds upon the barbarian warriors, and these injuries accumulated rapidly, soon rendering the barbarian warriors incapable of sustaining their assault, in stark contrast to the barbarian warriors. The barbarian chieftain was undoubtedly far more formidable. With a bone spear in hand, anyone struck by it would bleed profusely, bones shattering, sent flying through the air. Consequently, as a stalemate ensued, the battlefield bore witness to the chieftain claiming the most kills. In a mere 20 minutes, over 200 infantry and archers had fallen beneath the chieftain's bone spear. Yet, simultaneously, a greater number of barbarian warriors had succumbed. The battlefield resembled a gruesome meat grinder, incessantly consuming lives and transforming them into mangled corpses. At that moment, Zhou Mingyue felt a sense of stability. He had gained the upper hand. Even the barbarian chieftain was now covered in wounds, and the two formidable barbarian warriors accompanying him had collapsed from the relentless combat. As it stood, there were still nearly 300 barbarian warriors left, each riddled with arrows and bearing numerous injuries, while Zhou Mingyue's foremost infantry numbered only about 70 or 80, though the more agile archers still had 170 to 180, firmly entangling the barbarian chieftain, with another wave of arrows raining down from the sky. The already weary barbarian warriors could hardly withstand the onslaught, collapsing in droves. Witnessing the heavy casualties among his kin, the barbarian chieftain was engulfed in fury, his right arm swelling dramatically. Zhou Mingyue had been keenly observing the chieftain and, upon noticing this unusual phenomenon, swiftly took cover behind a nearby hill, sparing no opportunity for the chieftain to strike him. However, the chieftain was entirely oblivious to Zhou Mingyue's presence atop the hill. After inflating his right arm to its utmost, he swept his bone spear forward. As the spear swept through the air, a brilliant light erupted, swiftly unleashing a wave of flames across the battlefield. Wherever the flames passed, the air ignited, and anyone caught in its path, be they barbarian warriors or human infantry and archers, was severed in two. In an instant, the battlefield's infantry and archers were nearly annihilated, and even those archers who had retreated to the trenches were caught off guard by this sudden calamity, resulting in a wave of casualties. The most terrifying aspect was that when the flames reached the base of the hill, several large stones were cleaved in half, the cut surfaces smooth as glass. Zhou Mingyue was taken aback by this sight. Cold sweat pouring down his back, he was grateful he had not bravely stood upon the battlefield. Otherwise, he would have likely met the same fate. Fortunately, although the barbarian chieftain had unleashed such a devastating attack, he stumbled afterward, nearly collapsing to the ground, clearly demonstrating the immense strain this powerful move demanded of him, a feat not easily executed. Quickly assessing the situation on the battlefield, Zhou Mingyue decisively issued orders. The heavily armored infantry, who had managed to take refuge in the trenches, surged forth first, charging towards the barbarian chieftain, while the larger contingent of heavily armored infantry drew their long swords, shields at the ready. Following closely behind as the enemy initiated their charge, the barbarian warriors, though weary, howled in defiance and rushed forward, desperate to protect their chieftain. The two sides collided swiftly, swords, spears, stone axes, and bone clubs clashing relentlessly, blood splattering from both barbarian and human alike, drenching the ground. At this juncture, the monks had exhausted themselves casting healing spells, needing to pause, while the priests continued to wield their healing magic, tending to their injured comrades. With the priest's robust support, the human side's advantage surged swiftly. In just 5 or 6 minutes of intense combat, scarcely a tenth of the barbarian warriors remained standing. Even the barbarian chieftain was eventually brought down by the relentless thrusts of several heavily armored infantrymen's spears. Unable to move at this moment, the three formidable bulls lay unsteadily atop the trench, unable to advance or retreat. Caught in an awkward predicament, the barbarian warriors had all rushed to rescue their chieftain. Leaving the bulls stranded in the trench, Zhou Mingyue had no intention of capturing the bulls. Thus, after thoroughly vanquishing the barbarian army, the tide of heavily armored infantry and spearmen surged towards the three bulls. Upon their emergence on the battlefield, he had received word from the War Magic Workshop that the bulls constituted a form of resource, an advanced resource. Since they represented a resource, Zhou Mingyue could not afford to let them go. In terms of vitality, the bulls were among the strongest creatures he had ever encountered. Even when the spearmen's pikes pierced their thick hides, upon withdrawal, their muscles would writhe, horrifyingly sealing their wounds, with only a minuscule amount of blood spilling forth. Thus, it took considerable time for the heavily armored spearmen to finally slay the three bulls, during which many human soldiers were also trampled to death. With all battles concluded, the barbarian army was entirely eradicated. Zhou Mingyue's cavalry, the heavy cavalry, had not even had the chance to engage. After the battle, as Zhou Mingyue tallied the losses, he shuddered in agony to 21 infantry, 13 spearmen, 139 archers, 15 cavalry, 2 monks, 341 heavily armored infantry, 104 heavily armored spearmen, 60 longbowmen, 20 heavy cavalry, 12 priests, and 8 griffin riders made up the survivors. The infantry and spearmen were nearly obliterated. The archers suffered over a quarter of their numbers. And both the heavily armored infantry and spearmen lost over 100 each. Only the longbowmen, heavy cavalry, monks, priests, and griffin riders sustained no losses. This meant that they had suffered a loss of half their fighting force. What a harrowing battle indeed. Nevertheless, despite such losses, Zhou Mingyue felt a sense of gain that he summoned forth the War Magic Workshop hanging around his neck, commanding the magical puppets to drag the three bulls, along with the bodies of the barbarian chieftain and warriors, into the workshop. In an instant, the advancement progress bar of the War Magic Workshop surged by 95%, just 5% more, and the workshop would be upgraded, leaving Zhou Mingyue feeling somewhat regretful. Chapter 34. 30 teams of heavy spearmen. I almost forgot to mention that the bodies of extraordinary beings like the barbarian chieftain and warriors also counted as advanced resources. Just 10% more, and a further upgrade would be possible. Zhou Mingyue stroked his recently sprouted beard, instructing the magical puppets to collect the corpses from the battlefield. Waste not, want not. Recovering losses was paramount. Although the bodies of the barbarian warriors were no longer considered advanced resources, they could still serve as production resources for troops, and thus should not be squandered. After recovering all the corpses and spending several days atop the hill, the troops produced from the War Magic Workshop helped to mitigate Zhou Mingyue's losses. A full 30 teams of heavy spearmen emerged. To gather these 30 teams, Zhou Mingyue even went so far as to send the remaining infantry, spearmen, and archers into the War Magic Workshop. This brought the number of soldiers available for his next campaign back up to 1,000. Zhou Mingyue did not intend to return yet, after the troops were produced. He struck camp and set off northward towards the A3 tribe. Weeding out the roots ensures the grass does not regrow. If the A3 tribe was not eliminated soon, Zhou Mingyue would hardly find peace in his slumber. Quack quack woo. A distinctive barbaric raven from the wilds soared across the earth, still partially covered in snow, settling on a lush green tree, its gaze fixated intently on the advancing human soldiers. A carrion creature of the wilds. The raven sensed death approaching. Knowing sustenance was soon to arrive, several barbarian warriors lay hidden atop a distant hill, anxiously watching the human army. What was happening? Where had the chieftain's tribal army gone? How could a human army be advancing towards the tribe? All these questions and intelligence relayed back to the barbarian tribe ignited an indescribable panic within. A chilling wind swept through the tribe, amplifying the shadows in the hearts of many barbarians. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. All warriors of the Hayanusi tribe, grab your weapons and ready yourselves to confront the enemy. Amidst the intertwining fear and cold, the shaman of the Hayanusi tribe stepped forward, using his parched voice to rally the tribe. Yes, the A3 tribe had a name, the Hayanusi tribe, unlike the shamans of the A1 and A2 tribes. The shaman of the Hayanusi tribe possessed some mysterious powers. Under his stirring encouragement, the barbarians within the tribe became fervently spirited, eagerly seizing their weapons and gathering before the tribe's gates. This assembly, representing the last vestiges of strength from the Hayanusi tribe, even included young barbarians yet to reach adulthood and elderly barbarians who gasped for breath with every step. Certainly, no amount of encouragement from the shaman could possibly increase the dwindling numbers of his people. Ultimately, more than 200 of the tribe's last remaining warriors, young and old, armed themselves with over 100 slaves, and boldly charged towards the human army that was advancing from 10 miles away. To bolster their efforts, they even deployed the last remaining bison from their tribe. As the highest leader of the tribe at that moment, the shaman sat astride the bison, murmuring incantations in a mysterious tongue, occasionally raising a skull in his right hand, causing a cascade of pink dust to fall, invigorating those weary tribesmen who were fatigued from the march, preventing them from lagging behind. It is difficult to ascertain the shaman's state of mind at this juncture. In previous days, his position within the tribe had been rather precarious. Historically, the chief held the utmost authority. The chief holds the utmost authority. The chief holds the utmost authority. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Meanwhile, the shaman was relegated to a subordinate role that in human realms, being second in command might equate to the position of a chancellor or a regent, wielding power just below that of a king or emperor, albeit often scrutinized by them. Yet, within the tribal hierarchy, it was a different story. The tribes valued martial prowess above all. The strongest warrior became the chief, while those with lesser strength served as the chief's guards. Thus, even the chief's guards enjoyed an exalted status, often surpassing that of the shaman. This was indeed a lamentable situation. Although the shaman had acquired a modicum of mysterious power through his service to the ancestors and the rituals he conducted, this meager power was no match for that of the chief's guards. Under such circumstances, the shaman's existence was quite stifling. Now, with the chief leading the guards and the main force of the tribe against the humans, he found himself at the pinnacle of authority within the tribe, controlling the fates of all remaining members. This rare opportunity allowed him to savor the intoxicating thrill of power for a few fleeting days. Yet, just as fate would have it, the humans arrived, and the shaman felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, akin to discovering a half-eaten green fly on his chopsticks while indulging in a sumptuous meal. Ugh, couldn't he have enjoyed a few more days of comfort? The mere thought of battle sent tremors of dread through him. He was certainly not cut out for the front line. However, with the atmosphere already charged, retreat was no longer an option. Within an hour, the two sides clashed amidst the snow. Although the Pegasi cavalry had been entirely vanquished, Zhou Mingyue still commanded Griffin Riders. 8 Griffin Riders took turns to engage, targeting a single tribe of barbarians as easily as crushing a snail between 3 fingers, an assured victory. Having learned of the barbarian tribe's advance, Zhou Mingyue had prepared accordingly. The entire army halted, and all joined in the task of digging trenches. After their previous resounding victory, Zhou Mingyue had developed complete confidence in trench warfare. The only issue was the terrain, which was too flat, devoid of hills or rivers, and alarmingly close to the barbarian tribe. Thus, when the shaman, leading the old, young, and slaves, finally arrived, the trench was only partially excavated, with wooden stakes yet to be planted. The shaman possessed no tactical acumen. Upon seeing the humans engaged in digging, he did not contemplate further, maneuvering the bison around the trench's front to charge ahead, all the while ensuring to bolster the morale of the barbarians, old and young, and the slaves that he wished he could provide them with strength or agility buffs. But alas, he lacked such capabilities. The only boon he could offer was a morale boost. Nevertheless, the barbarians were inherently robust, and a morale boost proved effective, enabling them to charge faster than the bison. This, however, led to a catastrophic outcome. The barbarians surged ahead of the bison, thwarting its intended charge into the human ranks, for the shaman could not allow the bison to trample the barbarian warriors in its path, which would have turned them into corpses. Form ranks. Form ranks. Longbowmen, retreat. Heavy infantry, advance. Cavalry, charge forth and buy time for the other units. Witnessing the bison charge heedlessly with the barbarians, Zhou Mingyue grew anxious. The trench tactic was rendered ineffective. He quickly issued commands to prepare for battle. Chapter 35, Workshop Sequence 6. The entire scene appeared chaotic. Longbowmen hastily retreated, burdened with their bows and arrows, while the fastest cavalry surged forward, colliding with the leading barbarians in less than 10 heartbeats. The cavalry spears pierced through several barbarian chests before snapping, as their steeds hurled the barbarians aside, only to be met with an axe from another barbarian, crashing down upon the rider's head. The cavalrymen, having dismounted early, fought valiantly with their curved blades before being slain. The heavy cavalry, however, displayed greater valor, as the 20 heavy cavalrymen formed a charging wedge that penetrated through the majority of the barbarian formation until they collided with the bison, finally coming to a halt. By the time the heavy infantry advanced, The cavalry and heavy cavalry had suffered near total casualties, yet they had successfully accomplished their task of halting the barbarian onslaught. The retreating longbowmen had since stabilized their positions, unleashing a torrent of arrows towards the barbarians. Of course, the longbowmen now numbered only 60, and their volley was sparse. While it possessed lethality, the number of barbarians had diminished further due to the cavalry's charge, resulting in a significantly lower hit rate. However, the 580 heavy infantrymen who surrounded the area wielded their long pikes like a forest, continuously thrusting and dispatching the encroaching barbarians. Proving remarkably effective, over 200 barbarians fell to the arrows of the longbowmen and the repeated thrusts of the heavy infantry, resulting in a substantial portion succumbing immediately. Meanwhile, the enslaved individuals who had been previously restrained saw their opportunity and rebelled. Disregarding the surrounding chaos of the barbarian tribe, turning to flee and quickly vanishing into the snowy distance, the number of barbarians dwindled. The bison driven by the shaman found itself unencumbered, charging into the ranks of the heavy infantry, trampling indiscriminately and causing considerable casualties. Yet, its potential for wreaking havoc was limited. The bison, larger than an elephant and immensely powerful, found itself besieged by the heavy infantry, constantly impaled by their long pikes. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, the accumulated blood loss from its injuries was sufficient to weaken it over time. For the shaman, before the bison could collapse, he was struck down by arrows loosed from the longbowmen. The battle concluded. Zhou Mingyue promptly unleashed the war workshop. He could not afford to delay, having witnessed the terrifying might of the barbarian chief. His previous sense of security had vanished, replaced by fear. His own strength was still insufficient. He was eager to head to Tribe A3 to collect the totem pillar, but he could not overlook the bison's corpse, which would enhance the war workshop's advancement percentage. After all, the benefits of upgrading the war workshop were immense, especially in this untamed wilderness, where its utility was indispensable. It was hard to say whether Zhou Mingyue might encounter even more formidable barbarian tribes. 8 magical puppets worked in unison to drag the bison into the war workshop. With the bison's entry, the war workshop sprang to life, its castle towers illuminating in sequence, emanating a soft glow. Subsequently, a blue progress bar swiftly ascended, filling to capacity in an instant, enveloping the towers in a dazzling radiance. Compared to previous advancements, the duration of this upgrade exceeded Zhou Mingyue's expectations, from midday until nightfall. As the small sun representing the god of winter and storm, Stuart, set and the red moon rose, the brilliant radiance persisted, resembling a miniature sun that had fallen to the earth. Zhou Mingyue found himself in a predicament. Establishing camp on the battlefield was impossible, as the area was rife with corpses and blood, the stench penetrating his nostrils, making sleep unattainable at a distance of 500 or 600 meters from the battlefield. The snow was cleared, and a leather tent was erected, with a small stove placed inside. Before long, Zhou Mingyue felt considerably more at ease, although he was not overly sensitive to the cold after activating his bloodline to the level of a great knight. The nights in the wilderness, especially during the thaw, were excruciatingly damp and cold, seeping into his very bones. Zhou Mingyue struggled to endure it for his soldiers. They could not enjoy the luxury of a leather tent. They dug a large pit, piled snow around it, and lit several bonfires inside to barely survive the frigid night. After all, the soldiers produced by the war workshop inherently possessed greater resilience to temperature extremes than ordinary humans. The upgrade of the war workshop continued until midday the following day. The appearance of the upgraded war workshop remained unchanged, yet its size had increased twofold, occupying at least 10 acres, in his mind. Zhou Mingyue reviewed the attributes of the war workshop post-upgrade. Artifact name: War Workshop. Upgrade 0. Sequence level: Workshop Sequence 6 Origin. Originally a fragment of divine authority from the fallen tool Sequence 0, Flame Furnace. It merged with Zhou Mingyue's soul from another realm, undergoing a transformation into the new artifact, Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop, and after several upgrades, it evolved into Workshop Sequence 6, War Workshop. Abilities: Manufacture of elite infantry, elite gunmen, elite cavalry, ballistae, high priests, wyverns, and the creation of cold iron weapons and armor. While the name does not exhibit significant changes, the addition of it at the end of War Workshop is noted. The sequence level has ascended to Workshop Sequence 6, as expected, and aligning with that, the types of units have similarly advanced. However, the ballistae, high priests, wyverns, and cold iron weaponry and armor caught Zhou Mingyue's attention. Upon advancing to Workshop Sequence 6, Zhou Mingyue found that by merely concentrating his attention, he could access more intricate information. For instance, when he focused on the elite infantry, a three-dimensional hologram of a guard infantryman materialized in his mind, detailing its height, strength, and various other attributes, along with the properties of its armaments. Compared to the heavy infantry produced at Workshop Sequence 7, the guard infantry was notably taller, reaching a height of 2 meters. Furthermore, the cold iron armor and helmet it donned were significantly lighter than those of the heavy infantry, greatly enhancing its speed and agility, while also providing superior defense compared to the heavy armor. Additionally, due to being forged from cold iron, it naturally resisted some forms of negative energy and fire damage. Moreover, the guard infantry, along with other troop types, inherently inherited Zhou Mingyue's bloodline, activating it to possess knight-level strength. This revelation left Zhou Mingyue in awe. Undoubtedly, the guard infantry represented a revolutionary advancement compared to the mere tin can of heavy infantry. Chapter 36. Praise our Lord Zhou Mingyue. Praise the War Magic Workshop, although not yet battle-tested. Zhou Mingyue was confident that 3 squads of such guard infantry could likely overwhelm the chieftain of Tribe A3. While the chieftain was undeniably formidable, the cooldown time for his bone spear's fiery blast was quite lengthy. After reviewing the guard infantry's details, Zhou Mingyue then examined the descriptions of other troop types. The elite pikemen and cavalry shared similar attributes with the guard infantry, inheriting and activating Zhou Mingyue's bloodline. With comparable armor, their weapon was a 3-meter-long cold iron spear, but the elite cavalry was additionally equipped with a steed that had activated the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, along with a 2-handed greatsword. However, it was the crossbow chariots and flying dragons that piqued his greatest interest, both of which were astonishingly powerful. The crossbow chariot measured approximately 3.5 meters in length and could launch cold iron bolts measuring up to 3 meters. Firing at a rate of 1 every 15 seconds, manned by 4 soldiers, with 4 wheels drawn by 2 warhorses, the flying dragon boasted an 8-meter wingspan and a 5-meter body, standing on 2 legs and lacking a rider. Capable of spewing venom. As for the high priest, the situation was more complex. In addition to a broader area of healing spells, they could also cast area-enhanced defensive and offensive spells. Furthermore, Zhou Mingyue could select a deity for them to worship, granting them the chance to randomly receive 3 divine spells from that deity. Of course, this selection of faith applied to all high priests collectively and could only be changed once every 3 months. In summary, after reviewing all troop types, Zhou Mingyue felt that this advancement was indeed worthwhile, that he decided to produce some troops to assess their specific capabilities. With that thought in mind, he promptly activated the War Magic Workshop. As the workshop came to life, the gates swung open, and 16 translucent orbs of various colors floated out, each roughly the size of a basketball. What was this? Zhou Mingyue was nearly startled, but as the master of the War Magic Workshop, he soon discerned the names and descriptions of these green orbs. Magic spirits, exclusive workers of the War Magic Workshop, immune to physical attacks, capable of autonomously exploring mineral deposits and treasures within a 5-kilometer radius, and forming magical shields to protect the workshop from external destruction. Undoubtedly, these magic spirits were far more powerful in functionality than the previous magical puppets or ordinary workers, though the magic spirits floated. Their speed surpassed that of the clumsy magical puppets, swiftly approaching corpses and lifting them effortlessly to float behind them. When the magic spirits returned to the War Magic Workshop, they were trailed by a procession of floating corpses. Fortunately, it was already bright outside, and the sun had risen. Had this occurred at night, even Zhou Mingyue might have thought he was encountering ghosts, a real-life version of the Midnight Spectre. Of course, magic spirits were just that, magic spirits. They were neither ghosts nor phantoms. After thoroughly cleaning the battlefield, the magic spirits dispersed, glowing faintly as they began to search for mineral deposits. This skirmish could only be considered a sudden encounter, not a large-scale battle. The combined corpses of the Barbarian and a few troops amounted to just enough to produce 3 squads. Observing the dismantling of a beast-hide tent, Zhou Mingyue contemplated before making a decision. 2 squads of flying dragons and 1 squad of high priests. His choice of flying dragons stemmed from a natural curiosity for the fantastical creatures frequently depicted in films and television. The The selection of high priests was motivated by a desire to understand their faith configuration. Certainly, such choices were also due to their formidable strength. Not long after making his decision, the gates of the War Magic Workshop opened, revealing a large head, followed by a slender neck and robust body. This flying dragon emerged from the gates still glistening with moisture, as if freshly hatched from an egg. Similar to griffins, each squad consisted of 2 flying dragons, but without riders. The 2 flying dragons emerged. Zhou Mingyue felt an inexplicable telepathic bond form between him and the dragons, allowing him to sense their emotional shifts and engage in rudimentary communication. Standing in the open, the flying dragons unfurled their wings under the sunlight, vigorously flapping them to shake off the moisture, leaving their skin dry. After all 4 flying dragons had been produced, 2 high priests clad in white robes stepped out from the workshop, aside from a small emblem of the War Magic Workshop on their foreheads. They bore no other markings, nor did they carry weapons. Upon their arrival, Zhou Mingyue established a telepathic connection with them as well. However, the intelligence of these high priests was markedly higher than that of the flying dragons, enabling a more profound exchange of information through the connection. Praise our Lord Zhou Mingyue. Praise the War Magic Workshop. Though the 2 high priests did not kneel before him, they recited incantations, and the telepathic link conveyed the same words. Zhou Mingyue found the praise bemusing. What use was it to him? He was not a deity and could not bestow divine spells upon them. He cast a peculiar glance at the 2 high priests before opening the option to change faith within the War Magic Workshop interface. With a mere click, a multitude of names flooded his mind. The names, each varying in color and radiance, resembled a 3-dimensional light show. Stuart, Vernon, Pancini, and Alex stood out as the most luminous. Zhou Mingyue recognized these names. They belonged to the sun and moon deities. Undoubtedly, the names materializing in his mind were those of the deities in this world. For Zhou Mingyue, this represented a valuable addition to his knowledge, as gathering the names of deities in this world was no simple feat. Many nations forbade the veneration of opposing deities, to the extent that even written records were prohibited. Initially, Zhou Mingyue assumed he could choose any name at random, opting for one that seemed powerful. Just as he prepared to select the god of heat and drought, Vernon, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if danger loomed. This sensation occurred regardless of which deity he intended to choose, varying only in intensity. Through his assessments, he found that the greatest threats were the sun and moon deities, followed by the ocean god Anthony, the elven god Anestus, the goddess of harvest Amur, among others. In contrast, the least threatening were the deities with notably dim names, such as the god of assassination Ershaki, the protector of poets Ethan, and the god of murder Kelvin. Chapter 37. Knight Commander. Zhou Mingyue found this peculiar, from what he had read. The god of murder should not be so feeble. However, in this world, he ranked among the weakest of deities. Of course, the reasons for this were beyond Zhou Mingyue's current understanding. After some contemplation, he temporarily abandoned the idea of changing faith. When altering the faith of high priests, he would be confronting deities, and his actions could be construed as usurping their power. Who could anticipate if those deities would take notice? It was wiser to exercise caution. Subsequently, Zhou Mingyue tested the capabilities of the high priests. The healing spells were impressive, but their defensive and offensive spells truly showcased their worth. Upon casting a defensive spell, a faint white light enveloped the heavy infantry, serving as a test subject. While an attacking heavy gunner required 3 full-force strikes to dissipate that circle of light. After casting an offensive spell, both the heavy infantry and heavy gunner bore a translucent sword mark above their heads, enhancing their strength by 50% for the next 5 attacks. Just from these data points, it was clear how invaluable the high priests were, and referring to them as strategic troop types was no exaggeration. Indeed, while the defensive and offensive spells were effective in the initial exchanges, the essence of combat often hinged on those first few impactful moves. In large-scale battles, the first strike could either eliminate an enemy or result in one's own demise. It was that straightforward. Thus, the auxiliary role played by these 2 high priests could amplify the soldier's initial advantages several-fold. Set forth. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the high priest's capabilities, Zhou Mingyue wasted no time and promptly issued orders to advance at full speed towards Tribe A3. After all, regardless of the prowess of the War Magic Workshop and the formidable troops it produces, true strength lies within oneself. the most fundamental survival strategy still hinges on one's own capabilities. Therefore, the totem pole of the A3 tribe was an absolute necessity. 3 hours later, they arrived at the A3 tribe. The settlement was desolate, with the vast majority of the tribesmen, young and old, along with their slaves, having perished in the previous battle. The mere handful of tribesmen, perhaps a dozen, upon seeing the approaching human army, adeptly employed a strategy of retreat, vanishing into the boundless expanse of snow, with the tribe now devoid of life. Zhou Mingyue felt no need for courtesy. He positioned the war magic workshop next to the totem pole. The 16 magical sprites swiftly emerged from the open portal, encircling the totem pole and reaching out toward it. Under the invisible grasp of the magical sprites, the totem pole began to tremble, its intricately patterned surface cracking as if it had weathered millennia, eroded by time. At that moment, a plume of yellow smoke erupted from the totem pole, coalescing into a colossal figure of a tribesman, its lower body entwined with the smoke, brandishing a wolf-tooth club aimed at the war magic workshop. Its emergence was nothing short of imposing, rendering all present, including Zhou Mingyue, momentarily paralyzed with fear. Could this be the ancestral spirit spoken of by the tribesmen? Zhou Mingyue sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from this ancestral spirit and regretted not keeping a greater distance from the totem pole, lest he suffer collateral damage. Indeed, if the war magic workshop had consciousness at that moment, it might have fled its master in terror. What kind of master am I, when that wolf-tooth club is aimed at me? However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner Zhou Mingyue had not anticipated. Despite the ancestral spirit's formidable presence, just as the wolf-tooth club was about to strike the war magic workshop, the 16 magical sprites began to shimmer, forming a radiant beam that rapidly expanded, suddenly enveloping the war magic workshop in a protective barrier. With a thunderous crash, the wolf-tooth club struck the barrier, the resultant noise rendering Zhou Mingyue deaf, leaving only a persistent ringing in his ears, while a wave of nausea surged within him, forcing him to kneel and retch. The ancestral spirit's failed attack incited the wrath of the magical sprites, who hastened their destruction of the totem pole. In less than 5 seconds, the totem pole was reduced to rubble, fragments cascading down as the ancestral spirit let out a mournful wail before disintegrating into the air. Zhou Mingyue was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the ancestral spirit originated from the totem pole, and with its destruction, how could the spirit persist? This incident granted him insight into the nature of the ancestral spirit. It was essentially a conglomeration of souls from the deceased tribesmen, bolstered by the faith accumulated over time through their worship, akin to a deity bound to the earth. The overwhelming aura it projected upon its arrival was sufficient to validate this notion. Had the magical sprites not disregarded its might, Zhou Mingyue would have surely met his demise today. The magical sprites transported the shattered remnants of the totem pole into the war magic workshop. A warm current surged through his consciousness, flowing throughout his body, activating and transforming his very essence. Visions of soaring firebirds, serpents diving into the deep sea, and dragons gliding across the skies flooded his mind. A multitude of images that left him momentarily bewildered. Yet, he quickly discerned that these were the latent powers within his bloodline. Tio put it simply, these were the bloodlines he possessed, and now the faith energy transmuted by the war magic workshop was awakening them. However, it was evident that activating all these bloodlines and sustaining them was an impossibility. As time passed, the plethora of images gradually diminished, signifying the elimination of incompatible bloodlines. In reality, Zhou Mingyue felt his pores open as droplets of blood oozed from them, falling to the ground before evaporating into thin air. He could not tell how long it had been, but when merely 30 bloodlines remained, the transformative warmth subsided, and his faltering body collapsed. Undoubtedly, this method of purging bloodlines was immensely taxing on Zhou Mingyue. After sleeping for 3 straight days and nights, he finally emerged from the depths of utter exhaustion. Had his strength ascended to that of a knight commander, Zhou Mingyue tentatively grasped a bone stick that lay scattered on the ground, activating his bloodlines in an instant. Light enveloped him and subsequently enveloped the stick, which he then hurled away. With a sharp whoosh, the illuminated bone stick pierced through several structures, shattering a massive rock outside the tribe into countless fragments, sending debris flying in all directions with astonishing force. Such effortless power. Zhou Mingyue quelled the surging bloodlines, glancing at the 8-pack abs that had materialized on his abdomen, secretly delighting in the thought that if he were to return to Earth, these abs alone would attract a swarm of admirers. Power comes so easily. Did he not see how close he had been to being obliterated by the ancestral spirit after thoroughly pillaging the A3 tribe? Zhou Mingwei decided to temporarily establish his base there. Indeed, there were mines to be found. The magical sprites had unearthed a copper vein and an iron vein, with reserves far surpassing those of the previous mines. Zhou Mingwei was unwilling to leave until these two veins were fully exploited. In other words, given the territory he now occupied, the A3 tribe would serve as his forward base into the depths of the wilderness. After a substantial quantity of copper ore had been transported into the War Magic Workshop, the resources finally reached capacity, and the workshop began its operations. Zhou Mingwei opted to produce elite cavalry. Minutes later, the door adorned with mysterious patterns swung open, and a squad of elite cavalry mounted on robust steeds trotted forth, clad in cold iron armor like the elite infantry. Their saddles bore cold iron lances, and each helmet sported a beautiful peacock feather. Most striking were their steeds, clad in a thin layer of cold iron armor, exuding an intimidating aura. This squad of elite cavalry consisted of 6 members, which Zhou Mingwei found rather insufficient. However, after producing squads of elite infantry and elite gunmen, he realized that the elite cavalry were indeed a treasure. The elite infantry squad numbered 12, while the elite gunmen squad had 10. A notable decrease compared to the pre-advancement numbers that AS for the crossbow carts. Their numbers were even more disheartening, with only 2 per squad. Regardless, following the advancement of the War Magic Workshop to War Magic Workshop, the resources required to produce a squad of troops had significantly increased. Zhou Mingwei spent an entire week mining at the A3 tribe, barely enough to produce 3 squads of troops. After all, the resource yield from the iron mine was only 1.5 times that of the copper mine, falling far short of the yield from gold or silver mines, due to the time-consuming nature of mining. Zhou Mingwei devised a production plan moving forward. He ceased production of the high priest, as 2 high priests along with 12 priests and 2 monks would suffice until he decided to switch the high priest's faith. After producing 3 squads of crossbow carts, he halted that as well. While crossbow carts boasted immense power, other troop types offered better value. Therefore, Zhou Mingwei resolved to focus his production plans on elite infantry, gunmen, cavalry, and wyverns. Just as he was engrossed in mining, Nais arrived at the A3 tribe accompanied by several slaves. It turned out that an envoy from the noble council of the Floral Kingdom had reached the valley. This was likely regarding the granting of territory. Zhou Mingwei pondered briefly before realizing that he had carved out a substantial domain in the wilderness, and this news, relayed back to the Floral Kingdom by merchant caravans, would undoubtedly capture the attention of the kingdom's higher-ups. Coupled with the recommendation from Viscount Hanks, all obstacles would be surmountable. After all, the Floral Kingdom's wilderness development decree stipulated that any individual who established a territory in the wilderness and pledged allegiance to the King of Floral would have their rights to the territory recognized and would receive a grant. Naturally, this grant came with stipulations. If one activated their bloodlines, they would be conferred a title based on the size of their territory, albeit at a lower rank than those granted within the kingdom. For instance, while most earldoms within the kingdom spanned 500 miles, one would need to cultivate 1,000 miles in the wilderness to be granted the title of earl. This situation dissuaded many from venturing into the wilderness. It was easy to understand. The resources and finances required for wilderness development were no trifling matter, and once a territory was secured, maintaining it in such desolate surroundings required considerable resources, ultimately resulting in a title of lower rank than what could be obtained within the kingdom. No noble would willingly undertake such a venture. However, while nobles were reluctant, were there not others with the financial and manpower resources to do so? Individuals like Zhou Mingwei, who had successfully established and maintained a territory, were exceedingly rare within the Floral Kingdom. Regardless, Zhou Mingwei held a keen interest in the grant from the Floral Kingdom, prompting him to send several heavy cavalry to escort Nais and the others back, while he himself soared back to the valley atop a wyvern. Outside the valley, a row of tents was pitched, presumably the encampment of the envoys from the noble council of the Floral Kingdom. This was hardly surprising, though numerous wooden houses had been constructed within the valley. The envoys, being nobles themselves, would certainly not dwell among farmers and slaves. Consequently, even though residing in a tent is rather cold, the proud envoy, His Excellency, remains resolute in his decision to stay within the confines of the tent. Upon Zhou Mingwei's arrival in the valley, that esteemed envoy was still fast asleep in his tent. It is needless to mention how frigid it can be during the thawing of winter. Although the season is gradually waning, the tent is certainly warmer than the outside. When Zhou Mingyu reached the tent, the envoy was just emerging, rubbing his eyes. The envoy's name is Hunterne, a court baron of royal lineage. Over 40 years of age, sporting a charming little mustache. It is worth noting that court titles differ from land titles. The former are primarily conferred upon royal family members who have not activated their bloodline or upon officials who have made significant contributions, representing a form of nobility without territorial claims. Baron Hunterne possesses a rather haughty disposition, being a member of the royal branch. However, he adopts a much more genial demeanor in the presence of Zhou Mingyu. Recognizing the latter's distinguished status, after exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Mingyu learned that the esteemed envoy had brought 2 decrees of appointment. One conferred upon Zhou Mingyu the title of temporary lord, while the other designated him as an independent knight. In essence, this was a dual preparation. Should Zhou Mingyu fail to activate his bloodline, he would be appointed as a temporary lord. If he were to activate it, it goes without saying that he would be granted the title of independent knight. The title of temporary lord is not particularly prestigious. It lasts only for a generation, and upon Zhou Mingyu's demise, his descendants would have no claim to inheritance, with the territory reverting to the Kingdom of Floor. Conversely, the title of independent knight is quite favorable, as it entails direct allegiance to the Floor royal family, with a status position between that of a knight and a viscount, and the inheritance of land akin to that of other nobles. Moreover, whether Zhou Mingyu activates his bloodline hinges upon demonstrating true capability. After the envoy conveyed this information, Zhou Mingyu naturally showcased his prowess by seizing a long sword, the radiance of his activated bloodline enveloping the blade. He then swung it, shattering a stone several meters away into fragments. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the envoy's eyes brightened, and his attitude toward Zhou Mingyu improved significantly. It was evident that although Baron Hunterne had not activated his bloodline, his discerning eye was sharp. As an envoy of the noble council of the kingdom, it would be unthinkable for him to be unable to recognize the activation of a bloodline. Soon, a simple bestowal ceremony was held outside the valley. Numerous soldiers lined up on either side, while farmers and slaves were naturally deemed unworthy to approach. Baron Hunterne represented His Majesty the King in accepting Zhou Mingyu's fealty, placing the long sword upon his left shoulder and conferring upon him the title of independent knight, while also proclaiming the duties and rights associated with this rank. The obligations of an independent knight are largely similar to those of ordinary nobles, entailing the annual payment of taxes to the royal family and the obligation to bear arms at the king's command. However, due to the newly reclaimed land, no taxes would be levied for the first 3 years. In addition, independent knights enjoy the privileges befitting nobility, such as the right to commit homicide without imprisonment, merely paying a fine instead. Furthermore, independent knights and their descendants may attend the Royal Academy in the capital for further education, among other benefits. Once the ceremony concluded, Zhou Mingyu had officially become an independent knight, and henceforth he could no longer be addressed simply as Zhou, but must be referred to with the honorific Sir Knight. Of course, this did not signify the conclusion of matters. Zhou Mingyu still needed to journey to the capital to register his family crest with the noble council and study heraldry. This was an unfortunate necessity. In this world, being a noble without an activated bloodline or a territory is inconsequential. But lacking knowledge of heraldry is indeed a grave shortcoming. A noble who fails to recognize the insignia of another noble is deemed inadequate. Moreover, the noble council of the Kingdom of Floor annually exchanges heraldic information with those of other nations to prevent such situations from arising. Baron Hunterne had lingered long enough and was eager to return to the warmth of the capital. Thus, after the ceremony, he hastened to depart. However, Zhou Mingyu was not one to disregard courtesy, personally leading a contingent of elite cavalry to escort him out of the territory, pleased with the gifts of local specialties, a large sack of golden sand, and the personal escort. Baron Hunterne expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Sir Knight Zhou, should you visit the capital, do let me know. I have the finest cheese wine awaiting your arrival." After bidding farewell to Baron Hunterne, Zhou Mingyu had no immediate plans to head to the capital. For him, this noble title was merely a guise. Whether or not he possessed a family crest or noble privileges bore little weight on his endeavors. Consequently, he returned to the valley, summoned Nais and Taris, inquired about the situation in the valley, and then hastily made his way back to the A3 tribe aboard a dragon. To excavate more mines, produce more soldiers, and bolster his strength was his primary objective. Naturally, this would be a protracted process. As time progressed, the ice and snow covering the land melted away, temperatures gradually rose, leading to the revival of nature, with greenery spreading rapidly across the terrain. 2 months later, the mineral resources of the A3 tribe were completely exhausted. However, even after depleting 2 veins of minerals, the War Magic Workshop managed to produce only 12 units of troops, including 2 units of dragons and 4 units of elite cavalry, with 3 units each of elite infantry and elite spearmen. Frankly speaking, Zhou Mingwei had intended to channel all resources into the most mobile forces, namely the elite cavalry or dragons. Yet, considering that a singular focus on high-level troop types would adversely affect combat adaptability, he was compelled to abandon his initial plans. The depletion of the A3 tribe's mineral veins significantly diminished its value to Zhou Mingwei, although there was a vast expanse of arable plains nearby. He lacked sufficient manpower to cultivate them. Well, he was also reluctant to invest his energy into agriculture. The reclamation on the other side of the valley sufficed, both to repay Tari's family for their assistance and to provide a tenuous cover for his identity. However, Zhou Mingwei was somewhat astonished to discover that during the 2 months of mining at the A3 tribe, his Griffin scouts reported that the nearest Barbarian tribe was a full 300 miles away. Given the yield of this wasteland, it would be reasonable to expect a Barbarian tribe every 60 to 90 miles. Even if the A3 tribe had previously vanquished a Barbarian tribe, it would be logical for another tribe to exist within a 300-mile radius. After dispatching 8 Griffin riders to patrol the area repeatedly, Zhou Mingwei eventually located a small volcano towering over the plains. This volcano stood merely over 100 meters tall, yet it was surrounded by a plethora of herbivorous creatures, with not a single savage beast in sight. Undoubtedly, this was an anomalous circumstance. After the Griffin riders had kept watch for half a month, Zhou Mingwei discerned the source of the issue. Within the small volcano resided a colossal fire lizard. Perched upon the back of a dragon, Zhou Mingwei gazed down at the creature rolling in the magma below, his expression somewhat dazed. The alert in his mind rang out. Advanced resource magma detected. High-level advanced resource fire lizard detected. This was certainly an unexpected turn of events. The revelation that magma was also an advanced resource was a delightful surprise. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have hastily ordered an assault on the location. However, it was clear that such an action would be rather foolish at present. The fire lizard was no ordinary foe, measuring over 10 meters in length. It preyed upon the formidable beasts surrounding the volcano. The beasts around the volcano were not weaklings, including savage bulls and stone lions, yet they were mere fodder in the presence of the fire lizard. After observing for several days, Zhou Mingwei temporarily set aside thoughts of confronting the fire lizard. It was simply too powerful. Its massive size, formidable defenses, and the high temperature of the magma it could expel made it capable of hunting beasts of comparable size. With these factors in mind, even if he sent all his troops against it, the losses would be insurmountable. However, in light of the discovery that magma was also an advanced resource, Zhou Mingwei felt he need not hang his hopes on a single tree. Why not seek out the volcano? Magma, being derived from the depths of the earth, although slightly beneath the War Magic Workshop's level, could be considered an inexhaustible resource. This time, not only did the 8 Griffin riders set out, but the newly acquired 8 dragons also departed, exploring the wilderness surrounding the A3 tribe as their base. Yet, Zhou Mingwei overlooked one crucial detail. The terrain of this wasteland primarily consisted of plains and hills, making the existence of a volcano highly improbable under normal circumstances. To assert that the fire lizard was not a native creature of this wasteland is an understatement. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. And the small volcano was, in fact, its constructed lair, locating a weak point in the Earth's crust and breaching a kilometer-thick layer of rock to access the magma, is merely a meticulous task for a creature like the fire lizard, posing no real challenge. Consequently, after a full week of searching, Zhou Mingwei discovered that within a radius of at least 600 miles centered on the A3 tribe, there were no volcanoes to be found. This left him scratching his head. To watch a source of inexhaustible advanced material slip from his grasp without being able to locate. It was indeed vexing. Just then, the Griffin riders reported the arrival of a merchant caravan. This caravan was remarkably diligent. When Zhou Mingwei encountered Anil, he realized that Viscount Hanks had arrived. However, this time he was accompanied by only a few regular soldiers, without a single knight in tow. Upon seeing Viscount Hanks's arrival, Zhou Mingwei was somewhat surprised. What brought this individual here? Although they had previously shared a tenuous camaraderie, their interactions had been minimal since, with the most recent being the assistance in escorting Nais and Taris. After all, while Nais and Taris are indeed vassals of the noble knight Timos, they are also subjects of the esteemed Baron Hanks. It would be impossible to send them to the wilds without the Baroness' consent. My lord, what brings you here? Zhou Mingyue greeted with a smile. For regardless of the circumstances, the Baron held a higher rank than himself. As part of concealing his identity as an outsider, Zhou Mingyue could not afford to display any surprising arrogance. Congratulations. Baron Hanks was not a person of cold demeanor. Moreover, Zhou Mingyue had recently been elevated to the status of an independent knight. Although his title was slightly inferior, he was not a knight under the Baroness' command, which made the smile on Hanks' face appear more genuine. After entrusting the trading affairs of the caravan to Nais, Zhou Mingyue led Baron Hanks back to his residence, a wooden house larger than others in truth, as he spent more time in the A3 tribe. He had seldom resided in this house since its construction. It is rather humble, I apologize. Upon entering the wooden abode and dismissing the attendants, Zhou Mingyue inquired about the Baron's purpose for visiting. He found it hard to believe that a noble of such stature would venture incognito with a few soldiers merely to congratulate him. After all, even the area between the valley and the border was not particularly safe. Indeed, Baron Hanks had come seeking assistance. It turned out that he had recently encountered some conflicts with the neighboring Count Max. The two families had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship, following the death of Hank's grandfather in battle due to Max's grandfather's failure to provide aid. Their relations had grown as cold as ice. Naturally, Hank's father also had his share of disputes with Max's father. As for the current Baron Hanks and Count Max, their rivalry had even extended into matters of the heart. Over a decade ago, Baron Hanks had wed the goddess of Count Max's affections, further exacerbating the animosity between their families. Hanks sought assistance now because he had discovered that Count Max was currently amassing troops, intending to invade Hank's territory. It is worth noting that wars between two sword-bearing nobles are not uncommon. The only authority capable of intervening would be their superior, the Fleur royal family. However, due to a desire to weaken the power of lower nobility, the royal family typically refrains from intervening, only stepping in when one side surrenders and relinquishes territory. However, Baron Hank's forces were considerably weaker than those of Count Max, and coupled with the prior depletion from battles against barbarian tribes, opposing Count Max would prove exceedingly difficult for him. Of course, Hanks was not solely seeking assistance from Zhou Mingyue. He was also reaching out to nearby barons and viscounts. Frankly, Zhou Mingyue did not harbor high hopes regarding this matter. Initially, he had no desire to involve himself in the internal disputes of the Fleur nobility, as it brought him little benefit. Even if he helped Baron Hanks secure victory, the most he could hope for would be a handful of gold coins, with little else to gain. However, during their conversation, he unexpectedly learned that Count Max's territory contained an active volcano. Assistance was essential. Without hesitation, he pledged support, much to the delight of Baron Hanks, who had come with little expectation. Before arriving, Hanks had entertained a somewhat hopeful notion, albeit a cautious one, that after all, the last time they met, Zhou Mingyue had commanded merely over 100 peasant soldiers, even though he had heard from the caravan's annal that the valley had undergone significant changes and grown powerful. He had not taken it seriously. Yet upon arriving at the valley and witnessing the flying dragons rising and falling, along with the black armored guards stationed at the stone walls, his perspective shifted dramatically. To be honest, both he and Annal had been baffled by the sudden influx of such formidable forces under Zhou Mingyue's command. Thus, when Zhou Mingyue assured him of his support, Hanks' elation was palpable. Given the presence of such strong allies, Baron Hanks wasted no time and prepared to return to rally his troops for battle. After all, he was not the only one seeking allies. Count Max had a broader network and likely could summon substantial reinforcements. After agreeing to meet in Hanks' castle in half a month, Baron Hanks hastily departed the valley. Although he was no longer accompanied by a caravan, he had no concerns about his safety on the return journey. It is worth mentioning that this noble had already achieved the pinnacle of knightly power. Even if he encountered savage beasts, he could certainly escape. Once Baron Hanks left, Zhou Mingyue called upon Nais and Taris to address various matters within the valley. With spring upon them, tasks such as plowing and sowing needed to be prioritized. Of course, these were trivial matters for Nais and Taris, both of whom had previously been farmers, to ensure the valley's safety. Zhou Mingyue decided to retain not only all the peasant soldiers, but also 15 remaining knights from the war workshop, along with 2 clerics. However, in terms of combat capability, these forces were merely insignificant. The bulk of his strength lay in the heavy infantry, heavy pikemen, heavy cavalry, longbowmen, clerics, and even griffin riders he had stationed in the wilds. Some remained stationed at the A3 tribe, while others were positioned at the A2 tribe, guarding against potential threats from those directions, with the remainder deployed within the valley itself. Aside from the peasant soldiers, he had a total of 1,000 troops at his disposal as long as there were no large-scale invasions from the barbarians. Holding the valley would pose no difficulties. Consequently, he took only the forces produced by the war workshop on his expedition: 48 elite infantry, 40 elite pikemen, 6 crossbow carts, 30 elite cavalry, 2 high priestesses, and 8 flying dragons. In total, this comprised just over 100 personnel, yet their collective strength was astonishingly formidable. As previously mentioned, the elite infantry alone possessed knight-level prowess. Just imagine, over 100 knights constituted a considerable force. Moreover, appearing as merely over 100 troops, they did not seem overly conspicuous. After advancing the war workshop to war workshop, Zhou Mingyue could also ride the battle steeds produced by it, although this would deplete one knight. It was far preferable to having a group of soldiers carry him. While that would be comfortable, Zhou Mingyue felt like a rustic landlord. Mounted on a battle steed, he set out, his pace leisurely. After all, he had half a month to reach the border of the Floor Kingdom. By the time he arrived, the snow covering the land had completely melted, and a plethora of flowers and trees had burst forth from the ground, transforming the landscape into a lush green expanse. Baron Hanks was indeed meticulous in his endeavors. As he approached the border, Zhou Mingyue encountered a familiar face: the knight Timos, the very first knight he had met in this world. Knight Timos sat atop his steed, unarmored, his hair grayer than before, yet his expression remained stern, accompanied by a retinue of standing soldiers. Upon sighting the approaching army, Timos' cold demeanor shifted. As a knight of awakened bloodline, he could sense the powerful vitality surging within those soldiers, vitality rivaling that of knights. Goodness, so many knights! That was Timos' immediate thought. However, he soon spotted Zhou Mingyue among the ranks, which eased his apprehension somewhat, though he was still filled with confusion. Previously, Baron Hanks had instructed him to await Zhou Mingyue at the border, and the image of Zhou Mingyue in his memory had been similar to that of Hanks. Yet upon their meeting, he was genuinely astonished. When had Zhou Mingyue recruited such a formidable group of warriors? Truth be told, until Zhou Mingyue warmly greeted him, riding side by side, Timos felt as if he were dreaming. Of course, he refrained from inquiring into Zhou Mingyue's circumstances, as such matters were too personal. Ironically, it was Zhou Mingyue's promotion to Knight Commander that went unnoticed by Timos. Perhaps the reason lay in the vast disparity in their respective strengths. Zhou Mingyue, too, was not so superficial as to flaunt his prowess before Knight Timos. Moreover, although Zhou Mingyue had indeed ascended to the rank of Knight Commander, he was uncertain if he could best Timos in combat. The reason was simple. Knights like Timos had been forged through arduous training from a young age. Their battle techniques honed not only on the training grounds, but also through countless battles fought on the front lines. In contrast, Zhou Mingyue had been merely a white-collar worker before his transmigration, lacking any experience in training or combat, having barely set foot in a gym. Given these circumstances, it was impossible for him to fully utilize his Knight Commander abilities. Yet, Zhou Mingyue had no intention of engaging in life-or-death battles unless absolutely necessary. With so many warriors under his command, was it not more advantageous to besiege the enemy during the subsequent journey? Zhou Mingyue accepted Knight Timos' invitation to stay overnight at Timos Manor, enjoying a dinner that was considerably more delectable than what one could find in the valley, despite having ample meat in the valley. The farmers were hardly known for their culinary prowess. He had contemplated purchasing a chef slave, yet among the slaves, the highest prices were commanded not by warriors or musicians, but by chefs. A highly skilled chef slave can often command a price in the thousands of gold coins. Yet they remain a rare commodity. After all, chef slaves are immensely sought after by the nobility, and whenever they become available, they are swiftly snatched up by eager aristocrats. The individual known as Anil lacks such connections. And it is needless to mention that Zhou Mingyue is already somewhat financially constrained. In truth, the family of Sir Timos has been established for several centuries, yet they still find themselves unable to procure even a single chef slave. As for Sir Timos' wife, while her culinary skills may not be exceptional, they certainly surpass those of the local farmers by a considerable margin. Sir Timos has 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son serves as a squire at Hank's castle and will return to the family once he reaches adulthood to receive personal tutelage from Sir Timos. The second and third sons are studying in Harrow's city. And upon reaching maturity, Sir Timos will provide them with a sum of money to forge their own paths. Naturally, the knowledge they acquire in Harrow's city will assist them in securing positions as officials or becoming merchants. Among other professions, in essence, the eldest son inherits the family estate, while the other sons must seek their own careers. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, their futures are considerably brighter than those of the common folk. Take Ironfort Village, for instance. Out of the 300 villagers, only the village chief's family can read and write, while the rest are largely illiterate. As for Sir Timos's youngest daughter, who is merely 5 years old, she is vivacious and lively. Yet, when she greets Zhou Mingyue, she maintains a poised and gracious demeanor, prompting Zhou Mingyue to reflect on how his own niece, at that age, would hide behind her parents when encountering strangers. Refusing to respond no matter how much she was called of course, this was merely a fleeting thought for Zhou Mingyue, as the centuries-old noble heritage undoubtedly holds some merit. The following morning, as Zhou Mingyue rose, he observed that Sir Timos had already groomed his warhorse and was standing in the courtyard, dousing himself with cold water. His muscular physique appeared remarkably formidable. One might even speculate that, were he on Earth, he could be hailed as the most manly man of the century. Although spring had arrived, the temperature remained quite chilly, and a bucket of cold water poured over oneself was akin to being thrown into a river for a bath. Just the thought of it sent chills coursing through Zhou Mingyue's body. After all, he was a knight tempered by countless trials, while he himself was merely lounging about. Once they set off, Zhou Mingyue noticed that Sir Timos had brought along only 30 seasoned soldiers. Without summoning any peasant soldiers. Chapter 42. The campaign against Count Maxper. The journey was exceedingly dull, prompting Zhou Mingyue to casually inquire. Sir Timos could not help but smile wryly. Spring plowing is upon us. How could we possibly summon peasant soldiers? Zhou Mingyue immediately understood. Indeed, given the primitive agricultural techniques of this world, missing the spring planting could result in widespread starvation. Furthermore, if the Viscount of Hanks could not summon peasant soldiers, it was unlikely that Count Maxper would do so either. Summoning peasant soldiers at this juncture would effectively sever the future developmental potential of one's territory. Nevertheless, this could be viewed as a blessing in disguise, with both sides fielding only knights and seasoned soldiers. The casualties in a great battle would be significantly reduced. Upon reaching Hank's castle, Zhou Mingyue found that many knights had already established their camps outside the castle, due to the absence of summoned peasant soldiers. The number of tents pitched on the grass was considerably fewer. This was hardly surprising, given that the Viscount of Hanks commanded only a little over a dozen knights, each accompanied by 30 seasoned soldiers. Totaling just over 300. A lookout was stationed atop the castle tower, and soon the castle gates swung open, revealing a knight galloping forth to greet them. This knight donned armor tinted a grayish blue. Emblazoned on his left breast with the family crest of the Viscount of Hanks, he was Sir Hans, a knight directly under the command of the Viscount, akin to a court noble without a domain. Serving at the behest of the Viscount, Zhou Mingyue had seen Sir Hans before, but was not well acquainted with him. Greetings, on behalf of the Viscount of Hanks and the lords of the 13 towns and 32 villages of the north. I welcome both esteemed knights to our midst. As Sir Hans approached at a brisk trot, his full beard and booming voice suggested that this was likely one of the reasons the Viscount had chosen him to welcome other knights. Esteemed Sir Hans, Guardian of Hank's Castle, I am the battle-hardened warrior, Sir Timos, Lord of Timos Manor, Ironfort Village, and Blackwater Village. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Sir Timos responded using the customary greeting among the nobility of the Kingdom of Floor, even though they were already quite familiar with one another. Following the exchange, the two knights clasped each other's chests and patted each other's shoulders in a display of camaraderie. Indeed, the formalities among the nobility of the Kingdom of Floor are intricate and elaborate. One must first declare their territories, honors, and titles before engaging in various friendly gestures according to the rank of each noble. If both parties held titles of Viscount or higher, these declarations would typically be shouted by their attendants. Esteemed Sir Hans, Guardian of Hank's Castle, I am the Conqueror of the Wilds, Lord of the Totem Valley, an independent knight. It is a pleasure to meet you. Although Zhou Mingyue felt somewhat self-conscious about his grandiloquent introduction, he mustered the courage to utter it nonetheless. Following the exchange, they repeated the gestures of camaraderie, demonstrating their bond. Naturally, this was merely a customary greeting among knights. Higher-ranking nobles would engage in more intimate gestures such as cheek-kissing or sword saluting. Under Sir Hans's guidance, Zhou Mingwei and Sir Timos proceeded to a grassy area outside the castle to select a suitable spot for their soldiers to set up tents, while they accompanied Sir Hans into the castle to partake in a banquet hosted by the Viscount of Hanks. To be candid, waging war during the spring plowing season, even without summoning the farmers of their territory, would not greatly boost the morale of the knights. The reasoning is simple: when fighting foreign foes or barbarians, knights can readily attain honor and even rise in rank to become barons, among other accolades. However, battling Count Maxper constitutes a conflict among nobles of the same nation, where honor is scarce, and the likelihood of defeating Count Maxper is slim. As for the spoils, it is uncertain how much would be gained, which inevitably dampens the spirits of the knights. In such circumstances, hosting a banquet serves as the most effective means of uplifting morale. Yet, given the material conditions here, the banquet was rather modest. The dishes served consisted of boiled lamb and vegetables seasoned with a touch of salt, although the wine was quite decent, a product of one of the Viscount's estates. Each person was presented with a plate containing a small amount of pepper seasoning. The knights, accustomed to such feasts, did not expect lavish meals and promptly retrieved silver-handled knives to cut the meat into small pieces, savoring it with a dash of seasoning. However, Zhou Mingwei found the food quite unpalatable. After nearly gagging on a small morsel, he resorted to gnawing on bread instead. Fortunately, the bread provided at the banquet was satisfactory. Ordinary white bread with a hint of honey and sprinkled with raisins. It was palatable enough to fill his stomach. As for the entertainment he had hoped for, songs, dances, magic, acrobatics, such performances were entirely absent. As a Viscount station near the border, the resources to sustain such entertainment were either unaffordable or simply non-existent in this region. The Viscount of Hanks had done well to ensure that the knights had ample meat on their plates and enough wine to drink. After several days at Hanks' castle, the nobles invited by the Viscount, along with their knights and armies, arrived at the castle. Esteemed Viscount of Hanks and Lord of the 13 towns and 32 villages of the north, I am. With the arrival of these nobles, the grassy area outside Hanks' castle became lively and crowded once more. Among them were Viscount Aaron, Baron Garfield, Baron Maxwell, Baron Elijah, and Baron Dennis, a total of 5 sword-bearing nobles accompanied by more than 30 knights. The common soldiers under these nobles amounted to a considerable force. In terms of the current state of the Kingdom of Floor, barons typically command between 150 to 200 seasoned soldiers, while a Viscount's castle houses between 300 to 500. Viscount Aaron brought with him 200 seasoned soldiers, which is not surprising, as he too has his own castle to defend and cannot afford to deploy all his troops. The 4 barons each commanded between 80 to 100 seasoned soldiers, which was quite a show of respect for the Viscount of Hanks. Adding to this were the more than 30 knights who brought along 1,000 seasoned soldiers, culminating in a total force of around 2,000 troops encamped outside Hanks' castle. Of course, with the arrival of a Viscount and 5 barons as allies, the Viscount of Hanks wasted no time. Following a customary welcoming banquet, the next day he summoned his seasoned soldiers, standing atop the castle walls to vociferously denounce Count Maxper's shamelessness before leading his troops southward. Chapter 43. The fearsome crossbow. In comparison to Viscount Aaron, the number of seasoned soldiers at Hanks' castle was significantly greater, totaling a robust 500. Naturally, much like Viscount Aaron, the Viscount of Hanks only took 400 of his seasoned soldiers with him. After all, this was his stronghold. He would hardly dare to leave without retaining some forces for its defense. The combined military strength of numerous nobles reached a formidable total of 2,400, with no less than 50 knights among them. Each a noble with activated bloodlines. It is fair to assert that this army possesses the capability to eradicate several barbarian tribes in the wilds. And this is no exaggeration. In this realm, a fully professional army composed entirely of regular soldiers is indeed a rarity. They are an elite force. Viscount Hanks, commanding this elite contingent, advanced slowly along the banks of the Blackwater River towards the domain of Count Max. One cannot help but acknowledge that the seasoned Viscount, well acquainted with the art of warfare, executed the march with remarkable discipline. He dispatched several knights ahead as scouts to scout the terrain, while hundreds of soldiers flanked the sides for protection, with the remainder forming the main force in the center. Following closely were several merchant caravans that had hurriedly assembled upon hearing of the army's departure. These caravans were tasked with acquiring spoils of war and providing some military provisions, an established custom in this world when it comes to military campaigns. Previously, when Viscount Hanks set out to confront the barbarian tribes, those merchant caravans failed to keep up due to the inhospitable nature of the wilderness. The Blackwater River earned its name from certain sections that had been covered by volcanic lava, leaving behind a bed of obsidian visible through the crystal-clear waters, thereby giving the river its distinctive name. However, at this moment, Zhou Mingwei had yet to enter Count Max's territory and thus could not witness the obsidian beneath the riverbed. The journey along the riverbank was smooth until they were spotted by knights dispatched by the opposing side just before entering Count Max's domain. The knights exhibited commendable caution upon observing the might of the allied forces from a distance. They chose to retreat decisively. The scouts sent by Viscount Hanks attempted to apprehend them, but the enemy fled in time, leaving only their retreating figures in view. It was evident that Count Max had not stationed troops along the border, even abandoning most of the villages and towns along the route. Only as they approached Count Max's castle did Viscount Hanks's allied forces finally catch sight of the assembled army of Count Max. Zhou Mingwei, riding alongside Viscount Hanks and other nobles, ascended a hill and gazed at the multitude of camps outside Count Max's castle, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, the Count's strength surpassed that of the Viscount. If one disregards the troops within the castle, the sheer number gathered outside exceeded 3,000. This meant that the forces amassed there already outnumbered those of Viscount Hanks's coalition. And given that Count Max's castle spans several hundred acres, one could reasonably estimate at least 500 or 600 men within its walls. Witnessing this scene, Viscount Hanks's expression darkened considerably. It is only natural that anyone confronted with a foe of greater strength would find their spirits dampened. Due to the enemy's superior numbers, Viscount Hanks refrained from a hasty assault and chose instead to encamp several miles away from Count Max's castle. That night, Count Max's side launched a night raid. Viscount Hanks had anticipated this and successfully thwarted the attack. However, the enemy's incursion resembled more of an annoyance, with minimal forces dispatched, leading to negligible losses. The disturbance from the night raid roused Zhou Mingwei from his slumber. And while he felt no fear, the commotion left him less than refreshed in the morning. As he grumbled while attending the military council, Count Max's forces began to array their troops outside the castle, with the Count's direct army also mobilizing. Upon receiving this news, Viscount Hanks had no choice but to abandon the meeting and hurriedly led his companions outside to observe the enemy's formations. At this juncture, the full might of Count Max's army was laid bare, totaling a staggering 4,500. It turned out that an additional Viscount's forces were stationed behind the castle. Moreover, Count Max boasted over 80 knights. This situation caused a palpable shift in the expressions of many knights within Viscount Hanks's ranks. After all, when individual strengths were relatively comparable, greater numbers inevitably conferred a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Nevertheless, they were seasoned knights, having endured numerous brutal battles. Even with Count Max's forces outmatching their own, they rallied under Viscount Hanks's command, swiftly organizing their soldiers into formations to confront Count Max's forces. Zhou Mingwei found himself positioned beside Viscount Hanks. The Viscount was no fool. He recognized the exceptional caliber of Zhou Mingwei's troops. Moreover, the 6 crossbow chariots served as formidable weapons of war, and deploying such elite forces to a less critical flank would indeed be a waste. Faced with an advantageous enemy, Viscount Hanks displayed caution. After arranging his troops, he opted to hold his position. However, Zhou Mingwei's 6 crossbow chariots proved invaluable at this moment. The chariots lined up in formation at the front, their long bolts already loaded. As the gunners struck the triggers with iron hammers, a series of resounding thuds erupted. A 3-meter-long bolt shot forth from the groove, traversing over 300 meters to pierce through 3 soldiers standing at the forefront of Count Max's forces. 6 bolts were unleashed in succession, swiftly creating breaches in Count Max's ranks. To be sure, while the lethality of the bolts was formidable, their quantity was ultimately limited. After one volley, only around 20 of Count Max's men had fallen. Nonetheless, the sight of elongated bolts piercing through bodies and the splattering of blood profoundly shook the enemy's morale. Several soldiers, in sheer terror, abandoned their weapons and fled, only to be cut down by the knights overseeing the formation. Count Max, mounted on his red steed and positioned among the central forces, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What in the world? I have gone to great lengths, incurring substantial costs to bring in 2 viscounts and 8 barons to assist. And you, my adversary, have managed to procure a siege crossbow from the royal city? It was clear that Count Max had misconstrued the situation, mistaking Zhou Mingwei's crossbow chariots as the royal city's exclusive weaponry. Yet, to be fair, the two did bear some resemblance, with the chariots being more mobile and versatile. However, he failed to consider how a mere viscount like Hanks could possibly acquire such a weapon from the royal city. Before Count Max could react, the opposing crossbow chariots, Having readied their bolts, initiated a second round of fire. Chapter 44. A catastrophic defeat. As the bolts were loosed, the frontline soldiers toppled like dominoes, prompting the nobles at Count Max's side to grow increasingly anxious, eager to claim glory for themselves or secure a larger share of the spoils from Viscount Hanks's domain. These nobles pushed their personal troops to the forefront. Consequently, their losses were particularly severe following the crossbow fire. Attack. Charge. By this point, Count Max had abandoned all other thoughts, raising his longsword to issue the command for a full assault. Had Zhou Mingwei not been present, this command might have been sound. With a significant numerical advantage, a full charge would effectively diminish the ongoing damage from the crossbows. After all, how many more bolts could be fired once a charge commenced? Observing Count Max's forces beginning their charge, Viscount Hanks wasted no time and ordered his troops to engage. In this world, where the aristocratic system prevails, the adage, "the brave prevail in narrow encounters," holds true. The art of war here is far less nuanced than on Earth. The night raid from the previous evening was already considered a rare tactic. Knights, barons, and viscounts surged to the front, followed closely by their varied retinues of knightly squires. These squires, having honed their skills over years of combat training, many of whom had accompanied knights into battle, may not have activated their bloodlines yet, but their prowess far surpassed that of regular soldiers. With a cacophony of sounds, the knights ignited in a myriad of colors and clashed together, producing a thunderous roar. From time to time, knights, their squires, and even regular soldiers were sent flying by the impact of lances. After charging, the knights discarded their lances and drew their great swords, slashing left and right. When surrounded by enemies, they dismounted to continue the fight. In an instant, the once quiet ground outside Count Max's castle transformed into a bloody battlefield. Chaos ensued as both sides became embroiled in a fierce melee, rendering the crossbows nearly useless unless Zhou Mingwei intended to eliminate both friend and foe alike. Though Zhou Mingwei joined the charge, he did not lead the way. At the forefront were 30 elite cavalry, clad in black armor, who immediately collided with 20 or so knights. 15 knights were unceremoniously flung aside by the long spears wielded by the elite cavalry, while the remaining 7 or 8 knights managed to retaliate, sending several of their adversaries tumbling to the ground. The elite cavalry produced by the War Magic Workshop were not invincible, but they managed to seize a measure of initiative. Following closely behind them, 40 elite pikemen surged forward, their long spears thrusting downward and unseating the knights from their mounts. The knights found themselves in a precarious situation, although their powers had significantly increased following the activation of their bloodlines. The sheer strength of the black-armored spearmen matched their own, leaving the knights with scant opportunity to evade the onslaught of spears. The enemy's squires and regular soldiers swiftly closed in, intent on replicating their success by encircling and annihilating the elite pikemen and cavalry. At this moment, the elite infantry following closely behind the guardsmen, brandishing round shields and wielding longswords, surged forth. Their blades, exceedingly sharp and wielded with formidable strength, posed a significant challenge even for the knightly attendants, let alone the regular soldiers. Amidst this clash, while fierce skirmishes raged elsewhere, with the forces of Viscount Hanks seemingly at a disadvantage and being driven back, here, the enemy formation was swiftly breached, allowing a counter-assault from behind. Zhou Mingwei barely advanced a few steps before he halted, sensing that there was no need for him to charge ahead. The battle could be entrusted to his subordinates. In order to preserve certain secrets, he refrained from allowing the 2 high priests to cast defensive and offensive spells prior to the engagement, although healing spells remained permissible. Thus, the 2 high priests stood by Zhou Mingwei's side, their hands weaving through the air as blue, feather-like motes descended, enveloping the heads of their soldiers. As previously mentioned, compared to monks, the healing spells of high priests not only had a wider range but also boasted greater efficacy. Notably, the elite cavalry, spearmen, and infantry were enveloped by the healing magic, and the wounds upon their bodies swiftly ceased bleeding and began to mend. However, the decisive blow against Count Max was delivered by the summoned dragons. Prior to entering the Kingdom of Floor, Zhou Mingwei had kept the dragons at a distance, for such fearsome beasts were difficult to explain, even upon their march to Count Max's domain. The dragons remained at a considerable remove, resting. It was not until the commencement of this grand battle that Zhou Mingwei called them back. The appearance of the dragons, along with their thunderous roars, momentarily stunned both friend and foe alike. Clearly, the sudden arrival of these aerial predators instilled fear and concern on both sides, each suspecting the other of reinforcements. Yet, in the next instant, the forces of Viscount Hanks erupted into laughter. The 8 dragons formed a line, diving from the skies and unleashing torrents of green venom upon the ground. This venom, upon contact with the air, quickly transformed into a noxious green mist enveloping the earth like a vast net. Witnessing this scene, soldiers on both sides, whether of Max or Hanks, were seized by dread and turned to flee. This was not mere cowardice. The encroaching toxic mist posed a threat to all. Of course, Zhou Mingyue was not so merciless. The dragons primarily directed their venom towards the rear of Max's forces, endeavoring to minimize any risk to their own troops as the toxic mist descended. Any soldiers who came into contact with it writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground as their skin rapidly blistered, akin to being poured with boiling water. Soon after, the blisters burst, flesh swiftly decaying and rotting. Within a minute, the number of soldiers from Max's side succumbing to the poison far exceeded their previous battle losses. At this juncture, the viscounts and barons were left in stunned disbelief. Good heavens, this venom is too formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. For them, territory, wealth, and all else paled in comparison to the value of their own lives. Meanwhile, the knights continued to fight valiantly, their bodies radiating shimmering auras as they wielded their swords with fervor. This was not surprising. The viscounts and barons were more concerned with the legacy of their families, and their strength was not necessarily superior to that of the knights. This was quite normal. The noble families had a longer lineage, fostering a tendency towards self-preservation. The phrase, "defeat is like a mountain collapsing," was not merely a saying. Chapter 45, Terms of Ceasefire. At this moment, Zhou Mingyue also joined the fray. While he would never dare to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the enemy, he felt it his duty to strike at the fallen foe, positioning himself at the forefront. Count Max was nearly rendered speechless. What is happening? Where am I? How has my previously overwhelming advantage collapsed so swiftly? He had intended to rally his troops with a booming cry, but it proved futile as the knights accompanying him quickly formed a protective circle around him, urging his steed to retreat. Fortunately, Viscount Hanks was astute in seizing the opportunity. Noticing the flag of Count Max retreating rapidly, he wasted no time in thrusting his right hand forward and raising the iron spear hanging from his saddle, charging directly into the enemy ranks. Indeed, upon contact, the enemy formation crumbled, completely bereft of the previous composure and tranquility that in the ensuing chaos. Count Max was escorted back to the castle by his knightly attendants. As the castle gates began to close with a resounding clang, they paid no heed to the soldiers still battling outside. The moment the gates were secured, those soldiers who were still valiantly resisting instantly fell into despair. Count Max had abandoned them. Naturally, this caused those already wavering soldiers to turn and flee. Meanwhile, Viscount Hanks could scarcely contain his delight. The rapid shift in the tide of battle had utterly surpassed his expectations. However, Count Max's retreat to the castle posed a conundrum. With this thought, the joy from earlier victories swiftly dissipated within Viscount Hanks. Yet, it was not an insurmountable issue. A solitary stronghold, no matter how grand, would ultimately be breached. Hanks's forces, driven by a relentless pursuit, dispatched 500 to 600 men to encircle the castle while the remainder pursued the fleeing enemy. Throughout this time, Zhou Mingyue exerted considerable effort. Firstly, to ensure that Viscount Hanks would owe him a favor, and secondly, because the corpses could serve as resources, especially the bodies of those above the rank of knight, which were deemed to be advancement resources within the war magic workshop. Additionally, eradicating the roots of the enemy was of utmost importance. If left unchecked, they would only regroup and rise again. However, Zhou Mingyue was somewhat displeased when, as he prepared to behead the two captured barons, a knight who had caught up intervened. The reason was simple. The two barons immediately began to shout that they could pay a ransom. In this world, the fates of captured nobles and soldiers were starkly different. Captured soldiers faced execution, forced labor in mines leading to death, or were sold into slavery, with no opportunity for ransom. In contrast, nobles could redeem themselves through ransom. Such occurrences were not uncommon. For instance, Viscount Hanks's grandfather had once been captured on the battlefield, and the Hanks family had to pay 5,000 gold coins to secure his release. This exemplifies one of the privileges of nobility. Even if a criminal were to break the law, they could often substitute a fine instead of facing the full consequences. Of course, if one could not afford the ransom, they risked becoming a slave or facing execution, with no one to blame but themselves. However, due to long-standing intermarriages, the relationships among these nobles were intricate. If one were to explore deeply, the vast majority of nobles shared familial ties. Thus, generally speaking, being captured in battle meant a high likelihood of survival. Zhou Mingyue found this deeply reprehensible, yet he felt powerless. He could hardly contravene social norms. Otherwise, he would be targeting not just these two barons, but all nobles. As for the ransom amount, Zhou Mingwei did not particularly care. His primary concern was the corpses of the knights. Naturally, the absence of the two barons' bodies was not too significant, for the War Magic Workshop required a substantial number of advancement resources to reach Tier 5, and in terms of knightly corpses, at least 100 were necessary. This meant that even if he were to eliminate the two barons, it would not sufficiently fill the void. Contemplating this, Zhou Mingwei opted not to join the pursuit but instead turned back to the front of Max's castle. At this moment, Viscount Hanks had dispatched a knight to enter the castle to negotiate a surrender. This was hardly surprising. For Viscount Hanks, though he had defeated Count Max's forces, breaching the formidable castle would entail considerable losses. In such circumstances, seeking a surrender was preferable. While the benefits gained would be far less than conquering the castle, his own losses would also be minimized. In the Kingdom of Floor and indeed across the land. The strength of one's power was of paramount importance. Should Viscount Hanks incur excessive losses, it was conceivable that other nobles might develop covetous intentions towards him. Watching the knight being hoisted up in a wicker basket, Zhou Mingwei felt a twinge of regret. Had Viscount Hanks not opted for surrender, he might have been able to breach the castle with the dragons. After all, the castle lacked any form of anti-air defense, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with dragons. An hour later, the knight reappeared. Once more seated in the wicker basket, he brought forth Count Max's terms for a ceasefire. To cede 12 villages and 3 small towns to Viscount Hanks at his discretion, while Count Max would redeem the captured nobles, with a total ransom not to exceed 2,000 gold coins. Not only was Viscount Hanks dissatisfied with Count Max's ceasefire terms, but so too were the other participating nobles. 12 villages and 3 small towns were far too few to distribute among them. With 2 viscounts, 4 barons, and over 50 knights, how could such a division possibly work? After some discussion, the knight named Trell hurried back to the castle, once more ascending the walls in the wicker basket to present new ceasefire terms to Count Max. Count Max was to cede 2/3 of his territory and abandon Max Castle, with a total ransom of 10,000 gold coins. These were Viscount Hanks's terms for the ceasefire. Naturally, from Count Max's perspective, this was nothing short of extortion. While 10,000 gold coins was a significant sum, the demand to abandon Max Castle and cede 2/3 of his territory, that would be akin to asking for his life. Thus, not long after, the knight from Trell descended once more in his wicker basket, bearing the new armistice terms from Count Max. 1/5 of the territory, amounting to 15 villages and 5 towns, was to be ceded. The fortress of Max must be retained, along with a ransom of 3,000 gold coins. In summary, this was the art of negotiation. You, with your lion's roar, demand much, while I can only offer less. Chapter 46. An abundance of resources. The exchange of opinions between Viscount Hanks and Count Max left the Trell knight utterly exhausted. Who could blame him? After making more than 10 trips in that wicker basket, anyone would feel both mentally and physically drained. Fortunately, as dusk began to settle and nightfall approached, both parties ultimately reached a consensus. Count Max would retain 1/3 of the territory, the fortress of Max would remain, and the ransom would be set at 10,000 gold coins. For Viscount Hanks, securing such a substantial portion from the enemy's domain was already quite commendable. Let Count Max keep his fortress. However, he must withdraw half of his standing soldiers, thereby limiting the number of guards he could retain within the fortress. This would hinder any future endeavors Count Max might wish to undertake. As for the ransom, the sum of 10,000 gold coins remained unchanged. Count Max, too, came to realize that retaining 2/3 of his territory was certainly preferable to total annihilation. With the terms agreed upon, Viscount Hanks prepared to withdraw his troops. However, Zhou Mingwei still needed to linger within Count Max's territory. He sought out a captured knight to inquire about the location of the volcano. The knight, proud and haughty, initially refused to converse with Zhou Mingwei, but after receiving a beating that left him lamenting for his mother, he was compelled to cooperate. Upon revealing the volcano's location, Zhou Mingwei found himself curious about the knight's arrogance as a prisoner. The knight explained, "I am of noble blood. How dare you, a mere commoner, question me?" This logic was indeed sound. Zhou Mingwei had not yet reached the royal city and therefore lacked any family crest, rendering him a commoner in the knight's eyes. Well, the knight's reasoning held merit. In this world, nobles were indeed viewed as superior, while commoners were regarded as insignificant before them. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingwei did not dwell on the knight's arrogance. The volcano he sought was named Daclium, a well-known landmark within the Kingdom of Floor. Given the scarcity of volcanoes in the realm, it was quite a scenic attraction. However, having a guide was always beneficial. Thus, Zhou Mingwei forcibly requisitioned the knight. Viscount Hanks raised no objections to Zhou Mingyue's actions. He merely worried about potential troubles that might arise for him after his withdrawal. Yet, remaining with the troops was not an option either. As the costs of maintaining a large army were considerable, Zhou Mingwei reassured Viscount Hanks that his safety was assured and stated that after visiting Daclium, he would proceed to the noble senate in the royal city to attend to some matters. The journey to Daclium was uneventful. Count Max had already surrendered and was busy negotiating the division of the territory with Viscount Hanks. The sooner the territories were delineated, the sooner the detested Viscount Hanks could withdraw his troops and recuperate. 3 days later, Zhou Mingyue arrived at Daclium. The volcano was not particularly tall, rising to just over 200 meters, with the Blackwater River flowing nearby in a half-circle around it, surrounded by dense forests. Being an active volcano, wisps of smoke could be seen rising from its summit. Upon confirming his arrival at the destination, Zhou Mingyue promptly released the knight. Keeping his word, one of his virtues, he then mounted a dragon and ascended to the summit of the volcanic caldera. Standing beside the crater and gazing down at the bubbling magma below, Zhou Mingyue was inundated with alerts indicating the discovery of advanced resources. This was an inexhaustible source of wealth. Count Max could scarcely have imagined such riches lay within his domain. Of course, without the War Mage's forge, harnessing this wealth would be impossible. After a moment's thought, Zhou Mingwei grasped the pendant hanging around his neck and cast it into the volcano's mouth. A radiant glow erupted from the pendant, and upon touching the ground, it transformed into a castle. The castle's gates swung open, and 8 vividly colored magical sprites emerged, hovering above the crater, while plumes of sulphurous magma ascended. Flowing into the castle, though the magma was indeed a seemingly endless resource, it represented only a basic advanced resource for the War Mage's forge, necessitating a significant quantity for further advancement, which would also require considerable time for the magical sprites to gather. Thus, Zhou Mingwei instructed his soldiers to construct a wooden cabin by the river. Residing at the crater was out of the question, even with his knightly constitution. He could not endure the pungent sulfuric odor. As for safety, this location was undoubtedly secured, at least the thieves dared not approach, intimidated by the sight of the fully armored elite infantry and pikemen. Zhou Mingyue had the pikemen use their long spears to fish out a few catches from the river. With great enthusiasm, he lit a campfire, prepared the fish, and placed them over the flames to roast. The river in this untamed region boasted few large fish, primarily small, spiny piranhas and black crocodiles, whose flesh was quite fishy. After one unpleasant experience, Zhou Mingwei had no intention of fishing again. However, the fish from the Blackwater River were of a regular variety, and once roasted, they emitted a delightful aroma, enhanced with a sprinkle of salt, rendering them delectable. Zhou Mingyue savored the fragrant grilled fish. He could hardly suppress his tears. Whoever claimed that traversing to another world was a blessing? For a gourmand like Zhou Mingwei, finding himself in such a desolate place was akin to the cruelest form of torture. Forget about computers, smartphones, and the internet. There was a complete absence of fine cuisine. During his time in Iron Fortress Village, the grain mush was a notorious tooth destroyer, with the occasional pebble causing wear on anyone's teeth before they even reached 30. As for the banquet hosted by Viscount Hanks, it was utterly unappetizing boiled white meat without a hint of seasoning. Can you believe it? Thus, being able to enjoy a decent roasted fish was a source of great satisfaction for him. After a night spent in the wooden cabin, Zhou Mingyue arose at dawn, climbing to the volcano's summit to exercise. After absorbing magma throughout the night, the advancement progress of the War Mage's forge had only reached 2%. It must be said that this pace was significantly slower than Zhou Mingwei had anticipated. At the current rate, it would take 24 days to achieve the next advancement for the War Mage's forge. Although this seemed slow, Zhou Mingwei was nonetheless pleased that it guaranteed the steady progression of the War Mage's forged. In the following days, Zhou Mingwei dedicated most of his time to fishing and hunting. What else was there to do? Chapter 47. The Thunderous Sword of Treasures. Though the volcano might be considered a scenic marvel in this world, given the current economic level and state of civilization, the notion of a tourism economy was utterly implausible, especially in such a remote area. Coupled with the dense forestation, ordinary folk would be disinclined to venture here, rendering it sparsely populated. Yet, rarity of human presence did not imply a complete absence of visitors. Zhou Mingwei had only indulged in leisure for a mere half-month when reports began filtering in from the dragons he occasionally sent soaring to survey the surroundings. A military force was approaching the volcano. A military force? Zhou Mingwei was taken aback. What army would venture into such a desolate place? However, as he mounted his dragon and gazed from a distance, he discerned that the army bore the banner of Count Max. Comprising approximately 500 men, the realization struck in so, Count Max was seeking vengeance. It was only natural, after suffering such losses. It was intolerable for any individual to have the perpetrator of their misfortune lurking within their territory. One need not inquire how Count Max knew. It was undoubtedly the guide knight who had informed him. Thus, after dispatching Viscount Hanks, Count Max had begun to muster his forces to confront Zhou Mingwei. After enduring a devastating defeat, the fact that Count Max could still assemble over 500 men was quite impressive. Of course, the Count was no fool, having witnessed the might of the dragons in the previous battle. He hastily traveled to the royal city to summon individuals capable of combating dragons, a certain Marquis Hannes from the court. This was precisely why Count Max boasted a broader network and superior intelligence compared to Viscount Hanks. Although Marquis Hannes had failed to awaken his bloodline, resulting in the loss of his territory, he possessed a legendary artifact, while the true nature and power of this artifact remained unclear to Count Max. He was aware that Hannes's ancestor had vanquished a rampaging Thunder Eagle terrorizing the Kingdom of Floor with that very artifact, earning him the title of Marquis. Just consider it, if they could slay such a formidable creature as the Thunder Eagle. Surely a few dragons would pose no challenge. Thus, as Count Max advanced toward the volcano, he felt a sense of confidence, bolstered by his trust in Marquis Hannes, or rather, in the legendary artifact. Zhou Mingwei remained blissfully unaware of Count Max's summoning of Marquis Hannes. Nevertheless, the war mage's forge continued to extract magma from the volcano, and he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. With a command from Zhou Mingwei, the soldiers scattered throughout the forest promptly regrouped and marched to meet the army led by Count Max. The two forces soon encountered one another along the banks of the Blackwater River. The 6 siege crossbows immediately unleashed a volley of bolts as the 3-meter-long crossbow bolts pierced through the crowd. The gruesome scene instantaneously awakened the harrowing memories of the soldiers under Count Max's command. With just a volley of crossbow bolts unleashed, a palpable wavering gripped the soldiers, leading over a dozen of them to turn tail and flee in terror. Had it not been for the valiant knights who decisively struck them down, the entire formation would have surely crumbled in mere moments. One should not expect the soldiers in this world to be particularly valiant. Often, they are more preoccupied with preserving their own lives and are acutely aware of when retreat is the safer option. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in chainmail beside Count Max unsheathed a slender sword hanging at his waist. In an instant, the sword shimmered with crackling arcs of lightning, and he swung it towards the opposition. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunder erupted as bolts of lightning manifested in the sky, crashing down with ferocity. The might of these lightning strikes surpassed Zhou Mingwei's expectations. Any soldier struck, be they guards or pikemen, was instantly convulsed by electric currents, reduced to charred remains. What weapon is this? Zhou Mingwei could not help but feel a pang of fear upon witnessing the scene. Thankfully, his cowardice had kept him safe. Otherwise, he might have been swept away as well. After the tumult of electric thunder, more than half of the frontline guards and pikemen collapsed, leaving fewer than 20 fortunate souls unscathed. Even the 2 high priests were unable to cast healing spells in time to save them, and 3 crossbow carts were utterly ruined by the lightning, beyond repair. Fortunately, since the cavalry charge required some distance, he had positioned the elite cavalry at the rear. Otherwise, the losses from this wave of lightning would have been unimaginable. Yet, even so, Zhou Mingwei's heart ached with an unbearable pain. There was no denying it. The resources consumed by the War Magic Workshop for each unit produced were exorbitant. To put it metaphorically, each unit seemed to possess a leg forged of gold. Even during the melee outside Count Max's castle, he had not suffered such losses. Any injured soldiers were swiftly healed by the high priests, preventing any fatalities. Of course, despite his heartache, Zhou Mingwei could not stand idly by and be battered. He promptly ordered a full charge attack. The surviving 3 crossbow carts initiated their counterattack, launching 3 robust bolts towards Marquis Hannes. Simultaneously, the 30 elite cavalrymen spurred their steeds into a gallop, racing forward. It was no wonder Count Max was willing to spend lavishly to invite Marquis Hannes to join the fray. As the 3 bolts soared towards him, Marquis Hannes displayed remarkable decisiveness, swinging his slender sword at the incoming bolts, unleashing bolts of lightning that sent them veering off course. What a treasure! Zhou Mingwei thought, his mind fixating on the sword in the Marquis's hand. Yet, despite his covetous thoughts, the battle still raged on. The elite cavalry had already accelerated into a charge, and the 8 dragons soared from the forest, heading towards them. Seeing this, Marquis Hannes grew anxious. Wielding the slender sword was not without its costs. Each invocation of lightning drained the wielder's stamina. A knight could manage 7 or 8 strikes, but Marquis Hannes, despite his noble status, had not awakened his bloodline and was merely an ordinary man. Having trained in martial skills for a little over a decade, under such circumstances, after invoking the lightning twice, he was already severely fatigued. But at that moment, 2 waves of enemies surged forward. Should he confront the cavalry or the dragons? This dilemma plunged Marquis Hannes into deep contemplation. Regardless of his indecision, the pressing issue required resolution. The cavalry. It was Chapter 48, Artifact of Sequence 9. Instinctively, the Marquis's right hand wielding the slender sword swung down towards the charging cavalry. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions sounded as bolts of lightning rained down upon the cavalry. Zhou Mingwei closed his eyes. Witnessing the carnage would only cause him distress, so it was better not to see. There was no denying it. The descending lightning was particularly effective against the elite cavalry. The black armor they donned acted as a natural lightning rod. After the electric storm, a significant portion of the charging cavalry fell. Yet over 10 fortunate knights either evaded or withstood the lightning's wrath, continuing their charge and crashing into the enemy lines like a thunderclap. At this juncture, Marquis Hannes wished to summon the slender sword again. But his complexion had turned ashen, resembling a zombie that had languished in water for too long. Worse still, blood dripped from his nostrils. That it had previously been stated that a knight could invoke the sword 7 or 8 times. But a mere mortal could manage no more than 3. Even if Marquis Hannes wished to fight to the last, he could not summon another strike. At this moment, Count Max had already drawn his longsword and engaged in battle with over 20 knights and elite cavalry. It was a desperate measure. Only warriors of knightly caliber could withstand the onslaught of the elite cavalry. The regular soldiers had no strength left to resist, and many fled in panic as knights joined the fray. Thus, the 8 dragons had now soared overhead, diving down with their massive jaws. Agape. Green mist swirling ominously. With a whoosh, streams of green venom erupted from their mouths, cascading along their flight path. Soldiers struck by the venom would quickly develop peanut-sized blisters that festered and burst, oozing green fluid that spread across their bodies. Regular soldiers would succumb within 10 seconds, writhing in agony, while the knights, bolstered by their awakened bloodlines, managed to endure the venom's encroachment. However, as they shifted their focus to the toxin, they unwittingly drew closer to their demise. Moreover, the 2 high priests behind were continuously casting healing spells, mending the wounds of the elite cavalry. Under such circumstances, no matter how spirited the knights were, they could not reverse the tide of battle. The crossbow carts, now reloaded, unleashed a volley that pierced several knights, sending them and their mounts crashing to the ground. Defeated, Count Max surveyed the remnants of his forces, dwindled to a mere handful in less than 20 minutes, his mind a blank slate. Truth be told, he had set out with unwavering confidence that in his view, while the enemy's strength was formidable, his own forces were even stronger. Yet, Marquis Hannes had proven to be a liability. Attempting to flee, Count Max then spotted Marquis Hannes urging his steed to turn and escape. That was out of the question. Count Max charged forward, thrusting his sword into the Marquis's back. The blade pierced effortlessly through the Marquis's leather armor and emerged from his chest, splattering blood in the process. Marquis Hannes could hardly fathom that Count Max, who had always shown deference, would strike him from behind. He pointed a trembling finger at Count Max, but before he could utter a word, Count Max withdrew his sword and seized the slender sword from the Marquis's grasp. To be candid, Count Max had coveted this slender sword for several days. If not for the Marquis's status, he would have seized it long ago. Now, amidst the collapse of his forces, such treasures should rightfully reside in the hands of the strong, capable of unleashing their true power. How could a wretch like Marquis Hannes, who had not even awakened his bloodline, be deemed worthy of such an artifact? Instinctively, Count Max swung the slender sword towards the diving dragons. What? The slender sword was snatched away by Count Max. Zhou Mingwei, who had intended to wait until the battle concluded to claim the sword, felt his luck take a downturn. Yet, in the next moment, nothing happened. Damn, what is going on? Count Max furiously swung the slender sword several times, even recalling the angles at which Marquis Hannes had wielded it, attempting to replicate them perfectly. However, the slender sword seemed to have lost its enchantment, yielding no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, the dragons unleashed their venom upon Count Max. They sensed that he posed the greatest threat among those present. The 8 dragons sprayed their venom from various angles, forming a massive net that descended upon Count Max. What? Count Max was momentarily dumbfounded. The slender sword in his hand was utterly ineffective. What was happening? This was entirely beyond Count Max's expectations. As the net of venom loomed closer, Count Max dared not hesitate. Activating his bloodline, radiant light enveloped his arm, and he hurled the slender sword towards the venomous net. The sword, now bathed in light, disregarded the corrosive properties of the venom and swiftly tore a hole in the net. With a powerful push of his legs, Count Max propelled himself through the opening. Zhou Mingyue, witnessing this unfold, felt a wave of astonishment. Count Max's display of power had reached the pinnacle of a great knight, even approaching the level of a knight commander. Yet, despite this, a few drops of venom splashed onto Count Max's right arm. The venom quickly corroded the brilliance of his bloodline, forcing Count Max, who had intended to reclaim the slender sword, to flee desperately. He understood that should he slow his escape, he risked being cornered by those dragons, making survival all the more difficult. Count Max fled, and the dragons pursued him relentlessly. However, it was only upon the conclusion of the battle by the banks of the Blackwater River, as the flying dragon returned, that Zhou Mingyue discovered that Count Max had managed to escape successfully. Of course, this escape came at a dire cost. His right arm had been utterly ravaged by the corrosive venom of the flying dragon. With the conflict now at an end, it was time to assess the spoils of war. Zhou Mingyue took the lead, swiftly retrieving a slender sword that had fallen by the riverbank. Ding! Detected Sequence 9 treasure. Thunderblade. War Workshop absorb and devour. Hiss. Could this truly be a treasure? Zhou Mingyue was somewhat astonished. He had previously believed that the War Workshop was the only treasure of its kind in existence. Alas, the unique attribute of the War Workshop had vanished. Chapter 49. War Arena vs. War Tower. Treasure name. Thunderblade Sequence level. Thunder Sequence 9 origin. The Thunderblade is derived from a fragment of divine essence of the Thunder Sequence 0, God of Thunder, and can be fused with Thunder Sequence 9, Thunder Spear, and Thunder Sequence 9. Thunder about to be upgraded to Thunder Sequence 8, Thunder Staff. Ability, Summon Lightning upon closer inspection. The introduction appeared quite simple, yet Zhou Mingyue discerned certain secrets he had not previously known. Could treasures actually merge and descend to become even more powerful artifacts? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingyue opted not to immediately send the Thunderblade to the War Workshop for absorption. After all, this item could summon lightning. To relinquish it so easily would be a grave waste. Securing the Thunderblade, Zhou Mingyue shifted his focus to the task of clearing the battlefield. The bodies of the fallen soldiers represented valuable resources. However, the losses were rather significant. Aside from the 3 crossbows that had been obliterated by lightning, the elite infantry and gunmen had suffered over 70 casualties. Only 10 elite infantry remained, while merely 8 gunmen were left, and among the elite cavalry, 12 had perished during the charge, leaving just 18. As for Count Max's forces, they faced near total annihilation. Aside from Count Max's direct escape, only 2 knights and a handful of soldiers had managed to flee, with the rest lying lifeless by the riverbank. Although the War Workshop was currently extracting magma, it did not impede its ability to absorb resources and produce units. Once the bodies had been entirely absorbed by the magical sprites, Zhou Mingyue contemplated for a while and decided to utilize the accumulated materials to produce flying dragons. The rationale was simple. In half a month, the War Workshop would be ready to advance. Rather than producing a horde of units that would soon become obsolete, it was wiser to reserve resources for the production of higher-tier units. Yet, a dilemma arose. The available bodies were sufficient for the War Workshop to produce 3 units, but with the resource limit reached, no further gathering could occur. Thus, it was preferable to manufacture the currently strongest units. Undoubtedly, the Flying Dragon represented the pinnacle of available units. The potential to produce several squads would greatly bolster his capabilities. With this thought in mind, Zhou Mingyue wasted no time and promptly chose to produce flying dragons. Soon, 2 flying dragons erupted from the volcanic crater with a resounding roar, soaring high before circling above and landing before Zhou Mingyue. In less than half an hour, 6 flying dragons appeared before him. That would suffice for the time being, as the remaining bodies had nearly filled the resource capacity of the War Workshop. After driving Count Max away, Zhou Mingyue resumed his leisurely life of fishing, hunting, and barbecuing until the advancement percentage of the War Workshop was completely filled. This was perhaps the slowest advancement he had experienced since acquiring the War Workshop. As a surge of magma was delivered into the War Workshop by the magical sprites, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, ascending slowly until it resembled a sun, illuminating the surroundings to the point of blindness. When the light finally faded, it had transformed into a pendant that hung around Zhou Mingyue's neck. As he grasped the pendant, new choices materialized in his mind. Indeed, These were the options following the advancement of the War Workshop, War Tower, or War Arena, just 2 choices. The descriptions of these options were quite brief. The War Tower, in addition to enhancing the production of units from the War Workshop, possessed various special abilities including teleportation, attack, and defense. Conversely, the War Arena, though immobile and fixed in one location, contained a compressed space capable of autonomously capturing creatures from other worlds, serving as resources for advancement and providing opportunities for the produced units to engage in combat, thereby continually enhancing their strength and practical experience. Most crucially, as the master, Zhou Mingwei could also engage in battle within the arena to elevate his own power, albeit without the special abilities afforded by the War Tower. It must be said, the emergence of these 2 choices left Zhou Mingwei in a quandary. Previous choices had been straightforward, directly advising him that the War Factory was unsuitable for this world, subtly suggesting he avoid it. Now, however, both options appeared extraordinarily formidable. The description of the War Tower aligned with Zhou Mingwei's cautious nature. It could teleport, defend, and attack, greatly enhancing his safety. Yet, the War Arena was equally impressive. While it lacked mobility and was constrained to one location, it could autonomously capture creatures from other realms. This meant it came equipped with resources, and the units produced could continually upgrade. To be frank, had he not been sufficiently cautious, Zhou Mingwei would likely have chosen the War Arena outright. However, after crumpling 2 pieces of paper and discarding them multiple times, he decisively opted for the War Tower. The reasoning was simple. The War Tower's ability to teleport was invaluable. In the multitude of wars of the 21st century, victors were not merely those with greater numbers or thicker skins, but those with superior mobility. The side with more aircraft would emerge triumphant. If I can strike you and you cannot strike me, victory in war is virtually assured. The abundance of tanks and oil was of little consequence. They would merely be reduced to rubble by aerial bombardments. Reflecting on the evident drawbacks of the War Arena, its immobility meant that if enemies were to focus on it, it could only suffer passive attacks. There would be no escape. If foes discerned its location, they would eventually succeed in vanquishing it. Count Max had sought formidable reinforcements. Why should others not do the same? As for Zhou Mingwei's ability to cultivate within the War Arena, that was laughable. It would be an impossibility. The War Tower it would be. Upon making his choice, the pendant in his grasp began to transform. In less than 3 minutes, it morphed from a miniature castle into a small tower. Let us see how this War Tower performs. To view its attributes, it needed to be deployed. Zhou Mingwei promptly cast the small tower into the air, where it ascended rapidly. As it descended, it expanded swiftly until it fell into the volcanic crater, completely sealing the circular mouth of the volcano. From a distance, the volcano resembled an odd bamboo shoot, with the tip being the exposed War Tower. It is worth noting that while the tower appeared peculiar upon landing in the volcano, its design was undeniably striking. It featured 3 tiers, with a tetrahedral shape, each layer adorned with a grand entrance and 3 windows, all enveloped in a layer of yellow glass that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Just then, an inexplicable force of attraction emanated from within the War Tower, causing Zhou Mingwei's grasp on the Thunderblade to falter, and it was swiftly drawn away, vanishing into the depths of the War Tower. Chapter 50. Workshop Sequence 5. What on earth is this? I had hoped that the Thunderblade would enhance my safety. Return my Thunderblade. Zhou Mingwei reached out desperately towards the War Tower, his expression shifting from rosy to ashen, then to a ghastly pallor, as if performing a magic trick. Yet, regardless of the tumult within his mind, the next moment, the War Tower completed its advancement, and its attributes unfurled in Zhou Mingwei's consciousness. Treasure name: War Tower, Advancement 0, Sequence Level. Workshop Sequence 5 Origin. Originally a fragment of divine authority from Tool Sequence 0, Flame Forge, it merged with the soul of Zhou Mingwei from another realm, undergoing mutation to become the new treasure. Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop, and after multiple advancements, it evolved into Workshop Sequence 5, War Tower. Abilities: Flight, Teleportation, Thunder Attack, Magical Shield Defense. Creation of Dark Knights, Light Spearmen, Dragon Hunting Crossbows, High Priests, Earth Dragons, can combine with any soldier to form Earth Dragon Knights, and the crafting of exclusive mithril weapons and armored. From the description, it was evident that the War Tower was vastly superior to the War Workshop, to say nothing of its ability to fly, which assured Zhou Mingwei that his choice had been wise. The Thunder Attack likely represented the transformation of the Thunder Blade after being absorbed by the War Tower. However, Zhou Mingyue was currently unable to wield the abilities of the War Tower. The reason was straightforward. The resources stored within the War Tower had been entirely depleted during the advancement. Or rather, the advancement had consumed them, that he could feel the War Tower drawing upon the boiling magma below, continuously extracting its essence. While this magma still contributed to the advancement percentage, the rate of increase was significantly slower than before, roughly 1/10. Nevertheless, it was quite suitable as a material for unit production. One of the benefits of advancing to the War Tower was the increased resource capacity for producing units. Once the reserves of materials were fully stocked, it became possible to produce 2 squads of troops or to create a single squad while retaining the remaining materials for the purposes of war magic tower attacks, defense, flight, and displacement. Consequently, when the materials were sufficient to produce 1 squad, Zhou Mingyue did not rush into the production of troops. Instead, he opted to wait several days until the War Magic Tower reached its material storage capacity before contemplating the matter of troop production. Overall, the quantity of troops produced by the War Magic Tower was indeed superior to that of the War Magic Workshop, yet the number of troops that could be produced per squad had been further reduced. Each squad of Dark Guardians consisted of only 6 members. The Light Spearman numbered 5, the Dragon Hunter Crossbow had but a single unit, and the High Priest was limited to 1 as well. While both the Earth Dragon and the Flying Dragon each had 2 in their respective squads. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mingyue decided to first produce a squad of Dark Guardians. Regardless of the situation, according to the previous strength classification, the troops now produced by the War Magic Tower should possess at least the power level of a Grand Knight. With a mere thought, Zhou Mingyue witnessed the War Magic Tower's windows illuminating one by one from the bottom upwards, as if the surrounding light was being drawn into it, leaving only those windows aglow, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the onset of night. This transformation lasted for approximately 10 minutes, after which the large door at the base opened, and a squad of soldiers, shrouded in darkness, stepped forth with measured strides. They swiftly ascended the volcanic cave walls, reaching Zhou Mingyue's presence in less than 10 seconds, kneeling in unison. Dark Guardian 1, Dark Guardians 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pays homage to the master. They can speak. Each has a name. It must be said, these Dark Guardians certainly surprised Zhou Mingyue. Test your abilities, he instructed, gesturing towards the nearby forest. As you command. The 6 Dark Guardians responded in unison, before dashing into the forest with astonishing speed. Zhou Mingyue observed as darkness swept through the area, and one by one, the towering trees were swiftly felled. In barely half a minute, a vast expanse of emptiness appeared within the forest, with even some of the large stones scattered throughout reduced to mere fragments. Truly formidable, these Dark Guardians exhibited remarkable agility and moved almost silently. Their surrounding darkness, though not extensive, would serve as excellent concealment once night fell. Moreover, Zhou Mingyue sensed the pulsating bloodline power within them, which indeed reached the level of a Grand Knight. However, there was a noticeable disparity in the strength of their bloodlines. Some had just entered the realm of Grand Knights, while others had already attained the peak of that level. What intrigued Zhou Mingyue the most was that their intelligence was on par with that of normal humans. This aspect alone brought him great satisfaction, as the previous troops had proven somewhat dull, often requiring Zhou Mingyue to issue very clear commands for them to act. In contrast, these Dark Guardians were capable of interpreting and executing even vague instructions independently. To put it succinctly, the former troops were akin to robots operated by humans, whereas the current Dark Guardians resembled intelligent AIs. Curious about the essence of the Dark Guardians, Zhou Mingyue summoned one to his side, leaning into the darkness to discern its appearance. Regrettably, the bodies of these Dark Guardians naturally absorbed surrounding light, rendering Zhou Mingyue unable to see anything as he peered into the darkness. It is worth noting that the War Magic Tower's extraction of magma was impressively efficient, merely 2 days after producing a squad of Dark Guardians. The resource reserves of the War Magic Tower once again reached their limit. This time, Zhou Mingyue opted to produce Earth Dragons. In contrast to the anomalies observed during the production of Dark Guardians, the War Magic Tower appeared entirely normal while creating Earth Dragons, with only a slight increase in brightness overall. As the base door opened, the 2 massive beasts, each exceeding 10 meters in length, surprisingly demonstrated agility as they climbed up the volcano's rim, which was indeed beyond Zhou Mingyue's expectations. These Earth Dragons bore a resemblance to pangolins, their bodies cloaked in a layer of yellow scales adorned with mysterious patterns. their long tails and sharp teeth setting them apart from the aforementioned creatures. Zhou Mingyue's intent in producing the Earth Dragons was to ascertain the nature of the Earth Dragon Knights. After issuing a command to one of the Dark Guardians to form a contingent of Earth Dragon cavalry, the Dark Guardian swiftly leaped onto the back of an Earth Dragon. Miraculously, a layer of soil began to emerge on the back of the Earth Dragon, as if imbued with life, rapidly transforming into a saddle that secured the Dark Guardian firmly in place. When Zhou Mingyue reached out to touch the saddle, he discovered that what had once been mere soil had now transformed into a resilient, scale-like material. Following a series of tests, Zhou Mingyue gained a clearer understanding of the Earth Dragons. They possessed the ability to manipulate soil, not only creating a saddle on their backs but also adapting the terrain beneath their feet to better suit their running and climbing needs. Moreover, when necessary, they could raise earthen walls or envelop themselves in a layer of rocky armor to withstand enemy attacks. Additionally, the Dark Guardians riding on the backs of the Earth Dragons experienced a significant enhancement in their strength. Approximately 10-20, depending on the condition of the Earth Dragon itself. While the Flying Dragons could also accommodate other soldiers, they lacked the same level of power augmentation. Undoubtedly, the most formidable aspect of the Earth Dragon cavalry lay in their ability to charge forward in a straight line. And with the power boost from the Earth Dragons, Zhou Mingyue even suspected that the Dark Guardians could achieve the strength level of Knight Commanders. Over the course of the following week, the War Magic Tower produced 5 more squads of troops, including 3 squads of light spearmen, 1 dragon hunter crossbow, and 1 high priest. It must be noted that Zhou Mingyue did not harbor any bias against the Dark Guardians. Rather, the striking appearance of the light spearmen was simply too captivating. Standing over 2 meters tall, well-built, clad in shimmering mithril armor, and possessing strikingly handsome features with flowing golden hair, they conformed perfectly to the aesthetic standards of this world. In summary, when Zhou Mingyue first laid eyes on the light spearmen, he could only utter one phrase: "Wow, is this a war machine or a fashion runway?" Each one walked with a blend of majesty and grace, their mithril armor reflecting the sunlight in a manner that made them nearly impossible to look at directly. In one word, they were stunning. Considering his upcoming visit to the city of Fleur, it was evident that the light spearmen would be far less likely to raise suspicions than the Dark Guardians. Zhou Mingyue had no desire to be mistaken for a thief or a demon by the city guards upon his arrival in Fleur. In contrast to the cumbersome siege crossbows, the compact design of the Dragon Hunter crossbow was somewhat unexpected. The siege crossbow measured 3 meters in length, equipped with a massive 3-meter bolt, whereas the Dragon Hunter crossbow was merely 1 meter long and could be carried on the back of a crossbowman, who possessed only the strength of a knight. Yet, when Zhou Mingyue stood before the fully drawn Dragon Hunter crossbow, a chill of apprehension ran down his spine. The Dragon Hunter crossbow had a fearsome appearance, with its bow arms extending like a crescent moon, each end intricately carved with the heads of unknown monstrous beasts. The arrow slot bore mysterious runes, and there was no bowstring. Only when an arrow was loaded would a translucent string emerge from the monstrous heads on either side. Beneath the Dragon Hunter crossbow was an arrow nest containing 4 arrows of varying colors: a red arrow for flames, a white arrow for ice, a green arrow for poison, and a blue arrow for lightning. According to the information provided, the arrows in the nest would replenish at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes after consumption. When skillfully combined, these arrows could even slay legendary dragons. However, the information also noted that this was merely speculation. As for the High Priest, with his head of gray and white curls and clad in a flowing white robe, when he emerged from the War Magic Tower, he held a hefty, gold-edged book with a blank cover in both hands. Upon reaching Zhou Mingyue, the book had been tucked under his left arm, and with the addition of a monocle over his right eye, he bore a striking resemblance to a university professor. "My lord, may the War Magic Tower bless you," the High Priest intoned, immediately sketching a mysterious pattern in the air with his right hand upon seeing Zhou Mingyue. Zhou Mingyue regarded the High Priest, ensuring that the individual was not mocking him, before taking the book for himself. To his surprise, it was not just the cover that was blank, the pages within were entirely devoid of content as well. Fortunately, upon making contact with the High Priest, information related to him flooded into Zhou Mingyue's mind. In summary, the High Priest represented an upgraded version of the regular priest, but with a significant distinction. After disguising himself as a follower of a deity, the High Priest not only gained the divine powers granted by that deity, but could also appoint regular priests. To put it plainly, the High Priest had the capability to designate anyone as a priest. The operation was undeniably impressive. Plant a High Priest in spring and reap a multitude of priests by autumn. Furthermore, the risks associated with the high priest's disguise as a deity were forcibly reduced by over half. Zhou Mingwei had tested this in his mind and confirmed that indeed, the risks were considerably lower than those faced by regular priests. However, he had yet to determine which deity would be most appropriate for the high priest to impersonate. After producing a total of 7 squads of troops, the war magic tower indicated that the magma resources had been depleted. When Zhou Mingwei descended to the base of the caldera himself, he discovered that the magma had truly run dry, leaving only a series of seemingly bottomless pits. Was it truly possible for the magma within the volcano to be completely drained? Zhou Mingwei couldn't help but express his admiration for the volcano, giving it a mental thumbs up. However, after a meticulous examination, Zhou Mingwei discovered that the primary cause of the volcanic magma depletion was the ruthless extraction by the war magic tower, which had drained the magma supply beneath it to a point of exhaustion. Akin to a broken mercury thermometer, IT is indeed astounding. The sheer quantity of magma extracted is unimaginable, with a new unit of troops being produced approximately every 2 days. Although, over time, the pressure beneath the Earth's crust would eventually allow the magma to rise again. This would require an extensive duration. Zhou Mingwei suspected that for the magma to recover to a level sufficient for the war magic tower's extraction, it would take no less than a decade. Waiting 10 years here seemed a far worse fate than death. Yet, this was merely Zhou Mingwei's conjecture. With the magma now depleted, he lost all desire to linger any longer. Instead, he resolved to seek trouble with Count Max. With this thought in mind, Zhou Mingwei instructed 2 Earth Dragon cavalry to lead the way, while the remaining 60 to 70 soldiers marched along the Blackwater River toward Max Castle. To Zhou Mingwei's surprise, he encountered not a single knight sent for reconnaissance until he reached Max Castle. Standing less than 300 meters from the castle, he observed the pale-faced soldiers within, their morale abysmally low, and felt perplexed. What calamity had befallen Max Castle? Surely, the aftermath of the previous battle could not still linger. Wasn't a truce already declared? Open the gates, or the entire city shall be reduced to ashes. Unfazed by the soldiers atop the walls brandishing their spears, Zhou Mingwei bellowed as he approached within 30 meters of the castle gate. This proclamation filled him with satisfaction, evoking the image of a legendary general from the 3 kingdoms, gallantly challenging his foes. Little did he know, he appeared as a madman in the eyes of those soldiers. Fortunately, he spoke with conviction. 14 flying dragons soared above the castle, their shadows casting a foreboding gloom upon the castle soldiers. Akin to an impending apocalypse, the 2 Earth Dragon cavalrymen, along with other soldiers, gradually appeared behind Zhou Mingwei, intensifying the pressure on the castle's defenders. With a creaking sound, the castle gates began to lower. A man clad in a scholar's robe emerged, followed by a throng of individuals, the secondary rulers of this castle. Scholars, stewards, officials of governance, finance, and taxation. Trembling, they approached Zhou Mingwei and slowly knelt before him. Zhou Mingwei was momentarily taken aback, having assumed Count Max was still within the castle. "Where is Count Max?" he inquired, masking his astonishment. "The Count returned a month ago, and then he vanished without a trace," the steward stammered. While the scholar candidly replied. Upon further inquiry, Zhou Mingwei discovered that Count Max had indeed abandoned the castle. "What a ruthless man!" he exclaimed. To forsake such a vast estate. Yet, upon reflection, Count Max's decisiveness was commendable. Had he found himself in a similar position, it would be hard to say he would relinquish everything due to external threats. The castle lacked an heir, as both of Count Max's sons served as knights in His Majesty the King's retinue. This was a customary practice among the nobility. At least one son of lower nobility would be sent to serve as a knightly attendant in the house of a higher noble. The countess, however, remained in the castle. Yet, the countess was in her 30s. Though well-preserved, she was hardly captivating. The divergence in aesthetic appreciation between Earth and this otherworldly realm was considerable. Moreover, Zhou Mingwei was no Cao Cao. Furthermore, the grievance of Count Max's ambush lingered in Zhou Mingwei's mind. How could he be expected to assist in caring for the countess? Preposterous. Perhaps it was best to head to the royal city. Zhou Mingwei rummaged through the castle treasury, uncovering little of value, scarcely any gold or silver coins, though a multitude of copper coins lay in abundance. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to seize the entire treasury. Taking only a modest amount of gold before departing as for the countess' territory, he had no use for it, setting aside the possibility of whether the noble council would acknowledge his claim. There was the risk of incurring the king's wrath for infringing upon his authority. The sheer number of individuals needing sustenance was already a tremendous headache for Zhou Mingwei. After leaving the governance of Max Castle to the officials, he set off with his troops. Traversing Count Max's territory, The distance to the royal city was not insurmountable, merely a couple of Viscount territories and one Marquis territory away. The two Viscounts had recently aided Count Max in battle and had been released less than a month ago. Even though they were aware Zhou Mingwe's contingent was passing through their domain, they dared not intervene. However, these Viscount territories appeared far more prosperous than the war-ravaged Count Max's domain, exhibiting less desolation. Yet, upon entering the Marquis Missalong's territory, Zhou Mingwe found himself halted. The Marquis commands that, due to the invasion of the Enale Kingdom's forces, the toll has increased by 20%, and trade taxes have risen by 30%. Any who defy this decree shall be shackled for 3 days. Several wooden barriers obstructed the road into Marquis Missalong's territory, with more than a dozen standing soldiers brandishing long spears on either side. A middle-aged man clad in a silk tunic was vociferously promoting the Marquis's new policies to the passing merchants. According to nearby traders, this man was Lord Laymiken, the tax officer of Marquis Missalong's domain. This individual was notorious for his unscrupulous practices, not to mention the toll and tax increase mandated by the Marquis. He was known to frequently linger at checkpoints, demanding bribes, a true embodiment of avarice. Consequently, upon hearing Laymiken's proclamation, the merchants awaiting passage collectively sighed in dismay, their faces revealing their discontent that it was understandable. The trade routes traversed multiple noble territories, and to sell goods at a higher price. The farther they were from their origin, the better. However, traversing these noble lands incurred taxes. Thus, the farther one traveled, the higher the tax burden became in this manner. Lord Laymiken's desire for increased tariffs directly impacted the merchants' profits. Nonetheless, Zhou Mingwe had no intention of getting involved. He was merely a traveler. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that his military contingent, led by the two Earth Dragons, would be obstructed at the checkpoint. Halt. This is Marquis Missalong's territory. All must pay the toll. The soldiers, pale with fear at the sight of the two massive beasts, were nonetheless met with Laymiken, who boldly stood before the Earth Dragons. Though his legs trembled slightly, his voice remained thunderous and audacious. Do you presume yourself to be a paragon of virtue? Zhou Mingwe thought, feeling somewhat speechless at Laymiken's audacity. Did he not notice the Earth Dragon's foot? The size of a shovel. One stop would reduce him to a mere pancake. Yet, Zhou Mingwe aimed for a peaceful resolution. After all, he would encounter many more individuals on his journey to the royal city, and it was not feasible to resort to violence at every turn. I am Lord Zhou, an independent knight appointed by His Majesty King Floor, a pioneer of the wild lands. You would do well to step aside. Now somewhat of a personage. Zhou Mingwe felt the need to maintain his dignity in the public eye. With a wave of his hand, a light spear soldier stepped forward and barked, "Independent knight?" Laymiken appeared momentarily flustered, but upon scrutinizing Zhou Mingwe, he seemed to gain confidence, sneering, "What independent knight? I've heard of no such title. I have never seen a noble without a family crest." Laymiken's words left Zhou Mingwe momentarily speechless, while the man's remarks were indeed brazen. They held a kernel of truth. The most expedient method to identify a noble was indeed by their family crest, much like determining a wealthy individual by the presence of an expensive car on Earth. Zhou Mingwe had no family crest, as he had not yet had the opportunity to acquire one. However, given his current disposition, he was unwilling to engage further with Laymiken, with a swift motion of his right hand. The Earth Dragon cavalry advanced, their colossal feet descending toward Laymiken. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. Yet, as the Earth Dragon's foot descended, Laymiken had already thrown himself aside, landing on the ground and struggling to rise. Clearly having sustained an injury. It was evident that while he projected an image of unwavering strength, he was no fool, unwilling to pit his life against the might of the Earth Dragon's foot. "We shall proceed," Zhou Mingwe commanded with a wave of his hand. And the other troops promptly followed suit, surging past Laymiken. The standing soldiers under Marquis Missalong's command dared not make a single move. They were merely regular soldiers, not knights. How could they hope to impede the advance of such colossal beasts? Once Zhou Mingwe and his entourage had passed, several standing soldiers hurried over to assist Laymiken to his feet. However, Laymiken, with a face contorted in rage, swatted away their help and, in a fit of fury, struck several slaps across their faces, cursing, "Incompetence! What good are you? A bunch of useless fools supported by Marquis Missalong. Quickly send someone to inform Lord Shan that brigands have breached the checkpoint." "Yes." The slapped soldiers could only respond, their faces flushed, before hastily sprinting away. Zhou Mingwe remained oblivious to the chaos he left in his wake. Before nightfall, his group reached the outskirts of a small town. The townsfolk, upon seeing the two enormous Earth Dragons, were nearly frightened to death. However, The streets of the small town were ill-suited for the passage of the Earth Dragon, prompting Zhou Mingwei to refrain from taking up residence there. Instead, he had a tent erected outside the town and ventured in to procure food and drink. After indulging in a modest feast, he returned to the tent, where he began to manipulate the War Magic Tower pendant, further familiarizing himself with the capabilities of the tower. During this period of acclimatization, Zhou Mingwei came to grasp the limitations and range of the War Magic Tower's abilities. In simple terms, the tower's flight capability could only be utilized in its full form. The pendant form was ineffective. Furthermore, during flight, the War Magic Tower consumed its stored materials. Its speed was not particularly impressive, approximately double that of a warhorse at full gallop. Overall, the flight capability of the War Magic Tower was somewhat lackluster and not cost-effective. Nevertheless, it did offer some utility in critical moments. The limitation of its displacement ability was that it could only teleport to locations Zhou Mingwei had previously visited, and each teleportation consumed enough materials to produce 1 unit of troops. With a maximum displacement distance not exceeding 3,000 kilometers, and it could not cross planar boundaries. This last point had been explicitly stated in the detailed introduction of the War Magic Tower, which led Zhou Mingwei to ponder many things. The inability to cross planar boundaries implied the existence of more planes beyond this one. This should not be surprising, given that even deities resided here, let alone other planes. On the following morning, as the sun rose, Zhou Mingwei dismantled his camp and continued his journey toward the royal city. However, upon reaching the second small town, he was denied entry to purchase food and drink. The town's gates had been shut early, guarded by several farmers-turned-soldiers. As Zhou Mingwei approached, one of them, armed with a hunting bow, fired an arrow that struck the ground before the Earth Dragon, calling out for Zhou Mingwei and his party to leave promptly. Such hostility. Zhou Mingwei immediately recalled that this was the territory of Marquis Missalong, realizing he had indeed offended that tax official gravely, while not being able to procure food and drink was not a grave concern. As he had brought some jerky on his journey, he set up his tent beside a small stream a kilometer away from the town to rest. However, as night fell and Zhou Mingwei had just begun to doze off in the tent, he was abruptly awakened by a slight tremor in the ground. An enemy attack. Compared to Zhou Mingwei, whose vigilance had waned in slumber, the station troops were far more alert. Before he could exit the tent, the sounds of battle reached his ears. By the time he approached with a torch, the skirmish had concluded. Over 100 Night Raiders had been decisively defeated by the outermost Dark Guards, with only the Knight leading the charge captured alive. Indeed, it was a Knight who had led the nocturnal assault. This Knight, not particularly tall, donned a somewhat tattered chainmail and was being held by a 2-meter-tall Dark Guard, exuding a somewhat dwarfish demeanor. "Speak. What is your name? Where do you hail from? And who commanded you?" With the Knight's arm broken and no longer a threat, Zhou Mingwei inquired. The Knight, lacking the fortitude of a hardened warrior crafted from special materials, quickly divulged the circumstances upon realizing he was outmatched. It turned out that this Knight was Sean, one of the direct Knights under Marquis Missalong. These direct Knights, in addition to following their noble superiors into battle, also bore the responsibility of suppressing local disturbances and maintaining order, essentially serving as law enforcement officers. Upon learning of the affront to the tax official Lamaikan, Sean had hastily pursued Zhou Mingwei with a contingent of regular soldiers. Unfortunately, they had been delayed by the issuance of a wanted poster. Thus, the town a kilometer away had only refused Zhou Mingwei entry after receiving the poster and subsequently informed Knight Sean, who had come under the cover of darkness to ambush Zhou Mingwei. Little did he know that the thieves he sought to confront were so formidable, having not only routed his regular soldiers but also ensnared himself in the process. However, Sean began to question whether these individuals were truly thieves, for it was uncommon for thieves to be so well-equipped. Clad in mithril armor. It was well known that such armor could only be procured in the royal city at exorbitant prices. Had Sean not accompanied Marquis Missalong to the royal city, he would hardly have recognized it as mithril armor. He had evidently run into a formidable opponent. This was the singular thought occupying Sean's mind at that moment. Zhou Mingwei, however, was not inclined to execute without inquiry. He clarified his own identity as an independent knight, bestowed by the king himself, and not without backing. He then instructed 5 light spear soldiers to accompany Knight Sean to apprehend the tax official. This was not an act of arrogance on Zhou Mingwei's part, but rather a matter of legal obligation. As per the laws of the Floor Kingdom, Lamaikan's false accusation of Zhou Mingwei as a thief constituted a grave offense, a severe transgression against the nobility's boundaries. Well, to be honest, Zhou Mingwei was not a native of this world, nor had he cultivated a noble demeanor. He merely sensed that Laymiken would bring him considerable trouble and preferred to resolve the matter before it escalated. The operation to capture Laymiken proceeded smoothly. On the following day, Zhou Mingwei found himself face-to-face with the tax official who had wronged him. Laymiken remained obstinate, even threatening Zhou Mingwei in the guise of being a confidant of Marquis Missalong. Perhaps this tax official had grown accustomed to his arrogance within the territory of Marquis Missalong, mistakenly believing himself to be the unchallenged ruler of this domain. Naturally, under normal circumstances, even an outsider knight would hesitate to take excessive actions against a tax official of Marquis Missalong. Chapter 54. The city entry fee. Yet he was unaware that the individual before him hailed from another realm, entirely indifferent to the authority of Marquis Missalong. Take him out and behead him. Remember to bury him far away so as not to pollute the stream. Zhou Mingwei dismissed the matter, waving his hand to signal the light spear soldiers to drag him away. It was only when Laymiken's head was severed that he realized his predicament. Struggling and calling for help in vain. By the time, it was far too late. The light spear soldiers afforded him no opportunity for escape as the 3-meter-long spear descended with precision. And in an instant, Laymiken's head was sent flying. As for Knight Shan, Zhou Mingwei neither released him nor executed him, but rather bound him to the Earth Dragon's rear for transport. Clearly, Marquis Missalong was oblivious to these developments. Even as Zhou Mingwei departed from the territory of Marquis Missalong, the Marquis was still enjoying his life within the castle, only coming to knowledge of the situation upon receiving reports from fleeing soldiers. By that time, Zhou Mingwei was already less than a day's journey from the royal city. Without delving into the Marquis's furious pursuit with a contingent of soldiers, it suffices to say that when Zhou Mingwei beheld the Floor Royal City, he could not help but exhale a sigh. The Floor Royal City was strategically positioned at the confluence of 3 rivers, thriving in maritime trade. From a distance, one could observe fleets laden with goods docking at the city's wharf, where thousands of laborers bustled about like ants, unloading cargo and transporting it into warehouses. The flourishing maritime trade had led to a vibrant commercial landscape. Judging by the scale of the city, it likely housed no fewer than 50,000 inhabitants. In this world, given the state of civilization Zhou Mingwei had witnessed, a city of 50,000 was indeed formidable. To put it in perspective, Hank's castle housed merely over 2,000 inhabitants, Max's castle had just over 3,000, and Marquis Missalong's castle likely accommodated around 5,000 souls. The plains surrounding the Floor Royal City were formed by the erosion of the 3 rivers, yielding fertile soil, with millions of acres of arable land beyond the city walls, and countless villages and small towns encircling the royal city like stars surrounding a moon. The city walls rose steeply like cliffs, constructed from grayish-white granite, presenting a majestic and formidable sight that dissuaded any thoughts of assault. Of course, in the face of this grand royal city, Zhou Mingwei was not inclined to entertain any peculiar thoughts. With the limited troops at his disposal, he might have had a chance against the Earl Max's territory, but to attack the royal city was nothing short of a delusion. The Floor Royal City boasted 4 grand gates for the public and merchant traffic. Outside the gates stood 2 squads of armored soldiers tasked with inspecting those entering and exiting the city. By this measure alone, the royal city vastly surpassed the noble castles. Zhou Mingwei was acutely aware that his entourage was too conspicuous, so he instructed the Earth Dragon, Dark Guards, and other troops to remain stationed outside while he approached the city gates accompanied only by 10 light spear soldiers. After all, as a noble, Zhou Mingwei needed to uphold some semblance of dignity. The sight of 10 guards clad in mithril armor escorting him undeniably drew attention as he approached the city gates. Indeed, as Zhou Mingwei stepped through the gates, a gatekeeper hesitated for a considerable time before stepping forward to block his way. The city entry fee is 10 copper coins per person. This entry fee was a standard tax for passage. Hank's castle charged 2 copper coins, Max's castle 3 copper coins, yet the royal city demanded an astonishing 10 copper coins. Naturally, this tax was only applicable to those without titles or positions. Nobles and officials were exempt but required to present proof of their status. 10 copper coins was not a significant sum for Zhou Mingwei. For 11 people, that amounted to 110 copper coins. However, Zhou Mingwei did not wish to set such a precedent. After all, he intended to visit the Elder Noble Council. Paying an entry fee like a commoner would diminish his standing and could lead to rumors portraying him as a rustic. Here's my identity document, Zhou Mingwei contemplated before producing the document issued by the Noble Elder Council, briefly displaying it before the gatekeeper before retracting it. The gatekeeper, possessing a keen eye, was naturally astute enough to assume his position, although he did not fully scrutinize the contents of the document. He clearly noted the Noble Elder Council's seal in the corner. Thus, he dared not impede the way and hastily cleared the path. respectfully bidding Zhou Mingwei to depart. As he passed through the city gate and entered the city of Floor, it felt as if he had crossed some invisible barrier. The cacophony of bustling voices immediately reached his ears. The streets were alive with boisterous vendors hawking their wares, while common folk ambled leisurely along the roadside. And four-wheeled carriages maneuvered through the thoroughfare. Zhou Mingwei took a few steps back, then halted, lightly closing his eyes to listen intently for a moment. Indeed, the inside and outside of the city gate seemed to belong to two disparate worlds, as if something were isolating them from one another. Standing in the middle of the gate, he was met with dissatisfaction from those behind him. "Could you please not stand in the middle of the path? I am in a hurry to make a delivery today." "I beg your pardon," Zhou Mingwei replied. Although he was flanked by 10 robust bright spear soldiers, he could not act as a highwayman under the watchful eyes of the public. After apologizing, he promptly stepped aside. An elderly man carrying a load strode past, casting Zhou Mingwei a few irritated glances. Once inside the city, Zhou Mingwei inquired about various matters from the gatekeeper before proceeding to check into the closest to the noble elder council. Indeed, this royal city exuded grandeur. As he walked through, the streets were devoid of dilapidated structures, instead lined with pristine white buildings that radiated an air of elegance. The inn was a 3-story establishment, and once he entered and settled into his room, Zhou Mingwei gazed out the window, only to find the buildings behind him in disarray, worn, filthy, and chaotic, a stark representation of a slum. Zhou Mingwei did not rush to report to the noble elder council. Instead, he offered 2 silver coins to the inn's attendant and struck up a conversation. Initially, the attendant was quite impatient, as there was much work to be done. However, considering the prospect of a quarter-month's salary, he begrudgingly engaged in dialogue with Zhou Mingwei. The latter, not wishing to burden the attendant, conceded that as a newcomer from the countryside, everything felt foreign and daunting. Without some understanding, he might inadvertently invite trouble, especially in the tumultuous environment of Floor. 10 bright spear soldiers might not suffice for any disturbances. By the time he departed the inn with 2 soldiers accompanying him towards the noble elder council, he had gleaned some insight into the city's dynamics. Chapter 55. The Power of Wealth. For instance, the noble elder council was situated on Royal Palace Avenue, the closest structure to the royal palace. Furthermore, Royal Palace Avenue prohibited the passage of groups of 4 or more. The attendant himself could not fathom the reasoning behind such a prohibition. In fact, before Zhou Mingwei could approach the noble elder council, he was halted by a squad of soldiers clad in black armor. Ahead lies a restricted area. No commoners or slaves are permitted entry. The captain of the soldiers pressed his right hand against the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed sternly on Zhou Mingwei's face. Clearly, any sign of panic or inappropriate demeanor from Zhou Mingwei could lead to immediate arrest. It was only logical, as Royal Palace Avenue could be deemed the heart of the royal city. At its end lay the royal palace, flanked by the noble elder council, the royal academy, the prime minister's residence, and the treasurer's residence, among other significant buildings, all of which were not easily accessible to those below the nobility. Faced with the soldiers' scrutiny, Zhou Mingwei had no choice but to produce his noble title document. Otherwise, he would not merely face disdain but potential incarceration. "Ah, it is the esteemed independent knight Zhou, pioneer of the wild lands. Please forgive the misunderstanding." The captain, a chameleon of sorts, skillfully transformed his demeanor upon seeing Zhou Mingwei's noble document. His previously frosty expression softened into a welcoming smile. Signaling a soldier to escort Zhou Mingwei to the noble elder council, Zhou Mingwei graciously accepted the captain's goodwill, recognizing that with soldiers accompanying him, many potential inconveniences would be mitigated. For him, the fewer troubles, the better. The noble elder council was a circular fortress-like structure, and outside its grand entrance stood a scepter, symbolizing the council's legal authority over noble affairs. Once the soldiers delivered Zhou Mingwei, they took their leave, and he instructed his 2 bright spear soldiers to remain at the door. Upon entering the noble elder council, he found himself in a resplendent hall, which, in Zhou Mingwei's discerning eyes, appeared rather gaudy. Yet this ostentation was fitting for the council's stature. "Good sir, may I inquire who you are?" A man dressed in a servant's livery approached, his demeanor warm and welcoming, as if he were greeting a master. Perhaps this was a hallmark of the establishment. "I am Zhou, the independent knight and pioneer of the wildlands, here to apply for my family crest." Zhou Mingwei formally presented his title. "Very well, esteemed knight, please follow me. Count Richard has been awaiting your arrival at the Crest Affairs office for some time." The attendant not only introduced the office's head but also conveyed a warm welcome, displaying a remarkable finesse for a mere servant. Upon reaching the Crest Affairs office, Zhou Mingwei rewarded the attendant with a floor gold coin, leaving the servant profoundly moved as he departed. "Count Richard, A burly man with a robust beard bore the appearance of a formidable figure, though he was merely a court noble, a common sight within the noble elder council, compared to the sword-bearing nobility burdened with territorial concerns. These court nobles often found themselves with ample time on their hands, leading to their concentration in the royal city and their logical appointment to the council. In the office of the Crest Affairs. Both parties exchanged cordial pleasantries. Zhou Mingwei complimented Count Richard on his impressive demeanor, while Richard expressed his admiration for Zhou's renown. After a round of mutual flattery, Zhou Mingwei presented a small token of appreciation, a pouch of gold coins. He was far more astute than the rustic nobles of this world. While Count Richard held a position in the noble elder council, he lamented his lack of territory and subsequent financial constraints. Rarely did nobles arriving to inherit their family estates exhibit such generosity. Consequently, as Richard discreetly assessed the weight of his coin pouch beneath the desk, he felt a surge of joy. With the universal power of wealth paving the way, Zhou Mingwei found the subsequent processes considerably eased. According to the usual protocol, after reporting to the noble elder council, Zhou Mingwei would be required to attend 2 months of Noble Crest studies at the Royal Academy, followed by an examination. Should he fail, an additional month of study would be mandated before retaking the exam. It was not uncommon for less astute noble heirs to spend 3 to 4 years at the Royal Academy. Upon passing the Noble Crest studies, he would establish his family crest and subsequently seek an audience with His Majesty the King to pledge his fealty. In essence, the entire process primarily entailed the time-consuming study of noble crests. However, with the unexpected benefits bestowed upon him, Count Richard swiftly advanced Zhou Mingwei's timeline for enrollment at the Royal Academy by over a month, aligning perfectly with the moment the king would bestow knighthood upon him. This meant that in the near future, Zhou Mingwei would only need to spend 3 days at the Royal Academy before applying for the examination in Noble Crest studies. The Royal Academy? Zhou Mingwei's mind immediately conjured images from various narratives depicting protagonists entering academies, only to find themselves revered and pursued by admirers. Should a few princesses seek his attention, it would not be unwelcome. A peculiar smile graced his face as he clutched the enrollment certificate signed by Count Richard, departing the Noble Elder Council. It is noteworthy that the Royal Academy was situated directly across from the Noble Elder Council. The Royal Academy stood as the sole formal institution within the Kingdom of Flor, drawing students from noble families across the realm, including foreign nobility, while steadfastly refusing admission to commoners. Through his discussions with Count Richard, Zhou Mingwei gleaned insights far more profound than those offered by the inn's attendant. For instance, students at the Royal Academy were permitted to bring servants, attendants, and even guards. This was hardly surprising, as the noble offspring attending the academy often hailed from affluent lineages. Including royal heirs, would one expect a high-born individual to wring out a towel for their face, serve themselves in the dining hall, or clean their own quarters, in a world akin to Earth? Such scenarios might be conceivable, but here, it would be an affront to noble standing. Such an occurrence would jeopardize even the position of the academy's head, regardless of their connection to the king. Of course, while noble students could bring their servants, attendants, and guards, they were still required to pay the same tuition, accommodation, and meal fees. This meant that bringing 2 servants would necessitate tripling the expenses for tuitions, lodging, and meals. Chapter 56. Unexpected encounters with the third prince while paying the tuition fees at the academy's finance office. Zhou Mingwei discovered this fact and promptly reduced his guard quota from 10 to 2. The expenses associated with tuition and related fees were exorbitant. One individual would incur costs of 3 gold coins per month. This underscored that only the wealthiest nobles and royal heirs could afford to bring servants, attendants, and guards. For instance, the son of Viscount Hanks would find everything here reliant on his own efforts. With an annual cost of 36 gold coins per person, adding several servants and guards would easily surpass 100 gold coins. His father's territory likely yielded profits of only 300 to 500 gold coins per year. It must be understood that the profits generated from this land grant are not to be squandered at the whim of the nobility. The expenses related to the maintenance and repair of the castle, the salaries and bonuses of officials at various levels, the armaments of the knights under direct command, and the weapons and equipment of the standing soldiers. All must be accounted for from these funds. Although Zhou Mingwei is required to stay at the academy for only 3 days, he is still obliged to pay for 2 months' worth of fees. The reason is quite simple. After the assistance from Count Richard, he has already been enrolled in the academy for over a month, and his account currently shows an outstanding debt of 6 gold coins. Although Zhou Mingwei managed to withdraw some gold coins from Max Castle, the amount is not substantial. Having previously relied on his ability to navigate through challenges, the payment of these 18 gold coins has left his purse rather light. Given that he only has 3 days, The academy has assigned him a teacher specifically to instruct him in the study of noble heraldry. This subject, in essence, involves rote memorization, committing to memory a complete compendium of noble insignias. The compendium, produced by the Noble Senate, is published every decade and revised annually, with each edition comprising dozens of volumes categorized by the nation. Fortunately, Zhou Mingwei only needs to memorize the volume pertaining to the Kingdom of Floor. This compendium contains the coats of arms of all the nobles within the Kingdom of Floor, along with historical accounts of their families, essentially serving as a guide to ascendancy within the kingdom. As Zhou Mingwei delves into this compendium, he feels no aversion. Rather, he finds the information quite intriguing. Memorizing this volume is akin to internalizing the entire history of the Kingdom of Floor. Regardless of how his memories from before his crossing might be, Zhou Mingwei does not dare to boast. However, after several activations of his bloodline, he finds himself not only remarkably strong, but also possessing a memory that has improved several-fold. While it is impossible to memorize the entirety of the Floor Noble Heraldry Compendium in just 3 days, committing to memory the key points highlighted by Count Richard poses no challenge whatsoever. The Earl of Xerxes was granted his title for slaying demons and saving the king, and has been passed down through 15 generations. As the young teacher sent by the academy recites from the compendium, Zhou Mingwei diligently memorizes the text. He initially thought these 3 days would pass easily. But little did he anticipate that trouble would arise on the 3rd day. Are you the rustic from the wilderness? During lunchtime, after Zhou Mingwei returned to his dormitory with 2 bright halberd soldiers following a meal at the cafeteria, the door was abruptly kicked open. A group of individuals surged in, and a rather pale-skinned youth approached Zhou Mingwei, rudely inquiring. Zhou Mingwei was not particularly angered by being insulted as a rustic. He had encountered many such impetuous youths before. The unfounded insults were likely instigated by someone else. May I inquire who you are? Zhou Mingwei decided to ascertain the identity of the youth. As one who could bring over a dozen followers to the Royal Academy, could not possibly be an ordinary noble. Attack him. To Zhou Mingwei's astonishment, the youth immediately commanded his followers to assault him. The group of attendants swiftly drew their weapons and charged at Zhou Mingwei, aiming for vital strikes without any hesitation, intent on inflicting serious harm. This indicated the youth's character. He was likely no stranger to bloodshed. How ruthless! Caught off guard, Zhou Mingwei sustained several stabs, but fortunately, prior to entering the city, he had borrowed a piece of mithril armor from a shadowy guard. Were it not for this armor, sustaining such strikes, even with his prowess at the level of a knight commander, would have left him severely injured. However, even with the armor, the aggressiveness of their attacks was alarming. The daggers glinted ominously, revealing the hand of a skilled knight concealed beneath the youth's fade. Most concerning was the growing numbness in the areas he had been struck, indicating that the daggers were likely poisoned. Fortunately, as Zhou Mingwei was besieged by the attendants, the 2 bright halberd soldiers stationed nearby reacted swiftly and intervened. Their mithril halberds shimmered with a white light, like 2 silver serpents striking forth, swiftly impaling the 2 closest attendants. The ensuing sweep of their halberds forced the remaining assailants to retreat hastily. A few slower attendants, including the youth, were caught in the sweep and were slammed against the wall, creating indentations in the solid structure. However, the remaining attendants quickly regrouped and charged again, their faces twisted with murderous intent, determined to eliminate Zhou Mingwei. To be honest, Zhou Mingwei could not immediately fathom who desired his demise. At this moment, survival was the priority. Being astute, he observed as the 2 bright halberd soldiers engaged the throng of attendants, while he retreated, activating his bloodline. He enveloped himself in a radiant glow and forcefully slammed his back against the wall, startlingly creating a hole in the sturdy structure. As he burst through the opening, he found the 2 bright halberd soldiers had sustained significant injuries. The confined space of the dormitory had hindered their effectiveness. Wielding 3-meter-long halberds, they were unable to fully utilize their reach against at least 5 formidable knights. Nonetheless, the loyalty of the bright halberd soldiers, produced by the War Mage Tower, was unwavering, even with the youth's substantial bribes. They remained steadfast, fiercely entangling the attendants to provide Zhou Mingwei with a chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Mingwei dashed toward the academy's main entrance, simultaneously sending a mental command to the 8 bright halberd soldiers stationed at the end to come to his aid. Before he could reach the academy's entrance, he received a notification of the casualties among the 2 bright halberd soldiers. At that moment, the youth and his attendants were hot on his heels, shouting, "I am Prince Albert, the 3rd prince. Close the gates and stop that scoundrel. Heavily rewarded." Hearing the voice behind him, Zhou Mingwei nearly stumbled and fell. The 3rd Prince Albert, When did I incur the wrath of such a significant figure? It is worth noting that there are only 3 sons and 1 daughter of King Floor III, and he dotes especially on his youngest son. According to Count Richard, upon Albert's birth, he was bestowed the title of Viscount of Yolando, elevated to Earl of Manihab at the age of 7, and further promoted to Marquis of Minilon at 13, a clear indication of his father's favoritism. The second son, Prince Darwin, had only recently been granted the title of Count of Teslon upon reaching adulthood. To put it into perspective, the lands granted to Prince Albert are approximately 5 times the size of Count Max's domain. It is said that because the first heir, Duke Victor, already has 2 sons, Albert need not concern himself with issues of succession. He possesses both wealth and power, and enjoys the utmost favoritism from his royal father. These factors have fostered a character in Prince Albert that is both extravagant and overbearing. Thus, upon hearing Prince Albert's shout, the guards outside the academy instinctively began to close the gates. Zhou Mingwei felt a surge of urgency. He realized that if the gates were shut, attempting to break through would pose a grave danger. Get out of my way. Those who obstruct me shall die. After being promoted to Knight Commander, Zhou Mingwei drew the mithril longsword, which had almost become a mere ornament, and channeled his radiant energy into the blade. In an instant, he struck toward the closing gates with all his might. With a whoosh, the air crackled as the light from the sword erupted, forming a long arc that struck the gates just as they began to close. With a thunderous explosion, the gates shattered, sending countless fragments flying and turning the guards attempting to close them into mere targets. This strike consumed over half of Zhou Mingyue's strength, leaving him feeling fatigued. As he passed through the broken gates, he heard the sound of projectiles whistling through the air. The attendants, fearing they could not keep pace with Zhou Mingyue, hastily threw their weapons at him. While they were merely knights, and not particularly formidable among their peers, they could still activate their bloodlines to enhance their weapons, attempting to claim Zhou Mingyue's life. Knights could activate their bloodlines to augment their strength, while greater knights could imbue their weapons with the power of their bloodlines, maintaining considerable force even when thrown. Hearing the rush of air, Zhou Mingyue barely managed to turn and deflect a curved dagger with his longsword, while another slender sword veered off course and missed. However, 3 weapons struck true, embedding themselves in his back, leaving him as though a theatrical general adorned with flags. He immediately coughed up blood. The blood indicated a lung injury. Zhou Mingyue assessed the situation, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his back, and continued to sprint toward the end. A lone figure fleeing for his life down Royal Street naturally attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers. Yet at this moment, regardless of the peril that lay ahead, Zhou Mingyue had no choice but to press on. Fortunately, the patrolling soldiers were merely ordinary individuals, slightly stronger than the average noble's standing soldiers. Thus, under the onslaught of Zhou Mingyue's mithril longsword, they were unable to approach him. In fact, after several swift strikes that resulted in the deaths of a few soldiers, their instinctual reaction was to turn and flee. It is not surprising. Despite their imposing stature, these patrolling soldiers were primarily royal guards who had never encountered true warfare, often existing merely as ceremonial troops. The expressions golden on the outside, rotten on the inside, and embroidered pillows aptly describe them. Originally, upon witnessing Zhou Mingyue's injury and subsequent interception by the patrolling guards, Prince Albert must have felt immense satisfaction, finally managing to bring this fellow down. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those patrolling soldiers fled, provoking a furious outburst from Prince Albert. While his clever servant sprang into action, giving chase, Zhou Mingyue gritted his teeth and dashed out of Royal Avenue, racing past a commercial street, until the 8 bright spear soldiers stationed at the end finally arrived. Their entrance was nothing short of breathtaking. Enveloped in a thin veil of white light, the long spears in their right hands emanated a milky radiance, akin to the illumination of holy light or the dawn of a new day. Witnessing Zhou Mingyue being pursued, the 8 bright spear soldiers leapt high into the air, their long spears thrusting forward in unison. The spears, shrouded in milky brilliance, compelled the pursuers to retreat hastily, shielding Prince Albert in the process. They could sense that the sudden emergence of these bright spear soldiers exuded an aura far beyond that of ordinary soldiers, leaving them no choice but to prioritize the protection of Prince Albert. Should anything happen to him, the consequences would be dire, even to the extent of annihilating their entire families. Having temporarily repelled the pursuers, one bright spear soldier hoisted the gravely injured Zhou Mingyue onto his back, while the others wielded their spears defensively, collectively retreating towards the city gate. Due to his severe injuries, compounded by poison, Zhou Mingyue felt a wave of relief upon seeing the reinforcements, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. While Zhou Mingyue lay in a stupor, the Bright Spear soldiers made the most judicious choice. Subsequently, under Prince Albert's command, a large contingent of city defense troops encircled Zhou Mingyue from all directions. In that perilous moment, they even attempted to close the city gates, entirely severing Zhou Mingyue's escape route, had it not been for the urgent assault launched by the stationed troops outside the royal city. The dragon hunter's crossbow shattering the closing gates, and the dark guards charging in to provide cover, forcing the city defense troops into retreat, Zhou Mingyue would likely have been captured while still unconscious. When Zhou Mingyue eventually regained consciousness, he found himself over 100 kilometers away from the city of Floor. Through the accounts of the Bright Spear soldiers, he learned of the events that unfolded during his unconsciousness. Even after escaping the royal city, Prince Albert remained relentless. The Knight Commander led a pursuit, and had it not been for the collective charge of the royal guards, allowing the Dark Guards and Bright Spear soldiers to take advantage and strike. Along with a stealthy arrow from the dragon hunters injuring the Knight Commander, Zhou Mingyue might not have escaped. Although he had shaken off his pursuers, the losses were grievous: 10 royal guards, 8 royal gunmen, 3 crossbow carts, 18 royal cavalry, and 2 high priests had perished or been destroyed during the escape. 4 of the 14 dragons had also been lost, leaving only 13 Bright Spear soldiers remaining. Chapter 58. Defense of the War Magic Tower. Meanwhile, the Dark Guards, Dragon Hunters, High Priests, and Earth Dragons had all managed to escape unscathed. Nonetheless, even in this situation, Zhou Mingyue was far from secure. One could easily imagine that. With Prince Albert's influence, as long as Zhou Mingyue remained within the borders of the Floor Kingdom, he could be attacked at any moment. If he could summon 1 Knight Commander, it was entirely plausible he could summon 2 more. Given that Prince Albert was the favored darling of Floor 3, Zhou Mingyue, now severely injured, would find long-distance travel perilous, likely costing him half his life. Under such circumstances, he could no longer afford to retain his trump card. Zhou Mingyue yanked off the pendant and cast it aside. The pendant emitted a yellow glow in the air, soaring upward and transforming into a 3-story magic tower that gently descended. Indeed, Zhou Mingyue had no intention of risking his life to fight his way back to the wilderness. Instead, he planned to utilize the teleportation ability of the War Magic Tower to transport himself back to the wilderness. The War Magic Tower, radiant with yellow light, landed with a slight tremor, eliciting gasps from the distant town. Clearly, someone had already noticed the ascension of the War Magic Tower. Zhou Mingyue opened the tower's grand door, allowing the Bright Spear soldiers to carry him inside, while the High Priest continuously cast healing spells on him to prevent his injuries from worsening. This was a regrettable situation. Though the High Priest's healing spells were remarkably potent and could effectively treat Zhou Mingyue's injuries, the poison within his wounds was exceptionally stubborn, likely a rare toxin unique to the Floor royal family. Even with the healing spells, it could only stave off the deterioration of his condition, but ridding him of the poison was impossible. However, Zhou Mingyue was utterly unprepared for what transpired the moment he entered the War Magic Tower. A layer of yellow mist enveloped him, and the green venom began dissipating at a visibly rapid pace, while his wounds healed swiftly. The War Magic Tower effortlessly eliminated the toxins that had eluded even the High Priest's efforts. Quite impressive, Zhou Mingyue thought, giving the War Magic Tower a thumbs up in approval, before surveying the interior environment. Contrary to his expectations, the War Magic Tower housed no machinery for producing troops or magical artifacts. Instead, it consisted of spacious rooms, with a spiral staircase leading to the upper levels. Ascending the staircase slowly, he discovered each floor was similarly structured. Approaching a window, Zhou Mingyue could clearly observe the movements in the distance. This window extended one's field of vision. Perhaps alerted by the town's guards, a contingent of over 300 soldiers was hastening toward them. Zhou Mingyue scrutinized the soldiers, failing to spot Prince Albert, but instead identifying a Knight Commander. Along with a dozen high-ranking knights and a sizable group of knights, his suspicions were confirmed. Prince Albert was indeed favored. Otherwise, how could another Knight Commander have been dispatched to pursue him? At this moment, all the troops stationed outside the War Magic Tower had entered the tower. Although the entry of the dragons and earth dragons made the interior feel somewhat cramped, it did not impede Zhou Mingyue's forthcoming plans. He was not about to flee in disgrace. Since Prince Albert sought to eliminate him, Zhou Mingwen naturally intended to leave him with a memorable parting gift. Before the army arrived, he activated the magical shield defense of the War Magic Tower. A translucent yellow barrier formed around the tower, enveloping it completely. The army halted 100 meters away from the War Magic Tower. The Knight Commander, sporting a bushy beard, appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing the tower. He seemed to doubt his memory, wondering when a tower had been constructed here at that moment. Zhou Mingyue pushed open the window, extending his right hand with a beaming smile as he greeted them warmly. "Hey there. Care for some dung? What are you waiting for? Daddy has prepared a fresh batch just for you." A provocation of the utmost audacity. This remark transformed the Knight Commander's previously amiable expression into one of fury. Spurring him to charge toward the War Magic Tower atop his steed, suddenly bathed in a radiant glow, he brandished a spear covered in light and hurled it towards Zhou Mingyue. Bang! The spear collided with the magical barrier, causing it to tremble violently, leaving Zhou Mingyue momentarily deafened. That he thought to himself, assessing the disparity between himself and the Knight Commander below. The difference was indeed stark. Tio put it accurately. He was merely a subpar Knight Commander, while the other had been honed into an elite Knight Commander from a young age, rendering their combat capabilities incomparable. This disparity elucidates why Prince Albert's servant could pursue Zhou Mingyue, a Knight Commander, with such ease. There was simply no comparison. However, as the Knight Commander made his move, the army began to encircle the War Magic Tower, shouting not to let the thief escape. Undoubtedly, Zhou Mingyue had been branded a thief by Prince Albert. Otherwise, pursuing an independent knight, even as a prince, would incite outrage among the nobility. From what Zhou Mingyue had gathered, this crossed the line in noble circles that a prince calling for the execution of another noble would instill fear among the nobility, who would be wary of inadvertently offending the prince, thus inviting disaster. This clearly demonstrated that while Prince Albert was indeed a spoiled brat, he was far from foolish. As the army approached within 30 meters of the War Magic Tower, Zhou Mingyue raised his right hand and waved at the Knight Commander, saying, "Goodbye." The next moment, a cacophony of erratic electric sparks erupted from the ground surrounding the War Magic Tower, and like a sudden summer storm, countless tiny bolts of lightning descended from above, swiftly engulfing the pursuing army. The regular soldiers were utterly defenseless. Even as they hastily attempted to flee, they barely took 2 steps before being struck by the myriad of lightning, their bodies charred and collapsing to the ground. The knights and high-ranking knights, however, were not ordinary individuals. Even when struck by the smaller bolts of lightning, they managed to escape. Yet, the lightning struck swiftly and relentlessly, no matter how fast the knights and high-ranking knights could run. The lightning descended in an instant. After several strikes, a few larger bolts of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, fell amidst the multitude of smaller ones, causing the knights and high-ranking knights to activate their bloodline powers. But their radiant glow quickly extinguished amidst the lightning, and soon they, too, lay charred upon the damp ground, much like the regular soldiers. Chapter 59. The green deer. It was the radiant glow emanating from the Knight Commander that provided a modicum of protection against the sudden onslaught of the child-sized lightning. In a flash, he fled the scene, yet emerged with his visage charred and disheveled. A pitiful sight indeed. Zhou Mingyue could not help but burst into hearty laughter, the frustrations he had endured at the Royal Academy dissipating to some extent. However, witnessing the Knight Commander's ignominy ignited a blaze of fury within him. He promptly retrieved a long spear from the ground and hurled it once more towards the War Magic Tower. With a resounding boom, the spear collided with the magical barrier, causing it to shake violently. Alarmed, Zhou Mingyue dared not linger, concerned that the Knight Commander might shatter the protective dome. With a thought, a circle of azure light enveloped the War Magic Tower. And moments later, the air shimmered, and it vanished from sight. The Knight Commander, having expended all his strength in his previous 2 attacks, could only sigh in resignation as he beheld the War Magic Tower's disappearance. For Zhou Mingyue, the sudden wave of light outside the War Magic Tower heralded a dramatic transformation of the surrounding scenery, as he was instantaneously transported back to the valley from miles away. It had been previously mentioned that the War Magic Tower's displacement ability could only be utilized in places he had previously visited. Upon witnessing the towering structure materialize outside the valley, Taris and Nais, who were within, were momentarily taken aback, flustered until Zhou Mingyue emerged, at which point they hurried forth to welcome him. Zhou Mingyue nodded to the two, subsequently inquiring about the situation during his absence. He had been keenly aware of the achievements of Taurus and Nyes that as the warm magic tower returned. He gazed through the window to behold the lush, verdant fields outside the valley, where throngs of slaves were diligently cultivating more land under the guidance of farmers. To better manage those slaves, Taurus and Nyes had mobilized the farmers, temporarily bestowing them with official titles, indicating that upon Zhou Mingyue's return, they would be formally appointed based on their merits. This proverbial carrot dangled above their heads proved to be an effective motivator. As the farmers worked with remarkable diligence, Zhou Mingyue mused that it was only natural. The farmers had previously struggled between starvation and mere subsistence in Iron Fort Village, so now that they had an opportunity, they would undoubtedly seize it with both hands. Holding an official position in the Kingdom of Floor would elevate their descendants to a different social stratum, altering their circumstances entirely. Zhou Mingyue approved of Taurus and Nyes' actions, and subsequently appointed their official titles based on the farmers' contributions. Of course, to allow for sufficient room for advancement, the initial appointments were not overly lofty. Nevertheless, in comparison to their previous status as mere farmers, it was a monumental change. Thus, the farmers, one and all, wore expressions of uncontainable joy to celebrate Zhou Mingyue's safe return. He ordered additional rations for all the slaves, filling the valley with an atmosphere of jubilation. After recuperating for 2 days in the valley, and once his previous injuries had fully healed, Zhou Mingyue rose to lead his troops towards the northern volcano that had severed the wilderness. Before venturing to Floor City, he had been reluctant to provoke the fire lizard. The reasoning was simple. With the current troops produced by the War Magic Tower, it was utterly impossible to defeat the formidable creature, let alone slay it. However, circumstances had changed. With the advancement of the War Magic Tower, the troops it produced had also ascended a level, making it considerably easier to contend with the fire lizard. Yet, the crucial realization from his hasty retreat from the royal city was that in this world, humans are more perilous than beasts, and the barbarian tribes even more so. Human hearts are treacherous. Had it not been for his powerful troops and the War Magic Tower's displacement ability, he might very well have perished in Floor City. Contemplating this, Zhou Mingyue found himself seething with rage towards Prince Albert, wishing for nothing more than to march immediately upon Floor City. Calm yourself. His strength was still insufficient to flatten Floor City. Zhou Mingyue pinched his thigh to break free from his fury. For this expedition to the wilderness volcano, he adhered to his usual practice of taking only the 10 wyverns and the troops previously produced by the War Magic Tower, the over 300 heavy infantry, 500 heavy spearmen, longbowmen, heavy cavalry, priests, and griffin riders remained in the valley for defense. He could not risk Prince Albert pursuing him and toppling his stronghold. Furthermore, typical troops would incur significant losses when facing the beasts surrounding the volcanic plains. His purpose in venturing to the wilderness volcano was to sustain his military through warfare. The carcasses of those savage beasts would serve as excellent resources for the War Magic Tower to produce more troops. Additionally, en route to the wilderness volcanic plains, he did not employ the War Magic Tower's displacement ability. He had not anticipated that the energy consumption of this ability would be so substantial. Merely relocating from the vicinity of Floor City back to the valley in the wilderness had depleted a third of his previously reserved resources. Compounded by the activation of the magical barrier and the initiation of thunderous attacks, leaving the War Magic Tower with only a fifth of its resources remaining. In essence, that meager supply could at most activate the magical barrier once. Producing troops or engaging in any other endeavors was utterly out of the question. Upon mounting the Earth Dragon and delegating all matters of the valley to Taurus and Nyes, Zhou Mingyue set forth towards the wilderness volcanic plains. Without pause, they arrived at the A3 tribe. Resting for the night, the following day, Zhou Mingyue released the War Magic Tower, hoping to uncover any overlooked mineral deposits. However, even after deploying all 32 elemental servants, no discoveries were made. At dawn the next day, Zhou Mingyue rose early, retracted the War Magic Tower, and proceeded towards the volcano. Beyond the A3 tribe lay the vast, boundless wilderness volcanic plains. Here, abundant reeds flourished, and occasionally patches of woodland could be seen. From the grass, massive rabbits resembling goats would occasionally leap forth, chasing each other in a playful manner. For the average individual, this expanse was far from a safe haven, as even the ubiquitous rabbits posed a significant threat. These creatures possessed sharp teeth and were carnivorous. If one were to consider the base of the food chain in this plain, It would likely consist of the green deer that grazed upon the reeds. Zhou Mingyue was taken aback upon his first encounter with the green deer. Measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length, these deer had a shoulder height of merely 20 centimeters and were adorned in a layered green coat that rendered them nearly indistinguishable amid the reeds. Resembling living camouflage, they thrived in herds of about 300 to 500, and whenever the reeds rustled vigorously, a veritable swarm of green deer would burst forth, reminiscent of a horde of frantically fleeing mice. Most strikingly, their reproductive capabilities were remarkably potent, as Zhou Mingyue observed numerous fawns among the herd during his march. Chapter 60. The Knight Commander who cannot fight, of course. While these green deer were diminutive and adorable, they were undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than mice. Moreover, their tender and delectable meat was evidenced by the roasted meat Zhou Mingyue clutched in his right hand. This was perhaps the only type of roasted meat he could indulge in without feeling repulsed after consuming too much. Upon entering the volcanic plains and advancing 100 miles, Zhou Mingyue encountered a group of striped tigers in search of food. These so-called striped tigers bore a striking resemblance to zebras in coloration, but were shaped like tigers. Their size akin to that of colossal elephants. A dozen of these striped tigers had surrounded several wild cattle. With both parties locked in a stalemate, the striped tigers sought to exploit any weakness in the wild cattle to deliver a decisive blow. While the wild cattle attempted to break free from their encirclement, only to be repelled back by the relentless assault of the tigers. Both sides were enormous creatures, akin to elephants, and their movements caused the ground to tremble, sending countless smaller animals fleeing to avoid becoming collateral damage. Yet, to Zhou Mingyue, this presented a rare opportunity for hunting. The 10 wyverns were the first to launch an attack on the embroiled striped tigers and wild cattle. Streams of venom were unleashed, forming toxic mist that enveloped the battlefield. While the toxicity of this mist posed minimal threat to the striped tigers and wild cattle, as it merely clung to their fur and scales and corroded them at a sluggish pace. The situation changed drastically once inhaled into their lungs. Moments later, the battlefield, trampled and softened beneath their weight, echoed with deep, violent coughing. Indeed, any creature with lungs would succumb to coughing, a fact that was indisputable. However, the wild cattle displayed greater resilience. Despite experiencing discomfort in their lungs from the toxic mist, they seized the opportunity presented by the coughing striped tigers to muster their strength and break free from the encirclement. The leading wild cattle, the most robust of the group, surged forth and found an escape route, exulting in its newfound freedom. It then, despite the discomfort in its lungs, let out a bellow, forcefully expelling the toxic mist it had inhaled. Just then, a crossbow bolt, approximately a meter long and enveloped in a faint glow, came hurtling towards the wild cattle, catching it off guard. In an instant, the bolt pierced through the wild cattle's chest, eliciting a mournful cry as it reared its hooves and fell forward uncontrollably. Following this, 2 light spear cavalrymen, mounted on earth dragons, charged in with their long spears at the ready in a swift motion. Their spears pierced the chests of the 2 wild cattle, sending them crashing away, while the arms of the light spear cavalrymen were simultaneously shattered. Fortunately, the high priest acted swiftly, casting a healing spell that stemmed the bleeding from the severed arms of the light spear cavalrymen. As for the severed arm, it will regrow on its own, though it will take several days. Thus, those 2 radiant spearmen have effectively withdrawn from the battle. However, the withdrawal of the 2 radiant spearmen does not signify the retreat of the earth dragons. Each of the earth dragons has chosen a savage bull to charge at, toppling their opponents to the ground before sinking their blood-soaked jaws into the fallen beasts. The 2 parties roll and thrash on the ground, embroiled in a fierce melee. Ultimately, the savage bull, struck by the dragon-hunting crossbow, becomes the first casualty of the battlefield, surrounded by 6 dark guardians. The mithril longswords in the hands of the dark guardians relentlessly pierce through the gaps in the bull's scales, spraying forth bursts of blood. Zhou Mingyue, leading the remaining radiant spearmen, delivers finishing blows to the previously wounded savage bulls. The bull, struck by the crossbow bolt, falls first among the fallen, seizing the bolt embedded in the bull's chest. Zhou Mingyue extracts it, activating his bloodline and enveloping himself in radiant light. The illuminated bolt is thrust back into the bull's wound, dealing a fatal blow. The swift and efficient assault leaves the pursuing striped tigers to arrive only to witness the lifeless forms of the savage bulls strewn across the ground. However, Their attention swiftly shifts to the two earth dragons, undeniably more threatening in their eyes than the diminutive radiant spearmen, who garner no regard from the tigers. Just as the tigers converge to encircle the earth dragons, a stout crossbow bolt is silently released, toppling one of the striped tigers. This sudden attack prompts the tigers to instinctively halt, casting their gaze toward the source of the bolt. Yet, the crossbowman has already concealed himself within the thicket, leaving them with naught to show for their curiosity. Meanwhile, a phalanx of 11 radiant spearmen steadily advances toward them, while the dark guardians lurk in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the radiant spearmen engage the striped tigers to launch a coordinated assault. The high priest stands behind Zhou Mingwei, continuously casting healing spells to mend the wounds of the warriors. The crossbowman, ever cunning, seizes the opportunity to unleash a surprise shot, eliciting a pained howl from one of the tigers engaged in combat. Among these assaults, the most vicious arrow strikes from behind, plunging directly into a striped tiger, causing it to leap into the air like a rocket, soaring over 20 meters high before crashing to the ground, thrashing about like a firecracker gone awry. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingwei proves to be a significant asset in this fierce battle, wielding two massive crossbow bolts as weapons to ensnare the striped tigers, allowing the Dark Guardians to exploit their numerical advantage and systematically eliminate the tigers. By the time the battle concludes, Zhou Mingwei lies panting on the blood-soaked ground, utterly exhausted. It must be said that participating in this intense conflict has been somewhat beneficial for him. After all, prior to his crossing over, he was merely an office-bound white-collar worker, and even after acquiring the war workshop, he had never actively trained, falling far behind the sword-wielding aristocrats who had honed their killing skills from a young age. This disparity is one reason why he had been chased around by several powerful knights at the Royal Academy, relying solely on his activated bloodline to reach the rank of Knight Commander. His lack of combat skills rendered his overall strength inferior to those seasoned knights who could kill without a second thought. Mere physical strength suffices to intimidate ordinary folk, but a knight must be more than that. Chapter 61. Elemental Servants. After a brief respite, Zhou Mingwei struggles to his feet, tearing off a pendant and casting it aside. As usual, the pendant shoots into the sky, transforming into the war magic tower which descends slowly. The mere sight of this spectacle sends numerous carnivorous creatures, drawn by the scent of blood, fleeing in terror. As the war magic tower lands, its lower gates swing open, and humanoid elemental servants emerge, hovering in midair as they drag the corpses of giant beasts into the tower. Upon its elevation to a war magic tower, the corpses of these giant beasts cease to be advancement resources and become ordinary resources. Nevertheless, even as ordinary resources, their value remains substantial. The corpse of a savage bull, once dragged in, raises the resource reserves of the war magic tower by 25%. The addition of 4 savage bull corpses causes the resource reserves to overflow. By this calculation, the remains of 2 savage bulls could nearly yield a full unit of troops. At this juncture, Zhou Mingwei realizes that the dragon-hunting crossbow holds immense efficacy against these mindless giants, far surpassing that of other troop types. Provided there are troops to block the beast's charge, the dragon-hunting crossbow can easily deliver devastating strikes from the rear, considering that the forthcoming battles will predominantly involve encounters with such giant beasts. Zhou Mingwei opts to produce 2 units of dragon-hunting crossbows. Compared to the earth dragons, the production speed of the crossbows is significantly swifter. Within less than 20 minutes, 2 crossbowmen equipped with dragon-hunting crossbows emerge from the lower gates of the war magic tower. When Zhou Mingwei commands another advance, he finds himself accompanied by 5 additional dragon-hunting crossbowmen, for earth dragons, and 18 dark guardians. The exchange of a pile of giant beast corpses for these troops seems exceedingly worthwhile to him. Although 2 radiant spearmen and 4 dark guardians had sustained severe injuries and would be unable to rejoin the battle for several days, there were no fatalities, which is undoubtedly a favorable outcome. While Zhou Mingwei perceives these newly formed troops, which have begun to exhibit some independent consciousness and intelligence, as mere tools, the production of such tools requires resources. Creatures like the savage bull and striped tiger are not easily found, even on the outskirts of this volcanic plain. Thus, in the ensuing journey, Zhou Mingwei encounters no further savage bulls, but instead observes herds of green deer emerging from the thickets, pursued by rabbits, cats, and wolves. It should be noted that the rabbits are carnivorous fire-spitting rabbits, capable of expelling small fireballs from their mouths. The cats are shadow cats, adept at concealing their forms in areas of shadow, making them difficult to detect. The wolves, known as gale wolves, occupy a higher position in the food chain, moving swiftly and preying upon the green deer, fire-spitting rabbits, and shadow cats as night falls, after resting in the plains for a night. Zhou Mingyue resumes his journey. Around 3 in the afternoon, he catches sight of a volcano rising above the plain. At this point, encounters with giant beasts become more commonplace. The savage bulls and striped tigers, akin to colossal elephants, find themselves at a disadvantage here. In fact, less than 300 meters from Zhou Mingyue, several striped tigers are being pursued by a creature twice their size. Ding! Advanced resource detected, vine serpent beast. A rather fitting name. This creature possesses a serpent-like body, but above the neck, it is adorned with numerous vine tendrils that sway in the air, replacing its head. These tendrils are lined with sharp thorns, and their tips open into gaping maws wide enough to swallow a pot. The teeth within are exceedingly sharp, evoking a sense of dread. One striped tiger, lagging behind, is caught in the grip of the vine's massive jaws and is swiftly dragged to the ground. The tendrils rapidly coil around it, and multiple vine maws sink into the tiger's flesh, voraciously consuming its blood and meat. In less than half a minute, the abdomen of the vine serpent beast swells, and the striped tiger is reduced to a bloodied skeleton. Satiated, the vine serpent beast does not pursue the fleeing striped tigers, but instead coils its serpentine body in place, allowing its tendrils to dangle to the ground, soon emitting a distinct sound of snoring. Zhou Mingyue can't help but chuckle. This truly is a case of a sleepyhead meeting a pillow. 6 Dragon hunting crossbowmen quietly take aim at the vine serpent beast. Just then, the creature jolts awake, its coiled body launching itself like a spring. Yet, its reaction is somewhat sluggish. It narrowly evades 2 of the crossbow bolts, while the remaining 4 strike true, due to the inadequacy of its scales. 2 of the bolts pierce straight through its serpentine body, creating 2 gaping holes. With a roar, the vine serpent beast crashes to the ground, thrashing wildly, its tendrils striking the earth and tearing up chunks of cracked soil, sending dirt flying that strikes the surrounding bushes, instantly breaking branches and scattering leaves. However, the 6 radiant spearmen are already mounted on earth dragons, accelerating toward their target. Moments later, the vine serpent beast is lifted into the air by a long spear. And as the radiant spearmen rush past, they plunge their spears deep into the creature's defenseless body. Thanks to the surprise attack from the dragon hunting crossbow, the entire combat process unfolds with remarkable ease. The vine serpent beast barely manages to unleash half of its potential before meeting its demise. Once Zhou Mingyue releases the war magic tower and claims the vine serpent beast, the advancement progress of the tower skyrockets by 5%. At this rate, after hunting 20 more vine serpent beasts, the war magic tower will advance once more. This prospect excites Zhou Mingyue, prompting him to order the continuation of their journey. Yet, creatures like the vine serpent beast, a rare amalgamation of plant and animal, become increasingly elusive. In the subsequent travels, Zhou Mingyue encounters no more of these beasts, leaving him to wonder if he may have slain the last vine serpent beast in existence. Nevertheless, as he approaches the volcano, encounters with creatures like the savage bull, striped tiger, and terrestrial crocodile become more frequent. In the series of relentless battles, Zhou Mingyue's command inevitably revealed some oversights, resulting in 3 dark guards being swiftly devoured by several colossal land crocodiles. However, at that moment, Zhou Mingyue's forces had bolstered their ranks with an additional 5 dragon hunters, 4 earth dragons, and 10 light spearmen. Thus, his current troop composition included 21 dark guards, 23 light spearmen, 11 dragon hunters, 1 high priest, and 10 earth dragons. Zhou Mingyue initially intended to slay more giant beasts to produce an array of new troops, but this plan was soon dashed. Chapter 62. Resurgence from the Brink of Death. Following yet another ambush on a few savage bulls, the nearby volcano suddenly trembled. Boiling magma began to flow outward, and a fiery aura spread around. In an instant, Zhou Mingyue felt as though sparks had mingled with the air, rendering the air he breathed into his lungs unbearably scorching. The colossal beasts dwelling at the foot of the volcano fled in a panic. Had the fire lizard emerged, Zhou Mingyue witnessed an enormous head protruding from the volcano's mouth, followed by a crimson body and the magma that flowed behind it. The fire lizard, drawn by the rich scent of blood, made a beeline towards Zhou Mingyue. Although capable of residing within magma, The fire lizard primarily remained in a dormant state there. It still required sustenance. Prolonged exposure to magma left it ravenous, and the scent of food was simply irresistible. Ding! High-level advancement resource detected. Fire lizard. Caution! This creature poses a significant threat to the host. It is advised that the host take refuge within the War Magic Tower. Heeding the warning, Zhou Mingwei wasted no time and immediately erected the War Magic Tower. Swiftly entering its sanctum, once inside, the oppressive heat dissipated, and he realized how refreshing and comfortable the previously ordinary air was. The fire lizard, startled by the sudden appearance of the War Magic Tower, initially hesitated but then charged towards the carcasses of the savage bulls, disregarding the retreating troops. Its intelligence appeared limited, gauging threats solely by size. It deemed only larger beings as potential dangers. Undoubtedly, it was also driven by hunger, oblivious to anything else at close range. Zhou Mingwei could clearly observe the fire lizard's massive body, adorned with scales upon which mysterious runes subtly glimmered. The high temperature surrounding it distorted the air, igniting any vegetation in its path. Although the situation was unexpected, the fire lizard's voluntary departure from its volcanic lair was undoubtedly fortuitous. Soon, the 11 dragon hunters reached their designated sniping positions, forming a loose net that enveloped the fire lizard. Swish, swish, swish. As per tradition, the dragon hunters initiated the ambush. From various angles, 11 crossbow bolts were unleashed towards the fire lizard. Reacting swiftly, the fire lizard raised its head to discern the source of the threat while feasting on the savage bull carcasses. In the next moment, the bolts struck its scales, provoking an enraged roar that sent a wave of flames radiating outward, singeing the bull carcasses. While the attack's efficacy was not particularly formidable, as the bolts only penetrated halfway through the scales. The damage inflicted was negligible for the massive creature. It immediately charged toward one of the dragon hunters. Despite the damage being minimal, breaching the fire lizard's defenses was significant in itself. 10 light spearmen mounted on earth dragons surged forth from the underbrush, their long spears gleaming like the rising sun, intercepting the flames spewed from the fire lizard's maw. Like bumper cars, they collided one after another into the fire lizard. Although the creature was vastly larger than the earth dragons, it endured considerable harm from the relentless assaults, with several spears even breaking off within its belly. Once the earth dragon cavalry retreated, the flying dragons seized the opportunity to attack, diving down to unleash venom upon the fire lizard. This time, the venom did not dissipate into a toxic mist, but landed directly upon the fire lizard. And even though it evaporated almost instantly due to the high temperature, some of it still managed to infiltrate the fire lizard's body. The remaining dark guards and light spearmen encircled the fire lizard, obstructing its escape routes and buying the dragon hunters precious time for further attacks. It must be said that after this round of assaults, the most effective strikes came from the earth dragon cavalry's charges. However, this method of attack proved to be quite detrimental to the light spearmen as well, as many were left with broken arms or spears after several charges and had to be rotated out. The dark guards, on the other hand, were merely a wave. They charged in only to be scorched by the fire lizard's intense heat and then struck once before being incapacitated. Even with the high priest constantly casting defensive and healing spells, their lives could not be salvaged. Consequently, the dark guards suffered heavy casualties, with over half succumbing to the fire lizard's jaws in just a short span of 10 minutes. Conversely, the flying dragons remained unscathed in the air, continuously spraying venom to amplify its effects. However, Zhou Mingwei was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. Just as the fire lizard appeared on the brink of collapse, a surge of fiery energy erupted from within its body, as if the volcano had exploded, incinerating the 4 earth dragons and their light spearmen riders in an instant. Most alarmingly, after this outburst, the fire lizard's injuries were miraculously healed, and it appeared even more vigorous than when it had first emerged from the volcano. What on earth is happening? Standing within the War Magic Tower, Zhou Mingwei was astounded. This was utterly beyond his expectations. Not only did it stage a miraculous counterattack, but it also seemed to resurrect itself from the brink of death. With such a bug in play, how could one possibly fight? The answer was clear. Deploy the ultimate ability of the War Magic Tower, witnessing the fire lizard restore itself and begin to pursue his troops. Zhou Mingwei had no choice but to utilize the War Magic Tower. Fortunately, it still had half of its resources remaining, preventing it from running out of power at this critical moment. With a thought, dark clouds began to gather above the War Magic Tower, and countless tiny bolts of lightning cascaded down, While these diminutive bolts inflicted negligible damage upon the fire lizard, they effectively slowed and paralyzed its movements. Once the fire lizard's speed was restricted, massive bolts of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, descended upon it, eliciting anguished roars as it was battered. In no time, the fire lizard was left injured and battered, no longer exuding the vigor it once had. Chapter 63. Advancement. Yet, the fire lizard was relentless. Upon realizing the source of the lightning was the tower, it charged at the war magic tower. Unleashing a fiery torrent from its maw, Zhou Mingwei had anticipated this maneuver and quickly raised a magical barrier to protect the tower. In an instant, the fire struck the barrier, causing it to sway violently. Far more than when encountering the knight outside Flora City. However, seizing the opportunity, Zhou Mingwei unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes upon the fire lizard, causing it to collapse under the relentless assault. Of course, even so, Zhou Mingwei could sense the vitality within the fire lizard rapidly regenerating despite the war magic tower's potency. Nevertheless, the thunderous assault required time to cool down, prompting Zhou Mingwei to command all troops, save for the high priest, to launch a desperate offensive against the fire lizard, forcibly diminishing its vitality until the lightning strikes could be deployed once more. This battle was undeniably more brutal than previous encounters. In just 2 minutes, half of the earth dragons and light spearmen at the front fell. However, they dealt severe damage to the fire lizard, penetrating its neck, abdomen, and spine with 6 long spears. The dragon hunters seized the opportunity to pummel the creature, transforming it into a veritable porcupine. Yet the most ferocious were the dark guards. They relentlessly assaulted the fire lizard's eyes, and one particularly bold dark guard executed a surprise attack. Upon witnessing that silver sword pierced the fire lizard's rear, Zhou Mingwei felt a tightness in his chest, and cold sweat trickled down his back. For any male, such an attack likely inflicted the most profound psychological damage imaginable. Zhou Mingwei recalled a summer during his university days when a roommate had executed a similar maneuver on another roommate lounging on a bed. The latter's anguished scream echoed throughout the dormitory, followed by an unmistakable odor. The aggressor took half an hour to wash his hands, due to the injury sustained in a delicate region. The victim spent 3 days in the hospital after the break. Of course, the Dark Guard's surprise attack was far more formidable. The fire lizard's tail struck the Dark Guard, sending him flying, with the sound of bones cracking audibly echoing. Yet the Dark Guard clung to the sword, refusing to relinquish it, and as he was flung away, a segment of the fire lizard's intestines was dragged out, accompanied by traces of excrement. At this moment, the anguished cries of the fire lizard undoubtedly surpassed any previous instances, etching themselves into memory. It was precisely due to this devastating blow, a 1,000-year kill, that the fire lizard's speed of charge suddenly diminished, culminating in a collision with the magical barrier. However, this impact merely caused the magical barrier to sway slightly, far less than the force exerted by the previous fire column. Zhou Mingwei was no fool. He understood that taking advantage of an enemy's weakness was a survival strategy he adhered to. Would he show mercy simply because it appeared pitiful? That was a jest. If he were to let this fire lizard go, it was likely he would not see the next year. Creatures of such intelligence as the fire lizard harbored a formidable vendetta. If you were in his position, after enduring a brutal assault followed by a 1,000-year kill, would you relinquish your desire for revenge? Thus, Zhou Mingwei resolutely unleashed several more bolts of lightning that in contrast to its earlier ferocity. The fire lizard finally lowered its noble head, lying motionless beside the magical barrier. Yet Zhou Mingwei showed no signs of relaxation. He commanded the dragon hunters to continue their assault, while other troops retreated a safe distance, lest the fire lizard, in its dying throes, unleash a final wave of devastation. The thought of such an outcome made Zhou Mingwei's heart ache. After the dragon hunters had loosed over 10 more bolts, the fire lizard's vitality extinguished, and even the high-temperature aura receded. Confirming the fire lizard's death, Zhou Mingwei finally dispelled the magical barrier and emerged from the war magic tower to closely inspect the lizard's corpse, lamenting the hardships of this battle. Indeed, it had been arduous. Aside from the dragon hunters, and the high priest, numerous other troops had perished, and the survivors bore injuries. The magical servants within the war magic tower soon emerged to gather resources, with the fire lizard's carcass being their primary target. Due to the immense size of the fire lizard's body, it could not be dragged through the entrance of the war magic tower. Thus, the magical servants surrounded the carcass, emitting beams of light to begin disassembling and cutting it apart. Witnessing those beams effortlessly slicing through the fire lizard's body, even penetrating the thick scales, Zhou Mingwei felt a pang of regret. These magical servants possessed strength that was nearly an entire tier above that of the troops. How wonderful it would be if they could heed commands and join the fray. Alas, this was merely a thought that could not be transformed into reality. During this time, Zhou Mingwei trailed behind the magical servants. Collecting some of the fallen scales, he intended to craft a suit of scale armor from the fire lizard scales. While he could utilize the weapons of the troops produced by the war magic tower and ride upon the earth dragon, he could not don their armor. Their armor was utterly unremovable. Hence, the idea of crafting his own scale armor emerged. However, he did not collect excessively. Once he had gathered enough scales for a complete set, he ceased his collection. The rationale was simple. Any part of the fire lizard's body constituted advancement resources, and overcollecting would inevitably hinder the war magic tower's progression speed. Such a development would be detrimental to Zhou Mingwei's plans for vengeance. Soon, the fire lizard's tail was severed and sent into the war magic tower, causing the advancement progress bar to rise from 5% to 15%. The forelegs followed suit, pushing the progress bar from 15% to 55% when the lizard's torso was deposited. The progress bar climbed to 70%. This left Zhou Mingwei somewhat anxious. Only the head remained, and it seemed the war magic tower could not advance further. To his astonishment, however, when the fire lizard's head was delivered to the war magic tower, the advancement progress bar immediately filled to capacity, and the entire structure radiated a brilliant white light. Zhou Mingwei involuntarily staggered back a few steps. Once the white light emerged, the air surrounding the war magic tower was instantly scorched by intense heat, distorting the light and igniting the grass and shrubs on the ground. After a few moments, the ground within a 10-meter radius of the war magic tower transformed into bubbling magma, with occasional magma bubbles erupting, causing splashes of molten rock to expand the fiery perimeter. Chapter 64. The War Demiplane. The dragon. At this juncture, Zhou Mingwei understood he needed to bide his time. The war magic tower was voraciously consuming the formed magma. Approximately 3 hours later, the white light rapidly diminished, and the war magic tower flew toward Zhou Mingwei, ultimately transforming into a pendant that hung around his neck. The magma that had formed beneath the war magic tower was completely devoured. The pendant's shape underwent some transformation, morphing into a ring-shaped tower, within which faint red light flickered. At this moment, Zhou Mingwei's mind was flooded with the attributes of the pendant. Artifact name: War Demiplane. Advancement 0. Sequence level: Workshop Sequence 4. Origin: initially a remnant of divine authority from the tool Sequence 0, Flame Forge. It later fused with Zhou Mingwei's soul from another world, undergoing a mutation to become the new artifact. Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop, and after several advancements, it evolved into Workshop Sequence 4, War Demiplane. Abilities: Flight, Displacement, Thunderous Attacks, Fiery Assaults, Demiplane Spatial Isolation Defense, Creation of Shadow Assassins, Gun-Wielding Deities, Sharpshooters, Divine Servants, Dragons, can combine with any soldier to form Dragon Knights, capable of producing any secondary troops and crafting exclusive refined weapons and armor. Simultaneously, as the artifact sequence level increased, its attributes became more detailed. For instance, when Zhou Mingwei focused on Shadow Assassins, it revealed that each squad comprised 3 members. Most exciting for Zhou Mingwei was that with the advancement of the War Magic Tower to the War Demiplane, whether in Tower Mode or Pendant Mode, it could produce troops and store them within the Demiplane, releasing them at will. This meant that in the future, he wouldn't need to worry about his army being blocked at the royal city. He could launch a concentrated assault directly. This further enhanced Zhou Mingwei's sense of security. The distinction between the two modes lay in the fact that Tower Mode absorbed resources like magma at a faster rate, while Pendant Mode operated at only 50% of that efficiency. After gaining a basic understanding of the War Demiplane, Zhou Mingwei tapped the pendant with his finger, causing a circular, translucent passage to appear nearby. This was the portal to the Demiplane. He directed the troops into the Demiplane, leaving behind a dragon, and then rode that dragon towards the volcano. The fierce battle between Zhou Mingwei and the fire lizard had long driven away the surrounding giant beasts. Thus, as Zhou Mingwei rode his dragon, he beheld an empty expanse. Upon landing at the volcano's mouth, he released his troops, forming a defensive circle around the volcano before tossing the pendant into the crater. As the pendant soared into the air, it transformed into a ring-shaped tower, swiftly sealing the volcano's mouth tightly. Zhou Mingwei did not remain idle. He opened a spatial passage and stepped inside. The spatial passage resembled a doorway. Upon entering, Zhou Mingwei found himself on a patch of land, newly formed from the molten rock, emanating steam. The area was not vast, approximately only 1,000 acres. The sky appeared overcast, as if a large bowl were inverted over the land. Clearly, one could not expect to see any scenery here. Having been under extreme tension during the previous battle, Zhou Mingwei, exhausted, chose to lie down. The warm, yielding ground felt comforting against his back, and he quickly slipped into slumber. He could not ascertain how long he slept, but he awoke to the war demiplane's notification that resources had been replenished to 1/5. Compared to the war magic tower, the resource storage in the war demiplane was more efficient. When fully stocked, it could continuously produce 5 squads of troops. Upon awakening, Zhou Mingwei contemplated for a moment and decided to remain in the demiplane to observe how the troops were produced. For the first squad, he chose the dragon. After all, as a man, one inevitably harbors certain dreams. Back on Earth, he had often fantasized about possessing a dragon, but that was merely a dream. Now, it seemed that dream might become a reality. After selecting the dragon for production, the previously dim demiplane quickly brightened. A beam of light spontaneously generated at the center of the demiplane, rapidly expanding to a diameter of approximately 30 meters. Then falling silent. No, there was movement. After watching the beam for a while, Zhou Mingwen noticed a mass within it growing rapidly. Indeed, it was an embryo taking shape. In just under 2 minutes, the embryo reached about 30 centimeters. Beginning to exhibit its head, body, legs, and tail. A few minutes later, it had grown to 1/2 meter, and the dragon's form became discernible, albeit with an awkward proportion between its head and body. Large head, small body, giving it a somewhat adorable appearance. However, at this stage, it could no longer be called an embryo, as its growth rate had increased several-fold. In no time, it reached over 30 meters. At this point, the beam of light dissipated, and the dragon, flapping its grand wings, gently descended to the ground, lowering its enormous head toward Zhou Mingwei. This was an adult red dragon, and as the light faded, information about it appeared in Zhou Mingwei's mind. It possesses the formidable ability to exhale flames akin to a dragon's breath, commanding the surrounding fire elements to conjure various fire-based spells. Additionally, its massive physique grants it unparalleled strength, while it exhibits a certain degree of immunity and absorption regarding fire elements and the fire spells it creates. Merely observing the crimson magical patterns that emerge upon its scales is enough to ascertain the formidable defensive capabilities of its body. Furthermore, this dragon possesses considerable intelligence. It even addressed Zhou Mingwei in a language common to humans, saying, "Esteemed master, may I take flight for a while? The space here is far too constricted." Zhou Mingwei was not particularly astonished, as he had anticipated this to some extent, while the dragon displayed a degree of humility in the presence of Zhou Mingwei. It held its head high upon encountering other troops, refusing to engage with them, and instead taking to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings, soaring upwards after a few breaths. Upon its return, it bore the essence of fire elements and clutched a slain wild bull in its jaws. However, rather than offering the bull as a resource for the war demiplane, it chose to settle itself at the volcano's mouth, tearing into the bull's flesh and consuming it. Clearly, the dietary preferences of this dragon were markedly different from those of the previous troops. Chapter 65. A gift. Merely grazing on grass, bark, and soil would not suffice for its sustenance. Fortunately, Zhou Mingwen need not worry about its survival. This red dragon was quite capable of foraging for food and, after a hearty meal, could go extended periods without eating. After inquiring with the surrounding troops, Zhou Mingwei learned that 3 days had passed, which somewhat satisfied him. Extracting magma for 3 days would suffice to produce a pair of troops, indicating that the magma reserves beneath this volcano were extraordinarily ample. Otherwise, such rapid production would be impossible. However, in the days that followed, Zhou Mingwei did not rush to produce troops, opting instead to first fill the resource reserves of the war demiplane. After all, utilizing various abilities within the war demiplane required consuming stored resources. Should all resources be allocated to troop production, any unforeseen dangers could lead to dire consequences. Yet, fully stocking the war demiplane with resources would require half a month's time. Zhou Mingwei had no intention of wasting this time. Thus, he summoned the red dragon before him. The dragon, displaying a keen awareness, lowered its head to the ground upon landing in front of him. Zhou Mingwei stepped onto its head and took a seat on its back. Positioned comfortably at the junction of its neck and wings, this location provided a secure perch supported by 2 slightly rough dragon scales. Let us proceed. At Zhou Mingwei's command, the red dragon dutifully unfurled its wings and ascended. Heading toward the valley. It is said that dragons are inherently proud creatures. Although this world had yet to hear of such beings, Zhou Mingwei, having seen so much, certainly understood their temperament. It was likely that only he could ride upon this dragon's head. Any other individual would probably be devoured in an instant. The dragon flew at remarkable speed, reaching the valley from the volcano in less than an hour, a journey that would have taken Zhou Mingwei the better part of a day. Suddenly, a colossal beast descended from the sky, sending the inhabitants of the valley into a state of panic. However, the troops stationed near the valley remained vigilant, prepared to confront any invading foe. Thankfully, as the distance closed, the essence of the dragon was sensed by the troops, prompting them to lower their guard. Had it not been for this, a chaotic confrontation could have ensued, akin to a flood overwhelming a dragon's temple, upon the red dragon's descent at the valley's entrance. The alerted Taris and Nais approached, their faces pale. As ordinary individuals, merely walking forward under the red dragon's imposing presence was a considerable act of bravery. Some slaves, upon sensing the dragon's aura, had promptly fled in terror. "My lord, you have returned." Taris, standing 30 meters away, despite his courage, stammered slightly as he spoke. 30 meters was the extent of their capacity to withstand the dragon's might. Any closer, and its presence would have them bowing in submission. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhou Mingwei had no intention of spending the night in the valley. He merely intended to check on the situation before proceeding to the Timos Manor to learn about combat techniques. After being pursued to the point of panic at the Royal Academy, he felt a deep dissatisfaction with his combat prowess, which finally spurred him towards self-improvement. "My lord, the Annal merchant caravan made a visit and engaged in trade." Nais, the territory's tax and finance officer, was the first to report the financial status of the territory to Zhou Mingwei, followed by Taris, who detailed the progress of the spring sowing. Overall, the valley's development was proceeding smoothly. The vast fields had instilled hope in the slaves, resulting in almost no incidents of escape. Moreover, the nature priest had diligently utilized magical powers to encourage seed germination, enhancing the harvest. After apprising himself of the valley's circumstances, Zhou Mingwei did not linger, simply advising Taris to remain vigilant regarding the valley's safety to prevent any surprise attacks from enemies. Indeed, he was concerned that Prince Albert might harbor resentment and attempt to raid his territory. Naturally, the prince, being of noble status, would not easily venture into such a remote area, but he certainly had subordinates at his disposal. That said, considering the distance between the royal city and the wilderness, it would take a considerable amount of time for Prince Albert to dispatch someone to cause trouble. Satisfied that the valley was secure, Zhou Mingwei mounted the red dragon and departed. The journey from the wilderness to Timos Manor was significantly shorter. As the red dragon soared above the manor, the sun, transitioning from its smaller form to its larger counterpart, had just begun to rise. This moment marked the brightest period of spring, as the smaller sun had yet to set. The Timos knight, initially training bare-chested with the standing soldiers in the training yard, was startled to see a colossal beast hovering above the manor. He hastily disregarded his attire, rushing to the edge of the yard to seize a spear and instructing the standing soldiers to disperse. He understood that confronting such a creature would be tantamount to suicide for those soldiers. However, he was utterly astonished to witness that the giant beast did not launch an attack on the manor, but instead settled just outside the main gate. What could this mean? The Timos knight ascended the watchtower with his spear, and upon peering outside, he was met with the unexpected sight of a familiar figure disembarking from the back of the red beast. "Knock! Knock, knock!" Zhou Mingwei began to rap upon the gate. Although the red dragon could have directly descended within the manor, out of respect for its master, Zhou Mingwei insisted that the dragon land properly outside the gate. Adhering to the etiquette befitting a guest, once Zhou Mingwei was welcomed into the manor and after exchanging pleasantries, the Timos knight found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was aware of the formidable nature of the troops under the command of Knight Zhou, especially given their shared experiences in the Battle of the Wilderness Valley and the assault on Mac's castle. Yet, he could not fathom when Knight Zhou had acquired such a massive flying beast as a mount. The psychological impact on the Timos knight was akin to discovering that a classmate, previously struggling to achieve even a passing grade, had suddenly graduated from Peking University, shaking his head to dispel the confusion. The Timos knight finally regained his composure and inquired about Zhou Mingwei's purpose. "I wish to learn combat techniques from you." Zhou Mingwei made no effort to conceal his request, noting the Timos knight's inquiry. He promptly articulated his desire. Of course, he was aware that such instruction would not come without cost. Thus, he presented a complete hide from the wild bull, its scales intact. Just this single gift left the Timos knight utterly astounded. Chapter 66. The Knight's Training Method. It is worth noting that although the Floor Kingdom frequently dispatched nobles to engage the barbarian tribes within the wilderness, their campaigns rarely ventured deeply into the wild. Most incursions were limited to the tribes bordering the Floor Kingdom. Hunting the colossal beasts residing in the depths of the wilderness was undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. As previously mentioned, the barbarian tribes were notoriously hostile toward human caravans, transforming what could have been acquired through trade into exceedingly rare luxury items. To put it into perspective, the hide Zhou Mingwei presented could easily fetch a price of 1,000 gold coins in the royal city. The leather armor crafted from this hide was not only lightweight but also boasted defensive capabilities that rivaled those of iron. This undoubtedly provided significant advantages to the knight's agility. Consequently, after receiving this remarkable gift, the Timos knight was particularly exhilarated. Following a sumptuous luncheon with Zhou Mingwei, he promptly whisked him away to the training grounds to commence the lessons. The Timos knight's teaching method was straightforward. He instructed Zhou Mingwei to practice fundamental combat maneuvers, such as thrusts and slashes with the longsword, as well as jabs with the spear. This approach was not a matter of withholding knowledge. It was simply how he himself had trained. In his words, mastering these basic maneuvers and then honing them in battle would lead to the activation of one's bloodline, resulting in the emergence of a true knight. Although these techniques were simple, after 2 days of practice, Zhou Mingwei felt an immense benefit. Having never engaged with such techniques before, he realized that despite the vast array of knowledge available in the digital age, merely relying on online resources would never suffice for practical application. After several hands-on practices, one quickly becomes adept at the task at hand. The next step involves prolonged practice. To be frank, having discovered the rudimentary nature of combat training in this world, he finds himself reminiscing about his homeland. It is worth noting that his hometown is renowned throughout the nation as a cradle of martial arts. One could easily learn from a master, acquiring skills that would undoubtedly surpass the meager offerings here. Given his current physique and strength, any martial art he undertakes would serve as a formidable amplifier. Initially, Zhou Mingwei had intended to inquire about the ancestral knight training techniques of the Timos family but soon dismissed the idea. After all, it is a family secret, and prying into such matters would be rather inappropriate. Thus, after 2 days of training at the Timos estate, mastering the fundamental techniques, Zhou Mingwei bid farewell to the knight and rode the Red Dragon towards Hank's castle. In contrast to the Timos estate, which lacked essential resources, Hank's castle, as the center of the Viscount's domain, would undoubtedly provide Zhou Mingwei with some assistance. The commotion and astonishment triggered by the appearance of the Red Dragon above Hank's castle were even more pronounced than at the Timos estate. Given the larger populace, upon the arrival of the Red Dragon, Viscount Hanks promptly made his way to the castle gates, flanked by 2 rows of standing soldiers and several knights who stood behind him, ready to welcome this independent knight and his ally. As a Viscount, Hanks understood the value of Zhou Mingwei. Not to mention, the recent victory over the Max coalition and the conquest of Max Castle hinged significantly on Zhou Mingwei's contributions. Zhou Mingwei's primary purpose for visiting Hank's castle was to acquire a knight training manual and to forge armor from fire lizard scales. Upon hearing of Zhou Mingwei's intentions, Viscount Hanks displayed no hesitation, promptly thumping his chest and assuring him, "No problem." After enjoying a grand banquet at the highest level of Hank's estate, the Viscount escorted Zhou Mingwei to the castle's library. This library was a secret chamber located underground within the castle, accessible only to each generation of Viscounts and their heirs. It housed a vast collection of books gathered by the Hanks family over the years. Clearly, unlike the farmers who only understood agriculture or the soldiers who knew nothing beyond combat, many nobles recognized the importance of knowledge. In this world, the nobility's status was largely due to their monopoly on most knowledge. To elaborate, within the borders of the Floor Kingdom, officials at all levels were either nobles or their cadet branches. Individuals like terrorists who wished to educate their sons could only manage rudimentary literacy, basic arithmetic, or bookkeeping. More advanced knowledge and knight training techniques were firmly in the hands of the nobility, acknowledging the significance of knowledge. Families that had been noble for generations often constructed libraries within their castles. Zhou Mingwei followed Viscount Hanks into the library and was taken aback. The sheer number of books lining the shelves exceeded 1,000. Comparable to a community library. Of course, on Earth, 1,000 books may seem trivial, as a county library could easily house tens of thousands. However, in this otherworldly realm, where the level of civilization was significantly lower, the majority of commoners were illiterate. Amid such circumstances, the possession of over 1,000 books was indeed remarkable. Naturally, Zhou Mingwei found little interest in most of the volumes here. His true curiosity was piqued solely by a few knight training manuals. Viscount Hanks promptly retrieved all the knight training manuals, laying them before Zhou Mingyue for his selection. However, the Viscount's own knight training manual was not among them. The manuals available were copies surrendered by defeated nobles as part of their ransom. Following the recent victory at Max Castle, Viscount Hanks had received 3 knight training manuals. There were a total of 9 knight training manuals. After briefly perusing the manuals, Zhou Mingyue discovered that they largely followed a similar pattern, emphasizing rigorous physical conditioning, fundamental combat techniques, and continuous stimulation of the body to ultimately awaken one's lineage. However, post-awakening, the instructions diverged significantly. The manuals from the knights failed to provide any guidance on what to do once the lineage was awakened, while those from the Viscount offered insights on how to amplify the awakening process. Zhou Mingyue dedicated half a day to memorizing the 3 Viscount-level knight training manuals. Unfortunately, despite the Viscount's good graces, he could not take a copy of the manuals with him. The extent of what he could retain was entirely up to him. Upon leaving the library, Zhou Mingyue inquired with a servant about the location of the training grounds and eagerly made his way there. At that moment, the training grounds were bustling with knights and 500 to 600 standing soldiers engaged in rigorous drills, thrusting their pikes forward with each strike accompanied by a thunderous battle cry. The collective roar of hundreds reverberated across the training field, creating an imposing spectacle. Chapter 67. The deception of the divine servant. He held little interest in these proceedings. No matter how fervently the standing soldiers trained, their formations were chaotic and disorganized. In one corner of the training field lay several large stones, utilized by knight attendants for strength training. However, Zhou Mingyue regarded these stones with disdain. The reason being that their irregular shapes suggested they had simply been hewn from nearby mountains. After all, once the knights awakened their bloodlines, they were reluctant to lift such stones, preferring instead to engage in sparring among themselves to enhance their lineage activation. Zhou Mingyue then employed 10 silver coins to hire a few stonemasons, instructing them to carve the large stones into stone locks. These stonemasons, accustomed to shaping stones for wall repairs and building houses, found the task of sculpting a few stone locks to be quite manageable. Once the stone locks were completed, Zhou Mingyue tested their weights, selecting one that he could lift with ease, grasping it with both hands before activating his bloodline and hoisting it above his head. Under the immense pressure, the power of his bloodline coursed through his body, stimulating his physique while simultaneously depleting it. This was the method employed by the nobility to enhance the activation of their bloodlines. Each time the activated bloodline energy was completely consumed, the level of activation would naturally increase. Zhou Mingyue, however, could not sustain the lift for long. After merely 10 minutes, the energy was exhausted, forcing him to drop the stone lock to the ground. In that instant, he felt a tangible increase in his bloodline activation level, albeit only slightly. The following morning, upon awakening, he could distinctly sense an increase in his strength. This was the most immediate manifestation of the enhanced bloodline activation. Alongside improvements in his overall physique, it must be said that the Viscount-level knight training manuals proved to be somewhat beneficial. After training for over a week at Hanks Castle, Zhou Mingyue took his leave from Viscount Hanks. Before departing, he requested the Viscount to inquire about news from the royal city. As for gifts, there were none. It was solely due to Zhou Mingyue's efforts that Viscount Hanks was able to triumph over Viscount Max, a considerable favor that still lingered. Naturally, he did not entirely rely on Viscount Hanks for assistance, considering the latter was a noble of the Floor Kingdom, while Prince Albert was the king's most favored son. Riding the Red Dragon back to the Untamed Lands, he refrained from inspecting the valley, heading straight for the volcanic plains instead. With the resource reserves in the Ward demi-plane at capacity, any delay would be a waste of time. Half a month passed, and the volcanic plains had long returned to tranquility. The great beasts that had fled during the previous battle with the fire lizards were gradually returning, resuming their carefree existence of foraging, sleeping, courting, and procreating. The Red Dragon landed at the volcano's mouth, and after dismounting, Zhou Mingyue gestured for the dragon to depart and seek food on its own. He then instructed the War demi-plane to produce a squad of sharpshooters. Clearly, through previous encounters with the great beasts, Zhou Mingyue recognized the advantages of ranged attackers, thus prioritizing their production. The process was akin to that of the Red Dragon, with beams of light appearing in the War demi-plane. This time, 3 beams, each containing an embryo that rapidly developed. Zhou Mingyue was astonished to find that not only did the embryo grow into a sharpshooter, but it also produced their leather armor, great bows, quivers, and so forth. The only disappointment was that the sharpshooters were male, robust men with fluid musculature, distinctly different from the muscle-bound light infantry. They donned mysterious patterned leather armor, carried a pale golden great bow on their backs, and had quivers at their waists, moving with an agility that belied their size. Subsequently, Zhou Mingwei had the war demiplane produce another squad of spear warriors. The beams of light remained 3 in number. Yet the spear warriors that emerged were undeniably the epitome of muscularity, clad in heavy pale golden armor. Each wielded a pale golden spear, their movements causing the ground to tremble slightly, exuding an intimidating aura. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Mingwei opted to utilize only 2 portions of resources, conserving the remaining 3 for future needs. While continuing to extract magma from the volcano, Zhou Mingwei had the spear warriors spar with the light infantry, quickly discerning the disparity in their strengths. The gap in power was indeed substantial. The spear warriors possessed the might of a knight commander, while the light infantry were merely of the rank of a great knight. When 10 light infantry encircled a single spear warrior, they could at best reach a stalemate, but given time, the spear warrior would inevitably overpower them, forcing them into retreat. As for the sharpshooter, Zhou Mingwei refrained from having him engage in a contest. However, it is evident that the sharpshooter possesses strength comparable to that of a knight commander, and his archery skills are nothing short of extraordinary. The exquisite golden bow in his hands boasts an impressive range of up to 1,000 meters, and his arrows are unfailingly accurate, delivering tremendous power. Zhou Mingwei attempted to draw the golden bow and was astonished to discover that he needed to exert 80% of his strength to fully draw the string. Moreover, after firing a mere 3 arrows, his arms were already sore, and the arrows missed the target by over 10 meters, even from a distance of 100 meters. Admittedly, Zhou Mingwei acknowledged that expertise lies in specialization. The sharpshooter could easily draw the bow over a dozen times without fatigue, a feat beyond his capabilities. In the following week, Zhou Mingwei ordered the war demiplane to produce 2 more units of troops, a squad of shadow assassins and a squad of divine attendants, thus completing the production of various troop types. The shadow assassins are a class capable of traversing distances by merging with shadows, cloaked in darkness and clad in simple garments, wielding only a finely crafted golden dagger. As long as shadows are present, they can infiltrate and conceal themselves, ultimately delivering a devastating strike to their foes. The divine attendants, on the other hand, are akin to an upgraded version of the high priest. Like the high priest, they excel in healing arts and are particularly adept at siphoning divine abilities from gods. This fact has been confirmed by Zhou Mingwei, who instructed the divine attendant to pray to each known deity in an attempt to steal corresponding divine abilities. Most deities still evoked a strong sense of danger within him. Only the scorpion god Ershaki exuded a rather feeble aura of threat. Perhaps this scorpion god is not particularly powerful, or perhaps his reputation has not spread far. Nonetheless, after some contemplation, Zhou Mingwei decided to take a slight risk and allow the divine attendant to feign allegiance to the scorpion god Ershaki. Although the act of feigning devotion to a deity is a talent possessed by divine attendants and high priests, it is not a simple endeavor. In order to ensure the success of this masquerade, Zhou Mingwei specifically summoned all the monks and priests stationed in the valley. The sharpshooter coordinated with the shadow assassins, and the weapon-wielding deities launched frequent assaults, clearing the area around the volcano of monstrous beasts. Following the divine attendant's instructions, all troops mobilized to excavate trenches at the foot of the volcano, forming a mysterious pattern. The corpses of the beasts were then placed atop this enigmatic design. Subsequently, the divine attendant requested Zhou Mingwei and the other troops to withdraw, while he, accompanied by the high priest, priests, and monks, entered the mysterious pattern, kneeling down and chanting in an extraordinarily peculiar tone. Zhou Mingwei, concerned that his proximity might inadvertently trigger unforeseen consequences, retreated to the volcano's mouth, restraining the red dragon by his side. The dragon, unable to resist the allure of the monstrous corpses laid out below, was eager to feast. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. At an unknown moment, a faint red glow emerged from the mysterious pattern, and the once coagulated blood of the beasts began to flow in a horrifying manner into the trenches, intensifying the red luminescence. Zhou Mingwei recognized that the divine attendant was employing a blood sacrifice ritual. He had encountered this method in a book within the library of Viscount Hanks, which primarily detailed various sacrificial ceremonies. Typically, more orthodox deities conduct their rituals within a church, lighting incense, and singing hymns under the guidance of a priest to seek divine protection and forgiveness. In contrast, blood sacrifice rituals are more primitive, suiting certain unconventional deities. The scorpion god Ershaki undoubtedly belongs to this category of deities. According to the divine attendant, the scorpion goddess' true form is an immensely colossal scorpion residing in the terrifying desert, where sand thieves and desert dwellers revere him as their lord. Each year, they venture out to hunt humans, conducting grand blood sacrifice ceremonies to solicit the scorpion god's favor. The divine attendant was mimicking this blood sacrifice ritual in an effort to communicate with the deity, thereby disguising himself as a favored servant and ultimately siphoning the god's powers. In Zhou Mingyue's view, the most perilous aspect lies in the act of communication. It is evident that deities are not foolish beings. How could they easily trust someone who might not even be a true follower? However, the divine attendant exuded confidence, and Zhou Mingyue chose not to dampen his spirits, but rather to offer unwavering support. After all, whether or not the endeavor succeeded was secondary. Even if the divine attendant were to fail, the loss would merely amount to 1/5 of the resources within the war demiplane. Keeping a safe distance, he felt no sense of imminent danger. Before long, the remnants of blood within the monstrous corpses flowed entirely into the trenches, leaving the bodies resembling desiccated husks. Suddenly, the flowing blood surged forth, coalescing above the mysterious pattern into a colossal blood orb. However, this was merely the beginning. As an unparalleled pressure manifested, the blood orb began to transform, horrifyingly morphing into a gigantic blood-red scorpion suspended in the air. Though Zhou Mingyue had attained the strength of a knight commander and stood at the edge of this oppressive aura, he found himself compelled to kneel. This was not due to a lack of will, but rather a physical inability to withstand the overwhelming force. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed, with mounting dread, that he was not the only one kneeling. Even the shadow assassins and weapon-wielding deities had succumbed to the pressure. The red dragon was desperately trying to hold itself upright, but it appeared it would not last long. As for the lower-tier dark sentinels and light spear soldiers, they had long since prostrated themselves on the ground. Truly, it was divine might akin to a prison and divine grace, like an ocean. Evidently, the blood-red scorpion was not the true form of the deity, merely a projection or a fragment of consciousness. Yet, even this fraction of power was sufficient to compel all present to kneel, illustrating that the divinity of a god is not merely a product of ordinary strength. Upon the emergence of the blood-red scorpion, the divine attendant immediately fell to the ground, exclaiming fervently, "Praise our Lord! Great scorpion god, you are the master of sandstorms, the embodiment of the desert, the protector of sand thieves and desert dwellers, the glory of the scorpion clan." As the divine attendant's praises echoed, the blood-red scorpion's eyes flickered with vitality. Locking onto the divine attendant, Zhou Mingyue strained to comprehend the words spoken by the blood-red scorpion. They were in a peculiar language that he could not decipher, though he noted that the utterances seemed to influence the surrounding environment effortlessly. For instance, beneath the mysterious pattern, the blood that remained in the trenches was swiftly vanishing, while the ground around them began to crack and turn to sand. Nonetheless, it mattered not that Zhou Mingyue could not understand. It sufficed that the divine attendant could. "Great scorpion god, these offerings are presented to you. Please partake." The divine attendant gestured toward the monstrous corpses behind him, proclaiming loudly. In an instant, the blood-red scorpion lunged forward, voraciously devouring the corpses, which had already desiccated and begun to transform into sand. If given a choice, Zhou Mingyue would likely struggle to consume such offerings. Yet, the blood-red scorpion clearly relished the divine attendant's gifts, feasting with great delight. Within mere moments, the monstrous remains were reduced to mere white skeletons. But the ritual was not yet complete. The blood-red scorpion inhaled deeply, causing the white skeletons to disintegrate into a myriad of holes, extracting the marrow within. Following this, the blood-red scorpion muttered a few more incomprehensible phrases before pointing its tail to the divine attendant, marking him with a striking red scorpion symbol on his forehead, a dazzling emblem. After leaving this mark on the divine attendant's forehead, the blood-red scorpion disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the monks, priests, and high priest who had remained within the mysterious pattern finally rose. Zhou Mingyue looked down and gasped. The entire area, approximately 600 meters in radius, had turned to sand. The skeletons, due to the sandy trenches beneath them, were crumbling incessantly. Not only had the trenches collapsed into sand, but the skeletons were also disintegrating into white granules, with the appearance of the red scorpion symbol on the divine attendant's forehead. The other monks, priests, and high priest likewise bore the same mark. Zhou Mingwei inquired about the situation, and the divine attendant provided a brief explanation. The attempt to siphon divine abilities had been successful. As a troop type produced within the war demiplane, the success of one divine attendant in stealing divine abilities meant that all other similar units would also gain access to those abilities, albeit with varying levels of potency depending on their strength. For instance, the lowest tier monks would possess a single divine ability, Toxic Enchantment. This ability allows them to imbue weapons with poison, granting them a finite number of uses. Naturally, every time the weapon strikes an enemy, one use of the poison is consumed. Once depleted, the weapon must be re-enchanted. All in all, despite its low level, this divine ability proves to be quite practical. Notably, the potency of the poison is determined not by the wielder's strength, but rather by the quality of the weapon being enchanted. Thus, the higher the quality of the weapon, the more potent the poison. The wooden spear, when poisoned, might only suffice to take down a few wild chickens. However, a poisoned iron spear could easily incapacitate an ordinary human as for the exquisite golden dagger wielded by the shadow assassin. Should it be poisoned, it could potentially bring down a colossal dragon. Of course, Zhou Mingwei was not so frivolous as to use a red dragon for experimentation, despite being a product of the war demiplane. The red dragon was an intelligent, autonomous being with its own dignity. Well, the priest only possessed a single poison technique, while the high priest had two divine abilities. One was the poison technique, and the other, of a more advanced nature, was the sandification technique. This ability could be unleashed upon any living creature or object, reducing them to sand. This divine technique proved to be rather formidable. Zhou Mingwei had previously requested the high priest to test it. And a stone that was once unyieldingly hard, requiring all of Zhou Mingwei's strength to shatter, crumbled into sand in mere moments under the sandification technique. Its only drawback was the limited area of effect, covering merely 3 to 4 square meters. On the other hand, the divine abilities acquired by the divine servant were more numerous, totaling 3 in addition to the poison technique and the sandification technique. There was also a sandstorm ability that could summon a relentless storm of sand to continuously harm adversaries. Admittedly, it must be acknowledged that the Scorpion God's divine abilities were somewhat lacking, which Zhou Mingwei speculated might be one of the reasons for the Scorpion God's low threat level. Nonetheless, in Zhou Mingwei's mind, the Scorpion God was still a legitimate deity, capable of easily extinguishing his life with a mere finger. Regardless, with these divine abilities at their disposal, Zhou Mingwei's priestly troops had transformed significantly, no longer limited to mere healing spells. It was high time to return to the valley for a visit. Perhaps to indulge in some fresh vegetables, as the recent diet of roasted meat had left him feeling rather overheated. Zhou Mingwei instinctively touched the blister forming at the corner of his mouth before mounting the back of the red dragon. The red dragon, having indulged heartily during this period, had grown somewhat plump, its belly increasingly pronounced. As it took off, it bounced awkwardly on the ground, nearly dislodging Zhou Mingwei. Fortunately, the red dragon did not rely solely on its wings for flight. Its innate magical power significantly alleviated its weight, allowing it to ascend with minimal effort. As it wobbled into the heights, the dragon, possessing considerable intelligence, seemed aware of its clumsy takeoff and sought to compensate by flapping its wings vigorously, accelerating to a speed 50% faster than before. Zhou Mingwei, sitting atop the dragon's back, was without any magical shield, and the gale that met him nearly rendered him breathless. Eventually, he had to signal the red dragon to slow down by patting its neck, indicating that he could hardly bear the pace. However, the red dragon misinterpreted his intent, believing its master was dissatisfied with the speed, and thus doubled its velocity. As the red dragon circled above the valley, awaiting Zhou Mingwei's command to land, his complexion turned a shade of blue. Once he regained his breath and prepared to issue the landing command, he peered down and noticed something amiss. The troops within the valley were on high alert, while outside, dozens of soldiers were gathered, with Taris and Nais engaged in some form of discourse. However, the atmosphere below seemed decidedly discordant. Descend, show them a thing or two, Zhou Mingwei commanded, tapping the dragon's neck. This time, the red dragon finally grasped its master's intent, folding its wings and plunging earthward like a meteor. The sight startled not only those below but also Zhou Mingwei himself, who clung tightly to the dragon's neck in fear. Was the red dragon truly reckless? As the red dragon circled high above, the onlookers below were gripped by terror, having never encountered such a creature. They instinctively regarded it as a monstrous beast from untamed lands, far exceeding their wildest imaginings. Hence, they were eager to retreat into the valley, reasoning that the defensive fortifications there would be far superior to remaining exposed outside. When the red dragon was merely 20 meters from the ground, it unfurled its expansive wings, generating a tremendous lift that gently lowered its body to the earth. However, this sudden descent stirred up a tempestuous wind that sent the soldiers outside tumbling in disarray. Leaving them in a state of utter dishevelment, Zhou Mingyue, impeccably attired, gracefully dismounted and surveyed the disoriented soldiers before beckoning to Nais, who had just regained his footing. "What is going on with these people?" Zhou Mingyue inquired. Nais, having previously encountered the red dragon, was still somewhat trembling upon seeing it again, yet he managed to approach Zhou Mingyue and bowed respectfully before replying. "A rotund individual claims to be the newly appointed wilderness pioneer of the Florer Kingdom. An independent knight, demanding control of the valley." If not for Nais did not elaborate further, but Zhou Mingyue instantly perceived the implications, an overwhelming fury surging within him. What the heck? In just a few days of my absence, someone dares to encroach upon my territory? It must be that Prince Albert's doing. While his thoughts were somewhat extreme, the logic held true. I in the Florer Kingdom, who else could harbor a grudge against him? Chapter 70. The Second Wilderness Pioneer, Prince Albert. Prince Albert. Prince Albert. The importance of this matter warranted repetition. It seems there was another individual with whom he had a conflict, but he could not recall at the moment. Just as Zhou Mingyue pondered who might be his adversary, a dust-covered rotund figure approached, his face a canvas of indignation as he bellowed, "I am Alfred, the independent knight and wilderness pioneer appointed by His Majesty King Florer III. How dare you assault this knight?" Despite his bulk, the man spoke with vigor, vehemently proclaiming that this was his domain, that everything within, including the troops and the flying beast, belonged to him. Zhou Mingyue could hardly stifle his laughter at this absurdity. "I don't believe you." Zhou Mingyue replied curtly. "Don't believe me. Take a good look. This is the royal decree from His Majesty the King." The rotund Alfred chuckled confidently, unafraid of confrontation, and promptly produced a scroll, unfurling it before Zhou Mingyue with a triumphant grin. Zhou Mingyue surmised that the man's confidence was likely backed by tangible proof, and indeed, the scroll was a legitimate commission appointing Alfred as a wilderness pioneer and independent knight. Zhou Mingyue chuckled to himself. Had he been a native of this world, he might have capitulated. Yet, even as a native with such formidable troops at his disposal, would he truly relent? After all, the founding ancestor of King Florer III was unlikely to have been born a noble by right. What now? Will you not step aside? This knight intends to claim his territory and troops. Seeing Zhou Mingyue's silence, Alfred assumed he had intimidated him and erupted into laughter, reaching out to shove Zhou Mingyue aside. With a sigh, Zhou Mingyue decided to take action. If he had not been wrongfully accused by Prince Albert, he might have considered granting leniency to the pompous Alfred and allowing him to leave peacefully. But relinquishing territory, handing over troops, even if he did so, could Alfred truly take command? Zhou Mingyue had no intention of lingering further. He grasped the outstretched left hand of the rotund man and flung him away, commanding, "Capture everyone. Interrogate them thoroughly." Upon hearing their master's order, the troops that had been poised behind the stone walls surged forth. Zhou Mingyue had stationed over 300 heavily armored infantry, nearly 600 heavily armed pikemen, and archers within the valley. Capturing Alfred and his entourage would be a trivial task. After all, Alfred's forces were merely a handful of regular soldiers, lacking even a single knight, rendering them no match for the troops within the valley. While Alfred himself had activated his bloodline, he was still a rather weak knight. The force with which Zhou Mingyue had thrown him left him in agonizing pain, though he could still move. The prospect of springing into action was far beyond his capabilities. Zhou Mingyue entrusted the interrogation to Nais. Well, Nais, once a rogue idler, was not particularly versed in interrogation techniques, but that was inconsequential. He knew how to utilize people effectively. In his earlier management, he had thoroughly cataloged the abilities of the slaves, ensuring that any skills they possessed were duly recorded for efficient utilization. Among them was a former military officer from the Anale Kingdom, captured and turned into a slave after defeat. While his expertise did not perfectly align with the task at hand, he had dealt with enemy spies and captives before and possessed some understanding of interrogation methods. Furthermore, although Alfred was a knight, he had merely stumbled upon his bloodline activation by chance, lacking the rigorous training that forged true knights like Timos, and thus he possessed little willpower. In such circumstances, after experiencing a slight application of various forms of punishment, Alfred succumbed to tears, desperately confessing and revealing everything he could recall, even the misdeeds of his youth, his petty thefts, mischievous antics, and the like. Of course, Nyes was utterly uninterested in the extent of Alfred's childhood misbehavior. Instead, he relentlessly interrogated him over a dozen times regarding the purpose of his visit, the origins of his mission, and who had sent him, only submitting the confession to Zhou Mingwei after ensuring nothing had been overlooked. It is worth noting that Alfred was indeed dispatched by Prince Albert. Originally, he was merely a rogue in the royal city, notorious for his bullying of both men and women, and had even established a small gang. However, he inadvertently crossed paths with Prince Albert, nearly facing lethal consequences from the prince's formidable knightly guards. Yet, in a twist of fate, the brush with death awakened his latent bloodline. With this newfound power, coupled with his pleas for mercy, Prince Albert, who was not known for his benevolence, decided that having a pawn in the city's underbelly would serve him well, thus sparing Alfred's life and taking him under his wing. After aligning himself with Prince Albert, Alfred became increasingly notorious, earning a reputation that spread like wildfire throughout the royal city. At this juncture, Zhou Mingwei unwittingly offended Prince Albert, leading the latter to target Zhou's territory after failing to eliminate him. Naturally, as a prominent third prince, Albert was not driven by a desire to seize such a desolate piece of land, which he regarded as a mere wasteland unworthy of his attention, let alone to place his trusted allies there. Thus, Alfred became the perfect candidate. Having activated his bloodline, he fulfilled the criteria for knighthood. And through Albert's manipulations in the noble senate, Zhou Mingyue's title as a frontier knight was stripped away. Consequently, Alfred was duly elevated to the status of a frontier pioneer and independent knight. One might say that Alfred harbored sentiments akin to those of Prince Albert regarding his departure from the opulence of the royal city to the wilds. However, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them, as the prince was a born noble while he himself was not. After resigning himself to his fate, Alfred rationalized that regardless, it was still a territory, and thus, it could be considered a significant leap for him, a means to bring honor to his ancestors. After a moment of self-consolation, he gathered his band of ruffians, adorned in the leather armor and wielding the weapons graciously bestowed by Prince Albert, and made his way there with a spring in his step. If time could turn back, Alfred might have slipped away during his journey, for he was no fool. He understood the peril that awaited him here. Upon discovering the identity of the person who had sent Alfred to vex him, Zhou Mingyue felt little joy. Even if he were to eliminate Alfred, it would not harm Prince Albert in the slightest, and it would merely contribute to the lawlessness of the royal city, an unworthy endeavor. The crucial question remained: why was Prince Albert so intent on targeting him? Had he mistakenly harmed someone dear to the prince? That seemed implausible. Since his arrival in this world, he had never even laid a hand on a woman, let alone caused her harm. In truth, he had never done so even prior to his transmigration. Regardless of Zhou Mingyue's internal frustrations, life must go on, and tasks must be attended to. Alfred and his crew had not been exterminated, but were instead shackled and forced to labor under the watchful eye of the troops, thus atoning for their past sins. Following this, Zhou Mingwei returned to the volcanic plains. After all, for him, strength was the ultimate assurance. He harbored hopes of launching a counteroffensive against the royal city, seeking vengeance and reclaiming his dignity. Yet, he was but a mere mortal. Upon returning to the volcanic plains, Zhou Mingwei temporarily set his sights on the colossal beasts inhabiting the area. His goals were twofold: to amass more resources and to acquire the valuable hides and scales of these creatures, which would serve as excellent trading goods. In a stroke of misfortune for the ancient beasts that had dwelled there for countless years, a particularly rare giraffe, satiated and resting, was suddenly attacked. It felt a sharp pain in its rear, turned to see a fleeting shadow vanish into the darkness, and in an instant, arrows rained down upon it, blinding it in a matter of moments. Deprived of its sight, the mighty creature stood no chance against the combined assault of several marksmen. Within less than half a minute, the largest beast on the volcanic plains, stretching over 20 meters in length, lay dead upon the very ground it once roamed freely. The valuable components of its massive corpse were swiftly harvested: its tough hide for armor, its enormous antlers, and gallbladder for medicinal use. Subsequently, the remains were dragged to a nearby volcanic site to be collected by the magical servants from the Ward Demiplane. Thanks to the bounty of the giant beasts, Zhou Mingwei was able to produce an impressive 11 squads of troops over the next half-month. He amassed 2 dragons, 3 shadow assassins, 3 gun warriors, and 3 sharpshooters. Thus, his forces now included 12 shadow assassins, 12 gun warriors, 12 sharpshooters, 1 divine attendant, and 3 dragons, a red, a blue, and a green one. However, as his might grew, the magma within the volcano rapidly diminished. Similar to Count Maxbur's volcano, this one was soon to be classified as dormant. To witness the Earth's veins boil and the lava to flow forth again would likely take over a century. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Zhou US forces were undeniably formidable. It was essential to note that both the Shadow Assassins and Gun Warriors possessed strength equivalent to that of Knight Commanders. Not to mention the 3 dragons. One could only ponder how many Knight Commanders existed within the Floor Empire. Officially, there were 3, all members of the royal family, yet the true number remained a mystery to Zhou Mingwei. After all, beings of such power were akin to humanoid tanks, perhaps even more formidable. In this context, Zhou US forces could be considered national treasures. He commanded a total of 40 Knight Commander-level warriors. Could he sweep through the Floor Empire? Zhou Mingwei was uncertain. After all, the last encounter with the Marquis wielding the Thunderblade had served as a stark warning. Not everyone who activated their bloodline was a true powerhouse. And those wielding treasured artifacts could also be formidable. Moreover, was it truly the case that the Floor Empire had only 3 Knight Commanders? Zhou Mingwei found this questionable. Of course, if he were to stealthily eliminate Prince Albert, it should pose no significant challenge. Given the depletion of volcanic magma, Zhou Mingwei had no intention of lingering any longer. As for expanding northward to confront the barbarian tribes, he had yet to feel such grandeur. Eradicating the barbarian tribes would only serve to eliminate future threats for the Floor Empire. It was critical to remember that he was no longer the frontier pioneer and independent knight sanctioned by the Floor Empire. Even in his previous life, as a corporate employee, if he were to be wronged and subsequently dismissed, would he still lend a hand to the company? Ridiculous. There was no way he would assist the Floor Empire in eliminating its threats. Letting the Shadow Assassins and other troops follow behind, Zhou Mingwei rode his red dragon, accompanied by the 2 other dragons, and returned to the valley first. Truthfully, he harbored concerns that the valley might be attacked by the enraged Prince Albert. Although that rotund rogue knight, Alfred, had been reduced to a slave, laboring daily under the watchful eyes of many troops, and could not possibly relay information to the royal city, one could never be certain of such matters. Upon arriving back at the valley, there appeared to be no significant changes from above. Once on the ground, he was met by Theres and Nyes, who promptly reported the situation in the valley during his absence. Everything seemed well. Aside from the expanding fields tended by the many farmers and slaves, the only noteworthy development was the completion of Zhou Mingwei's residence. Previously, Zhou Mingwei had spent little time in the valley. Thus he had no complaints about his dwelling. However, as the valley continued to flourish, Theres and Nyes felt that, as an esteemed independent knight, Zhou Mingwei should not reside in a mere ordinary wooden hut. How could status be reflected otherwise? Well, one cannot blame their somewhat antiquated and feudal mindset. Having grown up in such an environment, it was only natural for their perspectives to be somewhat skewed. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingwei did not object to living in comfort. He was not the sort to relish hardship, and he fully endorsed the idea of enjoying a more pleasant life. Now, upon hearing that his residence had been completed, Zhou Mingwei felt a surge of excitement. At long last, he had a home. It was worth noting that prior to his transmigration, he had never owned a house, a humble office worker, even with a monthly salary and bonuses nearing 10,000. Purchasing a home in his city had been nearly impossible, with expenses for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment. Saving 3,000 each month was already quite commendable. However, saving 3,000 a month for 10 years only amounts to 360,000. This does not even account for expenses such as illness, visiting family during the spring festival, or future costs related to marriage and children. A 60 square meter apartment in a high-rise costs at least 1,400,000. Now, in the very heart of the valley, there stands a grand villa spanning over 1,000 square meters. Do not underestimate the architectural capabilities of this world. Ancient civilizations on Earth also boasted splendid palaces. Not to mention this other realm. The natural priest among the slaves is well versed in engineering and architecture. This villa was constructed under their guidance. Thus, it can be said that talent resides among the slaves. Zhou Mingwei stood before the villa. In his eyes, this villa exuded a striking avant-garde natural style. Its structure appeared to have grown and twisted from a single tree, enveloped in a layer of green leaves. While cascading vines filtered the sunlight, the interior wood was a vivid crimson, accompanied by a garden, training grounds, storage facilities, and various auxiliary structures. What astounded Zhou Mingwei the most was the presence of an outdoor swimming pool. Had this villa been situated in his previous world, He would have likely needed to toil for a century to afford it. Zhou Mingyue strode towards the villa's entrance, where a line of women clad in colorful gowns emerged, bowing and greeting him. The leader among them was none other than the natural priest. "My lord, these are the handmaidens we have selected for you that we hope they can provide you with some respite from your labors," Nais promptly introduced. While Terrace stood modestly to the side, hesitant to speak. "Well done. How thoughtful." Zhou Mingyue cast an appreciative glance at Nais. Though Nais was a notorious slacker, prone to petty mischief and minor faults, he was indeed indispensable at times. This explains why the young scions of ancient times often surrounded themselves with sycophants. They are convenient and efficient, anticipating every need. Zhou Mingyue chose not to rush into revenge, opting instead to savor a few days in the valley. It was said that tensions between the Kingdom of Flora and the Kingdom of Anail were escalating at the border, and he thought it wise to let Anail's forces delay Flora's elite troops before seeking retribution himself. To this end, Nais had previously commissioned Anail from the merchant caravan to gather intelligence, and it was expected that Anail would return in about half a month, after swimming several refreshing laps in the pool. Zhou Mingyue emerged, clad in shorts, and reclined on a sun-kissed rattan lounge chair, while two handmaidens held platters of fruit behind him, and the natural priest delicately fed him blueberries. How delightful! This experience of traversing worlds truly exceeded expectations. Zhou Mingyue waved for the others to withdraw, embracing the ethereally beautiful natural priest, yet his thoughts wandered to the longing for his previous life, devoid of smartphones, computers, and the internet, leaving him with a tinge of regret. He resolved to seek a way back home when time allowed. "Daisy, do you believe that the oak god you revere can fulfill all my wishes?" Daisy, the natural priest's name, worships the oak god Almighty. Said to be the first oak tree in existence, immense and described in the Natural Codex as the foundation upon which the world rests. Consequently, many natural priests believe this oak god to be the sovereign of nature. Omniscient and omnipresent, after Daisy assumed the role of chief handmaiden in Zhou Mingyue's villa, she occasionally imparted these beliefs during their conversations, seemingly intent on converting him into a follower of nature. However, for Zhou Mingyue, hailing from another world with a firmly grounded perspective, such notions were met with skepticism, rendering her teachings merely informative, lacking any other significant impact. At this moment, he found himself curious about the extent of the divine. If it could facilitate his return home, he would have no qualms about venerating this deity. "My lord, what wish do you seek?" Daisy inquired gently, her tone as soothing as the natural magic she often wielded. "For instance, I wish to journey to another world." Zhou Mingyue ventured cautiously. "Another world? Do you mean the legendary abyss?" Daisy responded with curiosity, her hands still tenderly massaging his shoulders. "No, I mean a world completely unrelated to this one." Zhou Mingyue replied with a contented smile. "A world entirely unrelated to this one." The natural priest's expression reflected confusion, clearly indicating that this question exceeded her prior knowledge. Observing this, Zhou Mingyue decided to halt the discussion. He understood Daisy's limitations. As a natural priest devoted to the oak god, she occupied a position at the lower echelons of priesthood. Many higher-tiered secrets concerning the divine were beyond her reach, akin to teaching a child how to calculate the blast radius of an atomic bomb, an endeavor fraught with incomprehension. After enjoying a leisurely week in the valley, Zhou Mingyue found himself rather reluctant to leave. However, with the arrival of the Anal caravan, he resolutely departed the villa to meet Anal outside the valley to ensure that the valley's circumstances remained concealed from enemies. Outsiders were strictly forbidden entry. Anal, as a merchant, naturally gathered a wealth of information during his travels. For instance, a week prior, the Black Hawk Legion, led by Duke Patrick of the Kingdom of Flora, had routed a segment of Anail's frontier army and advanced into Anail's northwestern territories. Of course, due to Flora's military secrecy, Anal was unable to ascertain the specifics. Chapter 73. The troublemaking Prince Albert. He was merely a merchant, not a spy. Conversely, Anal had more detailed information regarding Prince Albert. The prince was not one to remain idle. He had stirred up trouble again, reportedly abducting the daughter of a foreign envoy. Inciting the envoy's furious wrath, King Flora III was also incensed. Demanding that Prince Albert return the girl, it took Albert 3 days to comply, only to deliver a lifeless body. This scandal escalated dramatically. An envoy represents a nation's dignity, and regardless of Flora III's might, he could not expect the envoy to endure such an affront. Although the nation was merely a large duchy nearby, it had its own knights and military. More critically, the envoy was the brother of the current duke. In other words, Prince Albert had abducted the duke's niece. Naturally, Flora III could not silence the envoy, nor would he surrender his most favored son. Ultimately, the envoy returned home in a fit of rage, vowing revenge. Unsurprisingly, given Albert's temperament, he would ensure the envoy's return was fraught with difficulty. As a result, when the envoy's delegation was about to leave the border, they were ambushed by bandits. Had it not been for the duchy's troops providing support, the envoy might have followed his daughter to the grave. Even though the envoy escaped, the delegation suffered significant losses, with only 2 servants accompanying him in flight out of a total of 30. This situation posed an even greater dilemma. The duchy amassed troops at the border, demanding Flora III surrender Albert. Consequently, Flora III was compelled to dispatch a knight commander to the border to prevent a sudden attack from the duchy. In summary, Prince Albert had thrown his father into a state of turmoil. However, being favored, Albert could still rely on his father's protection. In light of this enormous scandal, Flora III convened numerous ministers to discuss how to address the aftermath and how to penalize Albert. Although punishment was typically the purview of the noble council, the matter having implications for diplomatic relations between the two nations warranted the assembly of ministers. To be frank, many ministers harbored resentment towards Prince Albert, with each having relatives victimized by him. Describing Albert as thoroughly corrupt and grievously sinful was hardly an exaggeration. Therefore, when Flora III summoned the ministers for deliberation, they collectively turned against Albert. Yet the ultimate resolution was that Flora III claimed to be unwell and transferred the case to the noble council for consideration. The ministers were taken aback. However, the ministers of the kingdom of Flora lacked the backbone of righteous indignation. They were silenced by Flora III's authoritative demeanor. The noble council's verdict was that Prince Albert would be imprisoned for 3 years, with the location of his confinement being quite telling. The royal palace. Is this imprisonment? It certainly is. Even being barred from the palace counts as imprisonment, does it not? Yet, is this a reasonable punishment? Certainly not. However, in this realm, the concept of a prince being held accountable like a commoner does not exist. Thus this matter concluded as such. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyue wore a look of disdain. How amusing. It is no wonder that Prince Albert behaves so recklessly. Anyone with a father who shields them without reason would likely develop a similar disposition. Imprisoned within the palace? Now that poses a bit of a problem. Previously, Zhou Mingyue contemplated stealthily infiltrating the royal city, meticulously tracking Prince Albert's daily movements before striking swiftly and retreating. Such a plan would undoubtedly mitigate numerous complications. However, should he remain within the royal palace, the situation would become considerably more troublesome. It is reasonable to presume that the palace is the most heavily fortified area within the royal city. Was a direct assault the only option? Zhou Mingyue felt a twinge of hesitation, but upon further reflection, he realized that events might not unfold as he initially envisioned. Despite having only met Prince Albert once, he had come to glean some understanding of the debauched prince over time. In his estimation, it was likely that Prince Albert would find such confinement intolerable. Of course, for others, such imprisonment might be a coveted opportunity. But who was Prince Albert? He was Prince Albert. It was his style to saunter out of the palace, engaging in his usual antics of seducing men and dominating women. Thus, Zhou Mingyue concluded that while Albert might initially comply, after nearly half a month, could he truly continue to restrain himself? Would he not venture out for a stroll? Regardless, the specific circumstances would need to be assessed upon his arrival in the royal city, where he would gather intelligence for further analysis. Zhou Mingyue devoted considerable time to preparing for his journey to the royal city. In addition to transporting the troops produced in the war demiplane, he also included 341 heavy infantry and 584 heavy gunmen. The rationale was simple. Sometimes, even cannon fodder proves invaluable. As for the defensive forces in the valley, he opted to retain the Dark Guardians, Radiant Spearmen, Dragon Hunters, and others. With these forces, alongside the remaining troops, safeguarding a valley was more than sufficient. After all, even if Prince Albert dispatched forces to attack the valley, the considerable distance would likely limit the number of troops he could send. However, before departing in the war demiplane, he did not forget to take the rogue knight Alfred along. Such a local ruffian could prove quite useful. Ascending the tower, Zhou Mingyue activated the teleportation effect. The entire tower was soon enveloped in a shimmering blue light, followed by a flicker of energy, causing it to vanish from sight. The disappearance of the tower left Tyrus Nyes, and the farmers in the Valley Agape with astonishment. One individual even knelt at the spot where the tower had vanished, exclaiming, "I always said Lord Zhou is no ordinary person. He must be a divine being. Only a deity would show us such kindness." Upon hearing this, the other farmers promptly knelt as well. Human nature is often swayed by the herd mentality, particularly among these farmers, who, lacking exposure and education, were easily influenced by the extraordinary event of the tower's disappearance. After exchanging glances, Tyrus and Nyes also knelt down. To be honest, they were more inclined to believe that Zhou Mingwei was indeed a divine being. One could easily deduce the advantages of such a belief, particularly in light of their relationship with him. In countless myths and legends, deities are always accompanied by a retinue of devoted spirits. After all, for Zhou Mingwei, the adulation of the crowd brought a warm flush to his ears, prompting a perplexed murmur. "Who is speaking of me? Surely it can't be my parents?" Chapter 74. I have returned to the royal city. Due to the limitations of teleportation, the War Demiplane Tower reappeared in the same location as its previous disappearance. This area was a fertile expanse of land, situated roughly 30 miles from the royal city, flourishing with vibrant crops. In fact, with keen eyesight, one could faintly discern the outline of the royal city. As the tower materialized, a few farmers nearby, engaged in clearing wild grass, were so startled by the sudden appearance of the tower that they dropped their scythes, fleeing in terror, tumbling over themselves. Zhou Mingwei paid no mind to the fleeing farmers. Instead, he stepped out of the tower and grasped at the air with his right hand. The tower swiftly contracted, transforming into a pendant that hung around his neck. "Royal City, I have returned," Zhou Mingwei mused. Recalling Prince Albert's visage with a smile, he then reached out again, conjuring a spatial portal the size of a basin in the air. The rogue knight Alfred was expelled from the war demiplane, landing unceremoniously in the mud. "What just happened?" Alfred exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Zhou Mingwei with confusion. The prior experience had been nothing short of a nightmare for him. Anyone would find it uncomfortable to be in the company of several dragons. The threefold oppressive aura of dragons bearing down on a knight who had only recently awakened his bloodline was an exceedingly harsh ordeal. He had no inkling that in an instant, he had traversed over 2,000 kilometers, arriving near the royal city. When Zhou Mingwei had instructed him to follow, he had assumed they were still in the wilderness. However, as the outline of the royal city grew larger and clearer, Alfred was left dumbfounded, questioning how he had ended up near the royal city. This was bewildering, indeed, astonishingly so. Zhou Mingwei was entirely unconcerned about Alfred divulging his identity, while contending with a group of seasoned knights posed some challenge. Dealing with a knight devoid of any combat skills was a trivial matter for him. A simple finger would suffice to handle him. In fact, during their approach to the royal city, Alfred made several attempts to escape. After all, who would willingly choose to remain by Zhou Mingwei's side, especially with the prospect of returning to a life of servitude? Yet, no matter how hard Alfred tried to flee, he was eventually recaptured by Zhou Mingwei and subjected to a thorough beating. Following several such encounters, a bruised and battered Alfred became quite compliant. Even when entering the city gates, he followed Zhou Mingwei closely, daring not to make a single misstep. Naturally, the city guards were intrigued by Alfred's battered appearance, which rendered his features nearly unrecognizable. In response, Zhou Mingwei explained that Alfred had been drinking and had fallen, subsequently slipping a few silver coins to the gatekeeper to facilitate their passage. In truth, Alfred's disheveled state likely aided their entry, for without it, they might not have been granted such ease. After all, individuals like Alfred, with a reputation for being a scoundrel, were not entirely unknown in the royal city. Upon entering the royal city, Zhou Mingwei chose not to stay at the same inn as before, but opted for a different establishment. The conditions there were decidedly inferior. The rooms were cramped, and the bedding carried a musty odor. However, the advantage was its greater obscurity. The city's law enforcement generally preferred not to inspect such places, as there was little profit to be garnered. The more lavishly adorned inns were far more likely to attract their attention, as both the owners and guests could be exploited for greater gain. After sending Alfred out to gather intelligence, Zhou Mingwei released a shadow assassin to follow him. If Alfred behaved himself, all would be well. Should he attempt any treachery, there was no need to elaborate. The shadow assassin would ensure he learned the true meaning of discretion. As for Zhou Mingwei, he produced a silver coin and requested the innkeeper to provide fresh bedding, allowing him to indulge in a good night's sleep. The warmth of the royal city, especially during the springs, was a welcome relief compared to the wilderness, and it soon lulled him into a drowsy state. Upon awakening refreshed, he found Alfred waiting outside the guest room. The absence of any incident indicated that Alfred had indeed behaved himself. As a local figure in the royal city, Alfred had managed to uncover a wealth of information regarding Prince Albert. For instance, just yesterday, Prince Albert had made an appearance at an underground casino, winning a significant amount while also escorting away the casino's star attraction. Zhou Mingyue felt a swell of pride in his insight into human nature. This Prince Albert was indeed lacking in patience. Having slipped out of the palace so soon out of course, perhaps he was merely wary of inciting his father's wrath, opting instead for the anonymity of an underground casino as for how he had won a fortune at the casino and taken the star attraction with him. Those details were of little consequence. What mattered was the report that Prince Albert was expected to return to the underground casino that very night. Upon receiving this information, Zhou Mingyue wasted no time in disguising himself to accompany Alfred to the casino. However, Alfred looked at him with a perplexed expression, timidly stating that the casino did not open during the day. Zhou Mingyue could not help but face bomb. Indeed, this was a valid point. Although the Floor Kingdom had officially licensed casinos, the underground establishments were undoubtedly illegal, primarily because they evaded taxation. If they operated during the day, it was likely they would not survive long. Nevertheless, this further illustrated the character of Prince Albert. Unlike other nobles or officials, who would generally distance themselves from such underground activities, Prince Albert boldly engaged in them, seemingly eager for the world to know of his escapades. This was no longer merely the behavior of a wayward youth indulging in excess. It had implications for the reputation of the entire royal family. Frankly, Prince Albert's past actions had rarely contributed positively to the royal family standing. Were he Zhou Mingyue's own son, he would have likely considered delivering a severe reprimand. Why keep such a liability around? As evening descended, Zhou Mingyue set out with Alfred. He was now clad in a luxurious fox fur coat adorned with golden threads, his left hand bearing a ruby ring the size of a quail egg, which exaggerated his appearance to that of a nouveau riche. As for the corpulent Alfred, he donned a rather ordinary leather coat, appearing somewhat incongruous, resembling a lackey yet not entirely so. Chapter 75. The Master of Minaha. Guardian of the port of Yolando. However, this was of little consequence. The bouncers at the underground casino cared not for one's identity, as long as one was in possession of money. This clandestine gambling den was situated within a slum, presenting a rather shabby exterior, yet the interior was a veritable paradise, lavishly adorned. Upon entering, Alfred was immediately drenched in sweat, for the temperature inside was considerably higher than that outside. In contrast, Zhou Mingyue, having attained the rank of Knight Commander, had significantly enhanced his resistance to temperature fluctuations and was hardly affected by this minor difference. Not long after opening, a multitude of gamblers had congregated within, engaged in various games such as beast battle chess, wilderness kill, and high-low betting, all fervently calling out at their respective tables, creating an atmosphere of great excitement. The throng rendered the air somewhat murky, which caused Zhou Mingyue a modicum of discomfort. After exchanging 10 floor gold coins for a stack of chips at the front desk, he transformed into a local tycoon. A few serving girls approached him, yet Zhou Mingyue, unimpressed by their superficial charms, waved them away dismissively. Upon entering this casino, Alfred seemed to revert to his true nature, brimming with enthusiasm as he incessantly introduced Zhou Mingyue to the various gambling methods. For instance, the beast battle chess involved a square board where each player possessed 30 pieces of varying strengths. Before the game commenced, players would place their pieces face down, and then, in turn, move them. When two pieces collided, their strengths would be compared, with the stronger piece devouring the weaker one. Zhou Mingyue recognized this as an alternate version of the classic military chess game. Furthermore, Wilderness Kill was merely a variant of the popular Three Kingdoms Kill, AS for high-low betting. It was quite straightforward. Each player possessed 20 cards, taking turns to play, with higher cards winning over lower ones, and those with no cards losing. Sighing, Zhou Mingyue felt a twinge of pity for the gamblers of this world. What a far cry from the sophistication of mahjong or the thrill of slot machines. Such rudimentary games rendered him somewhat uninterested. Nevertheless, in order to conceal his identity, he begrudgingly stood behind the beast battle chess table and casually placed a few bets. To his astonishment, Lady Luck seemed to favor him today, as he won several bets with little effort. His unexpected fortune soon attracted the attention of other gamblers, who began to follow suit, placing their bets after him. Realizing this, Zhou Mingyue promptly decided to cease wagering. He was not here to make a profit. When the other gamblers noticed his withdrawal, they became somewhat discontented and attempted to latch onto him. Gamblers, it seems, are universally driven by the desire to win back losses or to continue winning, often risking everything and resorting to unscrupulous means if necessary. Just as these gamblers were plotting something against Zhou Mingyue, a commotion erupted outside the casino. The third son of Floor 3, the esteemed Marquis Minilon, master of Minaha, guardian of the port of Yolando, Prince Albert, has arrived. A shrill voice pierced the air, resonating throughout the casino with remarkable clarity. Zhou Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Prince Albert was rather ostentatious, announcing his title upon entering an underground casino. What was the difference between this and changing clothes in a public restroom? Nonetheless, this was fortuitous for Zhou Mingyue, as it alerted him to the prince's presence in advance. Soon, several attendants of considerable knightly prowess entered the underground casino, their cold, unforgiving gazes sweeping across the room. Anyone who appeared even slightly suspicious or anxious was swiftly dispatched with a punch and dragged outside. Consequently, by the time Prince Albert entered, embracing a beautiful woman, the crowd had significantly thinned. It was only natural. Good looks were a rarity, and among gamblers, most were rather unsightly. "Your Highness, what shall we play today?" the beautiful woman inquired. Her face adorned with a feigned look of happiness, her voice dripping with sweetness. "What shall we play? Why, you of course." Prince Albert jested in a typical debauched manner, eliciting a playful protest from the woman. Shortly thereafter, he settled at a beast battle chess table. However, before he sat down, both the table and the chairs were replaced with brand new, high-end furnishings. Naturally, as a prince of immense privilege, he would not deign to use items previously handled by mere gamblers. Evidently, the prince was there for amusement, and he would not allow his attendants to serve as opponents. "Select a few suitable challengers," he commanded, which, to the uninitiated, sounded akin to choosing slaves at a market or selecting courtesans in a brothel. Those in the know understood he was merely selecting opponents. Yet, even among the remaining gamblers, few caught Prince Albert's eye. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhou Mingyue, his eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Mingyue initially thought he had been recognized and prepared to activate a spatial portal to summon his troops for a thrilling battle. To his surprise, Prince Albert had not recognized him. He merely wanted Zhou Mingyue to join him for a game. As Zhou Mingyue approached, he glanced around the casino, only to find that Alfred had vanished. Yet, even if Alfred had fled, it would not alter the overall situation. It was unlikely he would dare report Zhou Mingyue to Prince Albert. Zhou Mingyue sat down and prepared to make his move. He overheard the beautiful woman exclaim, "Your Highness, weren't you supposed to take me to the palace to see that legendary artifact, the rebirth dagger? Why do you not keep your promises? My dear, were you not quite content last night?" "We shall go soon, I assure you," Prince Albert replied, grinning frivolously as he planted a kiss on her cheek. An artifact. The rebirth dagger, just hearing its name, filled Zhou Mingyue with excitement. Having been in this world for some time, he had encountered only two artifacts, the war pendant around his neck and the devoured thunderblade. The power and marvel of these artifacts were unparalleled by any ordinary weapon. Zhou Mingyue silently sealed off the spatial portal he had been about to open and sat obediently at the chess table. Two other somewhat refined gamblers were soon summoned to join them. With the table now full, they displayed their chips. Chapter 76. The Chess Sage. Prince Albert. The two refined gamblers appeared quite affluent, presenting chips worth approximately 500 to 600 gold coins. While Zhou Mingyue, having enjoyed a streak of good luck, had amassed 700 gold coins. Though this was a respectable sum, Prince Albert regarded it with disdain. Of course, the prince was there for entertainment rather than financial gain. Thus, even though the combined wagers of the three players did not entirely satisfy him, the game of beast battle chess commenced nonetheless. After observing several rounds, Zhou Mingyue had grown quite familiar with the rules of the game. Yet, the manner in which Prince Albert played left him utterly astounded. "Eat," Prince Albert announced, moving a piece from the back row as if it were soaring through the air, landing on an opponent's piece after bypassing several others. Calmly declaring his victory, this was indeed a shocking revelation for all three gamblers, including Zhou Mingyue. Wasn't the protocol to move pieces from the front? Shouldn't the back pieces be obstructed from moving? At the very least, shouldn't they be flipped to compare strengths? "Your Highness, you made an error," The unfortunate gambler whose piece had been captured hesitated briefly before articulating the truth. Error. Take him out and give him 30 lashes, Prince Albert replied. Casting a sidelong glance at the man, with a flick of his wrist, 2 attendants seized the gambler and dragged him away, followed by the sounds of a whip cracking and the gambler's pained cries. Not long after, he was brought back, his rear end bloodied and bruised, unable to sit, forced to kneel on the chair. Your turn, Prince Albert generously reminded another gambler, who, witnessing the previous man's fate, trembled in fear as he picked up a piece and lunged at Zhou Mingyue's piece. Declaring, "Eat." Incredible, Prince Albert had such an influence that even the most timid of gamblers were now willing to make aggressive moves. As the gambler prepared to capture Zhou Mingyue's piece, Prince Albert erupted in anger, asserting, "Do you not know how to play? When 2 pieces collide, one must compare strengths." Unsurprisingly, this gambler was also dragged away for punishment. Afterward, it was Zhou Mingyue's turn to make a move. He glanced at Prince Albert, who lay with a mischievous grin in the beautiful woman's embrace, indulging in fruits she had offered him, living quite comfortably. Zhou Mingyue realized that Prince Albert was not there to gamble. He was there for amusement. Deriving pleasure from the fear and anxiety of others, a quintessentially spoiled adult child. Naturally, if his nature were not so, he would not engage in such despicable acts. Captured, Zhou Mingyue asserted, striking Prince Albert's piece with his own. Remaining composed as he placed his piece in the discard pile, to his astonishment, it seemed there were no restrictions on how the game could be played. Your flattery towards the prince is quite extraordinary, isn't it? And what of the notion of being devoured? Those 2 gamblers, whose backsides were left bruised and battered, initially sought to witness Zhou Mingyue's misfortune. After all, in circumstances such as these, enduring hardship alone can be rather disheartening. But with company, the experience becomes significantly more enjoyable. Prince Albert, taken aback by Zhou Mingyue's remarkable maneuvers, seemed to find his approach quite to his liking, chuckling. Not bad, quite promising. Zhou Mingyue rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, as long as your highness is pleased, I in any case. This game of beast chess was fraught with tension, ultimately culminating in Prince Albert's triumph with 0 casualties. Instantly, not only did that beautiful woman, but even the entourage began to extol Prince Albert, elevating him to the status of a contemporary chess sage. Prince Albert, ever humble, urged them to refrain from such shameless flattery, asserting that while his prowess in chess was formidable, there remained many skilled players in the realm, such as the 3 he was currently engaged with. Goodness, Prince Albert's audacity was indeed thicker than the walls of a fortress, and he knew precisely how to employ comparative methods to bolster his own reputation. Regardless, the subsequent rounds were likely to be the most exhausting games Zhou Mingyue had ever played, combining the fatigue of his past and present lives. Not only did he have to adeptly flatter Prince Albert, but he also had to guard against the treachery of the 2 gamblers nearby. Ultimately, when Prince Albert expressed fatigue from the game and prepared to depart, Zhou Mingyue was already drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the inn, Zhou Mingyue was somewhat astonished to discover that Alfred had not fled but had merely returned to the inn early. However, upon reflection, it made sense, given Alfred's past activities in the royal city. He likely had no viable means of escape. If Zhou Mingyue could eliminate Prince Albert, then Alfred's prospects in the royal city would also be grim. The only challenge now was that although Prince Albert enjoyed seeking amusement, he insisted on returning to the palace at night, no matter how late it was. How could he gain entry into the palace? There were certain complications to resolve in order to obtain the precious rebirth dagger. Zhou Mingyue's gaze fell upon Alfred. Some matters might be challenging for him to accomplish alone, but with a local insider like Alfred, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Alfred, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Mingyue summoned him over and whispered for a while. Alfred's expression shifted dramatically, turning from red to white, then to green, and finally back to a flushed red of excitement. After spending 3 days in the royal city, Zhou Mingyue visited the underground casino each night. And Prince Albert, with a penchant for companionship, insisted on having Zhou Mingyue join him. Ultimately, under the persuasion of that enchanting woman, Prince Albert proudly took Zhou Mingyue as a servant. Do not mistake this for an insult to Prince Albert. A servant of his stature would at least be of knightly caliber, and having an ordinary person serve him was akin to a blessing from the servant's ancestors. Zhou Mingyue's fabricated identity had already been arranged by Alfred, even registered with the Royal City Security Bureau. Bandit, the son of a merchant and a native of the royal city, inherited his father's business upon his demise, transforming into a debauched spendthrift. Bandit, you are no longer an ordinary individual. You are now the esteemed servant of Prince Albert. Thus, upon entering the palace, you must not gaze upon what you should not see, nor listen to what you should not hear. In short, do not engage in any actions unless instructed. Understand. The one imparting this admonition to Zhou Mingwei was Phoebe, the head servant of Prince Albert. Though possessing the strength of a great knight, his demeanor was entirely different. He exhibited unwavering loyalty to Prince Albert, seemingly eager to worship him daily. Chapter 77. Reckless indulgence as Prince Albert prepared to return to the palace. Sir Phoebe hastily summoned Zhou Mingwei to his carriage for a brief training session, ensuring he did not embarrass the prince upon their arrival. Zhou Mingwei feigned utmost obedience, exhibiting no semblance of independent thought, which greatly pleased Phoebe. This was as it should be. If a servant possessed their own opinions, what need would there be for a master? Prince Albert, along with a procession of over 10 carriages, entered the palace without obstruction. Perhaps only he possessed such privileges. Otherwise, even the second prince, Earl Darwin, would not have enjoyed such a smooth passage, facing at least a few inquiries. The kingdom of Flora, established for over 1,000 years, boasted a palace that had grown immensely through the renovations and expansions of successive kings, embodying a magnificent blend of architectural styles. Royal family members did not reside together. For instance, His Majesty the King inhabited the newly constructed Birch Palace, while the eldest prince resided in the Maple Palace. As for Prince Albert, favored by Flora III, he resided in the Cold Dew Palace. This palace, built in the Enale style, predominantly featured natural elements, abundant with trees and pools. However, it was evident that Prince Albert held little affection for the Cold Dew Palace. He preferred the Maple Palace, a residence reserved for heirs to the throne, inherently radiating an aura of prestige. Yet, as Flora III deemed the Cold Dew Palace the finest, Prince Albert had no choice but to reside there. Upon returning to his quarters, Prince Albert became increasingly uninhibited, summoning a group of maidens to frolic in a small grove. Zhou Mingwei, meanwhile, was assigned by Phoebe to rest in a small room of a side hall. Naturally, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Phoebe, presenting him with a coin pouch, which endeared Zhou Mingwei to him even more. Though Phoebe was unwaveringly devoted to Albert, he was still human and possessed his own desires. He believed that accepting Zhou Mingwei's coin pouch would not affect his loyalty to Albert. As night fell, Zhou Mingwei lay in bed, extending his right hand into the air. With a grasp, a spatial passage, towering to his height, materialized within the room. Subsequently, a cadre of shadowy assassins, cloaked in darkness, silently emerged from the spatial passage, bowing to Zhou Mingwei before vanishing into the shadows of the room, leaving no trace behind. Undoubtedly, these shadowy assassins were the finest scouts. They could traverse distances utilizing shadows, easily reaching any corner of the palace from Zhou Mingwei's room. Within a single night, these shadowy assassins had explored most of the palace. However, 3 locations remained where they merely skirted the edges: the Birch Palace of Flora III, the Maple Palace of the eldest prince, and a certain deep section of the palace. These 3 locations instilled a sense of danger in the shadowy assassins, prompting them to refrain from probing further. Yet, shortly after dawn, Prince Albert, spurred on by that enchanting woman, led his entourage towards the innermost depths of the palace, claiming he wished to broaden their horizons. Zhou Mingwei felt a flicker of joy. With Prince Albert leading the way, he could seamlessly enter the perilous area. However, what he did not anticipate was that as they approached a rocky grove, a knight clad in crimson armor halted the entire procession. Halt! This is a restricted zone. Unauthorized entry is forbidden, and violators shall face death. The red-armored knight appeared unremarkable, yet his tone was frigid, his gaze upon the crowd as if they were already dead. I am Prince Albert. Who dares to obstruct me? Step aside. At this moment, Prince Albert had completely forgotten that his previous visit to the Rebirth Dagger was alongside his father. Accustomed to arrogance and entitlement, he believed his name alone was a pass. Yet, to his astonishment, the red-armored knight ignored him entirely, standing resolutely in place, blocking their path. Your Highness, this is a red-armored knight acting under the king's orders. Should we not request the king's token and return? Phoebe, the head servant, demonstrated understanding, noticing the flush of embarrassment on Prince Albert's face and the flicker of anger in his eyes, hastily interjecting. Upon hearing this, Prince Albert appeared somewhat apprehensive. But Zhou Mingwei was unwilling to relent, should he miss this opportunity. Who knew when the next one would arise? Impertinent, the palace is Prince Albert's home. What place is it that the prince cannot access? You are merely a hound of the royal family. And you dare to obstruct the prince? Zhou Mingwei immediately sprang forth, adopting a demeanor of unwavering loyalty, pointing at the red-armored knight and unleashing a torrent of invective, provoked by Zhou Mingyue's words. Prince Albert's anger flared. Indeed, the palace was his home, and how dare this mere guard obstruct him? If one were to inquire, who would dare to hinder Prince Albert's movements, stoked by Zhou Mingyue's rhetoric? Prince Albert charged towards the red-armored knight, ready to thrust his sword should he be impeded. The servants, witnessing this, naturally rushed to protect the prince, fearing for his safety. The red-armored knight, taken aback by this turn of events, found his previous indifference replaced with astonishment. This was an unprecedented situation for him. Even the eldest prince would have been stopped and would have dutifully sought the king's token for passage. Why was this prince different? Well, it seemed that Prince Albert had typically wreaked havoc outside the palace and had never ventured here before. Perhaps he had been incited to come. Halt! The crimson-armored knight found himself at a loss, compelled to draw his longsword and issue a stern warning. Yet, the entourage serving Prince Albert, with the exception of Phoebe, consisted solely of sycophants emboldened by their master's authority, paying no heed to the words of a mere knight clad in red. As they charged forward, they unsheathed their swords, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to Prince Albert by delivering a striking blow to the Crimson Knight. "Ace, stand down. This is beyond your capacity to manage," an elderly voice rang out. Followed swiftly by a flash of white light, the servants halted in astonishment, for before them lay a deep gash in the ground, several meters long. Even Prince Albert was taken aback at that moment. A weathered man donned in tattered armor, wielding a long sword, and with hair as white as snow, approached them. "Grandfather King Kankan, what brings you here?" Prince Albert immediately recognized the individual. This elderly gentleman was indeed a member of the royal lineage. Being a cousin of Floor 3, thus of the same generation as Prince Albert's grandfather. However, in terms of bloodline, such royal members were considered collateral branches. Yet, his prowess was undeniable. King Kankan was a hidden knight of the royal family, known only to a select few. Prince Albert had encountered him a few times in his youth, and had even trained under him for a brief period. But thereafter, the whereabouts of grandfather King Kankan had been a mystery until now. "Albert, this place is a forbidden area of the royal family. You cannot enter," King Kankan observed Prince Albert with a gaze imbued with gentleness, smiling faintly. "I must enter. Grandfather King Kankan, please, have mercy. If you refuse, I shall force my way in." Prince Albert was obstinately determined to maintain his pride. Disregarding all objections, King Kankan could hardly summon Floor 3 to admonish his grandson, and after a resigned sigh, he relented, but not before preventing the servants from entering. In his words, these servants were base individuals, unworthy of stepping into the hallowed grounds of the noble royal family. It seemed that age had indeed sharpened King Kankan's wits. With that single phrase, he barred the entourage following Prince Albert from crossing the threshold. It resonated with Prince Albert's own thoughts, making it an undeniable truth in his mind. However, he had no intention of leaving behind the enchanting lady in his embrace. His very purpose for coming here was to impress her. Seeing Prince Albert's unwavering resolve, King Kankan could only acquiesce. After all, what harm could a frail lady do if allowed inside? Although Zhou Mingwei felt a tinge of regret at not being able to enter personally, it mattered little, for he had dispatched several shadow assassins to infiltrate the area. Not long after Prince Albert made his entrance, while Zhou Mingwei found himself drowsily basking under the sun, an urgent alarm suddenly echoed from within. Something was amiss. The crimson-armored knight, keeping a vigilant watch over the servants, glanced back anxiously. Zhou Mingwei managed to glean some vague information from the shadow assassins, once inside the forbidden zone. Their stealth was notably hindered by a faint but palpable pressure that made concealment difficult. However, a momentous change occurred when the lady in Prince Albert's arms caught sight of the rebirth dagger. She hurled Prince Albert towards grandfather King Kankan and swiftly seized the dagger for herself. Even the knights stationed near the rebirth dagger were unable to stop her. What incredible prowess she possesses! Zhou Mingwei was astounded. He had never anticipated that the flower of the underground casinos, whom Prince Albert so admired, would prove to be so formidable, outsmarting both Albert and himself, showcasing tremendous strength. In the next instant, he witnessed a vessel, enveloped in a faint golden glow, soar into the sky. With the lady aboard, ding, artifact detected, flying ship, transport sequence 7, seizing this artifact may elevate the war demiplane once more, enhancing its capabilities. Ding, artifact detected, rebirth dagger, resurrection sequence 5. Seizing this artifact may elevate the war demiplane once more, Enhancing its capabilities, Zhou Mingyue marveled at the flying ship, realizing it was indeed an artifact of great significance. A knight cloaked in flames surged forth from behind the ship, brandishing a spear and ascending towards the heavens, unleashing fiery strikes towards the vessel, causing it to sway precariously in the air. Ding! Artifact detected. Flame spear. Flame sequence 8. Seizing this artifact may elevate the war demiplane once more. Enhancing its capabilities. 3 Artifacts. Zhou Mingyue, caught in a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration, recognized their immense power. From the very beginning, he understood the significance of these artifacts. Even the Sequence 9 Thunderblade could sway the tides of battle on the battlefield. The artifacts before him, however, were undoubtedly of even greater worth. They all belonged to me. Zhou Mingyue gritted his teeth, resolutely making his decision. In the next moment, he paid no mind to the astonished looks of the servants. With a swift motion of his right hand, a spatial portal exceeding 10 meters in diameter abruptly materialized. A colossal dragon head emerged from the portal with a thunderous roar, charging forth. The sudden emergence of such a beast overwhelmed the servants, sending them into disarray, while the crimson-armored knight, with a battle cry, drew his sword and charged at the red dragon as a palace guard. His duty was to protect the palace and prevent any intruders from causing chaos. The appearance of such a colossal creature startled him, yet he exhibited remarkable courage, fearlessly confronting it, demonstrating a valor far superior to that of the other knights in attendance. The red dragon burst forth from the portal. It paid little mind to the charging knight, perceiving him merely as an insignificant insect. With a powerful flap of its wings and a thrust of its legs, it ascended into the sky. Aiming for the lady and the ship it pursued. Not to dwell on the dragon's sudden entry into the fray, the crimson-armored knight redirected his focus towards Zhou Mingyue, having witnessed him conjure the spatial portal. However, before he could thrust his sword, a torrent of green surged forth from the portal. It was the breath of the green dragon. The crimson knight had no time to react, engulfed by the green flow. And when it dissipated, nothing remained of him but a skeletal figure, riddled with holes, which collapsed to the ground. The unfortunate servants caught in the fallout of the dragon's breath bore deep wounds, crying out in despair as they fled in terror. Despite their stature as knights, they possessed little fortitude. Yet, Phoebe, emboldened, shouted defiantly at Zhou Mingyue, "What do you intend to do?" "I desire nothing but to reclaim what is rightfully mine," Zhou Mingyue replied with a smile. As the green dragon emerged from the portal, taking flight, following the green dragon was a blue dragon, occasionally crackling with arcs of lightning. Upon witnessing this scene, Phoebe, though fiercely loyal to Prince Albert, found herself disinclined to act when he was absent, opting instead to retreat and soon disappearing from sight. Following the massive dragons were 12 skilled archers, who, upon exiting the spatial portal, swiftly drew their bows, aiming skyward. Meanwhile, the gun-wielding knights dispersed to provide protection for the archers. The skies above erupted into a chaotic three-way battle. The lady aboard the flying ship frequently directed it to unleash sharp bolts of crossbow arrows at the pursuing spear-wielding knight, striving to thwart his advance. The 3 dragons, in turn, targeted the knight with their fiery breaths, occasionally diving to engage him in close combat. The spear-wielding knight's strength was undeniably beyond that of a knight commander, no matter how formidable a knight commander might be. They could not soar through the skies. This knight not only relentlessly pursued the flying ship, but also thrust his flaming spear towards it, sending forth fiery projectiles that rocked the ship like a tiny vessel in tumultuous waves. Were it not for this, the flying ship would likely have accelerated to escape long ago. Withstand the combined assault of the flying ship and 3 dragons, and even maintain the upper hand. Spoke volumes of this knight's formidable strength. He must be a pure blood knight. Zhou Mingyue suddenly recalled certain information that had not been present in any of his previous readings or memories. The so-called pure blood knight was, in fact, an existence surpassing that of a knight commander. Their bloodline had been activated to an exceptionally high degree, nearing that of a divine being, with an extraordinarily pure lineage. Hence the name Pure Blood Knight. To think that the Floor Kingdom harbors a pure blood knight, Zhou Mingyue had never fathomed such a possibility. Previously, he had received word that the strongest individuals in the Floor Kingdom were merely a handful of knight commanders. Now, it was evident that every nation conceals its trump cards. If Zhou Mingyue were to brazenly march forth with his forces to assault the royal palace, he would undoubtedly be playing directly into the adversary's hands. Should a pure blood knight suddenly emerge, who could possibly stand in his way? Given Zhou Mingyue's meager strength, he would likely lose his head in an instant. However, the situation has changed. 12 skilled archers have now drawn their arrows, aiming at the pure blood knight. The knight has undoubtedly sensed the imminent threat, and his body, soaring through the sky, suddenly halts. In the next moment, he pivots to confront the danger, disregarding the dragon's fiery breath. As he brandishes his spear towards the ground, with a resounding crash akin to shattering glass, a blaze reminiscent of a volcanic eruption descends upon the earth, concurrently, after a brief moment of gathering strength. The 12 archers release their arrows. Zhou Mingyue's instinctive reaction is to flee. As the arrows are loosed, they ignite in a spectrum of colors, resembling 12 serpents colliding with the inferno in an instant. The arrows collide with the flames, both erupting in a brilliant explosion high above, creating a dazzling orb akin to the sun. Witnessing the arrows and flames meet their demise, the archers swiftly nock another set of arrows. Drawing their bows to unleash a second volley, as the arrows tear through the air, the spear knight hastily releases a burst of flame, detonating several arrows before swiftly changing his course to evade others. Yet ultimately, one arrow finds its mark, piercing through the bloodline energy he had unleashed, embedding itself in his thigh. This is indeed considerable prowess, for it is known that the archers aimed for the knight's head. Though the arrow lodged in the knight's thigh may not be a grievous wound given his formidable constitution, it nonetheless hampers his agility. Furthermore, with the flying ship now accelerating and soaring above the palace, he is compelled to abandon any thoughts of slaying the archers and instead pursues the airborne vessel at this moment. Zhou Mingyue also has no intention of remaining within the palace, leading his troops outward. It must be said that Prince Albert is a source of calamity, yet he narrowly escaped the previous mishap, hurriedly fleeing the restricted area, gathering a few hapless attendants, and rushing to his chamber. He is not a fool, having caused such a monumental disaster. Losing the royal family's treasured rebirth dagger would surely infuriate even his father. Floor 3. Under these circumstances, his plan is to take his possessions and exit the palace, seeking refuge until his father's anger subsides before returning to plead for forgiveness. Indeed, this has been his approach every time he has stirred up trouble. Not only does he enjoy a leisurely life, but his father also finds himself at a loss regarding his son. However, what took everyone by surprise was that just as Prince Albert was fleeing the palace, he collided with Zhou Mingyue at the palace gates. Upon seeing the prince, Zhou Mingyue finally comprehended the reason behind the trouble he had been causing. At that moment, Albert was accompanied by Count Max. When did these two become entangled? Zhou Mingyue is uncertain, but he is well aware of the deep-seated animosity Count Max harbors towards him. With this thought in mind, he naturally cannot allow this individual to escape. To eradicate the root of the problem is to prevent it from reoccurring. Were it not for Count Max, he would still be enjoying a carefree life as an independent knight. Although he does not have significant aspirations for that title, being unjustly accused is a source of great annoyance. Eliminate him, Zhou Mingyue commanded. Pointing at Count Max instantly, several spear warriors lunged toward him. Prince Albert, completely oblivious to the situation, assumed that Zhou Mingyue was allied with the enchanting figure piloting the flying ship. After calling out for assistance against the assassin, he seized Count Max and fled, abandoning the hapless attendants who had gathered in panic. Of course, the attendants still accompanying Prince Albert were far more loyal than those who selfishly fled earlier. They exerted every effort to attempt to shield against the oncoming spear warriors. Nevertheless, the disparity between great knights and knight commanders is not insignificant, especially considering that not all of these attendants were great knights. Many were mere knights. And in the face of the spear warriors, they faced a grim fate. Just as one spear warrior was closing in on Prince Albert, a squad of palace guards appeared, intercepting the spear warrior. The leader of this group was none other than a knight commander. Chapter 80. The flying ship captured both sides immediately engaged in battle, yet under the pressure of several spear warriors. The knight commander found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, a few shadow assassins stealthily approached, achieving remarkable results. Zhou Mingyue, having already exited the palace gates, did not witness the specifics, but he grasped the general situation. Prince Albert was slain by the shadow assassins. The knight commander fell under the onslaught of the spear warriors, while Count Max somehow managed to escape. All the shadow assassins searched the palace, but could not discern his whereabouts. However, Zhou Mingyue's focus was not on Count Max, but rather on pursuing the flying ship. The vessel had already fled the boundaries of the royal city, yet it remained under the relentless pursuit of the pure blood knight. Concerned that the flying ship might seize the opportunity to escape, Zhou Mingyue promptly ordered the dragons to intercept it. After all he had accomplished, if the flying ship were to elude capture, he would become a figure of ridicule. Following the palace guard's alarm, the entire royal city was placed under lockdown. A substantial number of soldiers departed from the barracks to establish checkpoints throughout the city. Zhou Mingyue's exodus from the royal city was marked by a path of destruction. Although the city's defense forces comprised numerous knights and great knights, they stood no chance against the combined might of spear warriors and archers whose strengths rivaled that of knight commanders. Once he burst through the city gates, Zhou Mingyue commanded his forces to encircle and pursue the flying ship. The pivotal moment arrived as he unleashed the war demiplane, transforming into a towering structure. The war demiplane descended to the ground, and Zhou Mingyue, along with his troops, entered the tower. Soon after, the tower ascended like a launched rocket, accelerating towards the flying ship. Its speed during flight far surpassed that of the war magic tower. Consequently, the war demiplane, laden with troops, swiftly caught up to the fleeing vessel. Upon seeing the tower approaching, the pure-blood knight noticeably relaxed his assault on the flying ship, for he was not foolish. He feared that in exerting his full strength, he might inadvertently allow another to seize the spoils. The pure-blood knight veered aside, refraining from engaging in the fray, thus granting Zhou Mingyue the opportunity to unleash his full might, with the aid of 3 colossal dragons. The war demiplane soon cornered the flying ship, forcing it to turn back. As the windows of the tower opened, the 12 archers drew their bows, taking aim at the vessel. This unexpected turn of events was certainly not anticipated by the enchanting figure. While the relentless pursuit of the pure-blood knight was one concern, the sudden appearance of colossal beasts was another. Yet the emergence of the obstructing tower was utterly bewildering. The arrows fired by the archers struck against the protective barrier surrounding the flying ship, causing it to tremble violently. It was evident that, given enough time, the barrier would not withstand for long. Should the barrier shatter, the flying ship would be left defenseless, akin to meat laid bare on a chopping board. Consequently, the bow of the vessel soon gathered a beam of light, aimed directly at the tower. Zhou Mingyue had anticipated such an attack. He could not believe that a ship capable of flight would possess no combat prowess. Merely waiting to be struck. As Zhou Mingyue concentrated, a magical shield materialized above the war demiplane. The beam of light struck the shield, yet the transparent barrier promptly warped the attack, redirecting it past the tower and ultimately detonating upon impact with the ground, creating a crater exceeding 30 meters in diameter. It must be said that while the flying ship appeared merely as a vessel, its offensive capabilities were indeed formidable. However, following that strike, the barrier surrounding the ship grew considerably weaker, and after being enveloped by the dragon's fiery breath, it shattered completely. Deprived of its protective shield, the enchanting figure was compelled to obey Zhou Mingyue's command, guiding the flying ship downward. At that moment, the pure-blood knight would not allow the rebirth dagger to fall into the hands of outsiders. Thus he swiftly approached, intent on reclaiming the artifact. Yet before the knight could close the distance, the archers knocked their arrows and unleashed another volley. Having previously experienced the prowess of the archers, the pure-blood knight was now reluctant to recklessly charge forward, forced to retreat under the barrage of arrows. In this scenario, the knight made several desperate attempts only to be repelled by the archers, while the flying ship descended to the ground, where several shadow assassins infiltrated, seizing control of the entire vessel. The enchanting figure let out a soft sigh, surrendering, and under the escort of a shadow assassin, she exited the flying ship with a dejected demeanor. Zhou Mingyue promptly retrieved the dagger that the enchanting figure had held. Though this dagger measured no longer than a foot, its surface was riddled with rust. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. Yet, upon grasping it, Zhou Mingyue's mind was instantly flooded with the attributes of the rebirth dagger. Artifact name: Rebirth Dagger Sequence Level, Resurrection Sequence 5 Origin. The Rebirth Dagger is a transformation of a fragment of divine essence from Resurrection Sequence 0, the Undying King. It can merge with Resurrection Sequence 5, the Rebirth Ring, and Resurrection Sequence 5, the Rebirth Cloak, to ascend to Resurrection Sequence 4, the Blood Crown. Ability: Resurrection. It must be said that this Rebirth Dagger is indeed a remarkable artifact. As long as this treasured artifact is activated through a special method and bound to one's own soul, resurrection can be achieved while retaining a small portion of the body. This is perhaps the most valuable artifact that Zhou Mingyue has acquired since arriving in this world. Aside from the war half-dimension. Of course, Zhou Mingyue is unaware of the special method to activate the artifact, and neither does His Majesty King Floor 3. Otherwise, he would have bound this rebirth dagger long ago, and there would have been no opportunity for Zhou Mingyue to take advantage of it. In comparison to the rebirth dagger, the value of the flying ship is somewhat lesser. upon extending his hand to touch the flying ship. Its attributes immediately materialized in Zhou Mingyue's mind. Artifact name: Flying Ship Sequence Level. Transportation Sequence 7 Origin. The flying ship is derived from a fragment of divinity from Sequence 0, Lord of the Sky, and it can be upgraded to Sequence 6, Floating War Chariot, by merging with Sequence 7, Flying Broom, and Sequence 7, Hovering Cannon. Ability: Flight. After some contemplation, Zhou Mingwei decided not to activate the War Half-Dimension for the time being, although previous hints suggested that allowing the War Half-Dimension to devour these two artifacts might lead to its advancement. There remained a question of the duration required for this advancement. If he were to proceed with the devouring here, it was uncertain how long it would take, especially with a pure-blooded knight lurking nearby. Chapter 81. Change of Heart. With this in mind, Zhou Mingyue secured the rebirth dagger and opened a spatial passage, instructing a gun god to pilot the flying ship into the War Half-Dimension. Subsequently, all units, including the 3 giant dragons, returned to the War Half-Dimension. Witnessing this scene, the pure-blooded knight sensed something amiss and immediately charged towards Zhou Mingwei. Truth be told, Zhou Mingwei had a strong desire to subdue this pure-blooded knight. After all, the War Half-Dimension had indicated that this knight was a valuable resource that would prove useful in the future. Moreover, he was somewhat envious of the fiery spear that the pure-blooded knight wielded. However, Zhou Mingwei inexplicably sensed that if he did not leave at this moment, he might find it impossible to escape later. Thus, as the pure-blooded knight approached, he promptly activated his magical shield, disregarding the fiery spear hurled in anger by the knight. With his teleportation ability engaged, a wave of light rippled, and the War Half-Dimension abruptly vanished, leaving the incoming fiery spear to strike empty air. What is happening? The pure-blooded knight let out a furious shout. But no one was there to explain. When Zhou Mingwei opened his eyes once more, he found himself back outside the valley. One must admit, this revenge operation was extraordinarily successful, aside from Count Maxber's unexplained escape. He was very pleased with the other gains. Notably, the acquisition of the 2 artifacts brought him immense satisfaction. You stripped me of my independent knight title. You believed the lies of Prince Albert. You favored him so much. How does it feel now, Your Majesty? Floor 3. Ha ha ha. Alas, such words could not be uttered in the presence of His Majesty King. Floor 3, for that would be the ultimate satisfaction. Upon returning to the valley, Zhou Mingwei did not hastily command the War Half-Dimension to devour the artifacts. Instead, he awaited news from the Shadow Assassins when he departed from the city of Floor. He had not recalled the Shadow Assassins, but had instructed these elite scouts to remain hidden within the palace and the city. He needed fresh intelligence to formulate the next phase of his plan. Otherwise, should the War Half-Dimension consume the artifacts and require a lengthy time for advancement, he would be unable to escape if Floor 3 sent someone to hunt him down. This was a matter of concern, especially given that the Floor Kingdom possessed pure-blooded knights, and Zhou Mingyue suspected there was more than one. Approximately a week later, a shadow assassin returned to the valley with the latest news from the royal city. It appeared that His Majesty King Floor 3 was indeed furious this time. His most cherished son, Prince Albert, had been slain, the treasured rebirth dagger had been stolen, and most crucially, he had discovered the identity of the true culprit, that former barbarian pioneer, the independent knight Zhou. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Floor 3 issued a wanted notice for Zhou Mingyue. The bounty listed for Zhou Mingyue was 30,000 gold floor, a countship, and an artifact. This meant that anyone, be they noble, official, farmer, or slave, could claim the bounty by delivering Zhou Mingyue's head. 30,000 gold floor, a countship, and an artifact. Such a bounty would be irresistible even to a marquis. Consequently, after this wanted notice spread throughout the nation, the name of the former independent knight Zhou became the most renowned in this period. In the royal city alone, thousands of knights, thieves, and assassins surged toward this direction. In other regions, several viscounts rallied their forces, even conscripting farmers from their territories to form a coalition, preparing to invade the barbaric lands. In short, as the Shadow Assassins put it, anyone would be tempted by this bounty. After all, this is a world ruled by nobility. One must acknowledge that His Majesty Floor 3 truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhou Mingyue. Otherwise, he would not have offered such a bounty. It is important to note that merely obtaining a countship in the past required an immense amount of military exploits to earn the king's favor, not to mention the legendary artifact. Although most people were unaware of what artifacts truly were, those who did recognize their magical and precious nature. All right, Zhou Mingyue suspected that Floor 3 might have included the flying ship or the rebirth dagger as part of the bounty. What astonished him the most was that previously, When he activated the war half-dimension to move away from the vicinity of the royal city, an overwhelming force had surged from within the city, causing the shadow assassins to tremble. This force bore some resemblance to the divine power contained within the totem pillar, yet it was even more refined. Following its emergence, it surged toward the point of the war half-dimension's disappearance. Had Zhou Mingyue not decisively left at that moment, he would likely have collided with it. It was evident that this was one of the trump cards or hidden depths of the Floor Kingdom, a contingency left behind by an ancestor of the Floor royal family. Perhaps Zhou Mingyue had no way of knowing. He was even unaware of what the Floor royal family's ancestor was called after achieving divinity. After all, he had not seen the church dedicated to this ancestor in the royal city, and thus had no knowledge of whether this deity still existed or had already perished. In this world, the fall of deities is not an uncommon occurrence. In the library of Viscount Hanks, he had come across records of such events. Those exalted deities often fell for various reasons. Some were slain by enemies. Some encountered personal issues, and others simply wished to abandon their existence. Generally speaking, deities whose names were not widely known were often those that had perished. Only fallen deities would be indifferent to whether their names were widely circulated. Otherwise, they would strive to ensure their names became known, promoting their faith and so forth. In fact, Zhou Mingyue was beginning to sense such matters, especially after noticing that the farmers and slaves had erected their own statues at the site of the former totem pillar. This feeling intensified. When the farmers and slaves worshipped in front of the statues, he could faintly perceive their spiritual transformations. It was a remarkable sensation. He even suspected that if his strength were to advance further, or if the war half-dimension were to undergo another upgrade, he might very well be on the path to divinity. Moreover, the descriptions of the artifacts indicated that these items were closely related to deities. Zhou Mingyue found himself curious about what might transpire if the war half-dimension were to advance to sequence 0. After squatting in the valley for a few days, the first wave of attacks against the valley commenced. Chapter 82. Pure-Blooded Night. It was a pitch-black night when a staggering number of thieves, exceeding 1,000, approached the valley, unaware that several shadow assassins had long been watching them. Thus, as they attempted to scale the stone walls, daggers from the shadows unleashed a horrifying massacre. The term thieves did not refer to their strength, but rather their profession. The vast majority were ordinary humans, mere thieves with slightly greater strength than farmers, who were swiftly overwhelmed by the shadow assassin's assault. Countless thieves fled in a panic. Zhou Mingyue intervened to halt the shadow assassin's pursuit. He hoped that these thieves would carry tales of the valley's dangers and terrors back with them, dissuading more enemies from attempting to invade. His plan largely succeeded. The fleeing thieves did indeed spread word of the valley's peril and horror, causing many thief bands to temporarily abandon their plans to attack. However, the coalition formed by the three viscounts showed no sign of retreat. This, Zhou Mingyue could understand. After all, people die for wealth, while birds perish for food. Setting aside the artifacts, simply the prospect of that countship was enough to drive them into a frenzy. After all, without the bounty, according to the normal course of events, those viscounts would require 10 generations of effort to genuinely attain the title of count, not to mention that many viscounts were left without heirs, ultimately descending into decline. A week later, the coalition formed by the three viscounts halted outside the valley. A grand assembly of over 20,000 people sprawled across the ground, resembling a sea of humanity. However, most of them were farmers, with only a few hundred knights and over 4,000 regular soldiers. Even this was a significant investment from the three viscounts. Zhou Mingyue harbored no fear of the over 20,000 individuals arrayed before him, despite their numbers. Their strength was, in truth, rather feeble. An inexplicable sense of impending danger gnawed at him, prompting his immediate retreat into the war demi-plane transformed into a towering bastion, shortly after the arrival of the Viscount's coalition at the valley's entrance. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to ensconce everyone within the valley into this war demi-plane. Regrettably, previous attempts at this experiment had ended in failure, perhaps due to the peculiarities of the demi-plane. Only military units could enter the realm dedicated to the creation of troops. Peasants and slaves were barred from passage, which left him somewhat disheartened. Within the confines of the tower, Zhou Mingyue activated the magical barrier. He had not idly stood by in the valley. His magical servants had diligently collected previously unscouted deposits of iron and copper, thereby amassing a substantial reserve of resources within the war demi-plane. As the barrier shimmered to life, the three knights mounted on steeds promptly issued the command for a full-scale assault. Alas, the peasant army, composed as it was of farmers, was ill-equipped for intricate formations, making a simple charge the most prudent course of action. Thus, under the relentless prodding of the standing soldiers, the farmers brandished their wooden spears and surged towards the stone walls. Behind those very walls, the heavily armored pikemen raised their long spears, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught of the farmers. Simultaneously, archers drew their bows, unleashing a deluge of arrows upon the advancing peasants. Though only 60 archers were present, the arrows rained down upon the throng, resulting in splashes of blood. After enduring 2 volleys, many farmers instinctively halted, their faces paling as they witnessed their comrades fall amidst the arrow storm, morale swiftly plummeting towards collapse. The standing soldiers, however, continued to brandish their weapons, urging the farmers forward. Yet, as they neared the stone walls and the pikes of the heavily armored spearmen thrust forth, toppling rows of farmers to the ground, true panic ensued. They abandoned their spears, fleeing without a shred of reluctance for the place they had been to eye in that moment. A flash of fire erupted from the mass of farmers, striking the magical barrier of the tower with a resounding crash. The barrier of the war demi-plane trembled violently. Zhou Mingyue observed intently, recognizing the assailant as the pure-blood knight previously seen in the royal city. His arrival had been anticipated. He had witnessed enough ruses akin to a wolf donning sheep's clothing during his time on Earth. It seemed the pure-blood knight had intended to capitalize on the farmers breaching the valley to launch his assault. However, the farmers' swift defeat had caught the hidden knight off guard. Now, it was evident that if he did not act, once the farmers retreated, he would be deprived of any opportunity to strike. Thus, he engaged. To his astonishment, his full-force strike failed to breach the magical barrier, a turn of events he had not foreseen. Undeterred, the pure-blood knight retreated a considerable distance. As Zhou Mingyue's counterattack ensued, countless sparks of lightning cascaded from the heavens, transforming the earth into a tempest of electricity. The farmers writhed in agony upon the ground, convulsing and unable to escape. To be sure, the minor lightning strikes only served to incapacitate them, inflicting negligible harm. The true peril for the pure-blood knight lay in the more substantial bolts of lightning interspersed among the smaller strikes. These larger strikes pursued the knight relentlessly, each impact creating craters upon the ground. Though the pure-blood knight possessed remarkable speed, the larger bolts were swifter still, just as he dodged several minor strikes. His legs touched the ground, and the smaller bolts leaped into his body, rendering him momentarily rigid. With this brief paralysis, he could not evade the subsequent larger strikes, which rained down upon him in rapid succession. As the electricity detonated upon his form, he was engulfed in a charred visage, hair standing on end, and he involuntarily spewed forth a trickle of blood tinged with gold. If this continued, he would surely perish. The pure-blood knight's heart raced, and he dared not hesitate. He raised his right hand, igniting a fiery spear that erupted forth, colliding with the descending lightning, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and electricity above his head, forming a tempest of flame and lightning. This momentary reprieve allowed him to catch his breath, and no longer daring to linger, he propelled himself into the air, fleeing from the scene. Zhou Mingyue, witnessing this, felt a pang of regret. The pure-blood knight was remarkably resilient. A few strikes of lightning that might have felled any ordinary knight did little more than spur his rapid escape. In an instant, the pure-blood knight evaded the range of the war demi-plane's thunderous onslaught. At this juncture, Zhou Mingyue paid no heed to the knights and soldiers under the Viscount's command, issuing a direct order for all troops to besiege the pure-blood knight. Chapter 83. Encirclement. He must not be allowed to escape. Such a formidable humanoid weapon of war posed a significant threat if allowed to flee. After all, he could not remain within the war demi-plane indefinitely, just as the previous ambush had demonstrated. Should the enemy choose to adopt a guise of subterfuge, even surrounded by formidable units like dragons and gun-wielding warriors, it would be difficult to thwart their incursion that if he failed to intercept. Genuine peril awaited him. The principle of vigilance applies to the thief, not the defender. Upon receiving Zhou Mingyue's command, the sharpshooters, who had long been poised for action, unleashed their assault upon the pure-blood knight. Most were stationed high within the tower of the war demi-plane. Promptly locking onto the knight's figure point, 7 arrows were released in quick succession. The first 4 arrows sealed off his escape routes, while the remaining 3 flew directly towards him. The pure-blood knight possessed a keen instinct for danger. As the sharpshooters took aim, he felt an acute sensation akin to a needle's prick. Thus, when the arrows were loosed, he immediately darted behind a substantial boulder. This choice, at that moment, was undoubtedly the best course of action. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Zhou Mingyue's ranks included shadowy assassins capable of blending into the gloom. Just as the pureblood knight sought refuge behind the boulder, he found a dagger hurtling towards him from the shadows, aimed straight for his heart, a lethal strike. There was no evading this onslaught. Either he would be pierced by the arrows or struck by the dagger. There was no third option, it must be said. The pureblood knight was truly ruthless. In an instant, he calculated the potential damage of the arrows versus the dagger. Ultimately, he discerned that should he evade the dagger, his body would be exposed to the arrows, resulting in at least 2 strikes. Moreover, the arrows bore barbs, which would inflict even greater harm during any subsequent treatment. The damage inflicted by the dagger, however, could be staunched through muscular pressure, allowing for quicker recovery. One could only marvel at the pureblood knight's extensive combat experience, enough to render Zhou Mingyue a mere novice in comparison. Thus, he resolutely opted for the dagger, and as he slipped behind the boulder, he contorted his aging body, allowing the dagger to merely graze his chest, while it still inflicted a wound of at least 3 centimeters. It was significantly shallower than a direct thrust would have been. For a warrior of the pureblood knight's caliber, such a wound could be quickly staunched with muscle pressure, leaving him little to worry about. Regrettably, due to his need to disguise himself as a peasant, he wore no armor. Otherwise, the dagger would not have even breached 3 centimeters. The dagger sliced across his chest, trailing a line of green blood. The shadow assassin attempted to pivot and launch a second assault, but at that moment, the pureblood knight's left hand descended upon the assassin's head, applying sudden force. The sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed as the assassin's head was crushed into an unrecognizable mass. Humph! A mere knight commander dares to challenge me? Inflicting a wound with your dagger is sufficient to grant you tales to boast of in the afterlife. At that moment, the pureblood knight felt no anger, only a cold amusement as he silently mocked the fallen shadow assassin. In his lifetime, he had dispatched numerous knight commanders, yet this one fell with such ease that he felt a small thrill of satisfaction. It was time to staunch the bleeding and bandage the wound before making his escape. The pureblood knight's mind raced as he tensed his pectoral muscles to compress the wound. Cautiously, he peeked out, only to find several pikemen closing in on him, while 3 colossal dragons ascended into the sky. He needed to hasten his retreat. With this thought, the pureblood knight hefted the boulder before him and hurled it towards the enemy. A surge of fiery energy concealed within the stone erupted shortly after its release, transforming into a barrage of debris that swept forward. Undoubtedly, this would not only obscure the visibility of the sharpshooters, but also impede the enemy's pursuit. After casting the boulder, the pureblood knight swiftly propelled himself along the ground, his legs propelling him faster and faster as he fled. However, his escape route soon became blocked by 3 arrows, forcing him to change direction. In the midst of this shift, he inadvertently noticed something drifting downwards in the wind toward his chest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the green blood seeping from his wound. Had he failed to staunch the bleeding? This was his first instinctive thought. But why was the blood green? He instinctively tightened his pectoral muscles once more, only to discover with horror that they had begun to feel numbed at this moment. He suddenly realized that his wound was entirely devoid of pain. Had it not been for the urgent circumstances earlier, he would have discovered this fact much sooner. That dagger was poisoned. The revelation struck him with clarity. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pressed his left hand against the wound, then tore away with great vigor, producing no sound as a piece of flesh, now tinged with green, was violently ripped from his body. Zhou Mingyue, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but elevate his perception of the individual's ruthlessness. This was a werewolf. Such ferocity was astounding that he introspected, questioning whether he could exhibit such brutality if he were in the same situation. The answer was a resounding no. That if he possessed such ruthlessness, he would not be the Zhou Mingyue who had traversed into this realm. The pain of tearing away such a significant portion of flesh was unimaginable. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the poison cleansing technique was undeniable. However, from his elevated position, Zhou Mingyue observed more than others. Just as the pure blood knight ripped away the poisoned flesh, a shadowy figure emerged silently from behind. A black silhouette glimmering with green light as a dagger plunged silently into the pure blood knight's back, eliciting an involuntary scream from him, followed by a burst of flames that erupted, enveloping the shadowy assassin in an instant. Although the Shadow Assassin possessed the strength of a knight commander, its vulnerability lay in the light and flames. Consequently, as the flames consumed it, the damage inflicted far surpassed that of the gun-wielding warriors. Simultaneously, the pure Blood Knight, realizing he had fallen into a trap and consumed by rage, would not let the assailant escape unpunished. He pivoted and thrust his fiery spear into the Shadow Assassin's body, causing a violent explosion of flames that shattered the assassin into countless fiery projectiles. Within a mere 5 minutes, 2 Shadow Assassins had perished, which caused Zhou Mingwei some pangs of regret. Chapter 84, Capturing the Vital Divine Essence. However, the sacrifice of the 2 Shadow Assassins proved worthwhile. Just as the pure Blood Knight, in his fury, dispatched the Shadow Assassin, 2 arrows approached stealthily. Although he heard the commotion, his rage dulled his senses, allowing him to evade only 1 arrow, while the second lodged itself into the gap of his right shoulder blade. One could say that if the pure Blood Knight were the protagonist, this sequence of attacks was exceedingly vicious. First, he was poisoned, and then struck by a concealed arrow. With an arrow embedded in his shoulder blade, it was as if he had rendered his right arm nearly useless. It was akin to locking down his peepabone. Consumed by fury, the pure Blood Knight no longer contemplated escape. Instead, he charged towards the source of the arrows. He had spotted their origin within a distant thicket. His choice seemed prudent. If he did not eliminate those lurking in the shadows, even if he were made of iron, escape would be impossible. However, before he could reach the thicket, 6 gun-wielding warriors pursued him, their lengthy spears shimmering with white light as they aimed at his back. While the pure Blood Knight was significantly stronger than these warriors, neglecting to defend himself against their spears would inflict damage equal to or greater than that of the previous arrow. After all, the pure Blood Knight excelled in speed and strength, not defense. With a sweeping motion of his fiery spear, flames erupted and engulfed the 6 gun-wielding warriors. Yet at that moment, yet another Shadow Assassin emerged from the darkness behind the pure Blood Knight, lunging with a dagger aimed at his ankle. At this juncture, Zhou Mingyue's intentions were unmistakable. It was impossible to eliminate the pure Blood Knight in one fell swoop, but by continuously applying poison and inflicting damage, or incapacitating particular parts of his body, the knight's strength would be gradually diminished, making it increasingly effortless to vanquish him. It was a classic case of an ant devouring an elephant. The pure Blood Knight was entirely oblivious to the Shadow Assassin's ambush, as his attention was wholly consumed by the arrows flying towards him from various directions. By the time he noticed the Shadow Assassin, the dagger had already plunged into his ankle, twisting painfully. The ferocity of this act, if captured on video, would surely incite outrage among many. Moreover, had the Shadow Assassin not twisted the dagger, they might have successfully escaped. For this, the assassin paid with their life, as the pure Blood Knight violently kicked them away, followed by a thrust of his fiery spear that pierced and killed them. By this point, 3 Shadow Assassins had fallen, yet the condition of the pure Blood Knight had deteriorated further. With his right ankle injured, he could no longer support his weight, and was forced to hover in midair using his bloodline power. However, this was entirely different from soaring through the skies at speed. He lacked both velocity and agility. The pure Blood Knight was doomed. Zhou Mingyue assessed the situation, drawing his conclusion. The subsequent course of battle corroborated this assessment point. 3 colossal dragons descended from various directions, their breath like pillars of fire sweeping across the ground, converging on the pure Blood Knight. Not only that, but all archers unleashed their rapid-fire arrow technique. Typically, they refrained from using this technique due to its immense energy consumption. Each use would leave them drained for an entire day, reducing their combat effectiveness by more than 40%. This could be described as a tenfold ambush, a comprehensive encirclement. Had the pure Blood Knight been in perfect condition, he would have had no chance of escaping such a siege, let alone in his current poisoned and injured state. Furthermore, the subsequent charge of all gun-wielding warriors served as the final straw on the scale. Once nearly invincible in the Kingdom of Floor, the pure Blood Knight could not even leave behind his name, as multiple spears pierced through his body, violently tearing him apart into several fragments. In the instant the pure Blood Knight was shredded, the gateway to the Ward demiplane opened, and the 32 elemental servants activated a previously unused teleportation ability. Appearing beneath the pure Blood Knight, a semi-transparent web of light formed among the elemental servants, capturing and collecting all the blood that splattered from the torn remnants. Zhou Mingyue observed this scene with a sense of disbelief. These elemental servants, directly linked to the Ward demiplane, were beyond his command. They had not appeared during the battle. Yet, upon the pure Blood Knight's demise, As the war demiplane detected a unique advancement resource, the speed of the elemental servant's actions exceeded his expectations. However, it must be noted that the pure blood knight represented a transformation from an ordinary individual to a higher echelon. Zhou Mingyue had witnessed the blood of knights, great knights, and even knight commanders before. Their blood bore no distinction from that of an ordinary human. Yet the pure blood knight was different, his blood shimmering with a hint of gold. And even his bones exhibited a golden hue. This indicated that he indeed differed from humanity. If he had some instrument at hand, Zhou Mingyue would have liked to collect a sample for analysis to discern how the pure blood knight's blood differed from that of an ordinary human. However, at this moment, he could only let it go that the pure blood knight's corpse and blood were transported into the gateway of the war demiplane. His advancement progress surged by 30%. A trace of vibrant divine essence collected. Please choose the direction of use. Following this, new information appeared in Zhou Mingyue's mind at a trace of vibrant divine essence. Upon receiving the information, Zhou Mingyue understood it turned out, as he had previously speculated, that at the level of the pure blood knight, he was indeed distinct from ordinary humanity. Knights, great knights, and knight commanders merely refined their physical forms through their bloodline powers, enhancing their strength while harnessing a portion of that power to bolster their attacks. However, the pure blood knight had purified his bloodline power to a new height, essentially refining one of the multiple bloodlines within him to constitute over 30% of his overall bloodline at this level. Such bloodlines could be deemed ancestral, and as previously mentioned, the roots of these bloodlines were divine. Thus, divine essence was born. By this reasoning, wouldn't it imply that upon purifying the bloodline to its zenith, one would ascend to divinity? Zhou Mingyue pondered. However, it must be noted that the usage directions of this divine essence were twofold. Chapter 85, Ransom for Prisoners. The first was to integrate the divine essence into the war demiplane, enabling the production of more formidable troops and subsequent advancements. Well, Zhou Mingyue had only just realized that the advancements within the war demiplane were not uniform, if infused with divine essence. The troops produced after advancement would be significantly stronger. The second option was to merge the divine essence into himself, granting Zhou Mingyue a fragment of divine essence, which would elevate his power to that of a pure blood knight. Faced with this challenging decision, which would be exceedingly difficult for most, Zhou Mingyue arrived at his conclusion in merely 3 seconds. He chose to integrate the divine essence into the war demiplane. He was not foolish. He recognized that his greatest strength lay in self-awareness. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He lacked ruthlessness, particularly towards himself. Thus, the manifestation of his knight commander's strength was only marginally superior to that of a great knight. He acknowledged his cowardice. However, this did not impede him from making the correct judgment. Strengthening the war demiplane would ensure his utmost safety. With the infusion of that trace of divine essence, golden patterns appeared upon the tower-like structure of the war demiplane. However, with the emergence of these golden patterns, the advancement progress bar plummeted from 30% to 20%. Zhou Mingyue was well aware that such a decline in the progress bar could not occur without reason. This could only imply one thing. After the war demiplane integrated with divinity, it would require even greater resources to advance once more. At this moment, the soldiers in the valley had fully emerged, escorting the surrendered farmers into its depths. Meanwhile, high-ranking troops such as the gun-wielding gods were in pursuit of the fleeing knights. Zhou Mingyue recalled that the treasured artifacts were also transformed from divinity. Yet, it was evident that once transformed into a treasured artifact, that divinity ceased to be divinity, or rather, the difference became significant. Hence, could these treasured artifacts be restored to their divine essence? He took out the rebirth dagger, examined it thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head and put it away. He truly could not conceive of any method to revert this treasured artifact back to divinity. As dusk fell, the surrendered farmers had all been detained, their numbers reaching 18,000. A considerable number of knights had also been captured. Zhou Mingyue planned to tame these surrendered farmers and turn them into his subjects. In this desolate wilderness, apart from the barbarians, there was scarcely any sign of human habitation, especially after he had eradicated the A1, A2, and A3 barbarian tribes, rendering the area even more desolate. Since the Kingdom of Floor had revoked his independent knightly title, there was no longer any connection between himself and the kingdom. Under such circumstances, founding a nation for himself seemed rather appealing. As for the captured knights, he had no intention of executing them. The intricate web of familial ties among the nobility was profound, and should he eliminate these knights, it would likely incite even greater hatred. The backlash would be considerable, and he could hardly predict how many would come seeking vengeance. Zhou Mingwei did not wish to remain ensconced in the valley indefinitely. The disparity between knights and farmers lay in the fact that knights had ransoms to pay, while farmers did not. Over the course of the following week, Zhou Mingwei was quite busy. He busied himself with rearranging the farmers to the original sites of the A2 and A3 tribes, while simultaneously deploying troops in those areas to ensure the safety of the farmers. Just as he had relocated over 5,000 farmers to the A3 tribal site and had stationed heavy infantry, heavy gunmen, and longbowmen for defense, he received word that Viscount Hanks had arrived. Upon riding back to the valley atop his red dragon, he beheld a group of over 30 individuals waiting outside the valley's stone walls, with Nyes engaged in cordial conversation with Viscount Hanks. It must be said that Nyes had been quite diligent since assuming the role of valley administrator. Beyond his official duties, he had even studied alongside several scholars among the slaves. By now, he could manage to draft some official documents. Observing his conversation with Viscount Hanks, it was evident that he had gained some practical experience. Disembarking from the dragon, Zhou Mingwei greeted Viscount Hanks with a smile and invited everyone into the valley for further discussions. His gaze swept across the gathering, and he noticed many unfamiliar faces. Yet he could ascertain that these individuals were nobility. It was clear that they had come to negotiate for the release of captives. Indeed, upon entering Zhou Mingwei's residence, which was imbued with the essence of nature, Viscount Hanks elucidated his purpose. He had come to negotiate for the release of captives. In essence, the group he brought along served as representatives for the ransom, comprising not only the kin of the captured knights but also those who were entrusted by the families of other captured knights to negotiate for their release. After all, many of the captured knights were heads of households, leaving behind widows and orphans, and it was unlikely they could travel such long distances to secure their release. As for Viscount Hanks's visit, it served dual purposes: to facilitate introductions between both parties and to provide guarantees that in the eyes of those nobles, Zhou Mingwei was still perceived as an adversary of the Kingdom of Floor and not one of their own, leading to concerns that he might abscond with the ransom. Consequently, the majority of the ransom was held at Hanks' castle, with Viscount Hanks serving as the guarantor. Once the captives were released, he would ensure that the ransom was delivered to Zhou Mingwei. Zhou Mingwei did not refuse this arrangement, as the valley's finances were growing increasingly strained. Previously, the over 500 slaves and 70-odd farmers had all been sustained by Zhou Mingwei. Although the crops had been sown, there was still a considerable wait until harvest. The most pressing issue was that with the capture of 18,000 farmers, even the most meager rations consumed daily amounted to a substantial quantity. To put it plainly, even the animal merchant group could not sustain such an expense. Zhou Mingwei had to exchange all the giant beast pelts to procure enough provisions to sustain those 18,000 individuals for 3 months. But what would happen once those 3 months of food ran out? The newly cultivated fields could not possibly satisfy the appetites of so many people. Thus, this ransom served as a timely relief for his pressing predicament. The amount of ransom was correlated with the noble rank. Over the centuries, the figures had become relatively fixed: 30 to 80 gold coins for a knight, 150 to 250 for a baron, and 350 to 600 for a viscount. Perhaps sensing that Zhou Mingwei had not claimed a share of the ransom from Count Max, Viscount Hanks exhibited a degree of magnanimity this time, setting the ransom prices at 60 gold coins for knights, 200 for barons, and the maximum of 600 for viscounts. In essence, since knights and barons were not the ones who had actively attacked Zhou Mingwei, they could be regarded as accomplices. Thus, the prices were slightly elevated, yet not at the maximum, allowing the families to pay the ransoms with relative willingness. As for the 3 viscounts, they were the true culprits. And it need not be mentioned how their soldiers had looted and pillaged Hanks's territory, leaving it in turmoil. Had they not been outmatched, Viscount Hanks would have entertained thoughts of launching a counterattack. This was precisely why he had advised Zhou Mingwei to increase the ransom, serving as a minor act of retribution. By releasing those knights, barons, and viscounts, Zhou Mingwei reaped a total ransom of over 9,300 floor gold coins. He did not instruct Viscount Hanks to transport this ransom, but rather requested him to procure a substantial quantity of food. Viscount Hanks gladly accepted this commission. Not to mention, Hanks' castle had accumulated a significant stockpile of provisions over the years, making it a perfect time for a refresh. The food would be transported to the valley, and when autumn harvest arrived, the warehouses could be replenished with new grain. In this manner, Viscount Hanks would manage the old supplies. Zhou Mingwei would acquire food at a reasonable price, and the farmers would not suffer from starvation. Truly a win-win-win situation. Moreover, Viscount Hanks could also purchase old grain from other nobles for resale, thus profiting even more. When the knights, barons, and viscounts departed, none thought to inquire about the ransom for the farmers. In their view, historically, no noble had ever paid a ransom for farmers. Furthermore, transporting them back would require provisions for their sustenance. After all, it would be unreasonable to allow them to starve after securing their release. With this reasoning, they were even less inclined to redeem the farmers for the labor shortages in their villages and estates upon their return. That was not for them to contemplate. The farmers, for their part, remained docile. Following their surrender, they had not anticipated anyone would come to negotiate for their release. After Zhou Mingyue arranged for them to clear new fields near the A2 and A3 tribal sites, their initial sense of panic gradually settled. Why? Their reasoning was simple. Since they were being asked to work, it was improbable they would be eliminated without cause. Moreover, Lord Nye's had not deprived them of sustenance. With this in mind, their mental state stabilized further, and they began to cultivate the land, build ditches and houses, taking their time, knowing they had put down roots here. Of course, some farmers with families still felt a pang of anxiety, yearning for their loved ones. Yet, there was little that could be done. No matter how powerful Zhou Mingyue was, he could not compel those nobles to send the farmers' families to them. Those were the nobles' subjects. Having captured these farmers was one thing, but to demand their families as well would surely provoke a fierce outcry from the nobility. Setting aside the farmers establishing themselves in the wilderness, Zhou Mingyue's nation-building plan began to unfold step by step. After ensuring the farmers were settled, he promptly redirected his focus back to the war demi-plane. The importance of high-level combat power was paramount. From his previous encounters with pureblood knights, he fully understood this. Just to defeat a single pureblood knight, Zhou Mingyue had expended considerable effort, utilizing both the war demi-plane and numerous troops in a coordinated assault. Of course, the rewards were worthwhile. The corpse of the pureblood knight, the divinity, and that fiery spear. Treasure name: Flame Spear. Sequence level: Flame Sequence 8. Origin: the Flame Spear is derived from a fragment of divinity transformed from the Flame Sequence 0, the Scorching Behemoth. It can be fused with the Flame Sequence 8, Flame Greatsword, and Flame Sequence 8, Flame Longsword to advance to Flame Sequence 7, Hand of Lava. Ability: Flame Emission. The Scorching Behemoth? Zhou Mingyue pondered as he held the Flame Spear. From the treasures he had encountered, he gleaned a piece of information. These treasures, upon reaching their highest level, Sequence 0, would become divine beings? Or did the wielder of the top-tier treasure ascend to divinity? Otherwise, from whence did this notion of divinity arise? Standing beside the towering manifestation of the war demi-plane, he prepared to conduct an experiment. Yet, due to the varying sequence levels of the treasures, he decided to first test the Flame Spear. Grasping the Flame Spear in his right hand, he cautiously approached the war demi-plane. According to past experience, the war demi-plane should instinctively consume the treasure. This appeared to be an innate ability of its own. Indeed, as the flaming spear approached within a mere 5 meters, an irresistible force surged forth, drawing the spear towards the war demi-plane. Upon colliding with the towering structure of the war demi-plane, the flaming spear was instantly ensnared and gradually assimilated into it. This entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. Once the flaming spear had completely vanished, Zhou Mingyue could distinctly sense a transformation within the war demi-plane. Subtle flickers of firelight danced upon its surface. The only observable change was the advancement percentage of the evolution progress, which ascended to 30%. Beyond that, there were no significant alterations to the attribute panel. For a Sequence 8 artifact to result in merely a 10% increase in evolution progress was a source of inexplicable regret for Zhou Mingyue. One might argue that the flaming spear should be considered a potent offensive artifact, and without a doubt, the aerial ship's offensive capability paled in comparison to that of the flaming sequence. In hindsight, it would have been prudent to experiment with the aerial ship first. That a fleeting thought crossed Zhou Mingyue's mind, tinged with regret. After all, despite the aerial ship being a sequence level 7 artifact, surpassing the flaming spear by 1 level, it had proven somewhat redundant in his hands. Flight? Zhou Mingyue had no practical use for it, not to mention the incredible speed of the war demi-plane's towering form. The 3 colossal dragons were more than sufficient for his aerial escapades. Should he consider devouring the aerial ship as well? Zhou Mingyue hesitated momentarily, sensing that the war demi-plane had detected his wavering resolve, its brilliance intensifying as if to bolster his determination. devour it. It is of no use anyway. Yielding to the impulse, Zhou Mingyue commanded several gun war gods to extricate the aerial ship from the valley and place it beside the war demiplane, although the pull he felt was insufficient to draw the aerial ship away. It seemed to lose its weight in the face of this force, steadfastly inching towards the war demiplane until it adhered to the tower like a magnet, in comparison to the flaming spear. The assimilation of this sequence level 7 aerial ship was a much slower affair. Approximately half an hour later, the aerial ship finally vanished into the war demi-plane.as for any changes. Well, there were none to speak of, if one were to insist on identifying a change. It would be the evolution progress percentage rising to 70%. This alteration was indeed commendable, a fourfold increase compared to the flaming spear. Yet, it still fell short to elevate the war demiplane further. The evolution progress must reach 100%. Chapter 87. The choice of 6 major rules. In this untamed wilderness traversed by Zhou Mingyue, he could no longer find any resources for further evolution. Perhaps beyond the volcanic plains, in the more northern wild territories, such resources existed. Yet Zhou Mingyue felt an inexplicable sense of peril towards that direction. Under such circumstances, he would not contemplate venturing into the northern wilds just yet. After all, the fruits of the Florer Kingdom had yet to be fully harvested. He believed that the Florer Kingdom possessed more than just the Rebirth Dagger and the Flaming Spear. What if he were to allow the war demiplane to absorb the Rebirth Dagger? Zhou Mingyue pondered the feasibility of this plan. After all, the Rebirth Dagger was arguably the most powerful artifact in his possession, aside from the war demiplane. Resurrection Sequence 5, it was second only to the war demiplane. Moreover, despite having studied the Rebirth Dagger for an extended period, he had yet to discover how to activate it. To put it plainly, the Rebirth Dagger was merely a useless trinket until it was activated. With this in mind, taking it to be consumed by the war demiplane seemed to be a wise decision. Perhaps the resurrection capability of the Rebirth Dagger could be inherited by the war demiplane? With this thought, Zhou Mingyue wasted no time. Retrieving the Rebirth Dagger and drawing near to the towering structure of the war demi-plane. It was evident that the war demiplane's yearning for the Rebirth Dagger far surpassed that for the Flaming Spear or the aerial ship. When the Rebirth Dagger was still 100 meters away from the war demiplane, the irresistible force manifested in an instant. The Rebirth Dagger slipped from Zhou Mingyue's grasp, soaring forth like a sharp arrow. In the span of mere seconds, the rusted dagger plunged into the tower. Subsequently, a ring of crimson light radiated outward, and the Rebirth Dagger vanished into the tower's exterior. Zhou Mingyue observed as the evolution progress bar atop the tower began to rise steadily. 70, 71, 72. The rate of increase was slow, advancing only about once every 10 minutes. Realizing that this would not conclude anytime soon, Zhou Mingyue retreated to the valley. After all, the war demiplane had merged with his soul. It was unlikely that anyone could steal it away. After swimming a couple of laps in the pool to stretch his muscles, he summoned Nyes to bring him the ledger for a cursory review. This was not due to a lack of trust in Nyes. Rather, human nature is susceptible to testing. Even the kindest of souls may stray onto a dark path without a system of restraint. Periodically nudging Nyes to keep him alert was essential to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that Zhou Mingyue wished to avoid. That said, the ledger in this world gave Zhou Mingyue quite the headache. Although he had never worked in finance, he understood that a ledger should at least maintain a coherent order and clear terms. The ledger Nyes produced was scarcely more presentable than a primary school assignment. This led Zhou Mingyue to contemplate whether introducing Arabic numerals to this world might simplify matters. However, after consideration, he dismissed the idea. It was utterly impractical, not to mention the potential consequences of foreign script appearing in this realm. Simply the thought of painstakingly teaching Nyes would deter him from pursuing it. He simply did not have the time to play teacher. Well, if the ledger was unsightly, so be it. As long as there was no intentional corruption, that was sufficient. By the time he finished reviewing the ledger, dawn was breaking. A wave of overwhelming power emanated from the war demiplane, causing all within the valley to tremble involuntarily. The divine attendants, alongside the high priest and other clergy, cried out to the crowd, "This is the might of our Lord, by believing in our Lord. You shall be well-fed and warmly clothed. Believe in our Lord, and you shall be well-fed and warmly clothed." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. The divine attendants were indeed skilled evangelists. Their fervent proclamations prompted the trembling farmers and slaves to kneel before the tower. Observing this, Zhou Mingyue halted his intended departure from the official residence. The actions of the divine attendants were not orchestrated by him, but rather stemmed from the war demi-plane to AT this moment. The war demi-plane echoed in his mind. Ding! Evolution in progress. Urgently requiring faith resources. Evolution in progress. Urgently requiring faith resources. Undoubtedly, by retaining and accommodating the captured farmers, Zhou Mingyue had made a shrewd move. The perspective of the war demi-plane now intertwined with his consciousness, revealing wisps of white mist-like threads ascending from the heads of the farmers and slaves, connecting to the war demi-plane. With each white mist-like thread that connected, a gentle warmth flowed into the war demi-plane. This sensation bore resemblance to Zhou Mingyue's initial activation of his bloodline. Though the war demi-plane experienced no pain in the process, the faith power gathered from nearly 20,000 individuals coalesced into a white mist-like sphere within the war demi-plane, gradually expanding the demi-plane's boundaries. Simultaneously, several golden threads emerged around the outer edge of the white mist-like sphere, greedily consuming the faith power. Zhou Mingyue recognized these golden threads as divine essence. Meanwhile, in the valley, at the A2 and A3 tribes, the farmers and slaves, influenced by the clergy, continuously offered their faith power. This influx sustained the existence of the sphere. However, the farmers and slaves, who could only be considered marginally faithful, could not contribute a substantial amount of faith power. As half an hour passed, the farmers and slaves began to collapse one by one. They were not perishing, but rather succumbing to exhaustion after fervently offering their faith power. The source of faith power sharply diminished. The sphere rapidly contracted under the divine essence's consumption. Ultimately, at the moment the sphere vanished, the strands of divine essence coalesced, intertwining to form a golden entity resembling a DNA helix, suspended above the demi-plane's ground. At this point, the war demi-plane's evolution halted. Zhou Mingyue was once again faced with a choice. The war demi-plane was poised to evolve into a war plane, and he needed to select a primary rule for the war plane. The options were light rule, dark rule, flame rule, sky rule, thunder rule, and dragon rule, 6 primary rules in total, from which he must choose one. Subsequently, based on the chosen primary rule, additional minor rules would be randomly generated. In essence, the selection of these rules would dictate the primary attributes of the units produced after the evolution into a war plane. Choosing the light rule as the primary rule would grant the units innate light attributes. Conversely, selecting the dark rule would endow the units with innate dark attributes, and so on. Chapter 88. Workshop Sequence 3. Oh dear, a multiple-choice question with 6 answers. Zhou Mingyue felt somewhat at a loss. It was evident that selecting any single rule would yield units with substantial differences from those produced under the other rules, the light rule. Immediately, Zhou Mingyue's mind conjured images of light halberdiers and gun war gods. When it came to direct confrontations, the light-based units indeed possessed their own advantages. Their defenses were exceptional, and their striking power formidable, truly akin to tanks. And what of the dark rule? The dark guards and shadow assassins are indeed commendable choices, particularly the shadow assassins, whose remarkable contributions towards vanquishing the pureblood knights are nothing short of legendary. Although their vitality is scarce and their defenses thin, the mere presence of 3 shadow assassins can eliminate a considerably more formidable pureblood knight, which is undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. As for the flame rule, Zhou Mingyue had not previously encountered any flame-based units. Thus he could only indulge in fantasies of what a flame giant might resemble. The same holds true for the thunder rule. Regarding the sky rule, Zhou Mingyue found himself at a loss, unable to conceive what kind of unit it could produce. Could it be angels? Or perhaps winged beings? If they cannot fly, can they truly be classified as sky-based? Finally, the dragon rule speaks for itself. Dragons are inherently powerful, robust, capable of melee and ranged attacks, and possess the ability to soar through the skies. They likely represent a breed of formidable lineage, or perhaps a confluence of various rules. It was a perplexing dilemma for Zhou Mingyue. While each rule possesses its merits, they undoubtedly differ in essence. How to choose? With a somewhat dazed expression, Zhou Mingyue gazed skyward. His mind racing, he swiftly dismissed the flame and thunder rules. Although these two appeared potent, the limitations of the units they could produce were quite pronounced. Flame units would falter in water, and thunder units would face even greater misfortune. Should Zhou Mingyue inadvertently find himself among them, he could very well be electrocuted. As for the sky rule, his knowledge was scant, and the likelihood of being led astray after making a choice was considerable. By the process of elimination, he was left with the three major rules: light, darkness, and dragons, if only he could select more than one. After some contemplation, Zhou Mingwei instructed the nature priestess to procure several leaves, upon which he inscribed the words light, darkness, and dragons, subsequently crumpling them into small balls. This was the famed random selection method. He tossed the crumpled leaves, closed his eyes, and randomly grasped one, opening his eyes with a tinge of excitement as he unraveled it. To his surprise, two indistinct characters were barely discernible on the almost torn leaf: dragons. Zhou Mingwei inexplicably exhaled in relief. Well, he admitted, among the three rules, he genuinely favored the dragon rule. The reason was simple: dragons are powerful, capable of flight and endurance. With them, what more could one desire? Thus, he chose the dragon rule. Having made his decision, Zhou Mingwei wasted no time in transmitting his choice to the war half-dimension. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent light erupted beyond the valley, resembling a sun rising high into the sky before descending towards him. The brilliance was blinding, rendering Zhou Mingwei unable to open his eyes at that moment. He felt an intense heat upon his neck, akin to a searing iron branding his flesh, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Fortunately, this excruciating sensation dissipated within half a minute, coinciding with the dazzling radiance. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively reached for his neck. What was amiss? The pendant that should have hung around his neck was nowhere to be found. Zhou Mingwei felt a pang of panic, but soon his mind conjured the attribute panel of the War Dimension after its advancement. Artifact name: War Dimension, Advancement 0, Sequence Level, Workshop Sequence 3 Origin. Initially a fragment of divine authority from the tool Sequence 0, Fallen Flame Forge. It merged with Zhou Mingwei's soul in another world, undergoing a transformation into the new artifact. Workshop Sequence 9, War Workshop. After several advancements, it assimilated many other sequence artifacts, evolving into Workshop Sequence 3, War Dimension. Abilities: Rebirth, Rapid Flight, Teleportation, Thunder Attack, Flame Attack, Dimension Space Isolation Defense, Ancient Dragon Legion. In comparison to the attribute panel of the War Half-Dimension, the changes in the War Dimension's attributes were not particularly drastic. It merely gained the abilities of Rebirth and the Ancient Dragon Legion. Additionally, Flight was upgraded to Rapid Flight, and the Half-Dimension Space Isolation Defense transformed into Dimension Space Isolation Defense. Meanwhile, the ability to produce other units was lost, as were various weaponry and armor, since the attribute panel of the War Dimension remained intact. The pendant would not have vanished without reason. He requested the nature priestess to bring him a mercury mirror. Contrary to assumptions about the civilization of this world being primitive, mirrors do exist, albeit at a steep price. Upon gazing into the mirror, Zhou Mingwei realized why he could not feel the pendant. It had transformed into a vividly detailed tattoo of a 7-tiered tower on his neck. The pendant had directly morphed into a tattoo imprinted upon his skin. However, this was a welcome change. To be honest, Zhou Mingwei had long harbored a fear of losing the pendant, always anxious that one careless move might see it lost. Even after reaching Sequence 5, which allowed him to summon it at will, the psychological burden lingered, likely a remnant of his childhood, when he frequently misplaced his keys. Now, with the pendant transformed into a tattoo, he felt an immense sense of relief, for it would no longer be prone to falling off. What kind of unit is the Ancient Dragon Legion? Zhou Mingwei examined the resources stored within the War Dimension. Previously, the War Half-Dimension had retained about 80% of its resources. However, now, that percentage had plummeted to a mere 5% within the War Dimension. To produce one Ancient Dragon Legion, 50% of the stored resources were required. This meant that the resource consumption for producing one Ancient Dragon Legion exceeded 40 times that of creating a unit in the War Half-Dimension. This realization caused Zhou Mingwei considerable distress. As the artifact's sequence level increased, the resource expenditure for producing units escalated dramatically. He suspected that even if a volcano were laid before him, draining it entirely would not suffice to create an Ancient Dragon Legion. Perhaps he could recover some resources by reclaiming those dragons, shadow assassins, and gun warriors, which might yield some returns. As Zhou Mingwei strolled through the valley, contemplating where to seek resources, his gaze wandered over the units. However, he soon abandoned this notion, setting aside the uncertainty of how much resource could be acquired from reclaiming these units. There remained the pressing need for a substantial number of units to defend his considerable territory. Chapter 89. The Giant Eagle, Presently, he had 207 farmers, 15 cavalry, 2 monks, 341 heavy infantry, 584 heavy gunmen, 60 longbowmen, 20 heavy cavalry, 12 clerics, 8 griffin riders, 10 wyverns, 11 dark guards, 19 light halberdiers, 11 dragon hunting crossbows, 1 high priest, 6 earth dragons, 9 shadow assassins, 12 gun warriors, 12 archers, 1 divine retainer, 1 red dragon, 1 blue dragon, and 1 green dragon at his disposal. While the numbers appeared impressive and the variety of units was considerable, the majority had already been stationed at the sites of the A1 and A2 tribes. Naturally, the farmers had primarily been tasked with tilling the land. Given their abysmal combat capabilities and lack of intellect, Zhou Mingyue found them fit only for agricultural tasks alongside the farmers as for the units produced in the war half-dimension. They were all stationed in the vicinity of the valley. Compared to the potential threats from colossal beasts and barbarian attacks at the A2 and A3 tribal sites, the valley faced greater dangers. Possibly imminent assaults from the Kingdom of Floor. Although the 3 barons had managed to redeem themselves from their dire circumstances, their defeat did not entirely quell the ambitions of those coveting the bounty. Would it not be more prudent to storm Floor City directly, eliminate Floor 3, and sever the root of the problem entirely? Whenever Zhou Mingyue contemplated this, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine. As if some peril awaited him in Floor City. Well, the existence of danger only indicated one thing. His current strength was insufficient to truly invade Floor City and eliminate Floor 3. In other words, after the War Half-Dimension's advancement to War Dimension, his pursuit of strength necessitated the production of the ancient Dragon Legion. Perhaps a venture northward would yield better prospects? With his mind racing, Zhou Mingyue ultimately resolved to summon the 3 dragons back into the War Dimension. Gradually ascending, he flew to the northern wilderness, reaching an altitude of 100 meters before setting his course. After the pendant transformed into a tattoo, he found that all the abilities conferred by the War Dimension could still be applied to himself. As he took to the skies for the first time using his own abilities, Zhou Mingyue proceeded with caution, maintaining a low altitude and moderate speed. Even if he were to fall from a height of 100 meters, he deemed it unlikely he would meet his demise. With this thought in mind, he soared higher, leveling off at a height of 1,000 meters. Falling from such an elevation would grant him a sliver of time to react, unlike the near-instantaneous drop from 100 meters. As he grew accustomed to flying, Zhou Mingyue gradually increased his speed. Surrounding him was a magical barrier, shielding him from the fierce winds that would otherwise hinder his ability to breathe and allowing him to comfortably enjoy the scenery below. Before long, he arrived at the A3 tribe. Descending in altitude, he circled around the A3 tribe, observing that the surrounding wasteland had been transformed into expansive fields. Each newly cultivated plot was enclosed with fences to protect against the encroachments of wild beasts from the wilderness. Upon seeing Zhou Mingyue circling above, the station units, led by the clerics, erupted in a chorus of cheers, exclaiming, "Praise our Lord! Praise the Lord of War!" Indeed, this name was bestowed upon Zhou Mingyue by the divine attendants. Likely chosen to facilitate the gathering of faith's power, such a name, if placed in nations steeped in religious fervor, would likely be condemned as that of a malevolent deity or a false god. Yet here, the farmers responded with exuberant shouts, their desires simple, to be well-fed and warmly clothed. All of this was granted to them by Zhou Mingyue. Thus their faith naturally gravitated towards him. After circling the A3 tribe several times, Zhou Mingyue did not descend but instead turned his course directly towards the volcanic plain. Compared to when he departed, the number of colossal beasts in the volcanic plain had notably increased. This was hardly surprising. These gigantic creatures required substantial sustenance daily, and in comparison to other regions, this place was rich with volcanic activity. Although the magma had long since dried up, the ground temperature here remained higher than elsewhere, leading to an exuberance of vegetation that sustained countless green deer. With these green deer as a foundation, a complete food chain formed, enticing the colossal beasts to come here for respite and nourishment. Crossing the volcano and continuing northward, the plain quickly rose to form hills, a transformation Zhou Mingyue felt most acutely from his lofty vantage. After traveling over 300 kilometers northward, the hills became more rugged, and mountain ranges entirely replaced the plains. From his vantage point 1,000 meters above, Zhou Mingyue easily spotted a barbarian tribe nestled within a valley that in terms of area alone. This tribe boasted a population of no less than 3,000. Compared to previously encountered tribes, this one was undoubtedly colossal. However, before Zhou Mingyue could approach, over 30 giant eagles took to the skies from the tribe. These enormous eagles were as large as water buffalo, exceeding 3 meters in length, with wingspans reaching a staggering 8 meters. Perched upon their backs were barbarian warriors clutching spears, their faces adorned with intricate red patterns. Clearly, Zhou Mingyue had been detected as the giant eagles drew closer. The barbarians raised their spears, eager to engage. Undoubtedly, should Zhou Mingyue enter their range, they would not hesitate to launch an attack. What truly compelled Zhou Mingyue to evade this barbarian tribe was the palpable sense of threat emanating from a particularly robust barbarian, who fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Mingyue from the heights, gripping an axe in his right hand. Zhou Mingyue felt a sharp sting from being scrutinized. He had merely come to survey the situation and had no intention of engaging in combat at that moment. Thus, as the giant eagles pursued him, Zhou Mingyue decisively veered away, allowing no opportunity for them to strike. While the eagles were indeed swift, they fell short in comparison to Zhou Mingyue. However, they pursued him for over 500 kilometers before retreating. This was due, in part, to the presence of several barbarian tribes along the way, who were highly displeased at the sight of the giant eagles soaring overhead, prompting them to send their own eagles to intercept. After several attempts, they finally conceded defeat, realizing they could not catch Zhou Mingyue. This left him feeling quite vexed. When had he ever been pursued so relentlessly? Nevertheless, in evading his pursuers, Zhou Mingyue had deviated from his intended northern path. Now positioning himself closer to the northeast, Chapter 90, the Iron Water River. After advancing a short distance in this direction, he beheld a snow-capped active volcano. The magma here was a resource ripe for harvesting, a fact that had not diminished with the elevation of the war realm. This volcano was indeed vast, with a copious supply of magma, and even featured a river of lava flowing steadily down its slopes. Yet Zhou Mingyue hesitated upon noticing the presence of barbarians near the lava river. These barbarians were using stone tools to scoop lava from the river, pouring it into molds, which they would later cool and extract as solidified products, plunging them into a nearby spring to temper. No, it was not lava they were harvesting, but molten iron. The lava river spilling from the volcano was, in fact, an iron water river. Seizing the opportunity when the barbarians departed, Zhou Mingyue quietly approached the lava river and observed a layer of molten iron floating atop it. It was no wonder the barbarians directly poured the lava into molds, as the river brimmed with glowing red iron water, which could easily be molded into shape. Had this volcano been situated within the Floor Kingdom, regardless of its location, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody upheaval. An iron water river signified boundless wealth. Moreover, when Zhou Mingyue retrieved the iron water, upon solidification, it was not raw iron, but rather a purer form of steel. Just as the barbarians had demonstrated, it required no further forging. It could simply be poured into molds to create superior weapons. Afterward, he searched the vicinity and discovered a barbarian tribe situated over 10 kilometers from the active volcano. These barbarians hailed from this very tribe. This tribe was even more formidable than the previous one. With a population exceeding 10,000, Zhou Mingyue could even sense a significant threat emanating from the totem pole within this tribe. Undoubtedly, if the war realm were to be established within the vicinity of that active volcano, the resources extracted would be immensely abundant. However, doing so would inevitably provoke the hostility and potential aggression of that tribe. This was hardly surprising, as the active volcano was essentially claimed territory for the tribe. Anyone seeking to intrude would not be met with complacency. This was a prime source of high-quality weaponry. Zhou Mingyue hesitated briefly, but did not rush to deploy the war realm. Instead, he chose to remain concealed, continuously observing the tribe in contrast to the previous tribe of 3,000. This current tribe of 10,000 possessed a greater number of giant eagles and had even enslaved more colossal beasts. Creatures such as the barbarian bull and striped tiger were common livestock within this tribe. What astonished Zhou Mingyue the most was the presence of a serpent exceeding 100 meters in length coiled around the towering totem pole. This serpent, adorned with slate-gray scales, formed a serpentine formation around the 100-meter-tall totem. Each time the barbarians returned from a hunt, they would offer a portion of their catch to this serpent. Clearly, this giant serpent served as the tribe's guardian. Utilizing the war realm's capabilities, Zhou Mingyue discerned that the serpent's vitality surged with vigor, even surpassing that of a pure-blooded knight. Additionally, this tribe of 10,000 housed a chief equivalent in strength to a pure-blood knight, with over 10 subordinate chiefs, each possessing near knightly prowess. The establishment of chief and sub-chief roles did not surprise Zhou Mingwei. Managing a tribe of such magnitude was inherently challenging given the barbarian civilization's level. Thus, even with a chief wielding pure-blood knight strength, it was necessary to subdivide the tribe into numerous smaller factions. While they resided together, activities such as hunting, land clearing, farming, and totem worship were conducted according to these smaller divisions. Unless the tribe faced existential threats, the chief would typically refrain from intervening. This realization provided Zhou Mingwei with greater confidence in his future plans. However, relying solely on the 3 dragons he had brought was insufficient to execute his strategy. Therefore, after gaining a general understanding of this barbarian tribe's circumstances, Zhou Mingwei chose not to linger any longer but instead quietly departed 30 kilometers away and ascended into the skies, swiftly returning to the valley. He required more formidable troops to secure the war realm once established. The journey back to the valley was uneventful. However, just as Zhou Mingwei returned to the valley, had a satisfying meal at the official residence. Bathed and prepared for a brief nap, Nais entered, bowing respectfully as he reported a matter to Zhou Mingwei. 3 days prior, Viscount Hanks had sought assistance at the valley. Viscount Hanks seeking aid? Zhou Mingwei pondered for a moment, gesturing for Nais to continue. It is said that Count Max brought a military force back to the castle and began rallying allies to prepare for an invasion of Viscount Hank's territory. Nais relayed all he knew without adding any personal opinions. Clearly, he had grasped the essence of being a steward, to avoid imposing one's own views upon the master. Count Max? Zhou Mingwei instantly recalled his previous association with Prince Albert, along with the inexplicable animosity that had arisen between them. All of this turmoil originated from Count Max. It was evident that the military force Count Max had brought back likely had ties to Floor 3. Zhou Mingwei even suspected that this was merely the beginning. First, they would eliminate Viscount Hanks, who had maintained amicable relations with Zhou Mingwei, and subsequently cut off his trade routes. Such a move would not only sever Zhou Mingwei's connections within the Floor Kingdom, but also incite internal strife. It was crucial to remember that he currently oversaw nearly 20,000 farmers, and the majority of their daily sustenance relied on supplies transported by trade caravans. Should the food supply be compromised, those farmers would not passively await their demise. Immediate assistance for Viscount Hanks was imperative, Zhou Mingwei resolved in his mind. Yet, he also needed to guard against the possibility that this was a scheme aimed at him. Thus, he decided not to personally lead the charge this time, but instead directly appoint the High Priest as the commander, dispatching 11 Dark Sentinels, 19 light polearm soldiers, 11 dragon-hunting crossbows, and 6 Earth Dragons to support Viscount Hanks. While he had not deployed the spear-wielding War God or the Shadow Assassins, the Dark Sentinels and light polearm soldiers were no weaklings. They all possessed the strength of High Knights. Providing 47 High Knights to assist Viscount Hanks was indeed a substantial commitment. As for the Gun God and Shadow Assassin, Zhou Mingwei had no intention of releasing them. He harbored a vague sense of impending danger, sensing that remaining in the valley could lead to unforeseen events. Chapter 91. Listening to prayers under this ominous premonition. He resolved to withdraw the Gun God, Shadow Assassin, and other elite troops into the war realm, while he himself stealthily retraced his steps towards the volcano, where molten iron flowed like a river. Given the changes in the situation here, Zhou Mingwei no longer intended to brazenly occupy the active volcano. Instead, he planned to cautiously pilfer a portion of resources, as the successful creation of the first Ancient Dragon Legion would significantly reduce subsequent troubles. As for the potential mishaps that might occur in the valley, he felt that after his departure, no matter what unforeseen events transpired, as long as he remained, this territory would ultimately return to him. After all, there is an old saying, if you preserve the people, you may lose the land. If you preserve the land, you may lose the people. Navigating carefully around several barbarian tribes along the way, Zhou Mingwei eventually arrived at the active volcano at that moment. A group of barbarians was busy collecting molten iron to forge weapons and armor. Zhou Mingwei dared not disturb them. Instead, he circled around. Quietly landing at the volcano's mouth, the magma within the crater surged continuously, and after a brief inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that some colossal beast, like the fire lizard from before, might be lurking within the volcano. That if such a beast were indeed hidden there, stealthily extracting resources would become exponentially more difficult. After all, any beast capable of hiding within an active volcano would not be a benign creature. and attempting to eliminate such a beast would undoubtedly alert the barbarians. The barbarians, accustomed to extracting molten iron for weaponry, appeared relaxed and completely oblivious to the presence of an observer at the volcano's mouth. Their relaxation, however, resulted in a certain lethargy. Zhou Mingwei found their inefficiency somewhat exasperating as he waited for their departure. He wished he could descend and assist them in forging weapons to expedite their exit. Naturally, such a notion was unfeasible. However, even the most indolent barbarians could not linger indefinitely in this sulfurous environment. Although they had adapted to the acrid scent, the combination of sulfur and high temperatures became increasingly unbearable. Thus, after their initial lethargy, the barbarians hastened their work. Zhou Mingwen nestled into a fissure at the volcano's mouth, comfortably falling asleep. At his current strength, he was not impervious to fire, but the temperature at the volcano merely felt warm, lulling him into a light slumber. Upon awakening, he found the night had descended, and the barbarians had departed, leaving only the sporadic sounds of bubbling magma. He silently hoped to extract enough resources before the barbarians returned. Zhou Mingwei then placed his right hand upon the tattoo of the War Realm. In the next moment, a crimson light surged from his neck, descending into the volcano's mouth. Boom! After a tremor that shook the earth. The tower form of the War Realm firmly sealed the volcano's mouth. The river of magma, which had flowed for countless years, abruptly ceased, leaving behind a darkening residue of molten iron, compared to the War Semi-Realm. The tower form of the War Realm was significantly larger, exuding a deep crimson hue adorned with intricate golden patterns, as if enveloped by a mysterious painting. Zhou Mingwei opened the great door of the tower and stepped inside. The interior of the tower in the War Realm was similar to that of the Semi-Realm, albeit more spacious, expanding from 3 levels to 7. Of course, in relation to the realm's production of troops. This space felt more like a sanctuary for Zhou Mingwei to rest. Through the perspective of the War Realm, he observed a spatial passage opening at the base of the tower. A substantial volume of molten iron mixed with magma was being consumed by this passage, and the resource reserves of the War Realm steadily increased. Remarkably, the rate of accumulation was not as slow as Zhou Mingwei had anticipated. Within just an hour, the resource reserve had risen by 1%. At this pace, it would take a mere 4 days and 4 hours to reach full capacity. If he aimed to produce the ancient Dragon Legion, it would require no more than 44 additional hours. Given that the War Realm already possessed 5% of its resource reserves. In less than 2 days, Zhou Mingwei stood atop the tower, gazing down at the mountains and land shrouded in nightfall. His heart tinged with unease. The dissipating night heralded the rise of Stuart, the god of winter and storms, whose diminutive sun illuminated the world. As spring transitioned into summer, the descent of the small sun occurred earlier. Approximately before noon, hastily traversing the sky and sinking below the horizon. Meanwhile, the larger sun, embodying the deities of scorching heat and drought, emerged at 11 in the morning, quickly taking dominion over the sky. Observing the 2 suns alternating above, Zhou Mingwei pondered the nature of these deities. Were they innate gods of this world, or had they ascended to divinity through the possession of the Sequence 0 artifact? Undoubtedly, Zhou Mingwei found himself without answers. Such fundamental mysteries surrounding deities were unlikely to be elucidated in any tome. However, he was aware that the powers of deities varied significantly. For instance, the scorpion god Ershaki, who had been deceived by divine servants and robbed of divine arts, might be considered among the weakest of gods. What artifact, if any, did this scorpion god wield? Had he attained divinity without reliance on any artifact? Zhou Mingwei realized he had likely slept too comfortably at the volcano, now invigorated, having stood on the tower's summit throughout the day, scanning the surroundings while his mind swirled with thoughts concerning the divine. The reason for this was simple. After advancing the War Semi-Realm into the Workshop Sequence 3 War Realm, he could perceive and feel the faith emanating from farmers and slaves. Although this faith connected to the War Realm, Zhou Mingwei could vaguely sense the voices conveyed by those farmers and slaves. Moreover, this trend intensified over time. Zhou Mingwei suspected this was the prelude to apotheosis. He believed that even if the War Realm did not advance, as the faith accumulated, he would at least be able to hear the voices of those farmers and slaves. Whether he could bestow divine arts like the scorpion god Ershaki remained uncertain. Nonetheless, if the War Realm could advance once more, he would possess ample confidence to discover what kind of being the scorpion god Ershaki truly was, based on his observations of the barbarians. They only forge weapons and armor every 3 days. Chapter 92. Ambush if all went according to plan. He should successfully produce the first ancient dragon legion. In truth, he was quite curious about this legion, especially since there was no introduction regarding it in the attribute panel. As night fell, Zhou Mingyue's previously boundless energy began to wane. However, before sleeping, he released the gun god, shadow assassin, and other troops. The dragons concealed themselves in the nearby mountains, while the shadow assassins were strategically positioned along the paths leading to the barbarian tribes. The gun god and divine servants were stationed at the volcano's mouth, in Zhou Mingyue's view. This arrangement was foolproof. Even if the barbarians sensed something amiss, the shadow assassins would be able to eliminate the threat in time. Of course, this was contingent on not alarming the barbarian tribe. Otherwise, the shadow assassins would be unable to withstand the full force of an entire barbarian tribe's assault. The night passed uneventfully, and Zhou Mingyue awoke from his sweet slumber without any incidents. However, half an hour before the resource reserves reached 50%, the unforeseen event that had kept Zhou Mingyue on edge finally occurred. The barbarians, unusually early, were making their way towards the volcano. Zhou Mingyue was uncertain whether this was due to the barbarian tribe preparing for battle against another tribe or for some other reason. Nevertheless, a group of dozens of barbarians encountered the ambush of the shadow assassins en route to the volcano. These barbarians, tasked with forging weapons and armor, were not particularly formidable and lacked any real combat prowess. Thus, they stood no chance against the sudden assault of the shadow assassins, and not a single barbarian escaped. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, yet he remained somewhat uneasy, prompting him to venture alone to the outskirts of the barbarian tribe to assess the situation. His apprehensions were soon confirmed. Although none of the barbarians had escaped, it was evident that the tribe had somehow learned of their demise. At that moment, a young barbarian chieftain, accompanied by over 100 elite warriors, charged out of the tribe, heading towards the volcano. Clearly, the tribe took this matter seriously. The young chieftain possessed the strength of a knight, and with over 100 elite warriors, slightly inferior to knights, they had sufficient military might to subdue an ordinary barbarian tribe. However, little did the chieftain realize the horror that awaited him. The path between the mountains was thickly overgrown with thorns, reeds, and vines. These plants grew at an alarming rate, and a cleared path would be reclaimed by nature within 3 days. To expedite his advance, the young barbarian chieftain opted for a narrower path, leading the way while wielding his long knife to slash at the obstructing vines and thorns. Given his current physical prowess, these impediments posed minimal hindrance to his progress. Suddenly, he halted his steps, extending his left hand to signal the elite barbarian warriors trailing behind him to stop, while his gaze fixed upon a grand tree not far away. "A few of you, go take a look. There seems to be a problem there." His keen sense of smell had already detected the metallic scent of blood emanating from the tree. Upon hearing his command, several barbarian warriors leaped from the narrow path, disregarding the thorns and vines obstructing their way. As they charged towards the tree, their long knives poised for immediate action. However, just as they were within 10 meters of the tree and had just taken flight, a flurry of arrows suddenly shot forth from the dense foliage above. The timing of the arrows was expertly executed, leaving the barbarian warriors no opportunity to evade as they were effortlessly pierced through the chest. Blood bursting forth in a spray. It was evident that among those slain was someone closely related to the young chieftain, igniting his fury and turning his eyes a fiery red in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his long knife towards the tree. As the blade left his hand, it was enveloped in a crimson glow, accelerating its flight dramatically. One must admit, the young chieftain, a formidable warrior, was indeed powerful. In the blink of an eye, the knife cleaved through the tree with a resounding crash, sending shards flying, and astonishingly reducing the once mighty tree to countless splinters. Yet, what infuriated the young chieftain even further was the sight of a figure, bearing a massive bough, leaping down from the tree just before the knife struck, rolling swiftly upon the ground, and diving into a nearby pit, narrowly escaping the onslaught of debris. The fact that the assailant remained unscathed was utterly unacceptable to the young chieftain. Enraged, he unsheathed another long knife strapped to his back, propelled himself off the ground, and charged towards the pit. One must acknowledge the significant advantage a flowing volcano of molten iron brings to a tribe's strength enhancement. Had it been the A1, A2, and A3 tribes that Zhou Mingyue previously conquered, such extravagant actions would have been inconceivable. The chieftains of those barbarian tribes would consider themselves fortunate to wield a quality thigh bone as a weapon. Yet, the young chieftain was unprepared for what transpired next. In the very moment he leaped into the air, a shadow darted from the side, swiftly closing the distance before plunging a dagger, glowing with a green luminescence, deep into his armpit. The sharp pain made the young chieftain feel as if a block of eternal ice had been thrust into his side, a chilling sensation rapidly spreading through his body, rendering him numb and powerless. Ultimately, as he landed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, eliciting cries of alarm from the barbarian warriors behind him. They were utterly astonished that their seemingly invincible young chieftain could not even remain standing after being attacked. However, their concern for the chieftain quickly dissipated as shadows emerged from the darkness, unleashing a gruesome slaughter among them. Indeed, it was a bloodbath. Even the most elite barbarian warriors stood no chance against the blades of these shadows. In less than half a minute, the bodies of the barbarian warriors littered the narrow path, their once vibrant blood transformed into a verdant green, seeping into the soil, causing the flora on either side to wither. Following this massacre, aside from the young chieftain being taken away, the remaining barbarian bodies were left behind. Although the young chieftain had been poisoned and collapsed, he still clung to life. Zhou Mingyue commanded the shadow assassins to bring him back, hoping to glean some hidden information or secrets regarding the barbarian tribe from him. After all, Zhou Mingyue had no desire to engage in a battle without certainty. Chapter 93: The Ancient Red Dragon Legion. As the impending confrontation loomed, it would be advantageous to gather as much intelligence as possible to mitigate casualties on his side. Moreover, as long as the young chieftain remained alive, the barbarian tribe would likely refrain from sending reinforcements swiftly. However, Zhou Mingyue was caught off guard when, upon the young chieftain's arrival at the volcano's mouth, he discovered a pressing issue. He did not understand the barbarian tongue. This certainly put him in an awkward position. With a language barrier in place, what could he possibly inquire about? Throw him in, and let it be done, Zhou Mingyue lamented, waving his hand in frustration. Shortly thereafter, an elemental elder, towering 7 to 8 meters and partially translucent, emerged from the War Dimensions Tower. This elemental elder was a worker who had evolved following the transition from a semi-dimensional to a war dimension. Indeed, the elemental servants had also advanced to become elemental elders. The elemental elder was undeniably powerful. Zhou Mingyue could ascertain this with certainty. The moment the elder appeared before him, he felt an immense pressure, far exceeding that of a pure-blooded knight. The elemental elder extended a hand toward the young chieftain, conjuring a stream of water that enveloped him, whisking him through the towering gates, vanishing from sight. Zhou Mingyue observed the elemental elder's departure with a tinge of regret. There were as many as 64 such elemental elders within the war dimension. This could easily be considered a force capable of effortlessly annihilating any nation. The issue, however, was that these elemental elders were not inclined to heed Zhou Mingyue's commands. It could be said that he suspected even if someone were to slay him before the elemental elder, it would not intervene to assist. Perhaps, after his demise, it might even regard his corpse as mere resources to be reclaimed. Such a scenario was disheartening to contemplate. Of course, this was merely a minor issue. Zhou Mingyue was confident that, with clever design, he could still make use of the elemental elder. Setting aside the disobedient elemental elders, news soon arrived from the shadow assassins lurking around the barbarian tribe. There was significant activity within the tribe. The barbarian chieftain was gathering warriors. Their numbers exceeded 3,000, with 6 young chieftains joining the expedition. Clearly, the death of the young chieftain had drawn the attention of the barbarian chieftain, who realized a formidable enemy lurked nearby. Otherwise, he would not have summoned more than 1,000 warriors. After all, given the strength of the chieftain, he alone could easily flatten several neighboring barbarian tribes. The only solace for Zhou Mingyue was that the massive serpent remained still. This was undoubtedly good news. The sheer size of that serpent was equivalent to the combat power of several pure-blooded knights. Naturally, Zhou Mingyue was not overly concerned about the barbarian chieftain. In just 20 minutes, the resource reserves of the war dimension would rise to 50%. Unless the barbarian chieftain approached alone, it was improbable for him to reach the volcano in that time frame. 20 minutes passed swiftly. Zhou Mingyue promptly issued orders for the production of the ancient dragon legion. The patterns atop the war dimension tower began to emit a soft golden light, dazzling even in the daylight. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Mingyue activated the spatial passage and entered the war dimension. Here, it felt akin to a true world. This was Zhou Mingyue's first impression upon entering the war dimension. Compared to the previous semi-dimension, this new realm seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Admittedly, it did have limits. With a total area of only 4 square kilometers, in other words, its diameter was at most 2,000 meters. And he could still see the land's edge gradually extending into the void. The ground here had become considerably more fertile, with clouds dotting the sky, evoking a far more vibrant atmosphere than the desolate semi-dimension. At that moment, not far ahead of Zhou Mingwei, a beam of soft golden light descended, within which an embryo was in the process of gestation. The embryo grew rapidly, visibly expanding within mere minutes. In less than 10 minutes, the embryo transformed into a colossal red dragon exceeding 50 meters in length. As the light dissipated, the immense red dragon descended before Zhou Mingwei, its powerful wings unfurling. A somewhat coarse voice resonated within his mind. "Great Master, the red dragon Bandit pays homage to you." So this is the ancient Dragon Legion. Zhou Mingwei tentatively utilized his authority as the master of the war dimension to assess the dragon's status. This was one of the abilities he had acquired after advancing to the war dimension. He could scrutinize the state of any produced unit. Name: Bandit's race. Red Dragon age: 1,271 years. Abilities: Summon Ancient Dragon Legion. Fire Breath, Flame Magic. The introduction was succinct yet provided Zhou Mingwei with the answers he sought. So that is how the Ancient Dragon Legion was able to produce such a massive dragon. It turns out this red dragon possesses the ability to summon the Ancient Dragon Legion. Nodding in understanding, Zhou Mingwei instructed the red dragon Bandits to rest within the dimension while he exited the realm and returned to the tower. With Bandits as a formidable asset, he felt considerably more at ease, thus he chose not to retract the war dimension as initially planned, allowing it to continue extracting resources from the volcano. Meanwhile, the Shadow Assassins were persistently relaying updates regarding the movements of the Barbarian chieftain. Indeed, the chieftain was not traveling slowly. In a short span, he had already covered half the distance. Zhou Mingwei was equally perplexed by the summoning of the Ancient Dragon Legion. Uncertain of its duration, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to summon the Red Dragon, Bandits. Regardless of circumstances, preparations prior to battle must be meticulously executed. Upon emerging from the spatial rift, the Red Dragon Bandits was immediately enveloped by a ring of flames. A blazing inferno igniting within a radius of 50 meters, causing even the volcanic rock to glow red and soften, its surface transforming into flowing magma. It was settled, observing the Red Dragon Bandit's formidable entrance. Zhou Mingwei felt a profound sense of reassurance. Setting aside other considerations, the mere presence of this fiery aura was sufficient to inflict considerable damage upon the barbarian tribes. Even the formidable chieftain of the barbarians would likely suffer within this fiery embrace. The Red Dragon Bandits displayed the inherent pride of its kind, merely bowing its lofty head toward Zhou Mingwei before completely disregarding the armed guardians encircling it with a powerful flap of its wings. It soared down towards a relatively open expanse of grass at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 94. The Ancient Dragon Legion strikes. That patch of grass was indeed ill-fated, quickly transformed into a barren wasteland by the flames. I am Bandit, the immensely powerful ancient red dragon, possessing the might to incinerate all. I command, open the portal to summon my legion. Let the flames descend upon this world. Following Bandit's lengthy incantation, Zhou Mingwei sensed a tremendous surge of magical energy emanating from the dragon, coalescing into a singular point before terrifyingly tearing open a profound rift in the darkened space upon the grass. This produced a piercing, shrill whistle that filled the air. Zhou Mingwei understood that this was the result of spatial instability following the rift's rupture. Soon after, a colossal hand engulfed in flames emerged from the rift, gripping its edges, and with a surge of force, the flames ignited along the fissure, causing the rift to widen alarmingly until it formed a portal exceeding 10 meters in diameter. From this portal stepped forth its fiery-handed master, a towering flame giant, standing over 12 meters tall. Following closely behind was a mature red dragon, exceeding 30 meters in length. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flame giant, red dragons, massive fire elementals, lava sprites, flame hyena men, and fire crows, among a plethora of other fire-based creatures, continued to pour forth from the portal. Truly, it was a legion worthy of its name. The portal concealed an entire army. Already, more than 5 red dragons had emerged, their sizes rivaling those birthed from the war demiplane, and some even surpassing them. The flame giants were more than 10 in number, while the large fire elementals and lava sprites combined numbered in the hundreds. The most numerous were the flame hyena men and fire crows, with the flame hyena men alone exceeding 1,000, while the fire crows densely blanketed half the mountainside. leaving Zhou Mingwei astounded by their sheer quantity. Indeed, this was a legion. As Zhou Mingwei marveled at this spectacle, the ancient red dragon bandits issued the command to advance. In the next moment, a swarm of fire crows, numbering over 10,000, took to the skies, resembling a crimson cloud as they surged along the mountains, heading straight for the barbarian army. Following the fire crows were over 1,000 flame hyena men, each standing only a meter tall, yet wielding their flaming chain maces with an imposing ferocity. Large fire elementals, carrying lava sprites, ascended several dozen meters into the air in pursuit. The 10 or more flame giants quickly followed suit, their strides powerful, swiftly overtaking the flame hyena men and trailing behind the fire crows. Meanwhile, the red dragon banditins lowered its immense head toward Zhou Mingwei. Great master, please remain here. Banditins shall return shortly. With that ancient and profound voice, the colossal red dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Like a streak of crimson light racing toward the opposite side of the mountain, Zhou Mingwei found a sense of familiarity in Banditin's words, reminiscent of the tale of Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong with wine in hand from the Three Kingdoms. A brief departure, yet an assured return. One could only presume that such confidence arose from immense strength. Although Zhou Mingwei did not accompany them to observe the battle, the shadowy assassins lurking around the barbarian army were capable of relaying information back. The barbarian chieftain, Han Dehan, sat astride a striped tiger, his eyes tinged with red as he struggled to contain his fury. The loss of a minor chieftain and over 100 elite warriors marked the first significant blow since he assumed control of the tribe. The losses were grievous. Despite the Han Dehan tribe boasting a population exceeding 10,000 and over 3,000 elite warriors, their reproductive capacity was far inferior to that of humans. Such losses equated to several months without the birth of a single child. After all, elite warriors were not easily trained. 6 minor chieftains rode their barbarian bulls behind the chieftain, some gazing into the distance with vacant expressions, others bowing their heads in contemplation, while a few looked up at Han Dehan with admiration. As the ancients said, in 100 men, there exists a plethora of personalities. With a larger populace, a variety of character traits inevitably emerges. While the temperament of barbarians may not be as intricate as that of humans, they nonetheless possess intelligence. However, within a tribe of 10,000, the temptations of power and personal gain faced by a minor chieftain were no less than those encountered by a sovereign of a small nation. In truth, the hearts of the Han Dehan tribe were not united. Of course, as long as the chieftain remained, these minor chieftains would not dare to openly vie for power. But what if Han Dehan were no longer present? Over 1,000 elite warriors, combined with 3,000 ordinary soldiers, constituted the military might of the Han Dehan tribe on this expedition. But in contrast to the scheming minor chieftains, these grassroots warriors were far less preoccupied. They revered Han Dehan, believing that as long as he was present, they could vanquish any foe. Look, the fire clouds. One minor chieftain, growing somewhat bored during their march upon his barbarian bull, pointed toward the distance, alerting another minor chieftain. Such fire clouds are a rare sight indeed. The 2 minor chieftains appeared to share a good rapport. As the other chieftain smiled and looked up, however, in the next moment, his expression shifted, his mouth agape, tongue darting within his mouth. Enemy attack. Just as he cried out, the fire clouds drew nearer. The keen-eyed barbarian warriors recognized at once that these were not mere fire clouds, but rather a swarm of small birds engulfed in flames. In truth, this world likely lacked crows, so they could only categorize this unfamiliar creature as a type of bird. The chieftain, Han Dehan, shook off his anger and promptly unsheathed the enormous axe hanging at his waist, urging his striped tiger forward as he charged towards the approaching crimson cloud. Witnessing their chieftain's charge, the minor chieftains hastily grabbed their weapons and urged their war beasts to follow suit, while the foot soldiers, relying solely on their legs, lagged behind, quickly creating a significant distance between themselves and the chieftains. In mere moments, the distance between the 2 sides shrank to less than 100 meters. Han Dehan propelled his striped tiger into the air, leaping more than 10 meters before pushing off its back to charge directly at the swarm of fire crows. Chapter 95, The Detestable Fire Crows. Swinging his massive axe, a layer of red light shimmered upon its surface, and in the next instant, that red light shot forth as the axe descended, slicing through the flock of fire crows like a razor-sharp blade, instantly cleaving them asunder. In an instant, those fire crows caught in the path of the red light plummeted to the ground like birds struck by a hunter's shot, their descent appearing quite magnificent. Akin to falling meteors, with a single strike, the chieftain claimed the lives of over 100 fire crows. Yet, the sheer number of fire crows was overwhelming, forming a cloud so dense that the loss of a mere 100 was inconsequential to the others. They paid no heed to the chieftain, who was now descending, as they soared directly above him, continuing their advance. The minor chieftains, following closely behind Hondahan, leaped to engage, resulting in the fallen fire crows igniting the dry grasses and thorns below, rapidly creating a sea of flames. However, these minor chieftains made the same error as the chieftain. Their strikes could cleave through the flock, slaying hundreds, yet could not halt their relentless progression as the chieftain landed. He turned to survey the situation and immediately cried out in alarm, swiftly retreating, even failing to remount his striped tiger. What was amiss? The less astute minor chieftains pondered the chieftain's exclamation, while the shrewder ones quickly turned to follow him back. Nevertheless, neither the chieftain nor the minor chieftains could catch up with the fire crows in time. The fiery cloud formed by the fire crows was now encroaching upon the rear of the barbarian army. The elite warriors within the barbarian ranks, seasoned combatants familiar with grand spectacles, remained remarkably composed as they drew their long blades, their gazes fixed upon the approaching fire crows. In stark contrast, the ordinary warriors, who rarely engaged in battle, had only witnessed the grand spectacle of capturing colossal beasts. Yet, facing the fire crows was an entirely different affair. Thus, their complexions appeared somewhat tense, some timid individuals even turned pale, their legs trembling slightly. This is hardly surprising. Do not assume that all barbarians, raised in the wilds, are fierce and unyielding in the face of death. Those are machines, monsters, not barbarians, to be cleared at most. One could say that the customs of the barbarians are indeed rugged. After all, even among the world's most universally acknowledged weaklings, the pigmen, there have emerged a few heroes who faced death with unflinching valor. Therefore, to equate a rugged culture with a universal disdain for death would be a jest. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the percentage of fierce warriors among the barbarians is certainly higher than that of humans. Woo. Woo woo. The fiery clouds formed by the fire crows circled above the barbarian army before letting out a collective cry, then plummeting like flames cascading downward toward the barbarian ranks. Attack! Attack! Those barbarian warriors were facing a flock of birds for the first time and were utterly inexperienced. It is only logical. How could one expect to capture birds with a dustpan as one would engage in battle with seagulls? When a flock of seagulls goes wild, even the mighty bald eagle army quakes in fear, let alone these fire crows that are engulfed in flames. Die, you little birds. It hurts. It hurts. It's hot. Scalding. Help me. As the two sides clashed, a cacophony of screams, shrieks, and roars erupted among the barbarian troops. Thousands of fire crows descended, as if raining down a sea of flames upon the barbarian army. Unfortunate warriors besieged by dozens of fire crows were instantly turned to charred remnants on the ground, subsequently trampled into fragments by the panicked throng. Many more barbarian warriors flailed their weapons in confusion. Those fortunate enough might have struck down a fire crow or two, but those less fortunate found themselves with a fire crow perched upon their faces, pecking wildly, their eyes gouged out, their skin scorched, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground. The entire barbarian army was plunged into chaos. Witnessing this, the chieftain was nearly consumed by rage, his legs pounding the ground as he charged back like a swift arrow. This exemplifies the disparity between barbarians and humans. Upon reaching the rank of pure blood knight, humans naturally gain the ability to fly. However, upon attaining the same rank, barbarians remain earthbound, albeit their strength surpasses that of pure blood knights. Compensating for their lack of flight, it is precisely for this reason that the chieftain could not return in time, allowing the barbarian army to descend into a state of disarray marked by heavy casualties. Indeed, while those fire crows may possess limited strength, the flames they unleash are all too real. Unless they reach the level of knight commander, no matter how formidable those barbarian warriors are, they will still succumb to the flames. In this way, the fire crows, through their sheer numbers, dealt a severe blow to the barbarian army. When the chieftain finally rejoined the fray, wielding his giant axe, radiant light emanated from him, transforming into hundreds of red beams that surged toward the fire crows. It was only then that the fire crows first encountered significant resistance. With just one swing of his axe, thousands of fire crows perished, plummeting to the ground. This was the outcome of a change in tactics. Although the scattered red beams were diminished in power, they were more than sufficient to deal with the fire crows. However, the sole challenge now was the remarkable agility of the fire crows. Thus, after the chieftain's axe cleaved through, the ensuing battle became increasingly troublesome. The fire crows swiftly adapted their tactics, no longer diving downward but entangling themselves with the barbarian warriors, rendering the chieftain's axe ineffective. Yet, as the minor chieftains returned, the number of fire crows began to dwindle rapidly. One cannot deny that the fire crows had inflicted heavy losses upon the barbarian army. By the time the number of fire crows fell below half, their chaotic retreat left the barbarian army with barely 1,500 warriors still capable of fighting, all of whom were wounded. This was enough to make the chieftain's fury nearly erupt from his nostrils. Pursue. The chieftain, ablaze with rage, could not allow the fire crows to escape so easily and immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, the minor chieftains remained behind to tend to the wounded of the barbarian army. After all, they believed that even if the chieftain pursued alone, he would have no trouble handling the situation. However, just as the chieftain vanished from their sight, a dozen massive fire giants appeared. Each stood over 10 meters tall, their swift movements causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Chapter 96. The despicable ants. But this was not the end. Behind the fire giants, a pack of flame-wreathed fire hyena men swung their fiery flails as they charged forward. Following them were dozens of large fire elementals carrying molten rock spirits. Upon witnessing this scene, the minor chieftains were left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could there be so many fire-based creatures? Was the active volcano connected to some fiery dimension? The concept of dimensions, even among the barbarians, was somewhat known. However, this was hardly the time for contemplation. The minor chieftains immediately raised their weapons, rallying the still mobile barbarian warriors to fight alongside them. Before the minor chieftains could motivate the severely battered barbarian warriors, they saw the fire giants conjuring massive fireballs with their hands, hurling them toward their ranks. Whoosh! The minor chieftains were no fools. They swiftly swung their weapons, unleashing beams of light that struck the incoming fireballs. Upon impact, the fireballs exploded violently, sending flames cascading forth, igniting the ground and transforming it into an inferno. However, in their hasty defense, the minor chieftains inevitably had lapses. One enormous fireball breached their line, crashing into the barbarian army. With a thunderous roar, the ensuing explosion engulfed hundreds of barbarian warriors in flames. The fire from this fireball was far more potent than that of the fire crows, quickly igniting the warriors and turning them to ashes. This was merely one fireball that had breached their defenses. Countless more were launched, and the large fire elementals began tossing their molten rock spirits into the fray. The molten rock spirits resembled spheres of searing magma, and upon being thrown, were immediately perceived as the greatest threat by the minor chieftains. They rushed forward, blades drawn to intercept. However, to their astonishment, their blows failed to cleave the spirits in two. Instead, the molten rock cascaded down their blades and onto their arms. With a series of anguished cries, 3 minor chieftains lost their right arms on the spot. Meanwhile, the chieftain had pursued for several kilometers, his keen hearing picking up the anguished cries from the barbarian army. It was a trap. The chieftain's heart raced with alarm as he turned to rush back. But at that moment, he felt the sky darken above him. Instinctively, he looked up to see a massive red dragon, over 50 meters in length, circling above, casting a shadow over him. Noticing that the chieftain had spotted him, the red dragon, Bandit, revealed a mocking smile before diving downward. The speed of its descent was extraordinary. Just as the chieftain raised his giant axe, the dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon fire that spread outward, engulfing the chieftain. True to his title, the chieftain reacted nimbly in the face of this sudden assault. He raised his axe, a layer of red light enveloping him, successfully blocking the fiery breath. However, the chieftain's axe could only shield him from the dragon fire raining down from above. The ground around him was left defenseless. The dragon fire that was blocked cascaded down the edges of the protective glow, swiftly softening and reddening the earth beneath, which soon transformed into molten lava. Had the chieftain not activated the protective light surrounding his feet, he would have likely plunged into the magma. Just as he managed to fend off the dragon fire, the red dragon showed no signs of relenting. Its massive form hovered high above as it began to chant in an arcane, mysterious tongue, as the strange incantation echoed. A glowing red point materialized high above in mere moments. The point rapidly expanded, transforming into a meteor plummeting toward the ground. Meteor spell, a powerful combination of earth and fire magic. Such spells could only be effortlessly cast by ancient red dragons. Seeing the meteor hurtling toward him, the chieftain dared not hesitate. He propelled himself away from the crumbling ground that had been left above the lava pool. What the heck? Watching this unfold, the red dragon smirked, then uttered a series of short, mysterious incantations. In an instant, a towering wall of fire materialized before the chieftain. With no other option, the chieftain charged headlong into it. The intense heat ignited the leather armor he wore, but upon breaking through one wall of fire, he found another waiting on the other side that he pressed on, only to discover yet another wall. Thus, the great chieftain, having charged through 10 walls of fire in a single breath, finally plummeted to the ground. At this moment, his entire body was stripped of its skin armor and hair, leaving him standing stark naked. His left hand shielding his groin while his right hand still clutched the massive axe, refusing to relinquish it. However, this once formidable appearance now rendered the great chieftain exceedingly awkward, particularly as he faced a merciless foe. What to do? Simply continue to flee. With the meteorite closing in within 100 meters, the great chieftain cast aside his embarrassment and resumed his desperate escape. Boom, the meteorite crashed to the ground. And in an instant, a mushroom cloud erupted, scattering countless sparks and fragments in all directions, its might truly earth-shattering. Although the great chieftain narrowly escaped the impact zone at the last moment, he was still enveloped by the debris and flames that burst forth. When the ancient red dragon swooped down, generating a fierce wind that swept away the smoke and dust lingering on the ground, the great chieftain, utterly disheveled, finally came into view. His body was shrouded in a crimson glow. Yet despite this, his right leg was broken. The force of the meteorite's impact at such close range invariably demanded a toll. The ancient red dragon, Bandit, hovered arrogantly before the great chieftain, casting a contemptuous glance his way, and laughed. "You wretched ant would do better to perish." With the wisdom of Bandit, he would not make the blunder typical of villains by allowing his adversary a chance to turn the tide. Initially, the great chieftain had intended to rely on his formidable regenerative abilities to restore his leg, and then confront the beast in a life-or-death struggle. Chapter 97. The 10 Most Excruciating Tortures. However, he never anticipated that this haughty beast would act with such decisiveness, offering him no time to recover. In an instant, thousands of fireballs coalesced around him, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. These fireballs, though seemingly small, contained a terrifying amount of thermal energy. Upon detonation, the heat released was sufficient to melt stone into magma. In an instant, the ground beneath the great chieftain transformed into molten rock, and even the crimson glow that enveloped him flickered and swayed under the relentless explosions, threatening to extinguish entirely. Unlike humans, who activate their bloodlines through various means, the barbarian tribes fought by merging their own life force with the essence of their ancestral spirits to form a luminous energy. Thus, the extinguishing of this life force light signified the complete obliteration of their internal vitality. As the dragon's breath from Bandit engulfed the great chieftain, the life force light could no longer sustain itself, bursting like a balloon punctured by a needle, dissipating without a trace. With the extinguishing of his life force light, the great chieftain promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, and Bandit seized him in his jaws, flapping his wings and soaring towards the barbarian army. Despite the great chieftain's capture, Bandit needed to ascertain the state of the barbarian forces. After all, if matters were not handled properly, his return to his master would not be a pleasant affair. It was indeed somewhat lamentable for the great chieftain to have fallen in this manner. Historically, his enemies were primarily barbarians and beasts, and battles were typically contests of brute force, determined by whose fists were mightier. However, encountering a spell-casting foe like the ancient red dragon Bandit rendered the great chieftain's prior combat experience utterly ineffective. Of course, even in a direct confrontation, given the massive size of the ancient red dragon, victory for the great chieftain would have been a daunting prospect. Though escape remained a possibility by the time Bandit returned, the barbarian army was in complete disarray. 4 of the 6 minor chieftains had perished. One teetered on the brink of death, and another was fleeing, only to be intercepted by the returning ancient red dragon. Before the minor chieftain could retaliate, Bandit unleashed a breath of fire that reduced him to ashes. Following this, under Bandit's command, the flame-wielding hyena men extinguished the flames enveloping their bodies and began to gather the corpses of the fallen barbarian warriors, carrying them back to the active volcano, Zhou Mingwe. Through the psychic link of the shadow assassin, observed the entire battle unfold. He was thoroughly pleased with the ancient red dragon and the summoned legion of minions, especially upon learning that bandits could summon such legions. His satisfaction grew even further. It must be said, this was the true essence of rapid troop deployment. Previously, the production in the war workshop was painstakingly slow. The ability of the ancient red dragon to summon a legion with a mere gesture was the genuine path to overwhelming military might. In this battle, Zhou Mingyue did not personally intervene, yet he reaped considerable rewards that as soon as the ancient red dragon captured the great chieftain, Zhou Mingyue immediately sensed a trace of divinity within him. However, he did not hasten to reclaim the great chieftain. Instead, he awakened him and began to interrogate. Initially, the great chieftain was defiant, exuding an air of unyielding strength, disdainfully declaring in the common tongue that they could do as they pleased with him. This was to be expected, for the great chieftain was indeed a formidable character. Had he been otherwise, he could not have risen from among thousands of barbarians to become the ruler of a tribe of 10,000. Yet Zhou Mingyue, as a traveler from another world, had not been privy to such experiences, though he had seen numerous depictions of tortures in films and television, the so-called top 10 tortures of the barbarians. The tiger chair, water torture, and the infusion of pepper water were all absent in this world. The great chieftain, these tortures seemed merely to entail breaking legs and the like. Such methods, in Zhou Mingyue's eyes, lacked any technical finesse. When he approached with a piece of cotton cloth, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into the great chieftain's heart, yet he believed his resilience was formidable, and even though he felt uneasy, he refrained from voicing any inquiries. Zhou Mingyue, undeterred by the great chieftain's scrutiny, placed the cloth directly over his face and then slowly poured a ladle of cold water over it. Before long, the great chieftain began to struggle, yet it was futile. His hands and feet were firmly bound to the ground, rendering him incapable of movement. After a prolonged period, Zhou Mingyue removed the damp cloth and asked, "Will you confess or not?" Gasping for breath, the great chieftain sneered, "What's the big deal? It's just like burying your head in water. Isn't it?" This was a notion Zhou Mingyue had not anticipated. The great chieftain's constitution far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Thus, his tolerance for this water torture was significantly greater. The water torture proved ineffectual against the great chieftain. Subsequently, Zhou Mingyue poured pepper water into the great chieftain's nostrils. It should be noted, this was not authentic pepper water. It seemed this world lacked genuine peppers, so Zhou Mingyue had no choice but to use a fruit resembling pepper as a substitute. However, the great chieftain, true to his title, displayed an astonishing capacity for enduring pain. Even as the pepper water coursed through his nose, causing him to drip with sweat, he remained unyielding. After several tortures proved ineffective against the great chieftain, Zhou Mingyue regarded him with a hint of pity, saying, "It seems I must resort to my trump card." "What is this trump card? Bring it on." The great chieftain weakly chuckled, then unleashed a torrent of curses upon Zhou Mingyue, clearly contemplating a hasty demise. This was hardly surprising. Although Zhou Mingyue's relentless tortures had not inflicted physical harm, they had caused immense suffering, pushing him to wish for a swift end. Then, to the great chieftain's bewilderment, several flame-wielding hyena men meticulously cleaned his feet and then applied a generous layer of honey to the soles, prompting the great chieftain to burst into laughter, believing Zhou Mingyue was preparing to roast his feet. Yet, in the end, the flame-wielding hyena men led in two utterly ordinary green deer. The moment the deer caught a whiff of the honey's sweetness, they rushed towards the great chieftain, their delicate tongues immediately licking his elevated feet. Initially, a look of delight spread across the great chieftain's face, akin to receiving a massage, but soon, a broad grin emerged, followed by hearty laughter. Within 5 minutes, amidst uncontrollable laughter, tears and snot streamed down his face, and he began begging for mercy. Chapter 98. Divinity. Zhou Mingyue allowed the green deer to lick the great chieftain's feet for a full 10 minutes before gesturing for the flame-wielding hyena men to lead the deer away. Standing beside the great chieftain with a smile, "You thought you were invincible. Little did you know that tickling is the most potent form of torture." The great chieftain, who had once exuded an air of iron resolve, now bore no trace of his former demeanor. He answered Zhou Mingyue's every question. Stripped of his prior arrogance and defiance, it was clear that capturing this great chieftain held far greater value than merely ending his life. Crucially, Zhou Mingwei gleaned invaluable insights from him regarding the entire wilderness region and various secrets of the barbarian tribes. Such information could only be possessed by the supreme ruler of a tribe of 10,000. This wilderness area spanned vast expanses, stretching over 10,000 miles, with no fewer than 50,000 barbarian tribes, and tribes of 10,000 or more numbered at least in the thousands. Furthermore, the barbarian tribes were divided into 3 great royal courts and a barbarian ancestor altar. The Tiger Thornhade Royal Court, the Sidoro Royal Court, and the Mamani Royal Court, with the barbarian ancestor altar presiding over them. The tribe ruled by the great chieftain belonged to the Mamani Royal Court. Naturally, the relationship between the barbarian tribes and the royal courts was not as intimate as that between the nobility and human kingdoms. Simply put, the barbarian ancestor altar served as the spiritual anchor for all barbarians. Dedicated to the worship of the barbarian deity Halandodi, who is also known as the ancestor of the barbarian people. It is said that he is the first barbarian in this world. However, the specifics of this claim are beyond the knowledge of the great chieftain. The 3 great royal courts are required to send emissaries annually to the ancestral altar of the barbarian gods to pay homage, while offering a plethora of tributes. Furthermore, when formidable enemies threaten the ancestral altar, they must dispatch troops to provide assistance. In essence, these 3 royal courts can be regarded as the most populous super tribes, each boasting no fewer than 300,000 barbarians. When the numbers of a royal court exceed this threshold, one of the barbarian king's sons will lead the surplus barbarians away to establish new tribes in distant lands. Thus, the great chieftain is the youngest son of the barbarian king Mamani. Essentially, most tribes containing tens of thousands of members are formed in this manner. Smaller tribes, in turn, are composed of those barbarians who have separated from these larger groups. Yet, even among the separated tribes, the bonds with their parent tribes remain tenuous, often leading to powerful tribes waging war against weaker ones to ensure their own survival and proliferation, even going so far as to annihilate the weaker tribes, enslaving the captured barbarians and seizing their territories to sustain their own people. In summary, within the wild expanse, the principles of human etiquette and morality are virtually non-existent. Only the brutal law of the jungle prevails. Instances of the weak rising to power and reversing their fortunes are exceedingly rare. Tio put it plainly. Since the establishment of the 3 royal courts, none have been overthrown. It is evident that no matter how much a tribe of tens of thousands develops, it would be a daunting task to topple a tribe of 300,000. It is crucial to remember that this world is inhabited by extraordinary beings. If the chieftain of a tribe of tens of thousands is a pure-blood knight, one can only imagine how many pure-blood knights and even more formidable barbarians reside within a royal court of 300,000. Certainly more than in a tribe of tens of thousands. Without a doubt. As for the totem poles erected by various tribes, they primarily serve to honor the ancestors of the tribes. However, many of these tribes are relatively new, thus they pay homage to the barbarian gods instead. It is said that the souls of fallen barbarian warriors linger upon the totem poles, eventually transforming into ancestral spirits, warriors under the aegis of the barbarian gods who safeguard the tribe. In the tribe of tens of thousands, they worship the barbarian gods. Zhou Mingwei felt a pang of regret. He had previously contemplated leveraging the momentum of victory to topple that tribe of tens of thousands, hoping to enhance his own strength through the totem pole. After all, he had lingered long enough at the rank of Knight Commander. Nevertheless, he had not completely abandoned this idea. It merely required patience, waiting for the war dimension to accumulate enough magma and molten iron to produce an ancient dragon, at which point he could attempt to level that tribe of tens of thousands. After extracting all the pertinent information from the great chieftain, Zhou Mingwei wasted no time, instructing the Elder of Elements to drag him into the war dimension and subsequently reclaim him, with the great chieftain, who contained a trace of divine essence, reclaimed. The faint golden lines on the tower of the war dimension flourished further, and the progress bar for advancement surged from 0 to 5%. Clearly, the quality of the divine essence within the great chieftain may not have been particularly high. However, this was of little concern. One could speculate that if the war dimension were to advance again, perhaps a new rule would emerge as an option. That alone would suffice. It was the guardian of the tribe of tens of thousands that piqued Zhou Mingwei's interest. According to the great chieftain, that colossal serpent was a descendant of the serpent god Gambarbo. Indeed, the serpent god Gambarbo is a deity. However, the strength and status of this deity are on par with that of the scorpion god Ershaki. Primarily revered by serpent folk and lizard folk. It is said that within the borders of the Anale Kingdom, There exist several serpent folk tribes, though many more reside in the expansive marshlands to the south of the kingdom. That region is the ancestral home of serpent folk, lizard folk, and other swamp-dwelling races. Generally speaking, descendants of the serpent god Gambarbo are only encountered in the vast marshlands, as serpents prefer warm, humid environments rather than the dry and relatively cold wilds. As for how that enormous serpent came to be, the great chieftain was uncertain. Shortly after establishing his tribe here, the serpent appeared. Upon discovering that the serpent could communicate, the chieftain persuaded it to remain by offering food as tribute. In simple terms, the serpent's duty is to protect the tribe but does not accompany the barbarian army into battle. This is one reason why the great chieftain did not bring it along for this campaign. Once the great chieftain was reclaimed, the tribe of tens of thousands posed little threat to the active volcano. Aside from the serpent, the remaining members of the barbarian tribe were merely a few slightly stronger chieftains. As for the barbarian warriors, no matter their quantity, they were simply fodder. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Mingwei resolutely decided to wait for the second ancient dragon to be produced. The environment here was relatively pleasant, being a volcano. It was saturated with the scent of sulfur, initially intriguing to Zhou Mingwei, but soon became unbearable. Fortunately, apart from this active volcano, the surrounding mountains were home to a plethora of colossal beasts, ensuring that Zhou Mingwei never lacked for sustenance. Each day, several dragons would venture out to hunt, bringing back most of their catch as offerings to the ancient red dragon Barnitans. Zhou Mingwei occasionally managed to partake in a morsel. Of course, he could never accept Barnitan's method of devouring whole. Fortunately, he had spent considerable time in this world. Although many of the seasoning plants from his previous life were absent, he had managed to find some substitutes through his efforts. Between two stones, he set a campfire, skewering pieces of meat on a freshly forged iron skewer, continuously brushing them with spicy sauce, salt, and a certain plant powder that added umami, roasting them until they dripped with juices. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of green and white wild onion flowers and a similar herb to cumin. The aroma wafting enticingly. One bite revealed an exquisite flavor, and washing it down with a glass of sour plum juice pressed from some fruit was nothing short of heavenly. Zhou Mingwei was relishing his meal, inadvertently attracting the attention of the ancient red dragon Barnitans. "Master, what are you eating?" Barnitan's deep, resonant voice whipped up a gust of wind, nearly blowing away Zhou Mingwei's campfire along with the iron skewer. He hurriedly grasped the skewer tighter and retorted, "Keep your voice down." Barnitans sheepishly twitched his nose, lowering his voice to the utmost limit. "Master, could you spare me a taste?" His tone and expression resembled a child drooling at a barbecue stall, but lacking the funds to indulge. "Want a taste?" "No way." Zhou Mingwei firmly rejected. What folly! He had painstakingly prepared this feast for himself. If Barnitans became addicted, he would surely be overwhelmed. Barnitans quickly nodded and turned to prepare two massive stones, with a campfire between them resembling a volcano. Had Zhou Mingwei ever seen iron skewers as thick as a human's thigh, or meat slices nearly half the size of a pig? The only challenge was brushing the seasoning, which required Barnitans to pluck fur from several striped tigers to gather enough as for the seasoning plants. That was simple. He had plenty of fire hyena folk under his command, though these fire hyena folk had dog-like heads. Their bodies were similar to humans, complete with hands and legs, and they had nearly depleted the seasoning plants across half the mountain range. Soon, Barnitan's barbecue stall was up and running. Surprisingly, although the ancient red dragon was massive, he displayed remarkable skill in grilling. His claws moved with the dexterity of human hands, constantly turning the iron skewers that resembled telephone poles, while his other claw wielded a brush akin to a broom. Applying various seasonings, Zhou Mingwei sampled the first batch of meat that Barnitans grilled. It was acceptable, though not quite on par with his own. It was certainly passable. In a night market, it would not provoke diners to flip over their tables. Impressive, Zhou Mingwei mused, looking at the ancient red dragon and marveling at the innate talents of each dragon. Perhaps Barnitan's talents were concentrated in the culinary arts. However, Barnitan's was dissatisfied with his inaugural grilled meat, claiming it was too bland. Consequently, Zhou Mingwei watched in astonishment as Barnitan's slathered barrel after barrel of chili on the grilled meat. By the end, even 300 meters away from the barbecue stall, one could still detect the stinging scent of chili. Zhou Mingwei resolutely refused to consume the extremely spicy grilled meat, fearing it would confine him to the latrine for days. Conversely, Barnitan savored it with evident delight. Clearly, the fiery grilled meat suited his palate, or rather, the palate of red dragons. Since more dragons were drawn in to satisfy his desire for attention, Barnitons graciously invited his younger kin to partake in the feast. However, the reactions of the dragons varied. The red dragons unanimously praised the meal, while the blue dragon found it merely acceptable. The green dragon, however, seemed to swell after eating, its mouth resembling two gigantic sausages perched upon its face. Witnessing this, Zhou Mingwei felt fortunate to be the master, relieved that Barnitons had not compelled him to partake. Of course, the green dragon merely experienced a brief discomfort. After all, it was a dragon, possessing robust constitution. And being a green dragon, it often regurgitated toxins. Chili was nothing of consequence. As 2.5 days passed, the war dimension had amassed enough resources to produce an ancient dragon legion. Zhou Mingwei did not rush to summon the ancient dragons this time. As previously mentioned, he needed to amass more resources to ensure a sense of security. However, at this moment, the high priest, who commanded the Dark Guards and the Luminous Spear Warriors to assist Baron Hanks, relayed some news. A Pyrrhic victory. In comparison to the higher-tier troops like Shadow Assassins, the communication with units such as the High Priest, Dark Guards, and Luminous Spear Warriors became increasingly vague as the distance grew. Nonetheless, Zhou Mingwei grasped the overall situation. To put it succinctly, they suffered losses of 3 Earth Dragons, 5 Luminous Spear Warriors, 7 Dark Guards, and 2 Dragon Hunters. Thus, the remaining forces aiding Baron Hanks consisted of 4 Dark Guards, 14 Luminous Spear Warriors, 9 Dragon Hunters, 1 High Priest, and 3 Earth Dragons. As for Baron Hanks, he too faced heavy casualties, with some of his knights having exhausted their regular troops. Indeed, it was a bittersweet victory. Ultimately, it stemmed from an underestimation of the formidable strength of the army that Count Max had brought back. The forces that emerged from the royal city included 2 knight commanders and 10 grand knights, both of whom wielded powerful artifacts. One artifact was a helmet adorned with a black gem capable of emitting a petrifying beam. The other was a pair of boots worn by the knight commander, which could effortlessly launch an earth dragon into the sky with a single kick, causing it to explode upon impact. Had it not been for the substantial number of grand knights and the high priest's mastery of toxic and sand manipulation spells, the outcome would likely have been a disastrous defeat rather than a mere Pyrrhic victory. Even in this so-called victory, the opponent lost only ordinary soldiers, knights, and several grand knights, while the 2 knight commanders managed to flee with Count Max. This was indeed a headache. Zhou Mingwei tapped his forehead, letting out a sigh. Had he known, he would have dispatched the Shadow Assassins instead, thereby preventing the escape of those 2 artifacts. At that moment, what pained him most was not the loss of troops, but the near miss with those 2 powerful artifacts.